A 6 or 7-year-old child actually killed a wild wolf. Family, this plot makes my scalp tingle. In a starry forest, a blood-soaked little boy was pinned under a wild wolf, but the wolf was already dead. A chunk of flesh was missing from its thigh, deep claw marks visible down to the bone, and the wound was stuffed with unknown herbs, with wolf hair and blood hanging from the corners of its mouth. This is no child. He looks like a little beast crawling back from hell. What's your name? Hearing the cold question from the woman, the little boy spat out a mouthful of blood and flesh, mixed with 2 front teeth, his gaze as cold as ice. Chen Dong. Who understands? This gaze is full of hardship and ferocity, yet lacks any emotion a child should have, not even fear of death. Yuan was stunned. Is this child human or beast? The mysterious woman in a veil, yes, it's Bibi Dong, bent down to take his hand. Come with me, survive. Chen Dong's voice trembled for the first time. Okay, under the setting sun, he limped along, leaving a trail of blood, suddenly looking up. I remember. From now on, my life is yours. In the future, I, Chen Dong, will protect you. In the future, I, Chen Dong, will protect you. A 6 or 7-year-old child, looking disheveled and muddy. Looking up, calmly and seriously, he said this. Family, what do you think Chen Dong has gone through? Can he really protect the future Pope Bibi Dong? The next chapter is directly high energy. Bibi Dong takes off her veil, and Chen Dong sees her face. Instantly stunned, this looks, is she a goddess or a demon? Looking at his resilient little face, missing 2 front teeth, makes his cold gaze appear somewhat comical and cute. Family, this contrast is too adorable. The little wild child who just killed a wolf, missing 2 front teeth, was actually mesmerized by Bibi Dong's smile. Her Majesty, the Pope's smile, is brighter than the sun. Chen Dong was carried back to the Wuhuan Palace subhall by Bibi Dong, and when he woke up, he saw Bibi Dong wiping his body. Her small hands were tense, her ears red like ripe cherries, yet she stubbornly said, I can do it myself. But as soon as Bibi Dong reached out, he immediately shrank back, obediently lying there to be handled. Who would have thought this little wolf cub could be shy? Just lie down, it will be done soon. Feeling the coolness spreading through his body and watching Bibi Dong's fair hands gently glide under him, Chen Dong lay on the bed, his body tense, tiny beads of sweat appearing on his arms. His ears and the back of his neck uncontrollably turned red. Dressing was even more outrageous. As soon as Bibi Dong picked up the clothes, he rushed over, shouting, I can dress myself. But after clumsily struggling for a long time, he ultimately let Bibi Dong help. This contrast is something I could watch 100 times. During the awakening of the Wuhuan, as Yuan just set up the formation, a surge of golden light erupted, and a silver short knife appeared in Chen Dong's hand, glinting coldly and changing colors. Bibi Dong's eyes lit up on the spot. This Wuhuan is no ordinary one. And then, as the light gathered, an incredibly strange and mysterious short knife appeared. This short knife was entirely silver, with the tip sparkling coldly. The short knife slowly rotated in Chen Dong's palm, changing between 2 different colors. Family, what do you think the short knife is as a Wuhuan? Is it more powerful than the Haoyin hammer? Will Chen Dong, following Bibi Dong, directly rise to become a powerhouse of the Wuhuan Palace? The next chapter is directly high energy. Just as Yuan wanted to test the soul power, a Wuhuan suddenly emerged from Chen Dong's left hand, and Yuan exclaimed, Dual Wuhuan. Bibi Dong suddenly stood up. This child must be the chosen one. She could clearly feel the mysterious vitality emanating from that short knife. Family, this operation left me dumbfounded. Just as Chen Dong's right hand revealed a silver short knife, Yuan was still muttering, is this it? When suddenly a black object popped out of his left hand, a 98K sniper rifle. Bibi Dong and Yuan were both stunned. What is this? How can it attack without a bullet? Even more incredible was the soul power test. The crystal ball burst with blue light, dazzlingly bright. Yuan and the old man beside him went crazy. Innate full soul power. My goodness, this is dual Wuhuan innate full soul power. There are hardly any in the entire continent. Then, in his left hand, a uniquely shaped 98K sniper rifle appeared. Bibi Dong, Yuan, and the old man looked at the thing that had appeared in Chen Dong's hand, exchanging puzzled glances. Chen Dong even named his 2 Wuhuan, calling the right hand Hunting Broadblade, and with his left hand, he boldly declared, God-slaying gun. Yuan shivered in fright. That name is too daring. Chen Dong replied powerfully, it deserves it. Hunting Broadblade, God-slaying gun. The most flamboyant moment came when Bibi Dong directly said, be my disciple. Yuan was so anxious he jumped up. Hurry and agree. So many people are fighting to become the Pope's disciple. But Chen Dong secretly thought, I don't want to be your disciple. I want to be the man who protects you. Family, Do you think this 98K can pierce through soul bones in the Douluo world? Can Chen Dong really use this god-slaying gun to protect Bibi Dong? But I just want to be that man who protects you. If becoming your disciple is what you desire, then I agree. Family. Chen Dong's operation is too amazing. He verbally agrees to be Bibi Dong's disciple, but is secretly shouting, "Even if the whole world opposes, I will marry you." Yuguan watched beside him, laughing. This child finally has a family. Little did they know this kid was holding back a big move. Once on the carriage, Bibi Dong directly held Chen Dong in her arms, one hand supporting his leg and the other his back, causing Chen Dong to feel momentarily breathless his head. Buried in her embrace, breathing in her fragrant scent, Chen Dong's whole body was tense like an iron board, while Bibi Dong intentionally pinched his thigh. First time on a carriage? Don't be nervous, Chen Dong thought to himself. This isn't nervousness, this is excitement. The way Bibi Dong held him like a child made Chen Dong incredibly awkward. Because Bibi Dong was holding him entirely in her arms, one hand supporting his thigh and the other supporting his back, she pressed Chen Dong entirely into her embrace. On the way, Bibi Dong began to explain the levels of Soul Masters. From Soul Scholar to Title Douluo, there are a total of 9 levels. Chen Dong pretended to be curious. Then which of my god-slaying gun and hunting broadblade should I add a soul ring to first? While secretly calculating, if the 98K gets a soul ring, wouldn't it directly fire? The most flamboyant moment was when Bibi Dong saw Chen Dong staring out the window with curiosity. She sighed, "This child is too pitiful, he probably has never seen the outside world." Little did she know, Chen Dong was studying the medieval style of this world and planning how to protect his future master. Family, do you think this master-disciple relationship can withstand Chen Dong's feelings? What skills will the first soul ring of the god-slaying gun add? Can it take down a soul beast in one shot? Yes. As long as you have awakened your Wuhuan, you're a soul master, you're already a soul master now. And soul masters are classified by levels. Like you, a soul master without additional soul rings is called a soul scholar. The next chapter is directly high energy. As the carriage arrived at the spirit city, they encountered Xue Qinghe, who was disguised as Qian Renxue. She stared at Chen Dong with a cold smile. "Is this the new disciple of the Pope?" "Doesn't look like much." Chen Dong immediately retorted, "If you're so great, why don't you give it a try?" And every 10 levels is a stage. Each time you reach a bottleneck in your training, you must hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings. Only after your martial soul is attached to the soul rings can you continue to level up. So, you need to obtain soul rings. Family. Bibi Dong was holding Chen Dong and explaining the knowledge of soul rings, making the child almost breathless. Every bump of the carriage caused Chen Dong to be squeezed once, and he thought to himself, "This isn't learning, it's a test of lung capacity." Bibi Dong was still patiently explaining. The rank of soul masters goes from Soulster to Title Douluo, and every 10 levels you need to add a soul ring. Your twin martial souls are a big advantage, but you need to choose a good development direction. Chen Dong nodded coldly on the surface, but inside he was already exploding. So even a 98K can add soul rings? Is it going to turn into a sniper cannon? Because each soul master has a limitation on the soul rings they can absorb, which is related to their own strength. Generally speaking, most people's martial souls have soul rings attached in a pattern from lower to higher years, but twin martial souls are an exception. The most shocking part was when Bibi Dong said that twin martial souls could eventually add soul rings up to 100,000 years. Chen Dong's eyes lit up. This is going to take off right here. He decided on the spot. First, let's add a soul ring to the hunting wide blade. Bibi Dong secretly laughed. This kid really saved the best for last. As soon as the carriage arrived at the soul beast forest, Chen Dong whooshed down, faster than a rabbit, fearing that he would be suffocated again in Bibi Dong's arms. Family, how many years do you think Chen Dong's first soul ring should be? Is he daring enough to go for 1,000 years right away? Will Bibi Dong help him cheat and hunt strong soul beasts? Little guy, come on, get out of the car. The next chapter is directly high energy. Chen Dong pointed at a 1,000-year soul beast and shouted, "That's the one." Yue Guan was instantly dumbfounded. "You're only level 10, that thing will tear you apart." Chen Dong sneered, "Just watch. If he gets carried off the carriage, then Chen Dong will once again face great danger." Family, this kid is too bold. A level 10 soul master actually dared to ask for a 1,000-year soul ring. Bibi Dong and Yue Guan were stunned. As soon as they entered the soul beast forest, Bibi Dong asked Yue Guan to catch a 500-year soul beast, but Chen Dong weakly said, "Teacher, can we get a 1,000-year one?" Just exactly 1,000 years will do. Yue Guan's mouth dropped open in shock. "Are you crazy? Absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring at level 10 will blow you up. However, isn't the maximum tolerance for the first soul ring 400 years? If it exceeds 500 years, this little guy's body Just as Yueguan was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something and looked at Bibi Dong, curiously asking. Bibi Dong was also anxious and earnestly advised, you have to kill the soul ring yourself to absorb it. 1,000-year soul beast can kill you with one slap. But Chen Dong remained calm. My martial soul is special. I have a skill called punishment. It will work. This ability of mine is called punishment. Yueguan was directly dumbfounded. Where did the skill come from without adding a soul ring? Are you cheating? Bibi Dong also frowned. This is theoretically impossible. It is known that the recognized limit for the first soul ring in the Soul Master world is 600 years, and this kid actually wants to double it. Family, what do you think this punishment skill is? Can Chen Dong really break the theory and absorb 1,000-year soul ring? Yes, teacher, this ability of mine is called punishment. The next chapter is directly high energy. Yueguan really caught 1,000-year soul beast, and Chen Dong pulled out the god-slaying spear with a cold smile. Watch closely. As the soul beast pounced, it was split in half by a golden light. This skill is too fierce. What? Hearing this, Bibi Dong, Yueguan, and Douluo were all stunned in place. Yueguan's face was filled with shock as he stammered, Hey, 1,000 years? My goodness, what kind of little monster are you? Even Bibi Dong looked at Chen Dong in surprise. At first, she thought Chen Dong's proposal to absorb 1,000-year spirit ring was a sign of ignorance. However, she did not expect that the mysterious martial soul on Chen Dong's body would have such miraculous effects. Indeed, this child seems to be the best gift heaven has given me. With such talent, Chen Dong's first spirit ring will start at 1,000 years. Moreover, he has a twin martial soul. By then, with 2 top-tier martial souls. Very good. A smile appeared at the corner of Bibi Dong's mouth hidden behind her veil. Then, she turned around and coldly said, Yueguan, Hui Mei. Remember, the little guy possesses the talent ability of punishment, and it must not be revealed to anyone. Yueguan and Gue Mei quickly bowed respectfully. Yes, we will obey. Once Bibi Dong spoke to the two this way, they would respectfully agree and treat it as the highest directive to follow. Because this was the Pope's will. As for defying such will, the two didn't even dare to have such thoughts. Bibi Dong said in a deep voice, although there are not many 1,000-year spirit beasts in the spirit beast forest, there are still quite a few. You two go catch 1,000-year-old spirit beast for the little guy. It will be best if it has just reached 1,000 years. Yes, your majesty. Yueguan and Gue Mei both bowed respectfully. Then, Guanyin suddenly disappeared from Chen Dong's sight. Before Yueguan left, he turned around and winked at Chen Dong. Chen Dong smiled gratefully. He naturally saw the maintenance and care from Yueguan. Watching the two disappear, Bibi Dong turned to look at Chen Dong and sighed, saying, I just told you that the best configuration for each Spirit Master spirit rings is yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. It seems you are destined to break everyone's understanding on the continent. The first spirit ring is purple. Chen Dong said seriously. All of this is because you saved me and awakened my martial soul. Otherwise, I would have died in the forest long ago. Not knowing which soul beast I would have become a meal for. No matter what achievements I make in the future, it's all because of you. Therefore, in this life and beyond, I will always protect you. Bibi Dong looked at Chen Dong as he earnestly spoke those words of protection, combined with his innocent gaze. Instantly, her heart softened, and she squatted down, holding him tightly in her arms. Chen Dong's breath caught, and his small face was slightly deformed from the pressure. Such astonishing elasticity. Teacher, how can one distinguish the strength or age of a soul beast? Is it only possible to see its color after killing it? Chen Dong gasped for breath and struggled to ask this question. Bibi Dong touched his head and shook her head. Of course not. In fact, distinguishing the strength of soul beasts is not difficult, mainly through 2 methods. One is to observe the appearance of a soul beast. For example, look at that lonely bamboo in front. It is also a soul beast, a plant-type soul beast. Chen Dong quickly got up and ran in front of the solitary bamboo, curiously asking, solitary bamboo, what use does such a martial soul have? While speaking, he was quickly catching his breath. In fact, solitary bamboo is also useful for you. The solitary bamboo itself is incredibly hard, and after absorption, it can perfectly integrate with weapon martial souls. However, this is just a 10-year-old solitary bamboo, as its height does not exceed 10 meters. Anything above 10 meters will reach 100 years. For every additional 100 years above 10 meters, it will grow another meter. This means that a solitary bamboo that reaches 20 meters is considered 1,000 years old. Many soul beasts can be identified by their appearance and size. And of course, there is another method, which is the color of the soul power they use when attacking. The color of soul power is completely linked to strength. For instance, the soul power of a 10-year-old soul beast is white, a 100-year-old is yellow, a 1,000-year-old is purple, and so on. However, if you cannot determine the soul power level and age of a soul beast, it is best not to use this method to perceive their soul power age. If the unknown soul beast has a soul power level that is too high, its attack could very likely pose a fatal danger to you. Chen Dong looked at Bai Dong, who walked up to him and earnestly advised him, nodding and saying, "I understand, teacher." Bai Dong patted his head and then said, "I can tell you are very eager to learn. There are many books on this knowledge in the Spirit Hall. When you return to Spirit City, you can take your time to read these books." Just then, swish, two figures flashed by. Bang! Suddenly, a soul beast appeared on the ground. It was a spider, a strange giant spider with a body diameter of over 1.5 meters and 8 long legs like spears that exceeded 3 meters. Its entire body was covered in black armor, shining brightly. The front ends of its long legs were thin, and after being thrown to the ground, the long legs pierced into the ground as if they were stabbing into tofu, showing how sharp they were. At this moment, the somewhat cheerful voice of Yu Guan came. "Ha, little guy, you're lucky. There happens to be a soul beast in this forest that meets your needs. You should thank me well for this. Zhuhua Guan, don't be so shameless. If I hadn't discovered first, would you have such good luck?" Chapter 6, Absorbing the Soul Ring. Old Ghost, you can stand there and talk without any pain. But even if you discovered it, so what? In the end, it was still me who caught it. Chen Dong watched the two of them argue, like children, and it seemed they were trying to earn his favor. A warm smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. At that moment, Bibi Dong's cold voice came through. "You have completed your tasks very well." Yue Guan and Gu Mei quickly stopped their playful banter and stood respectfully. "We did not fail the mission." Bibi Dong turned to glance at the large spider and gently raised her hand. The spider was then controlled by her to flip over, revealing its underbelly. Chen Dong's gaze suddenly sharpened. The spider had some white patterns on its lower abdomen, which formed a stark contrast with its black body. These white patterns, however, composed a sinister human face with a total of 8 small eyes flickering with a faint purple light, closely attached to its lower abdomen. However, these eyes seemed to have been smashed by something, leaving a bloody mess. Even the shell on its lower abdomen was covered in cracks. Yet, despite such severe injuries, this soul beast was still alive. What kind of soul beast is this? It is terrifying. Chen Dong couldn't help but sigh inwardly, grateful that he hadn't encountered such a soul beast. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived. Bibi Dong's eyes brightened, and then she said, "The face-devouring spider." Yu Guan nodded and said, "The other 1,000-year soul beasts in the soul beast forest are a bit too old. This face-devouring spider just came out to hunt, and its age meets your requirements. I just had it hanging around, and this face-devouring spider has already used up all its webs, which can be sprayed 3 times a day. So there is basically no danger now." Bibi Dong nodded and looked at Chen Dong. "This is the face-devouring spider. It has a solid shell, incredible speed, and 8 long legs with strong penetrating power and venom. The face-devouring spider is known as a terrifying evil slayer, a nightmare for small soul beasts, a being that devours life, and a target of hatred for all soul beasts. It is also a top-tier existence among low-year soul beasts. And this particular face-devouring spider is just over 1,000 years old, with white hair at each joint." Bibi Dong and Yu Guan, along with the other two, naturally knew this basic knowledge, so this was actually said for Chen Dong's benefit. Chen Dong, however, looked at the face-devouring spider in front of him with a strange expression. He didn't expect that the first soul ring he encountered would be from the face-devouring spider. What a twist of fate. It seems that fate has destined his arrival to disrupt the opportunities of certain people. However, this face-devouring spider has only just reached 1,000 years and definitely isn't the one that a certain gentleman absorbed. Moreover, there are many face-devouring spiders on this continent. It looks like in the future, he needs to hunt more face-devouring spiders. I refuse to believe that if I kill all the face-devouring spiders, I still can't obtain an auxiliary soul bone." Chen Dong's mind was racing with thoughts. Excitedly, he said to the smug Yu Guan, "That's great, Uncle Yu. Thank you. And Ghost, Grandpa Ghost, thank you. Ha 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 ha." Upon hearing this, Yu Guan immediately covered his mouth and pointed at the nearby ghostly charm, bursting into laughter. He couldn't help but hold his stomach, even rolling on the ground without any dignity. Ghostly Charm's already dark face appeared even darker. "Little brat, why do you call Zhuhua Guan uncle but me grandpa?" "Ha ha." Yu Guan laughed while holding his stomach. "Old Ghost, look at your old face. Can you still have the audacity to let the little guy call you uncle?" Ghostly Charm retorted. Ji Guan, you. Chen Dong scratched his head awkwardly and said, Ji Ghost Grandpa. I really feel that calling you uncle would be too disrespectful. Yu Guan, due to his various care for Chen Dong and his naturally cheerful and lively personality, made Chen Dong feel that he was younger and more energetic. So calling him uncle seemed appropriate. In contrast, the ghostly figure's personality was cold and steady, with an aura of menace surrounding him, and his face exuded a sense of authority and weariness. Therefore, Chen Dong couldn't associate him with the image of an uncle at all. The ghostly figure chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, Grandpa is Grandpa? How nice. Yu Guan, now I'm a whole generation older than you. Come on, call me uncle and let me hear it. Yu Guan replied, You old ghost, you're really shameless. Bibi Dong gently waved her hand and then said, Little guy, this human-faced demon spider is injured, but don't underestimate it if you want to kill it. If you want to absorb its soul ring, you must kill it yourself. Chen Dong nodded firmly. Then, with a swift motion, the hunting broad blade suddenly appeared in his hand, looking at the broad blade shimmering with silver light. The three of them focused their attention on Chen Dong. Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she stared intently at the hunting broad blade in front of Chen Dong, as if trying to understand the incredible power that this magical martial soul possessed. Chen Dong slowly approached the human-faced demon spider on the ground. At that moment, the human-faced demon spider, which had been on the verge of death, suddenly opened its two massive spider legs with a whoosh. A sharp, eerie purple light flashed from its front limbs. Bibi Dong let out a cold snort, standing still in place, emanating an astonishing aura. However, with just that cold snort, the human-faced demon spider on the ground trembled as if a heavy burden was pressing down on it. It immediately collapsed onto the ground, struggling desperately. At that moment, whoosh, Chen Dong charged forward in an instant, and the hunting broad blade in his hand fiercely plunged into the abdomen of the human-faced demon spider, right into its 8 eyes. The hunting broad blade spun violently. Whoosh! Chen Dong jumped onto the back of the human-faced demon spider, his gaze cold and expressionless. Punishment! In Chen Dong's hand, the silver hunting broad blade suddenly disappeared. The next moment, a shimmering silver phantom of the hunting broad blade appeared in midair. It displayed a magnificent divine power, like divine punishment. Then, this phantom instantly descended onto the face demon spider in front of him. In an instant, the face demon spider's body became motionless, and then a sense of calm and relief appeared on the fierce and brutal face demon spider. It slowly lay peacefully on the ground, completely still. Then, faint purple light spots began to gather above the face demon spider's body, and a soul ring slowly solidified. Even without contact, Chen Dong could feel the immense energy contained within the soul ring. 1,000-year soul ring. Chen Dong's heart couldn't help but race. Little guy, have you made up your mind? Once you start absorbing, there's no turning back. Chen Dong turned around to look at the 3 people who were watching him with concern, and he nodded seriously, saying, Don't worry, I will definitely succeed. All right, then you hurry up and absorb it. We will protect you. Chen Dong sat cross-legged, calming his somewhat excited emotions. He raised his right hand, concentrating his soul power in the palm. Accompanied by a radiant light, Chen Dong summoned the hunting wide blade. The hunting wide blade, exuding a mysterious aura, floated in mid-air with the fluctuations of soul power. Under the guidance of Chen Dong's soul power, the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider slowly flew towards him. At this moment, as the 1,000-year human-faced demon spider soul ring approached, Chen Dong felt an unprecedented pressure, with even the bones in his body making slight cracking sounds under this pressure. The purple soul ring suddenly contracted, shrinking to the size of a bracelet, and accurately fitted onto the hunting wide blade martial soul on Chen Dong's right hand. Chen Dong felt his right hand being invaded by magma. A wave of scorching energy surged in wildly. In an instant, his internal organs felt like they were burning, and his body struggled violently. After using the punishment, all the resentment and unwillingness within this soul beast turned into nothingness. Chen Dong absorbed it without feeling any resistance. All his pain came from the immense energy within the 1,000-year soul ring that was continuously being infused into his body. Chapter 7. The First Buff. Although Chen Dong's martial soul was powerful, his physical strength was just average. This infusion instantly subjected him to tremendous pain. Chen Dong could clearly feel his blood vessels being pushed to their limits, with some tiny capillaries even beginning to rupture. His bones were growing wildly, and the pressure from the bones was causing him immense pain. However, Chen Dong gritted his teeth. This world is filled with countless dangers. He would never forget the terrifying shadow of death lurking in the forest. Absorbing the soul ring was his way to become stronger. No matter what, he had to persevere. He wanted to grow stronger. At this moment, the three people in the arena were nervously watching Chen Dong. They saw that his small face was covered in numerous tiny beads of blood. As the soul power evaporated into the air, it slowly turned into a light red mist. Enveloping him, the veins on his forehead bulged, and his whole body trembled. Suddenly, with a spurt, Chen Dong coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yuan was shocked. How could this be? Could it be that the little guy couldn't withstand this power? Bibi Dong calmly said, "At this moment, no one can help him. He can only rely on himself. This is the path he chose, and he must endure this challenge." At this time, the hunting broad blade in Chen Dong's hand suddenly shone brightly, enveloping his entire body, and he stopped bleeding. His complexion gradually became calm. Bibi Dong nodded subtly. The most dangerous moment had passed, and there shouldn't be any major problems afterward. It seemed that the little guy's martial soul was indeed powerful, as it protected Chen Dong's body at a critical moment. Chen Dong struggled painfully amidst the intense agony spreading throughout his body, his consciousness fading. It felt like he was being suffocated to death. Suddenly, a silver light began to spread from his right hand, and the previously chaotic energy was instantly smoothed out, obediently following a designated path. Although he didn't know what was happening, the crisis seemed to have passed. Just when everyone thought the situation was settled, suddenly, Chen Dong's relaxed brows furrowed tightly. A scream escaped his mouth. Sitting cross-legged, his body began to convulse violently, his chest thrusting forward and his entire upper body arched. It looked terrifying. Suddenly, accompanied by a tearing sound, Chen Dong's clothes on his back were ripped apart in an instant. 4 fist-sized bulges appeared on either side of his spine. At that moment, Chen Dong seemed to be enduring immense pain. Fine beads of blood began to emerge from under his skin, and his whole body was convulsing violently. Then, the 8 bulges suddenly burst open. Strangely, the skin on Chen Dong's back did not retract. 8 deep purple objects as thick as fists drilled out from those bulges and grew at an astonishing speed. When the 8 bulges burst and the deep purple objects emerged, Chen Dong seemed to relax somewhat, his facial expression easing significantly, but the convulsions in his body continued. Under the astonished gaze of the three, those deep purple objects had already grown over a meter long in the blink of an eye. They continued to grow at an incredible speed, momentarily pausing when their length exceeded 1.5 meters, then growing joint-like structures at the ends. As the deep purple continued to extend, it branched out in another direction from the joints. These 8 purplish-black objects continued to grow until they reached over 3 meters before stopping, their entire bodies shining purple, looking extraordinarily glossy. The part closest to Chen Dong's back was the thickest, gradually tapering to a sharp point at the ends. Were these not the spider legs of the human-faced demon spider? Looking at Chen Dong, then at the corpse of the human-faced demon spider on the other side, Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. The objects growing from Chen Dong's back were remarkably similar to the spider legs of the human-faced demon spider, albeit slightly thinner, but they appeared to have an even better luster. They even shimmered with a faint, eerie silver light. When those 8 spider legs unfurled behind Chen Dong, they began to move slightly, and the 4 legs below slowly inserted into the ground. They actually lifted Chen Dong, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, into the air. At that moment, it was as if Chen Dong had gained 8 3-meter-long arms. Looking extremely bizarre, Chen Dong couldn't help but let out a low roar, as 8 spider legs behind him simultaneously stretched out to the sides of his body. A purple glow shimmered, like 8 enormous arms protecting him in the center. On the spider legs, a faint layer of purple aura could be seen, flowing with purple light, as if they were made of transparent amethyst. At this moment, Chen Dong was completely unclothed, his entire body was exposed, and the terrifying scars on his small body had all vanished. Moreover, his originally frail physique appeared to have gained a sense of strength, and perhaps it was just an illusion, but Yuan felt that the little guy seemed to have grown a bit taller. His shoulders had broadened slightly, and his skin had taken on a layer of lustrous sheen. Beneath his fair skin, a faint purple glow seemed to swirl. He was floating in the air, his previously crossed legs now stretched out, with his 5 limbs naturally hanging down. The whole person exuded a rather eerie aura. Chen Dong's messy black hair had a very noticeable strand of purple hair, which seemed to emit a sheen. With a soft grunt, Chen Dong gradually opened his eyes. He felt that the scenery in front of him was becoming clearer. His body felt indescribably comfortable, as if every cell was cheering with joy. Only his back felt a bit itchy, as if something was extending from behind him. He could feel the dampness of the soil and the breeze of the surrounding air. But Chen Dong vaguely sensed that something had changed. The refreshing sensation brought by absorbing the spirit ring was beyond words. It felt like floating in the clouds, weightless, and like reaching the pinnacle of bliss. Every pore in his body, a total of 36,000, was wide open, greedily breathing in the wonderful air. The qualitative change had already caused Chen Dong's body to undergo a strange transformation. Chen Dong looked down at himself and found that his body seemed to have undergone some changes due to obtaining the soul ring. His originally thin frame appeared to have grown a little taller. Chen Dong tried to raise his hand, and with every movement, the powerful lightness felt so comfortable. He didn't need to deliberately experiment. He knew that the functions of his body had been greatly enhanced under the influence of the 1,000-year spirit ring. I, Chen Dong, have finally obtained my first buff. Oh no, the first spirit ring. The 1,000-year purple man-faced demon spider spirit ring. Chapter 8, the first spirit skill. Little guy, you finally woke up. Bibi Dong, who had been anxiously concerned about Chen Dong, let out a long sigh of relief upon seeing him awake. Although she had witnessed countless scenes of spirit ring absorption, she had never seen anything like Chen Dong's before. Hearing that familiar voice and looking into Bibi Dong's caring eyes, Chen Dong's heart trembled slightly. Teacher, as he spoke, he was about to walk towards Bibi Dong. However, at that moment, his body was suspended in the air, supported by 4 spider legs. Those spider legs were also a part of his body, and with a thought, they naturally retracted, pulling him up from the ground. Chen Dong was unaware of the changes in his body, and he immediately lost his balance and fell from the air. Be careful, Bibi Dong called out softly and instantly disappeared from her spot. In the next second, she had already appeared in front of Chen Dong. She opened one arm to catch his body. Chen Dong was tightly embraced by her, with his head resting directly on Bibi Dong's shoulder. The 8 spider legs behind Chen Dong simultaneously lifted up, and in that moment, his body tensed up, holding Chen Dong in her arms. Bibi Dong could immediately tell that the blood energy within Chen Dong's body was surging continuously. The little guy seemed to have grown taller, and his body had become sturdier. Bibi Dong gently patted Chen Dong's shoulder and then asked, little guy, it's okay now, don't be afraid. Chen Dong raised his head, just about to leave by Dong's embrace, when he awkwardly discovered that 8 enormous spider legs had sprouted from his back. With a gentle movement, these spider legs trembled chaotically. Chen Dong tried to condense his soul power and transmit it into his spine, issuing a command to retract the 8 spider legs. A strange scene unfolded. The 3-meter-long spider legs, which had been extended, slowly folded, and the 2 curved segments came together. Then, little by little, they merged into Chen Dong's body. Chen Dong just felt a bit itchy on his back, but there was no discomfort. Chen Dong could clearly feel that the 8 spider legs had not disappeared. Instead, they had transformed into 8 strange energies, fitting around his 8 ribs centered on his spine. Seeing this scene, Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction. Little guy, your willpower is even stronger than I imagined. I didn't expect you to endure this. It seems your future prospects may be even more outstanding than I judged. By the way, little guy, what is your first soul skill? After retracting the spider legs, Chen Dong gently jumped down from Bibi Dong's arms. My first soul skill is Life Devour. As he spoke, Chen Dong raised his right hand, and a faint purple light appeared on the surface of his skin. Immediately, a broad-bladed weapon, flickering with purple illusions, emerged from his palm. A clear halo rose from beneath Chen Dong's feet, swirling around his body. This was indeed a distinctive feature of a one-ring soul master. However, this ring was a purple 1,000-year soul ring. Previously, the hunting broadblade had a width of less than an inch, but now, the width of the hunting broadblade had increased to 3 inches, and even the overall thickness was several times thicker than before, with strange patterns and a purple curve. It looked more like a bizarre axe. Gently holding this unusual weapon in his hand, Chen Dong's expression was peculiar, filled with excitement and disbelief. He then spoke. The first soul skill, Life Devour, absorbs the toxicity of a human-faced demon spider, tainting it with some characteristics of its life. Therefore, my guardian axe will continuously inflict poisoning effects on enemies after hitting them. And not only that, it can also absorb the opponent's vitality from the torn wounds. Is that all? Moonlight, standing nearby, was somewhat surprised. Little guy, your martial soul is truly strange. Is it really just such an ordinary function after absorbing 1,000-year soul ring? Chen Dong shook his head and said, of course it's not just that. It has another function. What is it? It deals 1 damage per second to all enemies within range. 1. 5 damage to soul beasts. It increases all damage to soul beasts by 60. Upon hearing this, Guan nodded in realization and said, now that makes sense. The human-faced demon spider is inherently poisonous. It loves to devour various small soul beasts, so it's reasonable that your soul skill has the ability to increase damage to soul beasts. But what a pity. The human-faced demon spider is not the best match for your martial soul. Otherwise, if your first soul ring absorbed a more powerful plant-type martial soul, it could make your weapon martial soul even stronger. Not suitable? Chen Dong shook his head calmly. Then he said, I'm already very satisfied with this improvement, and I believe I can achieve even more suitable ones in the future. Bibi Dong silently looked at Chen Dong, then glanced at Guan without saying a word. Guan, with a curious expression, asked, little guy, what was that about the 8 spider legs on your back just now? Also, your martial soul changed from a short knife to a giant axe. Could it be a mutated martial soul? When Guan asked this question, even Ghost Douluo curiously raised his head to look at Chen Dong. After all, the strange changes in Chen Dong had been witnessed by all 3 of them. At this moment, Bibi Dong calmly said, little guy, summon your spider legs. Her voice was calm, as if she were discussing a trivial matter. Chen Dong nodded. Without any hesitation, he controlled the soul power within him to slowly extend towards the spider leg behind him. Swish! Behind Chen Dong, 8 huge spider legs suddenly spread out. What? What is this? Guan looked curious. At that moment, hiss! A soft gasp. Chen Dong was taken aback. Turning around, he saw Guan staring blankly at his right hand, which had turned completely purple. Moreover, a black mist was rapidly spreading up his arm. Chapter 9. I'm going to pick up an airdrop. However, there was no trace of fear in Guan's eyes, only curiosity as he stared at the black mist. He even closed his eyes to slowly feel it. Then, with a light snort, Guan's soul power surged within him, forcing the black mist to be expelled from his right hand. However, before the black mist could retreat to his elbow, it suddenly stopped. After a moment, it began to spread upward again, and this time it was faster than before. Huh! Guan let out a soft exclamation. The next second, a black soul ring suddenly appeared on his hand. A golden chrysanthemum emerged, and soon all the black-purple mist was expelled from his body. Phew! Guan let out a long breath. Little guy, your poison is indeed very domineering. Moreover, your spider legs are so substantial, it's truly incredible. By the way, little guy, what other abilities do your spider legs have besides poison? Chen Dong shook his head and said, I haven't tried it yet. It might have some characteristics of the spider legs of the man-faced demon spider. These spider legs are quite impressive, with 8 2-meter-long legs that can be controlled at will, equivalent to 8 long spears, and they are venomous. If the venom is similar to that of the man-faced demon spider, it should be a neurotoxin combined with corrosive poison. Little guy, your first spirit ring is truly extraordinary. However, these spider legs don't seem to be an ability attached to the spirit ring. Could they actually be an external spirit bone? Bibi Dong gently stepped forward and reached out to touch the spider legs on Chen Dong's back. The sharp, pointed, toxic spider legs seemed like mere fingertips on Chen Dong's small hand. She completely ignored the various toxins in between. This is definitely an external spirit bone. Bibi Dong's voice was cold and unquestionable. What? External spirit bone. It really is an external spirit bone. Guan and Gue may exchange glances, both filled with shock. As titled Douluos, they certainly knew of the existence of external spirit bones. However, no one dared to believe that Chen Dong could obtain an external spirit bone on his very first absorption of a spirit ring. Incredible, little guy, Guan exclaimed in amazement. Not only is the first spirit ring 1,000 years old, but it also produced an external spirit bone. If other spirit masters found out, they would probably drop their jaws in disbelief. Little guy, it seems that your greatest gain this time is not the 1,000-year spirit ring, nor that first spirit ability, but these 8 spider legs, or rather, this external spirit bone. External spirit bone? Chen Dong looked at Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong nodded. I just taught you how to identify spirit beasts and spirit rings, and I didn't have time to explain the knowledge about spirit bones. This is mainly because I never thought you would come into contact with a spirit bone so early. It seems it's time to talk to you about the mysteries of spirit bones. Saying this, she first needed to explain what spirit bones are. Bibi Dong said seriously, spirit bones are a very special thing. First of all, the probability of spirit bones appearing is only 1 in 1,000, or even lower. Generally, Only spirit beasts that are extremely powerful and experience some special circumstances at the moment of death have the possibility of spirit bones appearing after death. Therefore, spirit bones are extremely rare and precious. Another difference between spirit bones and spirit rings is that spirit bones do not need to be used by the one who kills the spirit beast. After obtaining a spirit bone, it can even be sold. External spirit bones are a magical existence, a special existence outside the 6 categories of spirit bones. If the probability of ordinary spirit bones appearing from spirit beasts is 1 in 1,000, then the probability of external spirit bones appearing is even less than 1 in 10,000. Moreover, the condition for absorbing an external spirit bone is that you must first absorb the spirit ring dropped by the spirit beast from which the spirit bone came. The spirit bone you absorbed is a vertebra. It is indeed an external spirit bone. Child, do you know that in the Spirit Master world, the most precious things have a ranking list called the Spirit Master's Dream List, where external spirit bones consistently rank second, only behind the almost impossible to exist 100,000-year spirit ring. Bibi Dong explained to Chen Dong just how precious these 8 spider legs are in the simplest way possible. Her words were so persuasive that even Yu Guan and Gui Mei looked at Chen Dong with envy. Such a fortuitous encounter would even make titled Douluos a bit jealous. At that moment, Bibi Dong waved her hand. A brand new piece of clothing appeared in her hand, and then she said, "It's cold here, little guy. You should put on this clothing. You just absorbed the spirit ring, and your vitality is surging. Be careful not to let the cold air enter your body." "Okay, teacher." Chen Dong retracted all 8 of his enormous spider legs into his body. Then, Bibi Dong gently crouched down and patiently helped him put on his clothes. Chen Dong was happily touching his clothes, which fit him perfectly. "It seems that I will have to carry a lot of clothes with me from now on." Thinking about how his spider legs would tear his clothes every time they appeared, Chen Dong couldn't help but sigh. Bibi Dong stood up, and then a delicate necklace appeared in her hand. The chain was made of gold, with a sparkling blue gem hanging from it. "This is a soul tool, and I can no longer use it. It's just right for you. Its function is storage. You just need to inject your own soul power into it to activate it. And it can provide 3 cubic meters of storage space, convenient for storing various items." A soul tool. Chen Dong curiously took the necklace, feeling a cool and lively airflow from the blue gemstone. It seemed to understand that Chen Dong was unfamiliar with the function of soul guides, so it didn't wait for him to ask. Bibi Dong explained first. A soul guide, as the name suggests, is a device that uses soul power. There are very few inherited soul guides, and most of them do not have offensive capabilities. This necklace is something I used a long time ago. It doesn't hold much significance for me, but you should be able to use it in the future. Why don't you give it a name? Looking at the necklace and gently exploring the blue gemstone, he thought, "Heart of the ocean?" Bibi Dong paused slightly, her expression hidden beneath the veil. She nodded and said, "All right, let's go with that." Chen Dong sighed. Indeed, no one knew the meaning behind this. It's very simple to use. Just inject your soul power into that gem, and you can feel the existence of its space. If you react quickly enough, the things inside seem to appear out of thin air. However, to master its characteristics, you need to practice more. This will also be a subject for you in the future. Chen Dong nodded seriously. Then he turned around and carefully picked up his broken clothes that had fallen on the ground. He shook off the dirt on them and folded them neatly. He placed them in the ocean heart in front of him. After that, Chen Dong solemnly secured the ocean heart and excitedly touched the blue gemstone. With a grateful smile, he looked up and said, "Teacher, thank you." Bibi Dong nodded calmly. However, Yu Guan curiously asked, "Little guy, what are you doing picking up those torn clothes?" "This is the first piece of clothing I wore in this world, and it was personally put on me by my teacher. So I will never discard it in my life, and I will never forget it." Beneath her veil, Bibi Dong's face was calm as water, but a gentle light flickered in her eyes as she gazed at Chen Dong's youthful face, speaking such firm words. Bibi Dong turned around without a sound. Her voice as cold as ever. "Since the little guy's martial soul has awakened, we can set off back to Martial Soul City." At this moment, Chen Dong scratched his head and said hesitantly, "Teacher, I'm afraid we can't return yet because I still need to go to the forest to get something." Bibi Dong was taken aback. "What is it?" Chen Dong opened his mouth, really unsure how to explain. He could only say honestly, I need to pick up an airdrop." Chapter 10. The Passionate and Forgetful Bibi Dong Airdrop. Yu Guan and Gui Mei exchanged glances. "Well, this is equivalent to the auxiliary ability of my second martial soul. Whenever my soul master level increases, a unique resource will descend from the sky, containing items related to my second martial soul. It's right in the forest, over there." Bibi Dong, Yueguan, and Gue Mei curiously looked in the direction Chen Dong pointed. However, what they saw was a blank space. There was nothing at all. Little guy, are you sure you're not mistaken? I'm not. Chen Dong shook his head. He looked into the distance, watching a red light and a huge parachute that was continuously descending. It should be something only I can see, but I'm sure there are resources I need over there. Bibi Dong raised her head to look in the direction pointed by Chen Dong, and then a faint soul power surged from her body. A glint flashed in her eyes. Yueguan, Guimei, you two stay here and don't let anyone else approach. Little guy, take me to find the airdrop you mentioned. Yueguan and Guimei exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Then Bibi Dong picked up Chen Dong with one hand and shot up into the sky, flying towards the direction Chen Dong indicated. Watching the scenery flash by beneath them, Bibi Dong's embrace felt incredibly warm and secure. The most important thing was that the shock absorption effect was outstanding. Little guy, are we almost there? Teacher, just a bit to the right. We're here, it's right here. As soon as Chen Dong's voice fell, Bibi Dong suddenly descended to the ground. Glancing around in confusion, Bibi Dong's voice carried a hint of surprise. Nothing. Teacher, it's about to drop. About to drop? Bibi Dong looked up with some confusion, but still saw nothing. Teacher, it's right above us. Bibi Dong took a step back, and just then, a plume of yellow smoke rose before her. She then looked at the large, strange box that had appeared on the ground with a puzzled expression. The box was taller than a person and wrapped in a bizarre yellow-green fabric. Is this what you call an airdrop? Chen Dong nodded and said yes. But I don't know why it seems that only I can see the airdrop during its descent. Bibi Dong examined the strange box in front of her and reached out to touch the canvas on top. How far is this airdrop from you? Can a location be controlled? It relates to my soul master level. The higher my level, the further the airdrop range will be, but the location is completely random and cannot be controlled. Bibi Dong pondered for a moment and then said, it seems you will have a lot of trouble in the future. Although others may not know what is inside this strange box, something falling from the sky definitely counts as a treasure. And if it falls within the territory of some high-level soul beasts, it will be very difficult for you to retrieve it. Bibi Dong looked around, and here no soul beast had arrived. Most of the soul beasts in the forest had been scared away by the commotion created by Yueguan and Gue Mei. Little guy, in the future, when you're about to break through, try to choose the spirit hall, as that is my territory. But teacher, that might not work. Seeing Bibi Dong looking at him in confusion, Chen Dong scratched his head. Teacher, my soul skill is a bit special. I didn't fully explain it before. After successfully attaching the soul ring of the human face demon spider, my punishment skill has also changed. Bibi Dong's eyes lit up, and then she said, are you saying that after your soul master level increased, the punishment has gained new functionalities? Yes, teacher. Based on the original punishment, it has now evolved into spiritual punishment, which can be used not only on soul beasts but also on humans. Bibi Dong's eyes brightened. Continue. Spiritual punishment has a cooldown of 30 seconds, deals unavoidable fixed true damage to soul beasts, and stuns them for 1 second. It can also deal punitive damage to beings other than soul beasts, with the damage halved. The damage ignores defense and level. In addition, my hunting wide blade has evolved into the patrol axe, and a new skill called hunting has been added, which increases damage to soul beasts by 60. After killing a soul beast, I will also gain 30 current soul power and bounty. Not only that, after killing a soul beast, I will permanently increase my own vitality by 20 based on the vitality of the soul beast. Bibi Dong stared at Chen Dong with an odd expression, then sighed and said, little guy, it seems that the soul beasts of Douluo continent are in for a tough time. Even I'm a bit envious of your martial soul. Chen Dong revealed a shy smile and innocently said, it's precisely because of this that the best choice for me is to hunt soul beasts to improve myself. So breaking through in Wuhuan City is not the best option for me. Bibi Dong nodded. All right, little guy, I understand. But why didn't you mention this earlier, and why are you no longer hiding it now? Chen Dong was taken aback, and then said somewhat dejectedly, this ability is not a soul skill obtained from Soul Ring, but rather evolved from my martial soul itself. So I instinctively feel that I cannot expose it. However, there's no need to hide it from you, teacher. Bibi Dong looked at the somewhat guilty and downcast Chen Dong, bent down, and held him in her arms. Little guy, you're right. Besides the external soul bones that others can clearly see, remember not to expose the secret of your martial soul, and don't trust anyone. Chen Dong stubbornly shook his head. Bibi Dong was taken aback. She let go of Chen Dong and looked at him seriously, then said, little guy, you're still young. You need to understand that what the teacher is doing is also to protect you. Only a genius who has grown up can truly be a genius. Teacher, I know, but you're different. I will never hide anything from you, and I can always trust you. You. Bibi Dong stared blankly at Chen Dong, seeing the purity in his pair of black eyes. The look in his eyes was so determined, a kind of unconditional trust. It wasn't because of her identity as a pope, nor her strength as a title de law. The little guy still knew nothing of all this. He just instinctively trusted her. He knew about hiding things from Yue Guan and Gue Mei, yet still told her. In an instant, Bibi Dong's heart, which was originally as cold as ice, was slowly warmed by a flowing heat. A softness began to expand. Little guy, Bibi Dong tightly hugged Chen Dong in her arms, holding his frail little shoulders, but made Bibi Dong feel so warm and reliable. Cough, cough. Little guy, don't worry. The teacher will definitely gather the best resources from all over the continent to provide you with the best cultivation environment. I will make sure you grow. Cough, cough. Teacher, I'm afraid I won't be able to grow in the future. At this moment, Bibi Dong noticed that Chen Dong in her arms had a little face that was flushed bright red. As soon as Bibi Dong let go, Chen Dong couldn't help but cough. So fierce, so dangerous. It was too exciting. The future genius almost perished in the Pope's embrace. Chapter 11. Airdrop Gift Pack. Chen Dong's current body only resembles that of a 6-year-old child, even after absorbing the 1,000-year-old soul ring of the human-faced spider. It merely compensated for the malnutrition he had suffered. Therefore, when Bibi Dong held him tightly in her arms, his head was just at the right height to reach her. After all, Bibi Dong's long legs were still half a person's height, even when she squatted down. Moreover, it was due to Bibi Dong's momentary excitement that nearly led to the tragic fate of this future genius. At this moment, as Bibi Dong realized what had just happened, she noticed Chen Dong's small face turning red from coughing, and she felt both guilty and amused. She also regretted her earlier actions. For so many years, she had always presented herself as powerful and cold. Today, she was suddenly moved by Chen Dong's pure and unreserved trust in her. In that moment of instability, she acted in such a way. Bibi Dong gently patted her chest to regain her composure. Just as Chen Dong managed to maintain a steady breath and looked up, he happened to see Bibi Dong making a gesture with her hand. In an instant, Chen Dong is even able to cough, cough. Chen Dong coughed lightly twice, unable to control himself. Bibi Dong stood up and patted Chen Dong's head. All right, little guy, hurry up and put away the supplies you just received from the airdrop. It won't be good if other soul masters come in and see them. Chen Dong nodded and stood up in front of the huge box. He found the end of the rope and gently pulled it, causing a nylon rope to come down. Then he forcefully tore off the canvas. Before him was an incredibly large box with red and blue colors on top, as if it simply had a lid placed over it. This box looked enormous, towering over Chen Dong by a full 2 heights. Bibi Dong glanced at it, stepped forward, and reached out to lift the lid of the box, helping Chen Dong to open it. However, in an instant, Bibi Dong froze in place. Huh? Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow, exerting a slight force with her hand, but the box remained motionless. A flash of red light appeared above Bibi Dong's right hand, and then the entire box was lifted into the air. However, her hand still held onto the lid of the box, and the lid and the box body had not separated at all. Now, Bibi Dong was stunned, a hint of unusual color appearing in her eyes. Then Bibi Dong stepped closer, placing one hand on the lid and gripping the box with the other, her arm exerting a slight force. Yet this box, which did not seem very sturdy, remained unyielding. Now Bibi Dong was truly surprised. Little guy, can this box only be opened by you? Chen Dong was taken aback for a moment. Considering the uniqueness of the airdrop, Bibi Dong's statement made a lot of sense. Teacher, let me give a try. Then, the 8 spider legs behind Chen Dong appeared simultaneously. 2 massive spider legs propped up on the ground, lifting Chen Dong's body into the air, just enough to reach the position of the box. Chen Dong pushed hard, but the box remained completely still. Chen Dong squinted his eyes, and 2 huge spider legs emerged, exerting force simultaneously at 2 positions on the lid. However, the box remained completely unmoved. Now Chen Dong was also dumbfounded. What was going on? The box he obtained couldn't be opened? Bibi Dong also stared at the airdrop box in surprise, and then said, little guy, you said this box appeared because of your second martial soul? Bibi Dong's words reminded Chen Dong, and he nodded in realization. Teacher, I understand. Then with a thought, Chen Dong gathered his soul power, and an ancient-looking 98K sniper rifle appeared in his left hand. Looking at the familiar, yet strange, sniper rifle in his hand, Chen Dong's expression became a bit excited. Taking a deep breath, he circulated his soul power, feeling the soul power within him slowly gathering towards the 98K in front of him. He could clearly sense that his soul power was wrapping around the rifle as it increased. The dark muzzle of the 98K seemed like an endless pit, continuously absorbing the soul power. Finally, just as Chen Dong felt a bit of fatigue, the speed of soul power absorption came to a halt. Chen Dong sighed with relief, unable to suppress his feelings. He never expected that with his current strength, just firing a single shot would deplete almost all of his soul power. It seems that relying on the 98K to become his main weapon will take a long time. However, this is also because Chen Dong is currently only a first-ring soul master, and his soul power cultivation is still relatively weak. He believes that once his strength grows in the future, he won't have such troubles. Chen Dong still cannot be sure whether his god-slaying gun is effective against the airdrop. Normally, an airdrop can be opened immediately after landing. However, this airdrop has landed on the Douluo continent and is encased in a strange prohibition. Even Bibi cannot open the airdrop box and cannot inflict much damage on it. Therefore, Chen Dong can only place his hopes on his god-slaying gun. Aiming at the box in front of him, Chen Dong gently pulled the trigger. Boom! A loud explosion. Bibi Dong's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance as she stared fixedly at the god-slaying gun in Chen Dong's hand. After Chen Dong shot the box, it shattered into fragments. In an instant, a large pile of supplies appeared in front of him. Looking at the dazzling array of resources on the ground, a faint smile appeared on Chen Dong's lips. These various familiar yet unfamiliar pieces of equipment made Chen Dong feel a sense of emotion in this strange continent. He finally saw the familiar items again. Chen Dong bent down excitedly to check the supplies in front of him and quickly accounted for them. A level 1 backpack, a level 1 bulletproof vest, and an ugly-looking level 1 helmet. In addition, there was an R1895 revolver with 100 rounds of ammunition and a pistol silencer, an S1897 shotgun with 100 rounds of ammunition and a dedicated choke, 2 grenades, 2 stun grenades, 2 smoke grenades, and 2 Molotov cocktails, 10 bottles of energy drink, and 10 bandages. Besides these weapons, there were 3 special items that were clearly different from the rest. Chen Dong picked it up and examined it carefully. A level 3 backpack, exclusive equipment. When he obtained this level 3 backpack, all the information about it was instantly grasped by Chen Dong. This was very similar to the soul skill information absorbed after acquiring a soul ring. Chen Dong immediately understood that the level 3 backpack in front of him was exclusively his. Once the backpack was bound, only he could use it, unlike a regular backpack. Additionally, the level 3 backpack was in a hidden state on his body. Since it was directly bound to his body, it could be stored inside him like an ordinary martial soul. The capacity of the level 3 backpack is 250. This means Chen Dong has an additional 250 independent spaces to store various supplies. It's even more useful than a soul guide. Besides that, there was another object, glowing with a mysterious brilliance, a Kar 98K dedicated bullet pouch with a capacity of 15. Its function is to store bullets condensed with soul power. Chen Dong just used the 98K, which indeed has significant power, but it has a drawback. Each shot almost consumes all of Chen Dong's soul power. This means that in crucial moments of battle, if his soul power is exhausted, Chen Dong will be in danger. However, with this exclusive bullet pouch, Chen Dong can store his soul power and prepare 15 bullets. With the power of the god-slaying gun, 15 bullets, it can definitely slay gods. Chapter 12. X-ray vision, white. However, when it comes to the god level or titled Douluo level, even if Chen Dong holds a god-slaying gun, it is difficult to hit the opponent directly. It is very likely that before he has a chance to shoot, he could be killed by the opponent. Even a long-range sneak attack, a master at the titled Douluo level can keenly sense the dynamics around them within a few hundred meters. They have an instinctive awareness of impending threats. Not to mention powerful titled Douluo like Bibi, who possesses a domain. Given Chen Dong's strength, it will be difficult to succeed even in a sneak attack. However, ordinary soul masters or soul beasts with slightly weaker strength and without domains won't have such luck. The exclusive bullet pouch can be directly mounted on Chen Dong's martial soul as an accessory to the 98K. Chen Dong skillfully attached the special bullet pouch, designed for soul power manipulators, onto his 98K, making it appear as though an unusual black pouch had emerged from his martial soul. However, for those unfamiliar with his martial soul, there wouldn't be any obvious changes. Then, Chen Dong picked up another piece of special equipment. This was a holographic sight which, like the bullet pouch, was also exclusive equipment that could not be used on ordinary firearms, but could similarly be attached to Chen Dong's 98K martial soul. Chen Dong held the holographic sight in his hand and examined it carefully. On the surface, it looked like an ordinary holographic sight, but there was a strange halo around the lens, and the overall appearance was more mysterious, adorned with complex and unusual patterns. After inspecting the holographic sight, Chen Dong curiously placed it in front of his eyes to observe. Looking through the holographic sight at the surrounding objects, he could see everything much more clearly. He took the holographic sight down and observed again with his naked eye, then compared it once more by placing the sight in front of his eyes. Chen Dong discovered that the magnification of the holographic sight is approximately 1.5 times. Observing through the holographic sight, it seems as if everything in front of him is contained within a small frame, making it clearer and more detailed. However, just as Chen Dong was moving the holographic sight around to observe, the lens passed in front of Bibi Dong. Chen Dong was momentarily stunned, his whole body stiffening. In an instant, his heartbeat even slowed down a bit. Opposite him, Bibi Dong was sizing him up, suddenly feeling an inexplicable sensation of being watched by some mysterious presence. It felt as if she was being seen through by Chen Dong. There was a strange feeling all over her body, as if she were standing in front of Chen Dong, completely naked. A fiery gaze seemed to sweep over her body. Noticing an unnatural expression on Bibi Dong's face, Chen Dong quickly retracted his holographic sight. One hand tightly grasped the holographic sight, while the other hand, feeling uneasy, clenched into a small fist, his face flushed bright red. His mind was filled with so white, so big, and he didn't expect the teacher to actually wear purple. Truly his taste. Bibi Dong's eyebrows slightly furrowed as she looked at Chen Dong with confusion. Little guy, what's wrong? And nothing. Chen Dong quickly installed the holographic sight onto the aiming hole of the 98K while speaking. As his exclusive equipment, it could be directly attached to the 98K spirit. With a swipe, Chen Dong retracted his soul power, and the 98K vanished into his palm. However, he soon discovered that as an accessory to his martial soul, he could directly summon the holographic sight's functionality into his field of vision with just a thought. He could also expand the surrounding scenery into a small box. Unable to help himself, Chen Dong once again swept his gaze over Bibi Dong, momentarily lost in thought. There was no way around it. It wasn't that my resolve was weak, but the teacher's strength was just too astonishing. Chen Dong hurriedly operated his soul power, disabling the function of the holographic sight. Little guy, what functions do these items you just put away have? Why can they all be directly attached to your martial soul? Hearing Bibi Dong's question, Chen Dong immediately coughed violently. He had choked on his saliva. Cough, cough. Teacher, that backpack-shaped object is a soul guide, possessing 250 independent spaces for storing items. And I can keep it inside me. What? A soul guide? Bibi Dong was taken aback. She didn't expect that your second martial soul was truly extraordinary, and this so-called airdrop would actually deliver a soul guide to you. A soul guide with 250 independent spaces is rare throughout the entire continent. What about the other items? Seeing that Bibi Dong didn't seem to notice anything unusual, Chen Dong finally breathed a sigh of relief. That black bag is a special accessory for my martial soul. It can store my excess soul power inside, allowing me to use it all at once during combat. Bibi Dong's eyes lit up. This function was simply tailor-made for Chen Dong's martial soul. She had seen how powerful Chen Dong's god-slaying gun was just now. However, she also clearly saw that with just that one shot, Chen Dong had almost drained all of his soul power, which was not conducive to sustained combat. If he had an item that could store soul power, it would make up for this shortcoming. And what about the little thing you just took out? It looks like a soul guide for observation and monitoring, right? Yes, it's a holographic sight. It allows me to magnify my field of vision in front of me by 1.5 times, observe distant situations, and see things more clearly. No, little guy, you're lying again. It definitely has more than just that simple clarity. When you were explaining your first soul skill to Yuan earlier, I already knew you were holding back. Sigh, forget it. Since you are unwilling to say, you must have your own considerations, and I won't ask further. Bibi Dong said this, but Chen Dong hesitated in his heart. After all, he didn't want to hide anything from Bibi Dong. If this small matter caused some distance in her heart, or if it planted a seed of distrust, it would undoubtedly affect their relationship in the future. After struggling for a moment, a look of determination flashed in Chen Dong's eyes. Forget it. At worst, I'll get scolded or beaten by the teacher. But I must be an honest child. Teacher, my third piece of equipment has another function. What is it? Bibi Dong looked at Chen Dong with a complex expression. After all, judging from Chen Dong's performance just now, this function was likely to have something peculiar about it. It's X-ray vision. Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow. She calmly gazed at Chen Dong, without any fluctuation in her tone, saying, "Is that so? Show me how it works." Saying this, she placed her fair hands in front of Chen Dong. Chen Dong's small face flushed. He lowered his head, like a student who had made a mistake and had certain undesirable reading materials confiscated by the teacher, filled with a sense of shame. Chen Dong summoned his god-slaying gun martial soul and removed the accessory holographic sight. After hesitating for a moment, with a determination akin to facing death, he placed the holographic sight in Bibi Dong's hand with one hand. Then he let his hands drop, lowered his head slightly, and anxiously stared at his toes, not daring to meet Bibi Dong's gaze. Chapter 13. Aiming at the teacher, Bibi Dong curiously held the holographic sight and examined it, then imitated Chen Dong's earlier action by placing the holographic sight in front of one of her eyes. Soon, Bibi Dong's entire body froze. Especially when she swept the holographic sight over Chen Dong in front of her, she finally understood what Chen Dong meant by perspective. Seeing Chen Dong's anxious demeanor, with his little face flushed, his head lowered in embarrassment, looking pitiful, Bibi Dong's expression remained calm as she handed the holographic sight back to Chen Dong. "All right, teacher has a general understanding of the specific function of your so-called holographic sight. The degree of perspective is not very strong, only a few centimeters in distance. Generally speaking, as long as the enemy is behind a building, it will be very difficult to see through. Moreover, if soul power is consciously used to block, the perspective effect will also disappear. It's not a particularly powerful skill, so do not overly rely on this perspective ability." Chen Dong looked up in surprise, foolishly took the holographic sight, and said dejectedly, "Teacher, I was wrong. Please punish me." "Why should I punish you?" "I'm sorry, teacher. I didn't know at first that the holographic sight had X-ray capabilities, so during the experiment, What did you see?" I saw your body." When Chen Dong said this, his ears turned red like two boiled little lobsters. Bibi Dong touched his head and sighed with some affection. "Silly child. You didn't know in advance. Ignorance is no crime." Feeling the warmth from her palm, Chen Dong looked up at Bibi Dong. "Teacher, aren't you angry?" Bibi Dong extended a slender white finger and gently tapped Chen Dong's head. "What's wrong? Do you think of me as such a narrow-minded person?" "Not narrow-minded," Chen Dong said without hesitation, and then added in his heart, "My heart is exceptionally vast, I can attest. It really is." Bibi Dong looked at him with amusement. "Little guy, since you're so afraid of being punished by the teacher, why say it out loud? If you don't say it, I won't know." Hearing this, Chen Dong raised his head to look at Bibi Dong and said seriously, "Teacher, I would rather be punished by you than deceive you. I have said before, you are the person I trust the most in this world, and I will never deceive you at any time." Bibi Dong stared blankly at Chen Dong in front of him. The little guy's face had a hint of redness due to guilt. The purity in his gaze showed no trace of any evil thoughts. Considering he was only 6 years old, what did he understand? Moreover, this child lived alone in the forest, perhaps having lost his mother at a young age. He didn't even know what a woman's body meant. He certainly wouldn't understand the taboos involved. Sigh. Bibi Dong bent down, feeling a pang of heartache, and reached out with both hands to touch Chen Dong's head. Gently comforting him, she said, "The teacher is not blaming you, so don't take it to heart. Little guy, put your scope away, but remember, don't take it out easily except when in battle, especially after returning to Soul Master City. Don't use it to observe others lightly. Understand?" Chen Dong nodded heavily. Feeling the vibrations coming from his head, he said in a deep voice, "Teacher, I remember." He reinstalled the holographic sight on the 98K and then withdrew his martial soul into his palm. However, there was one thing Chen Dong did not tell Bibi Dong, that the holographic sight could be used directly within his body as long as he activated his soul power, without needing to summon the 98K. But Chen Dong would never reveal this. After all, such an ability had no special signs after use. Who would know if he had used it at that moment? Revealing it would only make Bibi Dong uneasy, constantly doubting whether Chen Dong was using that ability again. Such honesty would do more harm than good. Therefore, although there was still a flicker of uncertainty in Chen Dong's eyes, Bibi Dong thought he was immersed in shame and sadness. So she didn't think much of it. "Little guy, besides your strange martial soul's exclusive equipment, what are these unusual things on the ground?" Seeing the curious light in Bibi Dong's eyes, she picked up a revolver. Chen Dong reluctantly released Bibi Dong. "Teacher, this weapon is similar to my martial soul. It is also a type of gun. However, its lethality is not as strong as my martial soul. But it has one advantage. It does not consume soul power during use and can be activated at any time. Even an ordinary person with no strength can use it to kill powerful soul masters. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong was taken aback. Impossible. How could an ordinary person kill a soul master? How much lethality can such a small weapon possibly have? Chen Dong pondered for a moment. Without a comparison of strength, it was difficult for him to judge the soul master's words. But if it was a soul beast like the faceless demon spider that had just been killed, it definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the lethality of this revolver. Huh? Bibi Dong looked at the small revolver in her hand with some surprise. If she didn't know that Chen Dong would never deceive her, she would have suspected that he was just talking nonsense. This small thing didn't look like it could kill a faceless demon spider at all. After thinking for a moment, Bibi Dong handed the revolver to Chen Dong and said, "Little guy, you take your revolver and attack me. Let me see its power." Chen Dong stared blankly at Bibi Dong, then said, "Teacher, why must it be this way? Can't we just find a soul beast casually in the forest? What if you get hurt? Hurt me?" Bibi Dong chuckled lightly and replied, "Little one, you know nothing about power. With a weapon in your hand, it's impossible to hurt me. Do you remember what I told you about soul master levels? It's time to tell you that I am a titled Douluo, which means I am one of the strongest beings on the continent." Although Chen Dong already knew about Bibi Dong's strength, he still exaggeratedly opened his mouth in surprise, looking at her with awe and admiration. "Wow, so you're this powerful, teacher. That's great. No one will dare to bully me anymore. But even so, I will still protect you for a lifetime." Bibi Dong looked at Chen Dong's childish expression with amusement, and the coldness in her eyes was replaced by softness. Watching Chen Dong's shining eyes and his admiration for her, Bibi Dong couldn't help but feel a sense of pride deep within her heart. With her strength, power, and status, countless people complimented her. However, Bibi Dong greatly despised the flattery and compliments from those people. But at this moment, seeing Chen Dong excitedly clapping his little hands and looking at her with admiration, a sense of pride and satisfaction emerged in her heart. "Little one, now you know the teacher's strength, right? So, you can boldly shoot at me without worrying about hurting me." Chapter 14, Teacher, I'm going to shoot again. Teacher, this is a revolver. It can fire 6 shots in a row, and its killing power is extremely strong at close range, with very fast speed. You'd better summon your martial soul to protect yourself. Chen Dong was still worried and reminded Bibi Dong once again. Bibi Dong looked at Chen Dong with a cautious expression, her small face filled with tension, afraid that she might really get hurt. Although she knew that with Chen Dong's small pistol, it was impossible for him to actually hurt her, she still felt a warmth from his subconscious concern. "Little guy, you have no idea how powerful a titled Douluo is. All right, the teacher knows what to do. Come on, shoot at the teacher." Chen Dong, I've never heard such a strange request. "All right, teacher, be careful. For the first shot, I will aim for your, left arm position, so please pay attention to your defense." Bibi Dong shook her head with a smile. Really childish, still worried about her getting hurt. "All right, teacher is ready. Come on, shoot me boldly." Chen Dong couldn't help but shiver as he held the revolver in his right hand. "Teacher, your speed is too fast. It's easy for me to shake like this." He opened the revolver's cylinder, grabbed a handful of golden bullets, and loaded them in. Click! He closed the chamber and took a nervous breath. Raising the revolver, he aimed at Bibi Dong's left arm. "Teacher, be careful, I'm going to shoot." Then Chen Dong gently pulled the trigger. Just as the firing pin struck the primer of the cartridge, Bibi Dong's pupils contracted. Instinctively, her left hand shot up. With a gunshot, a black shadow surged toward Bibi Dong at a terrifying speed. With no time to speak, the soul power instantly surged in her raised left hand. At that moment, the air seemed to distort slightly. A barely perceptible small shadow paused in the air for a moment. The next second, a somewhat flattened golden bullet pressed against the palm of Bibi Dong's hand, sending a fiery pain through her palm. Bibi Dong gently pinched the bullet, examining it closely. It turned out to be just ordinary brass. She hadn't expected that even in a state of full concentration and having anticipated the impact location, she still almost got hurt. Moreover, although the bullet experienced a momentary pause under her influence, reducing its kinetic energy to the minimum, it still possessed terrifying penetrating power when striking her palm. Bibi Dong believed that if an ordinary soul master encountered such an attack, they would definitely be caught off guard. Teacher, at this moment, Chen Dong looked nervously at Bibi Dong. Are you all right? Shaking her head gently, Bibi Dong put away the bullet and said, Little guy, you underestimate the power of a titled Douluo. I'm fine, and I already have a general understanding of the power of this weapon. What is it called? Looking at the flattened bullet in Bibi Dong's hand, Chen Dong couldn't help but sigh. This is catching bullets with bare hands. A dream realized. Will I reach such a level? By the way, teacher, this is called a bullet. What I just loaded into the revolver was the bullet. The revolver needs this kind of bullet to fire, and my martial soul requires bullets condensed from soul power to shoot. Bullets? Although I don't know the principles of the handgun, the killing power brought by the bullet's flight speed is enormous. However, when using the handgun to attack, you need to aim in advance. Moreover, the bullet cannot change direction once in flight. It can only attack fixed targets if the target is prepared. It's difficult to hit an agile soul master head-on, and even when a defensive soul master summons their martial soul, it's hard to injure them if they're on guard. But I believe that soul masters on the continent have never experienced the power of a handgun, so they will definitely be caught off guard. Although the bullet cannot be controlled by soul power during flight, making it hard to manipulate freely. This also means that there are no fluctuations in soul power when using it, making it difficult to defend against. Therefore, it can be used in conjunction with soul skills to achieve unexpected effects. In terms of killing power, it's hard for soul masters below level 50 to withstand it head-on. Little guy, I was originally worried that you wouldn't have a certain level of self-defense ability before growing up, but now with the revolver, I believe you can hold your own against soul masters below level 50. Chen Dong did not expect that Bibi Dong not only emerged unscathed, but also managed to analyze the combat characteristics, advantages, and disadvantages of the revolver so clearly after just being shot by him once. Moreover, she provided him with targeted advice. Looking at Bibi Dong, who wholeheartedly considered his interests and constantly guided him, he felt a sense of admiration. Chen Dong couldn't help but take a quick step forward, rushing into Bibi Dong's embrace and tightly holding on her thigh. Teacher, you are so good to me. Bibi Dong smiled and bent down, wrapping her arms around Chen Dong's back to lift him up, bringing his little face close to her. Little one, you are truly extraordinary. Sometimes, I even wonder if you're truly the best gift that heaven has given me. You have the best martial soul, and I will definitely gather the best resources to help you grow. Chen Dong nodded blankly and then said, I still have the best teacher. Bibi Dong patted Chen Dong on the back and set him down. Little guy, you just said that the revolver can fire continuously, right? Show me the effect of continuous attacks. Chen Dong nodded. Since it was confirmed that the bullets were not enough to harm Bibi Dong, he felt relieved. Teacher, this time I won't tell you where I'm shooting in advance. You'd better summon your martial soul for defense. Bibi Dong lazily smiled and said, Don't worry, little guy. You still can't surpass your teacher. All right, teacher, I'm going to shoot again. Be careful. As he spoke, Chen Dong gently flicked his hand. Clap, 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 clap. In an instant, the dark and quiet little forest was filled with the thrilling sound of clapping. Chen Dong was excitedly gripping the revolver, firing 5 shots at Bibi Dong in quick succession. The angles of the bullets became increasingly bizarre, but Bibi Dong's reaction was even faster. The sound of metal clashing echoed in the air. The next second, Chen Dong's vision blurred for a moment, and he realized that Bibi Dong was already standing in front of him, holding 2 flattened bullet shells in one hand and a revolver in the other. Chen Dong looked down and realized that, without knowing when, his handgun had ended up in Bibi Dong's hands. Teacher, you are too strong. I fired 5 shots, and they didn't work. Bibi Dong shook her head and handed the revolver back to Chen Dong. Little one, I want you to remember that no matter how powerful a handgun is, it is ultimately just an external force. It can be used as a surprise weapon and to leverage strength, but you must never rely on it as your crutch or trump card. For soul masters, your own martial soul and soul power are fundamental. The attack method of a handgun is singular. One can anticipate your actions of raising the gun and the direction of the muzzle, making it easy to dodge bullets. Moreover, as the user of the handgun, your own strength is also crucial. Do you understand? Chapter 14, 10,000-Year Soul Ring. Chen Dong looked at the serious and earnest Bibi Dong, feeling a warmth flowing in his heart. He knew that Bibi Dong said this for his own good, fearing that he might become too reliant on firearms and neglect the cultivation of his own martial soul. Chen Dong revealed a sweet smile at the corners of his mouth and ran in front of Bibi Dong. He gently hugged her thigh and rubbed his little face against her leg. With a sweet smile, he said, Teacher, don't worry. I know you're doing this for my own good. I won't slack off in my soul cultivation. I'm already at level 17. As long as I continue to work hard, I'll soon be able to obtain my second soul ring. I want to become strong early on to protect you from being bullied by bad people. Bibi Dong was taken aback. She looked at Chen Dong in disbelief, her eyes flashing with shock. Little guy, what did you say? You're already at level 17? Chen Dong revealed a shy smile at the corner of his mouth, scratched his head, and said awkwardly, "Although I feel like I didn't waste anything while absorbing the soul ring, my level only increased to level 17. It's a pity that the first soul ring I absorbed was just from a 1,000-year-old man-faced demon spider. If only it had been a 10,000-year soul beast." Hearing Chen Dong say this, Bibi Dong immediately discontentedly extended a finger and lightly tapped Chen Dong's forehead. "Little guy, you reached level 17 right after absorbing your first soul ring, and you're still not satisfied? You should know that other soul masters, even the most talented ones, can only reach level 14 after absorbing their first soul ring, and most can only increase by 2 or 3 levels. However, you've already reached level 17, and with your soul skills, you can hunt soul beasts to increase your soul power. I believe it won't be long before you have your second soul ring. Plus, with your punishment talent skill, you can absorb soul rings that are 100 times your own level. This way, you will have 2,000-year soul rings in a short time. Compared to other soul masters of the same age, you will achieve an absolute leading position." Chen Dong scratched his head awkwardly and glanced at Bibi Dong. After some hesitation, he said, "Teacher, I'm afraid I might disappoint you." Bibi Dong looked at Chen Dong with confusion. "What's wrong, little guy? Is something the matter?" Bibi Dong's tone carried a hint of concern and urgency. Chen Dong hesitated for a moment. "Teacher, after my punishment upgraded to Spirit Breath punishment, the years of soul rings I can absorb have also changed. It has now become 1,000 times. 1,000 times?" Bibi Dong was taken aback, but she quickly reacted. "Little guy, are you saying that your second soul ring can absorb a 10,000-year black soul ring? To be precise, when I reach level 20, 1,000 times should be 20,000 years." Chen Dong's calm tone seemed to have no fluctuations at all. However, in an instant, even as the strongest titled law on the mainland and the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple, Bibi Dong was left stunned. After a moment of daze, she finally reacted, looking at Chen Dong in disbelief. "Little guy, before you appeared, I always thought the strongest martial spirit was that one. I didn't expect there to be such a perverse martial spirit like yours. It seems I need to prepare well for you to obtain your second spirit ring. There aren't many 10,000-year soul beasts suitable for your martial spirit. It would be best to find one that's 20,000 years old." In fact, Chen Dong hadn't revealed everything. His absorbable spirit rings include those of 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, level 1 divine ring, level 2 divine ring, level 3 divine ring, king of God's spirit ring, and creation god ring. However, involving gods and creation gods is too shocking. So Chen Dong temporarily decided not to tell Bibi Dong. Although Chen Dong was a bit surprised about where he would obtain the final creation spirit ring and how a titled Douluo like himself would kill the creation god. With such talent, he wouldn't need to rely on hard cultivation to improve his strength like other soul masters. Chen Dong excitedly said, "Teacher, I believe that as long as I hunt soul beasts for a few more days and continuously absorb their soul power, it won't be long before I can obtain a 10,000-year soul ring." Bibi Dong shook her head and calmly analyzed, "Little guy, at first I thought your soul power level was only around level 14, and I was planning to accompany you in the soul beast forest to hunt soul beasts. One reason was to train your strength, and the other was to raise your soul power level. But now your soul power is about to break through, so you need to return with me to Soul Master City to receive systematic training on soul master cultivation, and then come back to hunt soul beasts to enhance your strength. Your foundation is currently very weak. There are many basic concepts you need to learn slowly, such as soul beasts, soul rings, soul power cultivation, combat, and so on. It's also time to teach you some etiquette of human society." Back to Soul Master City? Chen Dong reluctantly glanced at the forest. "Teacher, I thought you would choose to let me hunt soul beasts. It seems that to take revenge on those despicable soul beasts, I will have to wait until later." Bibi Dong looked at Chen Dong with amusement. "Little guy, don't be anxious. With your talent, the next soul ring hunting in the soul hunting forest is not suitable for you. When the time comes, I will personally accompany you to obtain your second soul ring." Chen Dong nodded solemnly and said, "Teacher, don't worry. I will definitely complete the goals you set for me as soon as possible through the basic training of soul masters. It doesn't matter if I take a bit more time. As long as I hunt soul beasts, I can directly enhance my strength, and I don't need to be too anxious." "All right, that's enough, little guy. You've wasted so much time. Gather the remaining supplies and put them in your soul guide device. Remember, don't easily let others know about them." Chen Dong picked up these items and placed them in his level 3 backpack. Then he took out one hand grenade and one smoke bomb and handed them to Bibi Dong. "Teacher, I know you are powerful, But these two weapons each have their own characteristics. I believe they can help you in battle in the future. Bibi Dong looked at Chen Dong's caring eyes and then gently shook her head with a smile. Little guy, it's better for you to keep these things for your own protection. The teacher doesn't need them. Teacher, actually, the lethality of a hand grenade is very strong, especially when the opponent is unaware. It can explode in an instant. Bibi Dong waved her hand. Little guy, I know you care about me, but don't worry. With my strength, along with the protection of Gui, Mei, and Yuguan, I absolutely do not need to use these things. If you really want to protect me, then grow up quickly, and you will be able to protect me then. All right. Chen Dong regretfully put away these items. Bibi Dong had not yet seen the power of these weapons. With only 2 grenades, Chen Dong couldn't detonate one on the spot for Bibi Dong to experiment with. He could only temporarily store them and wait until he obtained more weapons from his airdrop box in the future. Then he could use them for experiments with Bibi Dong, believing that she would not refuse his goodwill by then. He placed all the supplies in his Tier 3 backpack, which became completely invisible when worn. Then Chen Dong put on the Tier 1 bulletproof vest, as it could withstand bullet damage. Even if it couldn't fully negate the attacks of Soul Masters, it could still protect him. After some thought, he temporarily tossed the gray, ordinary helmet into the backpack, deciding to use it during combat instead. Wearing it now would be too unattractive. Although it wasn't green, the style was indeed unappealing. Moreover, it was quite conspicuous, and Chen Dong didn't want to attract attention wherever he went. All right, little one, the teacher will take you back to Spirit City. Are we finally going to Spirit City? Starting a beautiful cohabitation life with Bibi Dong? Chapter 15, Spirit City, Hall of the Pope. Hulayina, after waiting for a long time. Yuguan and Gui Mei saw Bibi Dong return with Chen Dong and wisely refrained from asking too many questions. They had no intention of probing into what the so-called airdrop was. Soon, Yuguan and Gui Mei drove a huge carriage, taking Bibi Dong and Chen Dong away from the soul-hunting forest. Along the way, Bibi Dong continuously explained some basic knowledge about the Douluo continent to Chen Dong in the carriage. For example, some common knowledge about the Spirit Hall, the Tiando Empire, and the Xingluo Empire, as well as the continent's customs, power distribution, and the cultivation path of Soul Masters, etc. Chen Dong combined his previous memories of Douluo continent with Bibi Dong's explanations, and along the way, he had gained a lot of understanding of this world. Moreover, he no longer needed to pretend to be ignorant. Finally, the carriage arrived at Soul Master City. Chen Dong saw a huge city from a distance, with city walls reaching a height of 80 meters, looking extremely majestic from afar. The walls were more than 30 meters thick, entirely built of granite. From Bibi Dong's narration, Chen Dong learned that this city did not originally exist and was completely funded by the Spirit Hall. Moreover, what was most peculiar was that the Spirit City was not rectangular like ordinary cities, but hexagonal. This meant there were a total of 6 city walls, patrolled by Soul Masters dressed in the Spirit Hall's special attire. Each of the 6 walls featured a large relief sculpture, symbolizing 6 powerful spirits. Entering the Spirit City, one felt a sense of emptiness. There were not many pedestrians on the streets, and the shops were few. However, the faces of the passers-by were filled with a satisfaction and happiness not seen in other cities, indicating that these ordinary residents lived quite well. The entire city was built around a hill, on which stood 2 very prominent buildings. The building halfway up the hill was the most grand, clearly visible even from such a distance. It was a colonnade structure with a dome, and the exterior was covered in a golden material, shining brightly under the sunlight. That was the brand new Papal Palace, which was also the residence of his teacher, Bibi Dong. The other building was at the top of the hill. Compared to the Papal Palace, it was much smaller, about the size of 13 Papal Palaces. The architectural structure was somewhat similar, but its exterior was as white as jade, far less eye-catching than the Papal Palace. That much smaller building was the highest-ranking existence in the Spirit Hall, the Douluo Palace. Looking at the distant Douluo Palace, Chen Dong's eyes narrowed slightly. He already knew that all the individuals inside the Douluo Palace were titled Douluos with levels exceeding 95, and crucially, many of them were adversaries of Bibi Dong. The carriage smoothly entered the hillside where the Papal Palace was located, with Bibi Dong not showing herself in the carriage. Inside the carriage, Chen Dong lowered the curtain, suppressing his curiosity and refraining from looking around. He bowed his head, pondering which titled Douluos in the Douluo Palace could be won over or utilized, and which were absolute enemies. Many details were also unclear to Chen Dong, requiring careful recollection. At this moment, Bibi Dong noticed Chen Dong with his head down, looking worried and lost in thought. She assumed he was anxious about suddenly arriving in a completely new environment. A hint of pity flickered in her eyes as she lovingly embraced Chen Dong, gently stroking his small face. Startled from his contemplation, Chen Dong looked at the suddenly gentle Bibi Dong, feeling a bit dazed. In a muffled voice, he curiously asked, "Teacher?" To Bibi Dong, this voice sounded so weak and endearing. Poor child, wandering alone in the forest, teetering on the edge of life and death every day. Sigh. Bibi Dong held Chen Dong tightly. Little one, don't be afraid. You'll have a home from now on. Those days are behind you, and I won't let you suffer anymore. Chen Dong finally understood that Bibi Dong had misunderstood him, feeling the warmth emanating from Bibi Dong. Chen Dong also reached out his small hands and tightly hugged her waist. Although his arms still resembled those of a 6-year-old child, Bibi Dong's waist was incredibly slender, and Chen Dong still held on her tightly. He mumbled, "From now on, I have a home in this world." Bibi Dong looked at the clingy little guy, and a faint smile appeared on her lips, gently removing the veil from her face. As Chen Dong looked up, he was met with her breathtaking beauty. Although he could use the holographic scope to see through the veil at any time and had seen her true face during their journey, at that moment, seeing Bibi Dong without her veil, he realized how astonishingly beautiful she was. Noble, elegant, serene, various beautiful words seemed to apply to her. Time had left no trace on her. Her stunning visage was complemented by a pair of gem-like phoenix eyes, which added a touch of authority to her appearance. However, these beautiful eyes also held a hint of affection and a smile as they gently gazed at Chen Dong. "Teacher, you are so beautiful." Chen Dong gazed at Bibi Dong with admiration and said in a daze, "You mustn't let Bibi Dong know that I can see through her veil. It would be unreasonable not to be shocked by such a face upon first seeing it." Sure enough, women love to be complimented. Being praised for her beauty by a little child, especially such a cute little guy who gazed at her so intently, made Bibi Dong feel quite pleased. She affectionately pinched Chen Dong's small nose and said, "Little guy, when you grow up, you will definitely be a charming little rascal. Your words are too sweet." Chen Dong said seriously, "But beauty is beauty, teacher. Should I lie to you?" Bibi Dong stared blankly at Chen Dong. Her disciple not only had outstanding talent and a unique martial soul, but also had remarkable looks. Even at such a young age, he made her heart flutter. Thinking of this, she looked at the little guy and suddenly thought of her other disciple. She wondered what kind of expression the mischievous Nana would have when she met this adorable little guy. But with how cute he was, Nana probably wouldn't bully him, right? After all, that little girl Nana loved to play pranks. At this moment, at the entrance of the Pope's palace, a lovely little girl stood there, with her hands clasped in front of her chest, eagerly looking towards the foot of the mountain, constantly turning around. Although her face still had a hint of childishness, there was already a natural, enchanting charm about her. The girl's name was Hulaina, with a charming face mixed with a seductive aura. Her black hair just reaching her shoulders. Her skin had a faint pink hue, making her extremely beautiful, and her phoenix eyes sparkled, captivating anyone who looked into them. Her lips resembled cherry blossoms, evoking endless imagination. Along the way, the guards the carriage encountered had already respectfully knelt down to pay their respects upon seeing Yu Guan and Gue Mei. When the carriage entered the main gate of the Pope's palace and came to a stop, Hulaina couldn't wait to dash to the side of the carriage, leaping up in one swift motion, intending to give Bibi Dong a big bear hug. She really missed her teacher. Chapter 16. Which girl doesn't love bags? "All right, little guy, we're home." The carriage came to a steady stop. Bibi Dong looked at the little Chen Dong in her arms, gently holding him close as she was about to lift the curtain to get down. Just then, a crisp teacher rang out. The curtain of the carriage was suddenly lifted by a gust of wind, and a figure rushed towards Chen Dong at an astonishing speed, arms wide open, diving straight at him. Unprepared, Chen Dong's whole body tensed up in an instant. During the difficult times he spent surviving alone in the forest, he had lived every day with his nerves on edge, always on guard against danger. It wasn't until he met Bibi Dong that he relaxed his defenses. Now, this sudden attack made Chen Dong's muscles tense up again. He had enough experience dealing with surprise attacks. His brain instantly analyzed the best emergency response plan. Judging by the posture, the open arms indicated a bear-like attack, a method he remembered vividly. The heaviest scar on his thigh was left by a bear. In the blink of an eye, without thinking for more than 0.01 seconds, a surge of soul power erupted from Chen Dong, and he kicked hard at the shadow in front of him that resembled a bear. In that split second, Hulaina, who had dashed into the carriage, instinctively wanted to block upon seeing a large foot suddenly appear in front of her. However, Bibi Dong, who was holding Chen Dong, was obviously faster and used her soul power to protect him. After all, the level difference between Chen Dong and Hulaina was too great. Hulaina was already a soul master and was about to reach soul sect. A mere attack from Chen Dong, who was only a soul apprentice, wouldn't hurt her. But if her counterattack hit Chen Dong, the little guy would definitely get hurt. Therefore, the final result was that Chen Dong's instinctive kick landed squarely on Hulaina's body. Hulaina, who had just lunged into the carriage, was sent flying out, but she didn't fall to the ground. Instead, Guan, standing by, caught her by the arm and lightly turned, gently placing Hulaina on the ground. He shook his head and sighed. "It's over, little guy. I can't help you this time. Just hope for the best." At this moment, Bibi Dong floated out of the carriage holding Chen Dong. Hulaina rubbed her chest fiercely, her eyes flashing with anger and unwillingness. Swish, swish, swish. 2 soul rings suddenly lit up on Hulaina. Yellow, yellow, purple. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings for a soul master. Just then, Bibi Dong snorted coldly, "Nana, stop." Hearing Bibi Dong's unquestionable cold voice, Hulaina was taken aback. All her soul rings retracted. She pointed at Chen Dong in Bibi Dong's arms, feeling wronged. "Teacher, who is he? Why did he sneak attack me?" At that moment, Chen Dong noticed Hulaina in front of him and looked at the big footprint left on her chest. Although Hulaina was small, her body was already exceptionally mature. Therefore, Chen Dong's footprint was split in half, looking extremely comical. Chen Dong's little face turned red, and he hurriedly jumped down from Bibi Dong's arms. I'm sorry, this little sister. I didn't mean it. I thought there was a bear attacking, and it was instinctive." "Bear?" Hulaina's eyes widened in disbelief as she pointed at Chen Dong. She then looked down at her own developing figure. How could she resemble a bear with that body? Are you calling me a bear?" "Teacher, don't stop me. I must teach him a lesson today. I'll fight you." Bibi Dong found Hulaina's outburst amusing and shot a disapproving glance at Chen Dong. The little guy had never interacted with girls before, so how could he say such things about a girl, especially a beauty like Hulaina? No one could tolerate that. It seemed she needed to teach the little guy some basic knowledge about interactions between boys and girls. Bibi Dong gently rubbed Hulaina's head. All right, Laina, don't be angry. You're so grown up. Why are you arguing with a little child?" At this moment, Hulaina realized that Chen Dong was just a little kid. Moreover, he had just been affectionately held by Bibi Dong. His name is Chen Dong. He is the teacher's new disciple, and from now on, he will be your little junior brother. You entered the sect a few years earlier than him, so you have to take good care of him and not bully him. Do you hear? Bullying him? Hulaina, who already felt that someone had stolen her teacher's affection, looked down at the footprint on her chest. She immediately pointed at Chen Dong in grievance, her finger trembling with anger. "Clearly, he bullied me, okay? Teacher, Grandpa Gue, are you going to do something? Someone is bullying me." Yuguan, the little guy is so small and calls me uncle. Laina, you're making me very sad. He immediately pretended to look at the sky. The sky in Spirit City seems particularly blue today. Gue Mayware, I want to see too. I'm sorry, senior sister. At this moment, Chen Dong also looked sincere, his eyes filled with guilt. Anyone who kicked a beautiful and lively little girl hard in the chest would feel guilty, right? Especially if it was his own senior sister. The future saintess of the Spirit Hall, Hulaina. For a moment, Chen Dong felt a bit at a loss. "Senior sister, I apologize to you. Please don't be angry with me." After thinking for a moment, Chen Dong had an idea. A strange little backpack appeared in his hands. "I'm sorry, senior sister, I didn't mean it. This is a soul guide device with 150 independent spaces. I give it to you as compensation. Please forgive me." "What?" Hulaina was slightly stunned, clearly not expecting Chen Dong to react this way. The little guy's attitude in admitting his mistake was very earnest, and his expression indeed showed that he felt genuinely guilty. After calming down, Hulaina thought about her earlier actions and realized that she had been a bit reckless and impulsive. If she hadn't seen what was happening in the carriage and barged in, if she were in the carriage, Chen Dong barging in like that would probably have ended worse. The key point was seeing the strange backpack in Chen Dong's hand, which turned out to be a soul guide device. What kind of big family was the teacher's new little junior brother from? Or was he a royal member? She had never heard of a prominent family with the surname Chen. To bring out a soul guide device on their first meeting, how generous. What girl could resist the temptation of a bag? However, this little kid couldn't be bluffing, right? How could such a small child know what a soul guide device was? Hulaina, somewhat doubtful, took the first level backpack from Chen Dong's hands, but after just one glance, her eyes burst with surprise. Wow, it really is a soul guide device. That's amazing, teacher. This one has so much more space than the soul guide device you gave me. Watching Hulaina's face filled with joy as she held the first-level backpack and kept gesturing and showing it off. Chen Dong let out a long sigh of relief. Sure enough, no matter which dimension, bags are a powerful tool for charming women. The saying that bags can cure all ailments is just like that. Are you single? Have you learned it? Chapter 17. Targeted by the little fox, Bibi Dong watched as Hulaina kept fiddling with her bag, posing in front of her body and thinking about where to hang the bag for the best look. A smile crept onto her lips as she subtly shook her head. Then, with a hint of annoyance, she shot a glance at Chen Dong. HMPF. The little brat hasn't even given a bag to the teacher yet. At such a young age, he already knows how to win girls' hearts. It seems he needs to be properly educated. Just as Chen Dong had relaxed, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Bibi Dong's nonchalant glance. The charm in that look made Chen Dong's heart race, and in an instant, all his muscles tensed up, sensing a danger. What's going on? Was there something wrong with my previous handling? Is the teacher unhappy with me? Am I going to fall out of favor? All right, Laina, you've received the gift. Are you still angry with your little junior brother? Hulaina proudly slung 2 backpacks over her arms, satisfied with her appearance. Then she rubbed her slightly numb areas and switched to a different soul tool. Not a loss. She wasn't angry for now. In the future, it would depend on his performance. Oomph, she said, her little face looking proud. However, after sizing up Chen Dong, a smile appeared at the corners of her mouth, and her eyes narrowed slightly. She looked like a little fox, bending down to watch Chen Dong, reaching out to pinch his cute little face. Feeling guilty, Chen Dong could only submit, displaying a pitiful expression. Little junior brother, that soul tool, just now, can be considered a gift for your apology. Seeing your sister is magnanimous and 1T hold it against you. I accept it and forgive you for kicking me. But, at this point, a slight glint flashed in Hulaina's eyes. Didn't you have any gifts for senior sister when we first met? You should know that I was the top dog in the martial soul city. If you want to get by here, you'll need my protection. So, something like the soul tool you just showed me. 10 or 8 pieces will be fine. Huh? Chen Dong was instantly dumbfounded. There was only one level 1 backpack. He had originally thought of leaving it for Bibi Dong. Thinking of this, Chen Dong suddenly had a flash of inspiration. It seemed he had grasped some key point. As for the remaining items on him, after thinking for a moment, there was that gray level 1 helmet, which, in terms of practical efficiency, was quite good. However, Chen Dong didn't think Hulaina would like having a gray round shell on her head. It was troublesome. But after all, he was new here, and, as Hulaina said, he definitely needed to get along well with her in the future while mingling in Wuhan City. After all, Hulaina's understanding of Wuhan City was certainly stronger than his own, and she was later designated as a saintess by Bibi Dong. This showed her importance in Bibi Dong's eyes. If he didn't handle his relationship with Hulaina well, even if Bibi Dong cared for him, it would likely cause some negative effects. Currently, Hulaina still had the heart of a little girl. A couple of small gifts might easily make her happy. Thinking of this, Chen Dong's mind kept pondering what gift to give. A revolver? Not quite suitable. There was only one, and it was his personal weapon for self-defense. Plus, given Hulaina's little witch personality, if he actually gave her a revolver, she might end up pointing it at him at any moment. Just thinking about such days made Chen Dong gasp. Better not. A hunting rifle? Even worse. A grenade? No way. He was really afraid that Hulaina would blow up the Wuhuan palace with that thing. A Molotov cocktail? He had to keep it well hidden. He couldn't let this little witch know that he had such an arson tool on him. Counting and counting, he realized he didn't have anything suitable to give. As for bandages, giving bandages to a lively person seemed like a bad choice, no matter how he looked at it. Wait, he got it. With this thought, Chen Dong moved his mind and took out a can of blue liquid from his level 3 backpack. Senior sister, this is a can of energy drink. It tastes great, has a long shelf life, and most importantly, it can taste great. Hulaina's eyes lit up. After hearing this, she swooped in and directly took the energy drink from Chen Dong's hand. After just a glance, she effortlessly pulled the tab on the energy drink. As the tab opened, an enticing aroma spread through the air. Wow. Hulaina took a deep breath, tilted her head back, and took a sip. Her eyes brightened, and there was a twinkling sparkle in them. She gently licked her red lips. It's really delicious. So good, junior brother. Do you have more? Bring it on. No, wait. Suddenly, Hulaina stood there in a daze, looking at the energy drink in her hand with surprise, then lowered her head to examine herself repeatedly. What's wrong? Bibi Dong's voice was a bit puzzled. Could it be that the drink the little guy gave Hulaina had some problem? Hulaina stared blankly at the drink in her hand. Teacher, this is too incredible. Just now I was consuming a lot of soul power while practicing, and after drinking this energy drink, my soul power actually recovered in such a short time. The recovery speed is too fast. Wait, I'm already fully restored. In an instant, Bibi Dong, Yu Guan, and Gay Mei all turned to look at Chen Dong, their eyes filled with shock. Chen Dong helplessly spread his hands. Teacher, I was just about to say, but senior sister drank too fast. This kind of drink has the function of continuously restoring soul power, which can be used after soul power is exhausted or before a battle. After drinking it, it can continuously restore soul power for a period of time, but senior sister has already opened it, and the drink cannot be stored for long. It needs to be consumed within a day or two. If it had not been opened, it could be stored permanently. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Hulayina looked at the energy drink in front of her with heartache. This is food that can quickly restore soul power. Moreover, it can be taken in advance and can be stored for a long time. What a rare treasure this is. Even food-type soul masters who can produce soul power restoring food cannot store it for long. They can only create and consume it during battles. The drink in front of her can be stored long-term as long as it is not opened. Hulayina had personally experienced how terrifying the speed of soul power recovery was. Such a precious item was actually ruined by her. Hulayina felt incredibly regretful, but soon her eyes brightened. She smiled at Chen Dong, her tone suddenly becoming charming and gentle. Little junior brother, I really like your gift. Can you give senior sister some more of this drink? Senior sister can. Nana. At that moment, Bibidong's cold voice came through. The little guy just arrived in Wuhuan City and hasn't rested yet. And now that the teacher is back, are you planning to block him at the door? Oh, teacher, I understand. Hulayina knew the teacher's temper and didn't dare to act recklessly, standing up obediently. She carefully held the unfinished bottle of drink in her hands. Bibi Dong glanced at Yue Guan and Guanyin Mei without showing any expression. The meaning was self-evident. The two immediately stood up straight. Keep it a secret. Bibi Dong held Chen Dong's little hand and walked step by step toward the Pope's palace. Hulayina looked at the energy drink in her hand, then smiled as she hid her hands behind her back, bouncing and following Bibi Dong. On the way, she swayed with every step, her eyes fixed on Chen Dong, occasionally licking her lips. From the looks of it, she was completely like a little fox eyeing its prey, her gaze incredibly cunning. She was pondering how to get more of that sweet and sour drink from Chen Dong. There must be more treasures on little junior brother. She had to figure them all out. Chapter 18. Little brother, do you want to see senior sister's soul rings? After Bibi Dong brought Chen Dong back to the Pope's palace, she began to carefully teach the little guy. Watching Bibi Dong earnestly and seriously explain the differences between men and women, taboos, and some precautions, Chen Dong felt a mix of emotions. Chen Dong looked helpless. Teacher, actually I understand the female body and your body better than you do. There's really no need to explain so in detail, right? Wait, teacher, you can explain, but there's no need for examples. What do you mean by gesturing like that? Huh, this angle. All right, teacher, you can continue. Chen Dong greedily absorbed the various knowledge that Bibi Dong imparted to him. In particular, he gained a deeper understanding of the distribution of forces on Douluo continent. For example, the conflicts between the Tiando Empire, the Xinghua Empire, and the Martial Emperor Hall, as well as the basic information about the upper 3 sects and the lower 4 sects. Then, Bibi Dong lazily took out some books and placed them in front of Chen Dong. Chen Dong glanced at the titles. Complete Guide to Martial Spirits. Top 10 Core Competencies of Martial Spirits. Geographical Record of the Continent. Brief History of the Continent. History of the Martial Spear Hall. Little guy, your current task is to read all these books first, and then the teacher will arrange a new training plan. Teacher, I understand, but to what extent do I need to read? Bibi Dong thought for a moment and decided not to make it too difficult for the little guy. At the very least, you should have a rough memory and understanding of the content inside. Of course, if there is anything you don't understand, you can ask Yuguan and Guanyin Mei. The teacher needs to go into seclusion for 2 days. By the way, Nana has also read these books, but that little witch is a bit impatient and didn't learn them very thoroughly. So if there's something you don't understand, you can sometimes ask her too. Chen Dong nodded. Teacher, I understand. Is there any other high-intensity training besides these? What? Bibi Dong was a bit surprised. Chen Dong asked in confusion. Does the teacher not have any other training plans? For example, besides reading, are there no subjects to enhance basic physical fitness, like running 5 kilometers, running around the city wall, weight training, etc.? What about military tactics, warfare, etiquette, social skills, assassination, stealth? Are these basic survival skills not being taught? Bibi Dong looked at the small, incredibly composed, and seriously earnest little guy standing there. Shaking his head with a smile, he said, "Little one, don't aim too high. Just finishing these books will take a lot of time." Chen Dong looked at the thin stack of 6 or 7 books in front of him and thought, "Is this it? My elementary school homework was more than this. The teacher really underestimates my learning ability." He also thought, surely, people in this world have never experienced the pain of 9 years of compulsory education. So, feeling motivated to increase his workload, Chen Dong naturally asked, "Teacher, is there a library in the spirit hall?" Bibi Dong was taken aback. "Of course there is. Why do you ask this?" Chen Dong's face showed a look of surprise. "Teacher, can I read the books in the library? Are there any forbidden secret techniques or something like that?" Bibi Dong shook her head. "There aren't any particularly powerful soul skills or secrets for soul power cultivation in the library. Most of it consists of basic knowledge and research notes. Some instructors from the spirit hall often browse through the books there. How about this? Take my Pope's order, and you can freely access all areas of the spirit hall. But do not enter the Douluo hall in the back mountain, understood?" "Oh, I understand." Chen Dong took the golden token handed to him by Bibi Dong, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Wasn't the Pope's order already given to Yu Shaojiang? Why did he still have one in his hand? On the surface, however, he remained calm. "Great. Teacher, I'm going to the library now," Chen Dong said excitedly as he picked up the token and hugged his books, walking towards the exit. Bibi Dong didn't expect Chen Dong to be even more eager to learn than she had imagined. Showing no signs of questioning why she arranged things this way, or why she hadn't taught him how to cultivate soul power and soul skills first. Satisfied, she nodded and sat on her throne, her expression complex. She murmured to herself, "Little guy, soon, very soon, once the teacher comes out from there, you will be officially named the Holy Son. And at that time, you won't need to use the token to enter and exit the martial hall anymore." Then Bibi Dong's gaze shifted to the Douluo hall behind her, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. Just as Chen Dong stepped out of the Pope's hall, he suddenly realized that he seemed to not know the direction of the library. At that moment, a figure walked over from behind column. It was Hulayina, the little witch who smiled at Chen Dong, her hands behind her back as she approached him step by step. For some reason, looking at the smiling Hulayina made Chen Dong feel a bit flustered. "Sister." Hulayina bent down with a smile, examining the little guy. Seeing his delicate face, she couldn't help but reach out to pinch his cheeks. Chen Dong instinctively dodged, but Hulayina had already reached the level of soul sage. So how could he possibly escape? Thus, Chen Dong's small face naturally fell into Hulayina's clutches. "Senior sister." Chen Dong called out a bit aggrieved. "Junior brother, do you still have that kind of bag? Please give one to senior sister too." Chen Dong shook his head helplessly, saying that there really was no more. Only one left, and such a soul guide device was not like the cabbages by the roadside. "That's true." Hulayina thought for a moment and then asked, "Is that sweet and sour energy drink still available?" "Oh, well." Chen Dong hesitated. "Little junior brother, don't lie. If you lie, senior sister will spank you." Chen Dong was taken aback in embarrassment. He knew that Hulayina couldn't possibly really attack, and Bibi Dong would never allow her to do so. However, given the little witch's personality, even a sneak attack on him would be quite embarrassing. After all, his current strength was inferior to others. So Chen Dong honestly said, "I saved a bottle for the teacher, and 1 bottle each for Ghost Grandpa and Uncle Yu." "Senior sister, you already took 1 bottle, and there aren't any left. Is that so?" "Yes." "All right." Hulayina nodded suspiciously. "By the way, little junior brother, you still don't know where there are fun places in Spirit City. As long as you give senior sister a bottle of energy drink, I can take you out to play." Thank you, but I don't want to play, I want to read." "Read?" Hulayina looked at Chen Dong in surprise, then glanced at the books he was holding. "Boring. What's so fun about reading?" "Junior brother, think about it." However, no matter how Hulayina tempted him, Chen Dong could only think about the fact that he had already given her a bottle of energy drink. If he gave all of them to Hulayina without leaving one for Bibi Dong, what terrifying consequences would that lead to? He still remembered the casual glance Bibi Dong had given him earlier, so he firmly held his ground, shaking his head like a rattle drum. Hulayina huffed in dissatisfaction. Then a sly smile appeared on her lips. "Little junior brother, would you like to see my spirit rings?" "Spirit rings?" Chen Dong was a bit confused. Why would someone show their soul ring to others for no reason? Isn't that a personal privacy? Hulayina smiled, her soul power stirred, and suddenly a fluffy fox tail appeared behind her. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, moved rhythmically around her. As her martial soul was released, Hulayina's alluring aura became even more intense. making her look even more charming and seductive. Little junior brother, give your sister another bottle. Chen Dong shook his head warily. No. No way. Second soul skill, Fox Charm. Chapter 19. Seeing through the Fox Charm skill, Little Fox frustrated. Hulaina's second-ranked yellow soul ring flickered. Her alluring figure radiating countless charms. Her fragrant tongue lightly licking her red lips, exuding a captivating allure. Her delicate head tilted slightly, her swan-like neck appearing smooth and beautiful. A hint of an enchanting smile on her face. Little brother, give your sister a bottle. At the moment Hulaina used her soul skill, Chen Dong experienced a moment of confusion, a flash of pink appearing in his eyes. However, at that moment, Chen Dong discovered that the holographic scope inside him automatically appeared in his vision. Instantly, through the perspective function of the holographic scope, Chen Dong saw through Hulaina's Fox Charm skill. He also saw Hulaina, hidden behind the effects of Fox Charm, squinting her eyes with a smug expression, extending her claws towards him, looking like a little fox. Chen Dong suddenly woke up. That was close. Senior sister, where's the library? The library? That small building over there. Why are you asking this? Wait. No. Why aren't you affected? Hulaina suddenly realized that Chen Dong was completely unaffected by her Fox Charm skill. Senior sister, I'm going to read, and also, if the teacher finds out that you used your soul skill on me, I'm afraid. After saying that, Chen Dong lifted his foot and left. At that moment, a cold voice came from behind. Nana, Hulaina, who had just lifted her foot to chase after Chen Dong, froze in place. Her small face filled with a miserable expression. She obediently stood still, not daring to move. Come in. Oh. With a frustrated expression, Hulaina turned around and walked into the Pope's hall, where Bibi Dong was lazily sitting on a chair, resting her chin on her hands. Nana, did you forget what the teacher told you? No, I didn't forget. Hulaina felt a bit guilty. Is this how you take care of your junior? He is just a 6-year-old child, and you actually use your Fox Charm on him? Fortunately, the little guy's mind is pure, with no desires, which made your skill ineffective. However, you are becoming more and more unruly. You will be grounded for 2 days to reflect. 2 days? Hulaina immediately pouted and acted cute. Teacher. Bibi Dong merely made a sound through her nose. All right, 2 days it is. Hulaina left the Pope's hall feeling wronged. Sitting in the chair, Bibi Dong revealed a hint of a smile. She didn't expect the little guy to automatically resist Hulaina's Fox Charm skill. Even some soul masters with strong soul power, as long as they were men, could not resist Nana's skill. But this little guy was completely unaffected. Thinking about it, there is only one explanation. The little guy's thoughts are particularly pure, with no impure intentions between men and women. Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction, dispelling the last bit of doubt in her heart. Finally free from the clutches, Chen Dong ran all the way to the library. As soon as he arrived, 2 silver-armored guards looked at him with confusion. How did a child suddenly appear in the spirit hall? We've never seen him before. Stop. 2 silver-long spears crossed in front of Chen Dong, and the silver-armored guard said coldly, You can't just barge into the forbidden area of the spirit hall. Chen Dong quickly took out the papal decree from his hand. The 2 silver-armored soldiers hurriedly knelt down. We pay our respects to your majesty. Please forgive us. Chen Dong's small face revealed a harmless smile. Sorry, brothers, this is my first time here. Once we all get to know each other, there's no need to be so polite. Hearing Chen Dong speak so politely, the 2 guards shivered slightly. They stammer, my lord. We are blind and stopped you. Please punish us. Chen Dong shook his head helplessly, wondering what kind of people these were, unable to understand his words. Why would I punish you? It's your duty to stop me. But in the future, if I come here to read, there's no need to bow so deeply. This. All right, just take this as an order. Yes. Chen Dong shook his head and put away his papal decree. Although he knew that the level of civilization in the Douluo world was roughly at the medieval stage, he still wasn't used to kneeling at every turn. However, this was not something he could change. He could only adapt to the local customs. In the library, there were a few soul masters dressed in white robes reading books. These individuals exuded a strong scholarly aura, completely immersed in their own world of books. No one noticed Chen Dong's arrival. This quiet atmosphere pleased Chen Dong greatly as he began searching for his target among the rows of bookshelves. Soon, several books caught his eye. Comprehensive Guide to Continental Herbs, Identification of Rare Herbs, Botanical Compendium, and Travel Notes from the Setting Sun Forest. Chen Dong's lips curled into a faint smile as he took a few books from the bookshelf and sat down by the window, slowly flipping through the pages. The sunlight spilled onto his small face, and Chen Dong read with great focus, completely unaware of the passage of time. It wasn't until the appearance of Uncle Yu that he was startled out of his reading. Uncle Yu, what brings you here? Chen Dong put down the book in confusion. Little one, don't you see what time it is? I couldn't find you during dinner, so His Holiness sent me here. Chen Dong took a glance out the window, and indeed, the sky outside had turned dark. However, the library was brightly lit, and Chen Dong didn't notice the darkness at all. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he scratched his head and said, Uncle Yu, I was so absorbed in reading that I lost track of time. Yu Guan nodded and then said, Little guy, are you going back to the Pope's Hall for dinner? If not, I've already brought dinner. That's great, Uncle Yu. Let's eat here. It's perfect to read while eating. Yu Guan reached out and took out a delicate food box, which contained 4 or 5 exquisite dishes. As he arranged them in front of Chen Dong, Yu Guan asked curiously, What book are you reading? He then caught sight of the rare herb identification book in Chen Dong's hand. On the open page, there was a drawing of a strange, unusual golden chrysanthemum. The chrysanthemum was quite large, with each petal looking fluffy and particularly cute, and the center sparkled with a faint golden hue. Yu Guan's gaze sharpened. What is this? Little guy, how come you're interested in these things? Chen Dong said while eating. In the past, living alone in the forest, it was inevitable to get injured sometimes. He accidentally discovered that some herbs could help heal wounds when taken. So he began to collect and use them himself. As a result, some herbs caused him to vomit and have diarrhea, while others made his stomach hurt terribly. Thus, he became cautious about herbs, and now, when he encounters these books, he naturally wants to study them. Haha, I didn't expect you, little guy, to have such a hobby for herbs. Chapter 20. The library. Chen Dong nodded and swallowed a mouthful of rice. Uncle Yu, I just saw in this book that there's a strange thing called the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. The book says this flower has become extinct. Is that true? Extinct? Yu Guan was taken aback. Then he sighed and said, maybe. The Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum hasn't appeared on the continent for many years. Uncle Yu, the book says that the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum is a celestial-grade medicinal herb with incredible abilities. What's going on? Yu Guan nodded and then said, the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum is a neutral celestial-grade medicinal herb. Consuming it can enhance one's luck, open the blood vessels, cultivate an indestructible body, and strengthen bones and muscles. It's extremely rare. It's a pity that I've been searching for many years and haven't encountered a single one. So that's how it is. Chen Dong nodded in satisfaction and then smiled as he said, Uncle Yu, when I find it in the future, I'll give you one. Yu Guan looked at Chen Dong, thinking he was just a childish little guy talking casually. All right, little guy, just don't forget to give Uncle Yu one when you find it. It's a deal. Chen Dong said earnestly. Yu Guan shook his head with a smile, his gaze towards Chen Dong softening a bit. Little guy, can you understand these books? Is there anything you don't understand? Just ask your Uncle Yu. Chen Dong swallowed a big mouthful of food and asked Uncle Yu, can you help me clarify some doubts? Little guy, I can't say much about other things, but when it comes to knowledge of herbs, you definitely came to the right person. In terms of understanding herbs, your Uncle Yu is the strongest on the entire continent. Go ahead and ask. Well, the book says there are some peculiar celestial herbs. What is the difference between celestial herbs and ordinary plants? Also, why are there so many complicated procedures when picking celestial herbs? The book also mentions that celestial herbs have properties of mutual promotion and restraint. Is that true? Do herbs also have such properties? Don't worry, little guy. Take your time eating. Uncle Yu will explain the principles behind this to you. As starlight sprinkled into the library, under the moonlight, Yu Guan patiently explained various herb knowledge to Chen Dong. Chen Dong absorbed this knowledge like a sponge. His thirst for knowledge also made you feel very good. Most people are not interested in this knowledge, and it is rare to encounter a good student like Chen Dong. You explain things with even more care. Chen Dong took the opportunity to ask in detail about the characteristics of various celestial herbs, how to harvest them, the interactions between certain poisons, the specific growing locations of the celestial herbs, and so on. Yu Guan showed no impatience at all, thinking it was just the little guy's personal interests. But only Chen Dong knew in his heart that some things were too distant in time for him to remember all the details. These celestial herbs and poisons each had their own characteristics, and without understanding them, it would be a waste. Therefore, Chen Dong needed to fully comprehend this knowledge to make proper arrangements for the next step of his plan. For 2 consecutive days, Chen Dong stayed in the library, immersed in a sea of knowledge except for eating, drinking, and other necessities. Yu Guan came on time every day to bring him meals, using the opportunity to explain some knowledge to Chen Dong. As a 95-level title Duo, Yu Guan's knowledge and experience greatly benefited Chen Dong, especially in the areas of various poisons, herbs, and plants. As for the few books Bibi Dong left for Chen Dong, He merely used them to pass the time during his brain-refreshing breaks, and he quickly finished reading them. Chen Dong's memory and learning ability were already excellent, but since his transmigration, he felt that his memory had become extraordinarily terrifying, almost reaching the level of photographic memory. Over these days, Chen Dong's relationship with Douluo had also become more harmonious, and they even joked with each other at times. The more Guan observed the little guy, the more satisfied he became, especially with Chen Dong's enthusiasm and love for plants and herbs, which brought him a sense of comfort. Unfortunately, the little guy had already become a disciple of the Pope, and no matter how regretful he felt, he couldn't compete with his holiness for a disciple. Therefore, he could only do his best to teach the little guy what he had learned, hoping that when he grew up, a part of his heart would be in it. Uncle Yu. Chen Dong didn't even raise his head and calmly greeted Guan, who had just walked in. They had been together for a long time, and their relationship had gradually become one of both teacher and friend. Little guy. Guan looked at Chen Dong's slightly bloodshot eyes with some concern. It's good that you love reading, but you also need to take care of your health. His Holiness the Pope will be coming out soon, and if she finds out you are neglecting your body like this, not only will she be angry with you, but she might also blame me for not taking good care of you. Chen Dong put down the book and stretched lazily. Uncle Yu, you were right. Balancing work and rest makes learning more efficient. I've just finished the books at hand, and I'm ready to go back and have a good rest. Guan nodded with satisfaction. Little guy. If Nana had half of your discipline, she would probably be a soul master by now. By the way, Uncle Yu, speaking of Nana, why do I feel like I haven't seen her these past 2 days? Guan had a half smile on his face. What's wrong, little guy? Are you missing Nana? Chen Dong was taken aback. Thinking of that little witch? No way. It just felt rare not to be bothered by her, allowing him to peacefully read for a few days. Guan shook his head with a smile and reached out to pat Chen Dong's head. The little guy and Nana had completely different personalities, and the little guy's twin martial souls were not inferior to Nana's talent at all. He feared that in the future, his achievements might surpass Nana's. The key point was that the self-discipline, eagerness to learn, and hard work in Chen Dong made Guan feel moved. Looking at Chen Dong, who was still haunted by the thought of Hulaina, Guan said with a smile, Nana has already been put under house arrest by the prince and is currently reflecting on her mistakes, so there's no need to worry. Is that so? Chen Dong's face showed a look of surprise. He didn't expect that Hulaina had actually been punished by Bibi Dong to face the wall in reflection. Why? Guan had a gloating expression on his face. Isn't it because Nana bullied you? That's why the princess punished her. Hee. I'm afraid when the little witch comes out, there will be a good show to watch. Huh? Chen Dong did not expect that the situation actually arose because of him, and he couldn't help but have a bad premonition. With the little witch's personality, he was afraid that she would hold a grudge against him now. His bag was practically given away for free. No wonder he hadn't seen Hulaina come to disturb him these past few days. Chen Dong was hiding in the library, not wanting to go out. On one hand, it was indeed to enjoy some quiet reading time, but on the other hand, he was somewhat avoiding Hulaina. After all, even if the little witch was mischievous, she wouldn't dare to act up in such a culturally rich place like the library. However, he never expected that Hulaina had actually been grounded. If he had known this, he would have just gone back to sleep comfortably instead of lying here every day for a nap. Since it was like this, I'll go back to rest. By the way, Uncle Yu, where am I staying? Let us go. I'll take you there. You've been at the Spirit Hall for several days, and haven't even seen your room. Hee, Uncle Yu. Thank you for taking care of me these past few days. Guan patted Chen Dong's shoulder and said, little guy, don't forget to bring me a rare mushroom in the future. Haha. Uncle Yu, I will definitely find one for you. Good. I'm waiting. Uncle Yu, do you not believe me? Of course not. I believe you can do it. Uncle Yu, you're smiling. That means you don't believe it. No way. Look, you're smiling again. Huh? Still smiling? Chapter 21. The little fox sneaks in at midnight. The Spirit Hall was quiet at night, with twinkling starlight filtering through the window and falling on Chen Dong. Although life had been fulfilling these past 2 days, Chen Dong was indeed quite tired. Thus he lay in bed, snoring evenly. His clothes were neatly placed at the head of the bed. Just then, a figure flashed outside the window. It was Hulaina, who had regained her freedom. The little witch wore an expression of unwillingness mixed with indignation. She secretly stared at Chen Dong, who was on the bed. Being punished by the teacher didn't make her too angry. After all, she had been punished by the teacher countless times. Reflecting on her mistakes was a common occurrence. However, what Hulaina found unacceptable was how her fox charm skill had been evaded by Chen Dong. Not to mention that Chen Dong was just a little kid. Even some spirit elders couldn't dodge her fox charm skill. Moreover, that day, she hadn't sensed any fluctuations of spirit power from Chen Dong. which left Hulaina puzzled. As her ultimate skill, Hulaina absolutely wouldn't allow herself to lose without understanding why. Watching Chen Dong through the window. The little fox quietly squatted by the window, carefully listening to Chen Dong's breathing. Confirming that Chen Dong was indeed in a deep sleep, she revealed a sly smile. Under the moonlight, a little fox gently pushed open the window and silently landed on the ground. She tiptoed towards Chen Dong's bed. As her spirit power surged, a foxtail suddenly appeared, proudly wagging behind her. The little fox floated to Chen Dong's bedside and reached out her small hand to pinch Chen Dong's face hard. Little junior brother. In his dream, Chen Dong vaguely felt he heard the little witch's voice. Is this a dream? Sigh. The psychological shadow the little witch left on him was too heavy. Turning over, Chen Dong continued to sleep. Hulaina was stunned. Did this guy ignore her even in his dreams? Oof. Second soul skill, Fox Charm. Hulaina used her soul skill again, and her delicate figure radiated an astonishing charm. She stretched out a soft hand and gently caressed Chen Dong's cheek. Drowsily, Chen Dong opened his eyes and saw Hulaina right in front of him. Under the moonlight, in the deep of night, a charming girl stood before a boy's bed, her figure enchanting, as she parted her red lips to exhale a fragrance like orchids on his face. When Chen Dong saw Hulaina, his eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. The little fox's eyes sparkled with a touch of pride. However, in the next moment, Chen Dong instantly regained his clarity. Rubbing his eyes, feeling incredibly sleepy, he propped himself up with one small hand and looked at Hulaina with curiosity. Senior sister, you've been released? Huh? Hulaina was taken aback. Unwilling to give up, she struck a seductive pose again, extending her small hand and gently shaking it in front of Chen Dong. Chen Dong looked at Hulaina's movements with confusion, unable to deny that it was quite pleasing to the eye. However, without the enhancement of the Fox Charm soul skill, and given that Chen Dong was utterly exhausted at that moment, he had no interest in continuing to admire her. He mumbled, Senior sister, you dance really well, but be careful not to let the teacher find out you used a soul skill again, and then turned over to fall into a deep sleep once more. In an instant, the little fox stopped all attempts. Her small face turned bright red. With her hands on her hips, she stood in place, her expression extremely complex, filled with anger, grievance, and unwillingness. This was too much of bullying. Hulaina's little chest puffed up with anger. Her Fox Charm skill had always been foolproof, yet it had repeatedly failed with Chen Dong. This was simply a tremendous humiliation. Watching Chen Dong lie down and hear his gentle snores, Hulaina felt like she was being slapped in the face by him. No, this humiliation absolutely could not be tolerated. But the angry little fox, as soon as she thought of the days she had been confined by Bibi Dong, immediately felt a bit deflated. She couldn't really hurt Chen Dong. She could only think of a way to outsmart him. Yes, she absolutely couldn't just give up like this. Could it be that my soul skill has problems because I've been neglecting my training these past 2 days? Otherwise, how could I keep failing consecutively? A hint of suspicion appeared on Hulaina's face as she shot a fierce glare at Chen Dong. She turned around and jumped out of the window, disappearing into the night. Shortly after Hulaina left, a figure dressed in a silver-white robe, embroidered with a large golden chrysanthemum, quietly appeared. Gazing in the direction of Hulaina, then casting a glance at the sleeping Chen Dong, he subtly shook his head. Back in her room, Hulaina grew more and more angry, unwillingly stomping her foot. It seemed she had to test whether her soul skill really had problems. With this thought, Hulaina stood up and kicked open a door not far from her. A red-haired boy startled awake with a loud smack, his fiery red eyes suddenly wide open. The boy had a rugged face with sharp features, his physique as robust as a lion. Bare-chested, a surge of soul power flowed through him, and he looked defensively towards the door. Upon seeing that it was Hulaina at the door, a look of surprise spread across his face. Nana? You. Second soul skill, Fox Charm. In an instant, as Hulaina released her soul skill, her body became enchanting. Just standing there, the red-haired boy on the bed instantly showed a foolish expression, nearly drooling onto the floor. Hulaina merely waved her hand lightly from the doorway, and the red-haired boy stumbled over, drooling and murmuring, Nana. Smack! With a crisp sound, Hulaina kicked the boy squarely in the chest. With a cry of pain, the boy instantly woke up. He rubbed his chest in confusion and grievance. Nana, what are you doing? At this moment, the commotion attracted the attention of another boy in a nearby room. This boy was tall and slender, with skin as pale as a woman's, emanating a strange aura. His feminine face was filled with anger, and he bore some resemblance to Hulaina. However, when he saw the bare-chested red-haired boy, his expression darkened significantly. Then he looked at Hulaina, who seemed dazed and lost. He murmured, "Impossible. Why is this happening? I won't accept it." The whole person appeared somewhat weak and wronged. In an instant, the feminine boy's face was filled with fury. "Good, Yen. How dare you treat Nana like this?" Boom! In an instant, a surge of soul power erupted from him. He threw a punch fiercely at the red-haired Yen. "Don't hit me. I didn't do it on purpose. It was Nana. It was Nana. She used Fox Charm on me first." "Nonsense. Why would Nana use Fox Charm on you in the middle of the night?" "I don't believe it." I'm telling the truth." Don't slap my face." In the night, at the spirit hall, cries of pain echoed incessantly. Chen Dong, who was sleeping soundly, was vaguely awakened and listened with confusion for a moment. "Forget it. I'll just continue sleeping. What danger could there be in the spirit hall?" Sleep. Chapter 22. Senior Sister. I'm still young. Early in the morning, Chen Dong sat up, stretched lazily, and let out a big yawn. He had slept particularly soundly last night. It was the first time he had fallen into such deep sleep in this world. Partly because he was exhausted from reading, and partly because he had finally returned to Spirit City, Chen Dong had completely let down his garden defenses. After all, with Bibi Dong overseeing, along with the title de Law and Ju's Douluo, as well as the strength of several offerings from the Douluo Hall behind them, Spirit City could be said to be the safest place on the continent. After waking up, Chen Dong felt refreshed and jumped out of bed. He surveyed his room. He had gone straight to sleep after returning last night and hadn't had time to look around. The room that Bibi Dong arranged for him was very spacious, and the decorations were quite simple. There were only some green plants, and a few spare outfits hung in the wardrobe beside him. There were clothes to wear from the inside out. By the window, there was a large desk with many books on it. Chen Dong took a closer look and found that many of the materials were related to herbal knowledge. It seemed that Uncle Yu had prepared this for him. In the past few days, while following Guan in the library, Chen Dong had learned a lot about various herbs. He often purposefully selected topics to ask Guan about, such as how to harvest celestial herbs. With Guan's experience, he naturally provided detailed explanations. Guan didn't think much of it. When he first encountered the existence of celestial herbs, he was just as eager. He was excited to learn all the knowledge, wishing he could harvest a celestial herb the very next day. In his view, Chen Dong shared the same enthusiasm as he did. Chen Dong glanced at the books on the table and decided not to go to the library today. The books he needed to read today had already been brought back yesterday. Sitting at his desk, he opened a book that discussed some forbidden areas in the various old beast forests on the continent. For example, the Stardow Forest and the Sunset Forest, which was exactly what Chen Dong needed. He directly searched the table of contents and flipped to the Sunset Forest. Chen Dong's lips curled into a smile as he sat quietly by the window, reading a book. Just a short while after he settled down, the door was pushed open. It was Hulaina. After returning home last night, Hulaina first tested the effect of her Fox Charm on Yen. It turned out that the effect of her second soul skill was very effective. She merely stood still and beckoned with her finger, and Yen uncontrollably walked over to her with a silly expression. But why did it fail with Chen Dong? Hulaina was puzzled. After thinking back to a casual remark made by Bibi Dong, she finally had an epiphany. The teacher had once said that the little guy was simple-minded. Having lived alone in the forest, he had never been exposed to human society. She was told to take good care of Chen Dong, and that he didn't quite understand the differences between men and women. Hulaina suddenly sat up in shock at midnight, realizing how foolish she had been. She had completely gone in the wrong direction. The Fox Charm skill has a strong allure for men, but Chen Dong, this little boy, clearly could not be considered man. This guy probably didn't even understand what a man or a woman was. Running to charm him was like winking at a blind person, utterly futile. It seemed she had fundamentally made a directional mistake. To tempt Chen Dong, she first needed to teach him what a man and a woman are. The little guy had no concept of women at all. Therefore, Hulaina felt it necessary to teach this lesson for her teacher first. She needed to carry out some educational work. Chen Dong looked at Hulaina, who had just pushed open his door, a bit surprised. "Senior sister, what brings you here? I think I dreamed about you coming last night." Upon hearing Chen Dong's words, Hulaina's expression froze. She really wanted to tug at his little face and tell him this wasn't a dream, but thinking of her own failed experience last night, she decided it was better to let it be a dream. Saying it out loud would be even more embarrassing. Hulaina glanced around like a little fox trying to steal a chicken. Finding no one paying attention, she quickly slipped into Chen Dong's room. Bang! Hulaina swiftly closed the door and then drew the curtains. "Hey, senior sister, why are you closing the curtains?" "I was just reading with the morning light." Reading. All you do is read, and you don't even look at anything serious. Huh? The book I'm reading isn't serious? Bang. Hulayina took out a book and threw it onto Chen Dong's desk. What do you need to read now is this. Chen Dong curiously picked it up and instantly blushed. Senior sister, this doesn't seem to be a proper book, does it? Oof. Hulayina huffed in dissatisfaction. What's improper about it? You little one. What do you know? This book was specially borrowed from a teacher at the Wuhuan Academy, and it contains detailed studies on various human organs. Is that so? Then thank you, senior sister. I will definitely read it when I have the chance. What chance? Can you even understand it? Come here. Senior sister will teach you how to read. Huh? Chen Dong was a bit dumbfounded. He stammered, Senior sister, why are you teaching me to read? Why are you lying on the bed? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and come here. Oh, all right. Chen Dong felt a bit awkward, moving step by step towards the bedside. Senior sister, it seems like this isn't how the teacher taught me to study. What do you know? Now it's your senior sister teaching you. Just follow my method. Chen Dong was a bit confused. What is the little witch trying to do? Wait, something's not right. Senior sister, didn't you say we were going to study? Why are you taking off my clothes? Silly. How can I explain the mysteries of the human organs without taking off your clothes? Oh. Chen Dong stared blankly as the little witch swiftly took off her clothes, feeling suspicious. Is there really such a thing as acupuncture points in this world? Wait a minute. Chen Dong quickly hugged his chest. Senior sister, why are you taking off your clothes? Senior sister, don't do this. I'm still young. If the teacher finds out, they'll hit me. Don't worry. The teacher is in seclusion and won't show up. Senior sister, please don't do this. I'm really not that kind of person. If you keep this up, I'll shout. As soon as Chen Dong said this, the fiery little fox instantly blushed. Damn it. What nonsense is this little guy talking about? I am clearly teaching you to read seriously, and it has turned into this in the mouth of this little brat? Although Hulayina possessed a charm due to her martial soul, as a disciple of Pope Bibi Dong, she was revered and respected wherever she went. Even the boys who liked her only dared to curry favor with her, not daring to be frivolous in words or actions. She only thought to teach him some basic knowledge between men and women, looking at him as just a little brat. However, upon closer examination of her and Chen Dong's situation, the precocious Hulayina felt increasingly uneasy. A hint of shyness and entanglement arose in her heart. But it doesn't matter. This is no longer just about the energy drink, but rather her fox charm skill has repeatedly failed, severely affecting her state of mind. If this continues, she won't be able to focus on her cultivation anymore. Today, she must teach this little brat a lesson, then use her fox charm to make him obedient. Today, she would have to force the issue. Whoosh! With a slight movement of the little fox's hand, a rope appeared out of nowhere. Swiftly, she bound Chen Dong's hands and feet, fixing them to the headboard and foot of the bed. Senior sister, don't do this. Can I just agree to you? But can you be a little gentler? Chapter 23. Capture on the bed, just as the little witch swiftly pinned Chen Dong down. Whoosh! The door suddenly opened, and a figure appeared. It was Bibi Dong, wearing a magnificent crown and a splendid robe, but her face was filled with anger. Looking at Hulayina in front of her, Bibi Dong said in a deep voice, Nana, what are you doing? Instantly, both Hulayina and Chen Dong were stunned. Hulayina was sitting on Chen Dong to suppress his resistance, pressing the little guy down on the bed. Chen Dong was naked, his small face filled with fear. This is it. He didn't expect to be caught by the teacher in bed. In such a situation, the teacher would definitely punish him. The most critical thing was that if the teacher misunderstood that he and Hulayina had something going on, he would have no chance in the future. Thinking of this, Chen Dong quickly said, Teacher, senior sister is teaching me to read. As he spoke, he hurriedly lifted his waist, signaling to Hulayina. Hulayina quickly picked up a book that was on the bedside. Bibi Dong just glanced at it and saw some illustrations in the book. Instantly, her eyes twitched. Nonsense. With a slap, the book was thrown to the ground. Hulayina quickly jumped off the bed, obediently bowed her head and covered her ears. Teacher, I was wrong. Chen Dong struggled to get up, but found that his hands and feet were tightly bound by the little fox, unable to move at all. Bibi Dong waved her hand, and in an instant, all the ropes on Chen Dong's body were cut. Chen Dong quickly jumped down and came to Bibi Dong's side. Teacher, please don't be angry. Senior sister, she is doing this for my own good, teaching me to study. It's my fault for not wanting to learn, and that's why senior sister got angry and forced me to study. Bibi Dong stood still, her whole body feeling cold. The scene she saw when she first entered kept replaying in her mind. She never expected that such a big incident would occur just 2 days after her seclusion. If this were to lead to a serious mistake, one must remember that the little guy is only 6 years old. Moreover, for some reason, when Bibi Dong saw Hulaina taking off Chen Dong's clothes and lying on the same bed with him, especially when Hulaina was on top of Chen Dong, an inexplicable anger surged in her heart. This anger was much stronger than when Hulaina had used her fox charm skill on Chen Dong a couple of days ago. Deep down, she felt a mix of provocation and violation, as if something precious of hers had been stolen. But at the same time, Bibi Dong reminded herself to stay calm and not to overthink it. Perhaps Laina was just confused for a moment, but she knew the little guy's temperament. He was definitely not as she imagined. Chen Dong, on the side, noticed Bibi Dong's complex expression and couldn't figure out what she was thinking. He racked his brain for a way to prevent Bibi Dong from getting angry. He was genuinely afraid of the two women, Bibi Dong and Hulaina. If Bibi Dong were to punish Hulaina, the little witch might really start to hate him. In fact, he was still hoping to build a good relationship with Hulaina. After all, they were both from the Pope's Hall and belonged to Bibi Dong's faction, so there was no need to create tension. Teacher, senior sister was really teaching me to study just now. Look, I already know that the most vulnerable parts of the human body are the eyes and throat, and the most lethal parts are the brain and heart, which can quickly cause loss of combat effectiveness after being struck. If faced with a strong opponent, one can target their joints, especially the knee and wrist joints, which can greatly impair the opponent's combat ability. All of this was taught to me by senior sister. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even know where these parts are. Hearing Chen Dong speak so seriously and realizing that the little guy seemed to have really learned some useful knowledge, the coldness on Bibi Dong's face eased a bit. Chen Dong took the opportunity to say, "Teacher, you don't know how much I missed you these past 2 days while you were away. I even dreamed about you last night." As he spoke, Chen Dong gently wrapped his arms around Bibi Dong's waist, nuzzling his small face against her thigh, a look of grievance on his face. Bibi Dong quickly crouched down, feeling heartbroken, and tightly hugged Chen Dong. "All right, little guy, the teacher was just in seclusion for 2 days. I won't leave you again, and no one will dare to bully you anymore." Chen Dong was obediently held in by Dong's arms. Then he said, "Teacher, please don't be angry. I've been studying alone in the library these past few days, with Uncle Yu accompanying me. Only today did my senior sister come to help me study, and I've already learned all the books you gave me, thanks to my senior sister's guidance. Right?" Bibi Dong looked a bit doubtful. She didn't doubt that Chen Dong could learn these books, but she couldn't believe that the little demoness, Hulaina, would actually take the time to guide Chen Dong in his studies. "That's right, teacher." As soon as the punishment for my senior sister ended, she rushed over to help me review. "If you don't believe me, you can test me." Bibi Dong asked, "What are the top 10 core competencies of martial souls?" First, the innate soul power is proportional to the strength of the martial soul. Second, plant-type weapon martial souls can absorb beast martial souls' soul rings. Watching Chen Dong recite the top 10 core competencies of martial souls fluently, a hint of surprise flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes. She didn't expect that Chen Dong really learned all this knowledge. Seeing the little guy's obedient and sensible demeanor, Bibi Dong's expression softened a bit. Nah, you did well this time helping your junior brother study, but the little guy is quite clueless. Don't you realize that? You're already 12 years old. How can you let him be naked and shut the door during the day? Wouldn't that ruin my reputation if it got out?" Hulaina obediently lowered her head, stuck out her tongue, and said, "Teacher, you think too much. This little guy is like a piece of wood. He doesn't understand anything. He's just a little kid, a blank slate." Chen Dong couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "You're just a little kid. Before crossing over, I was already 18. I'm 6 years older than you. However, it seems that children in Douluo continent develop unusually early. Hulaina, at only 12 years old, is already comparable to many high school girls. The most terrifying ones are Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, both around 12 or 13 years old, yet they are both experienced with numerous girls. It can only be attributed to the local environment nurturing the people." After listening to Hulaina's explanation, Bibi Dong could roughly understand. In her view, Hulaina had good intentions. The little guy was indeed like a blank sheet of paper, knowing nothing. Moreover, many things might not be understood simply by telling him. Examples or pointing things out are necessary for him to comprehend what it is and where it is. But such matters are clearly the responsibility of a teacher like me. Even though I'm not present, Hulaina cannot take it upon herself to teach Chen Dong without my consent. What if she teaches him incorrectly and leads the little guy astray? The little guy is as innocent as a blank sheet of paper, and only I can teach him with peace of mind. Looking at Chen Dong's innocent and cute little face with pure and clear eyes, it seems that I really overreacted. "All right, little guy, hurry up and get dressed. Don't catch a cold. And you too, you both come to the Pope's Hall to see me later." "Yes, teacher." Chen Dong and Hulaina answered in unison. After Bibi Dong left, Chen Dong finally let out a long sigh of relief. He had passed the test. Hulaina's expression was somewhat complicated, as she didn't expect that the Chen Dong she had bullied would actually speak up for her at a critical moment. Thanks to this little guy, she wouldn't have to face punishment again. Patting Chen Dong on the shoulder, Hulaina generously said, "Junior brother, you did well this time. Next time I get the teacher angry, you have to help me plead like you did today, got it?" Chapter 24. The Golden Generation, the little which is indeed a little witch. Her focus is completely different. Not only was she not afraid, but she was also thinking about having Chen Dong plead for her the next time she misbehaved. Hulaina quickly put on her clothes and, with a whoosh, jumped out of the window. Chen Dong was instantly dumbfounded. Why jump out of the window when there was a perfectly good door? Senior sister, your book. No, it's your book. You should read it well. If there's anything you don't understand, senior sister, feel free to come and teach me. Hulaina's voice came from afar. Watching the little fox flee in a panic, and then looking at the book on the ground filled with various illustrations. Chen Dong picked up the book, dusted it off, and placed it on his bedside. Shaking his head, he thought that the little fox was still just a little fox after all. The figure that fled in a drenched and disheveled state was somewhat embarrassing. However, Chen Dong also felt a bit of headache. It seemed he had caught the attention of the little fox, and it appeared that he would not be able to sleep peacefully at night from now on. This little fox was determined not to give up. But I want the teacher to personally come and guide me. Calmly dressing himself, Chen Dong washed up and then confidently walked out the door, heading in the direction of the Pope's palace. Bibi Dong wanted to wait until he was properly dressed before going to the Pope's palace, which suggested that there was something important to announce. It was likely that he would be introduced to the people of the Spirit Hall. Chen Dong had not yet met the others in the Spirit Hall. After returning, Bibi Dong had immediately gone into seclusion. Currently, Chen Dong only knew Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo. His best relationship was with Ju Douluo, while Ghost Douluo's whereabouts were elusive and he could hardly be seen. In Chen Dong's room, there were many clothes prepared. Today, he deliberately changed into a set of exquisite white attire, with a black cloak hanging from his back and a golden character for soul in the center of his chest, about the size of a fist. On his left chest, there was a badge engraved with a long sword depicting two sharp long swords. Those familiar with the Spirit Hall knew that this was the standard outfit for personnel directly under the Martial Emperor Hall. The long sword represented that as a member of the Spirit Hall, one was a battle soul master. The number of swords represented the rank of the soul master. And at present, Chen Dong was at the soul master level, with only 2 long swords, as it was his first appearance in front of everyone. Even without Bibi Dong's reminder, Chen Dong knew he should wear the formal attire of the Spirit Hall to show seriousness. Just as he finished tidying up and walked out the door, he heard Hulaina's call from a distance. Over here, under a large tree in the distance. Hulaina stood there, having already put on the formal attire of the Spirit Hall. Gone was her earlier disheveled appearance. She stood with her hands crossed in front of her chest, leaning against the tree. Her black hair swayed gently with the willow branches, giving her a somewhat refined and heroic look. Hulaina looked Chen Dong up and down and nodded in satisfaction. The little guy looks quite impressive in the Spirit Hall's outfit after tidying up. Let's go. Seeing Hulaina extend her delicate hand, Chen Dong hesitated for a moment. Hulaina wrinkled her nose slightly and urged, "Hurry up. Today's occasion is different from usual. Do you know where you should stand when you get there? It's not like I'll be leading you." Oh, Chen Dong thought about it and could only let Hulaina drag his hand as they walked up the steps to the Pope's Hall. Just as the two turned the corner, 2 men approached from ahead and behind. One man had long, fiery red hair and fiery red eyes, making him look like a walking flame. However, this lion-like flame now appeared somewhat disheveled, with messy hair on his head, dark circles under his eyes, and his mouth looking slightly swollen. The man beside him was tall and slender, with a fair complexion resembling that of a woman, and he was watching him with a gloating expression. Both of them were wearing the same Spirit Hall uniforms as Chen Dong, and surprisingly, their badges featured 4 crossed long swords. Chen Dong was instantly stunned. All Soul Emperors? He didn't know if his revolver could break through their defenses. Yen, holding his head with one hand, looked up and saw Hulaina holding Chen Dong's hand. His eyes widened in shock. He pointed at Hulaina in surprise. "Nana, who is this kid?" Hulaina shot Yen an annoyed glare and replied, "Don't be rude. This is the new disciple my teacher has taken in, named Chen Dong. The reason the teacher summoned us today is probably for him." A hint of shock flashed in Yan's eyes. "What? His Holiness the Pope took in a new disciple? Impossible. With my high talent, the Pope didn't even look at me, What special thing does this kid have? After Yin asked this, Hualaina was somewhat taken aback. Since her teacher announced that Chen Dong was her disciple, she really didn't know why he was accepted. If one had to say what was special about this kid, it would definitely be his extraordinary boldness. In their first meeting, he used a soul guide. Ordinary families certainly wouldn't have such strength, but Hualaina wouldn't tell them this. In the little fox's eyes, the kid was like a moving treasure, just waiting for her to slowly explore and unlock. Hualaina shot Yin another discontented glare. No matter what was special, he was definitely stronger than you. Also, if the teacher asks about the injury on your head later, do you know what to say? A boy almost won. 8 meters tall, as sturdy as a lion, revealed a simple smile on his face. Don't worry, I know. I won't expose you even if it kills me. All right, let's hurry over. We can't keep His Highness and the elders waiting. The one speaking was the previously silent, gentle-looking boy, who then turned to Chen Dong. He said gently, "You must be Chen Dong, right? I'm Xiaoyu, Nana's brother, an elder Jew's disciple. Uncle Yu? I didn't expect Xiaoyu to be Uncle Yu's disciple," Chen Dong said with a friendly smile. "Hello, brother Xiaoyu. Cute, polite, harmless." A warm smile appeared on Xiaoyu's face. At this moment, Yin also came over, and the scars on his face did not affect his carefree demeanor at all. He said boldly, "I'm Yin, Soul Emperor. In Wuhuan City, if you need anything, feel free to find me, except if you're being bullied by Nana." Chen Dong also politely greeted, "Hello, brother Yin." Seeing Hualaina holding his hand, Xiaoyu and Yin showed no reaction. After all, Chen Dong was just a 6-year-old child, while Yin was almost 8 meters tall, and Chen Dong was not even as tall as his thigh. If such a small child were to feel jealous, it would be too childish. The 4 young people of different heights walked towards the resplendent Pope's Hall under the golden sunlight of the morning. The sunlight cast a golden glow on them. The younger generation of the Spirit Hall, also known as the Golden Generation, walked towards the Pope's Hall on such a morning. They were also walking towards their future. Chapter 25. The enfeoffment of the Holy Sun upon entering the Pope's Hall. The interior was in stark contrast to its magnificent exterior. It was a pure white, but not a cold pale white. Rather, it had a special softness to it. The floor, columns, and ceiling were all paved with a kind of translucent white jade, with fine patterns faintly visible beneath, suggesting hidden secrets. For most people in the Spirit Hall, the Pope's Hall was a sacred place they could only gaze at from afar throughout their lives. But for the 4 young people, the guards of the Pope's Hall had long since become accustomed to their presence. From the moment he stepped into the hall, Chen Dong's gaze instantly focused on the high and mighty Pope's throne at the center of the hall, which symbolized the ruler of the continent's greatest power. More accurately, it should be directed at the stunning woman sitting on the throne. Unlike usual, Bibi Dong was not dressed in her regular attire today. Instead, she wore a luxurious purple robe with golden patterns, adorned with a 9-curved purple-gold crown, and held a staff about 2 meters long, encrusted with countless jewels. Her fair and delicate skin, along with her nearly perfect features, made her stand out remarkably. Especially the intangible nobility and sanctity radiating from her made one unable to resist the urge to worship her. Hualaina held Chen Dong's small hand and walked up to Bibi Dong, placing her right hand on her chest and bowing with a devout expression. Xiaoyu and Yin behind her made the same gesture, their expressions almost identical. Chen Dong smiled and, imitating the formal etiquette, performed a similar respectful gesture towards Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong looked at Chen Dong, who was dressed in the Spirit Hall uniform and appeared particularly spirited, with a hint of a gratifying smile in her eyes. The little guy's formal greeting seemed so adorable to her. Bibi Dong simply replied with a soft and then Hualaina took Chen Dong's hand. Quietly standing behind Bibi Dong along with Yin and Xiaoyu. Opposite them was a large, oval conference table. Below the Pope, nearly 20 people were seated, each dressed elegantly and exuding a solemn demeanor. From their attire, it was clear that these individuals were significant figures within the Spirit Hall, at least leaders of major Spirit Halls. The 2 Spirit Hall lords from the entire continent, the Platinum Bishops, were all present. If outsiders saw this scene, they would certainly understand that something major was happening in the Spirit Hall. Everyone's gaze was focused on Pope Bibi Dong, waiting for her to speak. Bibi Dong scanned the faces of those present and said in a deep voice, "After discussions with the elders of the Elder Hall, I have 2 major announcements to make." The attendees quickly straightened their postures, listening attentively to the words of this powerful pope. Although the popes of the Spirit Hall throughout history have held high positions, Bibi Dong's authority was particularly evident. Even though she was a woman, she was known for her iron-fisted approach to handling Spirit Hall affairs. Even now, The elder Hall would not easily dare to question her decisions. Of course, this was also closely related to Bibi Dong's diligent efforts, which had led to the Spirit Hall's rising power, even surpassing that of the two great empires. The first matter, I have accepted a remarkably talented disciple named Chen Dong, a level 17 soul master with twin martial souls and innate full soul power. From today onward, I announce that my disciple Chen Dong is also part of the Golden Generation. Instantly, the hall erupted with uncontrollable gasps of admiration and surprise. The elders and bishops exchanged glances and whispered among themselves, then nodded at each other. Even the three members of the Golden Generation standing behind Bibi Dong had expressions of shock on their faces. Guanyin gasped, looking at the little guy beside her, surprised that he turned out to be a twin martial soul with innate full soul power. No wonder he was accepted as a disciple by the teacher. It was only fitting for the teacher, who was also a twin martial soul, to instruct the little guy. Only he could perfectly inherit the teacher's legacy. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu and Yin also looked at Chen Dong in astonishment. No wonder. With such talent, it was only natural for the Pope to take him as a disciple. Both felt a sense of envy rising within them. They weren't jealous. After all, martial souls were a personal talent, and jealousy couldn't be cultivated. Moreover, their own talents weren't too shabby. It was more about the effort and cultivation in the future. Thus, they exchanged glances, the meaning unspoken. They needed to step up their training. They couldn't let a 6-year-old kid surpass them. As for the other elders and the red-robed bishops, they merely voiced their sentiments and discussions in low tones. If a twin martial soul could grow up, their future achievements would be limitless. Yes, the Spirit Hall has a promising future. Everyone understood that Bibi Dong's statement was also to create momentum for her disciple. Bibi Dong's gaze swept across the attendees. Although her expression was calm, those present were the high-ranking officials of the Spirit Hall. Immediately, they all showed satisfied expressions, smiling and nodding gently. The second matter, as the Pope, I have determined my successor, and it has been approved by the Elder Hall. From today onward, I announce that my disciple Chen Dong is appointed as the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall and the first heir to the Pope. Before Bibi Dong finished speaking, Yu Guan and Gui Mei, the two titled Douluos, slightly trembled, while the three members of the Golden Generation were utterly shocked. If the Spirit Hall were to be compared to the two great empires, the position of the Holy Son would signify the crown prince in an empire, the future emperor. However, even in the two great empires, the position of crown prince was not solely determined by the emperor. It required the recognition of most court officials and royal worshippers. Moreover, after Bibi Dong assumed the position, the Spirit Hall had almost split into two factions, the Pope's faction and the Douluo faction. At this moment, Bibi Dong decided the future of the Spirit Hall without seeking the consent of the Douluo faction. How could the Douluo faction, led by the grand worshipper Chen Dong, agree to this? This decision was unexpected for most. Even Hulayina was taken aback. The teacher seemed a bit anxious. Below, the two members of the Zhu Gui also had complex expressions. As staunch supporters of Bibi Dong, they naturally wouldn't oppose any decision made by Her Holiness. However, the elders of the Elder Hall, although they were titled Douluos, had soul power around level 95. Besides the two of them, the remaining elders had only just reached level 90, most being newly promoted titled Douluos. A level 92 was considered high. Not to mention, there were even 2 soul Douluos among the elders. However, in the Douluo faction, the weakest worshipper had soul power of at least 96. Even more terrifying was Chen Dong, a level 99 titled Douluo. Moreover, the Angel Clan had held sway over the Spirit Hall for many years, and some of the titled Douluos in the Elder Hall were also their people. If a civil war broke out between the Pope's faction and the Douluo faction, the Pope's faction would undoubtedly lose. The Golden Generation was still young and held a limited position in the Spirit Hall, not yet qualified to participate in such decisions. Bibi Dong's decision was almost like a one-man battle against the Douluo faction. Chapter 26. The Overbearing Bibi Dong. Gui Mei and Yu Guan exchanged glances, their expressions complex, subtly shifting in their seats, hesitating to speak. At this moment, Bibi Dong merely cast a light glance, and they both sat up straight, remaining still. As Bibi Dong's loyal confidants, they knew her well enough to understand that the Pope's decisions were not to be defied. However, they still felt that the Pope was a bit too hasty. It wasn't that they were unwilling to let Chen Dong become the Holy Son. Both believed that if the little guy grew up with his talent, his achievements would not be inferior to the Pope's, and he might even surpass Bibi Dong's current accomplishments. But that was a matter for the future. Right now, the little guy was only 6 years old, merely a one-ring soul master. And such a decision might leave many feeling dissatisfied. While they might not openly oppose Bibi Dong, it could lead some originally neutral bishops or elders to question Bibi Dong's abilities and decisions. In the long run, it would not be beneficial for Bibi Dong's authority in maintaining her rule. As for the three members of the Golden Generation, they exchanged glances, having just seen Bibi Dong announce Chen Dong as her disciple, and they were all smiling, feeling quite pleased to have another little follower. However, they did not expect Bibi Dong to directly announce Chen Dong as the Holy Son. It was important to note that the three of them had always been candidates for the Holy Son, and even Hulayina had the opportunity. At the beginning, the one with the greatest opportunity was Xieyu, as he was the strongest among the three, and coupled with his mature mindset and calm demeanor. The three regarded Xieyu as their leader. However, gradually, Hulayina began to stand out. Whether it was Xieyu or Hulayina, Yin felt that, deep down, they had few distractions and were not concerned about competing with each other. After all, they had grown up together since childhood, and it was a fair competition. If one was not as skilled, there was nothing to say. However, when the 6-year-old Chen Dong was established as the Saint's son, Yin felt a sense of unrest. He thought it was very unfair and wanted a fair competition. If he could defeat him or surpass him in rank, then Yin would have nothing to say. But the Pope's unilateral decision made everyone uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Hulayina, although shocked, did not feel much awkwardness. She simply looked at Chen Dong with surprise. She didn't expect the teacher to value this little guy so much. Little guy, are you happy? Hulayina kindly tugged at Chen Dong's little hand, only to find that his face was filled with worry, his brows furrowed deeply. He didn't show any signs of happiness about becoming the Saint's son. Chen Dong sighed lightly. He thought that the teacher was only announcing his acceptance as a disciple today, which showed that Chen Dong did not understand the Spirit Hall well enough. If it were just an announcement of his acceptance as a disciple, Bibi Dong only needed to gather a few elders and then notify all the spirit temples and the spirit main hall. There was no need to make such a big deal, notifying all the bishops 2 days in advance to return. In Chen Dong's memory, the future saintess Hulayina was only conferred as a saintess by Bibi Dong after breaking out of the city of slaughter. Yet now, Bibi Dong had unexpectedly conferred Chen Dong as the saint's son in advance. It should be known that at that time, Hulayina was already level 60, had the killing god domain, and had obtained a soul bone. Her strength was among the strongest of the Golden Generation. Therefore, the others wouldn't say much, especially since at that time, Bibi Dong had already received the inheritance of the Rakshasa god. Her strength had reached the level of a 99th level limit Douluo. She could stand toe-to-toe with the grand offering Qian Douluo, and 10 years later, Bibi Dong had already subdued all the elders of the Elder Hall, effectively controlling the Spirit Hall by herself. The Douluo Hall couldn't shake her influence unless they went to war with Bibi Dong. Otherwise, there was no way to remove the Pope. But now, there was a full 10-year gap. Chen Dong's small hands clenched tightly. He gave himself 10 years to grow up, to shield Bibi Dong from the wind and rain, to become her support. But now, seeing the strange glances exchanged among the elders below, Chen Dong couldn't hold back. He stepped forward and whispered, "Teacher, it's too early, Bibi Dong merely waved her hand gently, and Chen Dong did not continue. After all, the Bibi Dong sitting on the Pope's throne possessed unquestionable authority, and as the main character of the event, Chen Dong would not go against her to undermine her authority. Bibi Dong looked at Chen Dong with a hint of encouragement and expectation in her eyes. Seemingly sensing the little guy's worries, a slight smile appeared on her lips. Then Bibi Dong suddenly stood up, holding her scepter, tilting her head back, and a hint of disdain appeared on her rosy lips. Her eyes radiated dominance. Do the elders have any objections? Who is in favor? Who is against? Objections? Naturally, everyone had them, but no one would dare to stand up and shout, "I oppose," in front of the Pope. Such foolish behavior was something no one could do. Bibi Dong's gaze was calm as she scanned one elder after another and the bishops. Those newly promoted title lowered their heads under her gaze, remaining silent. Even those who wanted to voice their objections glanced around and saw the mostly silent elders, so they could only suppress their thoughts. They all chose to remain silent. After all, there was still the Hall of Offerings. Why should they stick their necks out? Bibi Dong scanned 10 elders in a row, and they all remained silent. Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction and then said, "The elders have collectively approved the Pope's resolution. Do any bishops have objections?" Then Bibi Dong's gaze calmly swept over all the bishops at the round table, and no one dared to meet her eyes. They all lowered their heads in unison. "Very good. Bibi Dong supported herself with the scepter and sat on the throne. The bishops also unanimously approved the Pope's resolution. Since that is the case, I announce. Whoosh. As soon as these words were spoken, all the elders and bishops present stood up, their bodies straightened, and they solemnly looked at the Pope. They conferred Chen Dong as the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, the first heir to the Pope, with free access to all places in the Spirit Hall. Orders were to be issued by the various Spirit Hall and Main Hall to notify all branches and sub-halls that seeing the Holy Son is like seeing an elder, and to allocate a team of silent reapers for the Holy Son's command. As Bibi Dong's voice fell, Hulaina and Xieyu beside her all looked towards Chen Dong. Their eyes were filled with eagerness, unabashed jealousy, and envy. Chen Dong was somewhat puzzled by Hulaina's passionate gaze and looked at her with confusion. Chen Dong's eyes were filled with questions. Just now Bibi Dong had said so much, yet Hulaina showed no reaction. Why did she suddenly make such a fuss over the last sentence about assigning a silent squad to Chen Dong? This was something Chen Dong didn't know. The Silent Squad was a group of elite fighters personally trained by Pope Bibi Dong, consisting of 5 teams. Each team was made up of 5 Soul Douluo and 20 Soul Saints. They had trained together for decades and were skilled in combined attacks. A single Silent Squad was enough to withstand the attacks of 3 ordinary titled Douluo. It could be said that aside from the titled Douluo elders, the Silent Squad was the strongest weapon in Pope Bibi Dong's hands. Even a cardinal would fear the destructive power of the Silent Squad. Chapter 27. The Evil under Bibi Dong. When Bibi Dong granted the 6-year-old Chen Dong command over Silent Squad, it was equivalent to giving him the combat power of 3 titled Douluo. This was not only to protect Chen Dong, but also to establish the authority of the Son of Heaven. After all, the little guy was only 6 years old, and it was inevitable that some would provoke him without thinking. At the same time, Bibi Dong's actions were also a warning to the various cardinals. Even without considering the combat power of the Pope herself and the titled Douluo elders, just a Silent Squad was enough to make all the cardinals feel a chill in their hearts. The Son of Heaven. At this moment, Bibi Dong gently called out, and Chen Dong was taken aback. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself and walked step by step to Bibi Dong's side. Bibi Dong took Chen Dong's hand and made him stand in front of her throne. At this moment, the elders and cardinals below all spoke in unison. We have seen the Son of Heaven. This was a formal acknowledgement of Chen Dong's identity. Chen Dong nodded steadily, revealing a touch of warmth at just the right moment. I have met with the elders and the bishops, he said. Then Chen Dong stepped back and stood beside Bibi Dong. He didn't say much. Everyone was merely calling him Holy Son because of Bibi Dong's dominance. But he believed that it wouldn't be long before he could earn their genuine respect and acknowledgement. Lord Lordila. As Bibi Dong spoke this name, a middle-aged man entered from the side of the door. He was dressed in a magnificent golden outfit, with a golden eagle embroidered on his shoulder. With deep-set eyes and a hawk-like nose, the tall Lordila knelt down, saying, I have met with your holiness the Pope. In the future, the 5th Squad will be under the command of Holy Son Chen Dong, and they must ensure the safety of the Holy Son's life, without any mistakes. As the squad trained under Pope Bibi Dong, they naturally followed her orders. After Lordila stood up, he cupped his fists and said to Chen Dong, I have met with your highness the Holy Son. Chen Dong nodded steadily, and everyone got acquainted. Hui Mei, Aue Quan. You are responsible for special training the Holy Son. Once he passes your training, send him to the Martial Soul Academy. Yes. After everyone left the Martial Soul Hall, Bibi Dong wearily sat on the throne. She placed the scepter aside and gently rubbed her forehead with one hand, showing a look of exhaustion on her face. Clearly, the imposing manner she displayed in front of everyone was a deliberate effect she created. After all, to be able to compete with the Douluo Hall, she must subdue all forces outside the Douluo Hall. Even if she can't subdue them, she must suppress them, ensuring that her authority as the Pope is unquestionable. So, she can withstand the pressure from the Douluo Hall. The other offerings in the Douluo Hall would not turn against her on specific matters. She only had to deal with the pressure from Qian Daolu. Gazing in the direction of the Douluo Hall, Bibi Dong's eyes were deep. She sighed, Little one, I will fulfill my promise to you. I hope you won't disappoint me. Bibi Dong stood up, and a magnificent scepter in her hand struck heavily against the jade stone floor. Immediately, the intricate patterns engraved on the jade stone lit up. The Pope's throne slowly moved. A purple-black door suddenly appeared behind the chair. The door released an evil cold and frenzied aura that surged like a tide. However, when these auras encountered Bibi Dong, they were blocked by her vast and powerful soul power, not revealing themselves at all. Looking at this dark door that seemed to represent disaster and ominousness, Bibi Dong extended her hand. The crown and scepter in her hand quietly disappeared, unknown where they were stored. Taking a deep breath, she turned to glance at the direction of the Douluo hall and resolutely stepped inside. Douluo, I will soon confront you directly. Angel Clan, it is time to end your reign. Little one, the teacher will clear all obstacles for you. You need not worry. Rakshasa God, I am coming. No one would expect that beneath the throne of the Pope Bibi Dong, which symbolizes holiness and light, there exists such a mysterious and evil place. Could it be that even the most powerful pope on the continent has been invaded by darkness and evil? Following Oathto and Yu Guan out of the Pope Hall, Chen Dong glanced at the closed door of the Pope Hall, feeling a hint of worry in his heart. Would the teacher take risks for him? After all, it seems the only force capable of contending with a 99th level ultimate Douluo, Douluo, is there. Damn it, Chen Dong hated himself for being so weak. No, I must grow at all costs, as quickly as possible. I want to be her support. I will personally rescue her from the abyss. With his gaze fixed far towards the direction of the Douluo hall, a flash of determination and madness crossed Chen Dong's eyes. At this moment, Yu Guan stopped and looked at Chen Dong. Little guy, for the next period, go and train with the old ghost first. The ghostly figure, as cold as 1,000-year-old ice, suddenly showed a hint of shock. Although Chen Dong couldn't see the expression beneath his mask, he could still feel his astonishment. What? Isn't the foundation laid by you before passing it on to me? Aren't you afraid this little guy might fall, just like that? Yu Guan looked complexly towards the direction of the Pope's hall. Old ghost, do you think I don't know? But this is the arrangement of His Holiness the Pope. Letting the little guy pass your test first. The ghost was taken aback. His Holiness the Pope? How could that be? The little guy is only 6 years old and has only obtained one soul ring. And my test is the final step. I can't understand either. Yu Guan's expression was complicated, but His Holiness the Pope must have some deeper meaning. We will just follow the orders. All right. But are you sure you won't teach this little guy some theoretical knowledge first? Theoretical knowledge? Yu Guan seemed to think of something, then shook his head and said, no need. What he needs now is practical experience. Don't worry. He is personally designated by His Holiness the Pope as the Holy Son. Do you think he can't handle even this? Although Chen Dong didn't know what the two were discussing mysteriously, he instinctively felt it should be related to his upcoming training. Ghost Douluo shook his head while looking at Chen Dong. Although he didn't understand why Yu Guan had such strong confidence in this little guy, he would definitely not go easy on him in his test. If he really died, it could only mean he wasn't worthy of being the saint's son. Why do you have faith in him? Yu Guan recalled the scene when he and Bibi Dong first met Chen Dong. The little guy's fierce and sharp gaze, the terrifying scars on his body, and yet in front of them, he blinked his big, innocent eyes, looking like a delicate child. Yu Guan smiled and shook his head. Old ghost, you'll know soon enough. I believe this little guy will surprise you. Really? Two strange laughs came from under Ghost Douluo's mask. All right. Since that's the case, I'll take care of this little guy. Don't feel sorry when the time comes. As soon as the words fell, with a whoosh, Ghost Mysterious lightly patted Chen Dong's shoulder, and Chen Dong involuntarily felt his entire body being dragged by an intangible force. Then, the two disappeared from their original spot in an instant. Chapter 28. Evil Thief feeling the chilling gusts of wind on his body. Chen Dong was grateful that Ghost Mysterious soul power was enveloping him. Otherwise, just the force of the wind could disfigure him. With such a strong wind blowing, would the teacher's skirt fly up while flying? If that happened, it would be purple. Huh, why am I thinking about these things while flying? Could it be that I missed the teacher too much? Indeed, Bibi Dong had been busy these past few days, and it had been a long time since he had been held in her arms. Sigh, how nostalgic those days were when he could just look up and be cradled like a baby. While lost in thought, Chen Dong was surprised to find that he and Ghost Mysterious had appeared in a desolate mountain. It looked exceptionally remote and barren, and Chen Dong felt a bit puzzled. He wondered what Ghost Mysterious had brought him here for. Ghost Douluo wore a strange mask all year round, making it difficult to discern his expression. You are the saint's son designated by the Pope. Although I don't know why you didn't follow Yu Guan for training first, but came directly to take my test. I will not lower the standards because of your identity. If you can't hold on, it can only prove that you are not qualified. Chen Dong raised an eyebrow. From a meaning of the ghostly figure, this seemed to be a test or an examination. He loved exams the most. The top student was ecstatic. Moreover, Chen Dong knew that although the ghostly figure and Yu Guan were core supporters of Bibi Dong, they likely had some doubts in their hearts about Bibi Dong's decision to designate him as the Holy Son. They probably thought her decision was not very rational. However, due to the authority of the Pope, they wouldn't bring it up. Chen Dong was not angry about this and didn't think much of it. If he wanted others to be convinced, there was only one way. No matter which world it was, it had always been about speaking with strength. Grandpa Ghost, don't worry. I believe I can pass your test, and I also trust my teacher's decision and her insight, right? The ghostly figure did not speak, but led Chen Dong forward a couple of steps. They were on a small hill. It was a gentle slope, and in front of them stood a large tree. Arriving under the tree, Ghost Dong pointed down the slope and said, "That is your testing ground." Chen Dong was taken aback. He curiously looked down. Below, there were 3 tents, one larger and 2 smaller ones. Outside the tents, there were some weapons, and on several clothes racks, some clothes were scattered. In the distance, near the riverbank, a campfire was rising. On a simple fire pit, there was something of an unknown, strange shape being roasted. The 3 tents were arranged in a T shape, and their structure resembled that of a military camp. Chen Dong curiously asked, "What is the testing task?" The ghostly voice, calm, yet carrying a hint of malice, then said, "To kill the enemies of the spirit hall." Chen Dong asked with a puzzled expression. "Not? Then who are they?" Chen Dong was a bit curious. "Evil Soul Master." "What?" Chen Dong was taken aback. To be precise, it was a group of evil thieves influenced by evil soul masters. They're also called quasi-evil soul masters. What does that mean? Chen Dong was a bit confused. He knew what evil soul masters were. They were considered a type of villain, a common enemy of all soul masters on the Douluo continent. But what did quasi-evil soul masters mean? Noticing Chen Dong's confusion and doubt, Gui Mei said in a deep voice, "There are many types of evil soul masters. Some possess evil spirit souls themselves. Some have their spirit souls mutated due to later changes, and some have fallen to become evil soul masters. However, there is another type, which includes normal soul masters who possess non-evil spirit souls. If they have close physical contact with evil soul masters, such as engaging in related X behavior, or if their bodily fluids are introduced by an evil soul master causing their spirit soul to be affected and mutated, or if they are influenced by the spells of an evil soul master, they will gradually transform into evil soul masters. Those below are beings that have already been influenced by evil soul masters but have not yet completely become evil soul masters, so they're called evil thieves." "I see." Chen Dong nodded. It was not far from the spirit hall. Normally, once such a small group of evil forces is discovered, they would surely be wiped out by the spirit hall. Since the other party is still living well, it shows that the spirit hall intentionally left them. What is the purpose of the spirit hall in keeping these people? Is it to lure out evil soul masters? Or is it merely for the training of core personnel in the spirit hall? What is their strength? Chen Dong knows that to become a soul master, one must possess extraordinary skills. The strongest among them is a level 39 soul master, and among the more than 30 others, there are 2 great soul masters, 3 soul masters, and some ordinary people without soul rings. Your assessment standard is to kill any 5 of these individuals to be considered qualified. Killing 10 is excellent, and 15 is a perfect level. Chen Dong was taken aback. Any method? The ghostly figure seemed a bit confused, although it didn't understand why Chen Dong asked that. It still nodded and said, "Any method, including poisoning, assassination, sowing discord, seduction, and arson." "Very good." Chen Dong squinted his eyes and then said, "If it's about completely annihilating them, what level of evaluation is that?" "Annihilation? Impossible." "Why?" "Because this was originally a trial prepared for the Golden Generation, and the standard for perfect completion is to kill 2 great soul masters, which would allow one to become part of the Golden Generation. So simple. The premise is the cultivation level of the great soul masters. If it's about soul Douluo, then the goal is to kill that 39th level soul Douluo. Only then can one pass the final trial to recruit into the Golden Generation. It has been a long time since anyone has perfectly passed it. The Golden Generation, huh? Chen Dong remembered that day in the Pope's palace when Bibi Dong declared herself a member of the Golden Generation, but others seemed to be unconvinced. Today, he arranged for Ghost Douluo to conduct the assessment test for the Golden Generation. It seems that the teacher really understands me. After all, Bibi Dong has witnessed the handgun in Chen Dong's hand with her own eyes. How about it? Are you scared? Ghost Douluo stared at Chen Dong, as if trying to see something in his eyes. A harmless smile appeared on Chen Dong's small face, but this smile didn't seem very friendly. On the contrary, it seemed to carry a kind of fervor and madness. "Teacher, thank you for your trust. I will prove to you that your choice is correct." "Ghost Grandpa, huh? Tommy." Before the words fell, swish, Chen Dong rushed straight down from the top of the mountain. During the process of descending the slope, Ghost Douluo was surprised to find Chen Dong suddenly charged down the slope like a released tiger, moving with incredible speed, using both hands and feet. On a steep incline, he leaped high into the air, resembling a nimble monkey, and lightly grasped a soft branch. Using the branch's elasticity, he landed on another large tree, weaving through the thicket in a strange manner. Soon, Chen Dong was like an agile cheetah, leaping down from the tree trunk to the ground. He crawled on all fours, inching forward quietly. As he moved, the surrounding grass and trees made not a sound. The entire process was eerily silent. Chapter 29. Concealment and Killing Intent. The ghost of awe on the hillside watched Chen Dong's movement trajectory, his gaze slightly focused. Observing the various stealth techniques the little guy had just exhibited, the ghost doll couldn't help but feel puzzled. How could this little guy possess such strong stealth talent? Given his martial soul, the ghost doll was best at stealth assassinations, and Chen Dong's performance truly surprised him, making him even more interested in the little guy. In the grass, Chen Dong approached the edge of the camp silently, following a strange S-shaped curve. It seemed his goal was to circle around to the back, aiming directly for the largest tent in the center. Inside the largest tent, there must be the strongest level 39 Soul Master. Chen Dong wouldn't have thought of this, but why did the little guy set his sights on the tent in the middle? The power gap between him and the Soul Respect is too great. I'm afraid that as soon as he gets close to the tent, the Soul Respect will sense him. Is this little guy being a bit too reckless? Guanyin eyes narrowed slightly. He originally thought Chen Dong would choose to set traps or lure the enemy in. Then he could barely kill 5 ordinary evil thieves without soul rings. But he didn't expect Chen Dong to choose to face the level 39 Soul Respect directly. What to do? Should I intervene now? The attack power of a level 39 Soul Respect is no joke. A single strike could completely kill the little guy. Forget it. Let us wait and see. With my speed, even at the most dangerous moment, I can still save him. This little guy has no idea how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. It's good for him to learn a lesson. In the future, he should stay grounded and not be too reckless. Gradually, Chen Dong got closer to the giant tent, his body pressed tightly against the ground, completely still. Just now, during his rush down the hillside, Chen Dong's clothes had already been stained with various dirt and grass clippings, making him blend in perfectly with the color of the grass. Moreover, with Guanyin powerful perception, he couldn't sense Chen Dong's breathing or heartbeat at all. What a terrifying concealment ability. Where did this little guy learn such skills? Crouching in the grass, Chen Dong's bright eyes revealed a terrifying cold light, looking just like a cheetah fixated on its prey. Over the years, he had lived alone in the great forest, although there were no particularly powerful soul beasts in the outskirts. Even those ordinary wild beasts were not something Chen Dong could handle. To survive, Chen Dong had long mastered the ability to conceal himself, both to avoid attacks from fierce beasts and for hunting. He learned various hunting techniques from wolves, tigers, leopards, and all kinds of wild animals. He had long been accustomed to this life of hunting and being prey. Although the arrangement of these 3 tents seemed very meticulous, these evil paths were actually just a group of rabble, and their defenses were not very tight. There were no strong sentries or patrols outside. There were only 2 evil thieves with weapons wandering back and forth around the tent. On the other side, by the bonfire, sat 2 evil thieves, applying oil on something, not knowing what they were grilling, which looked bigger than a sheep but smaller than a cow. Chen Dong slowly observed the 2 wandering evil thieves in the grass, having figured out their patrol routine. The patrol of the 2 evil thieves was merely a formality, as their range never strayed far from the tent. Moreover, they kept circling around the 2 other evil thieves who were grilling meat, their eyes never leaving the barbecue grill. Very good. Chen Dong quietly avoided the sight of the 2 evil bandits, slowly moving forward behind them. Gradually, he got closer to the large tent. Due to the triangular field of vision, the tents on both sides perfectly concealed Chen Dong from view. Now, he finally saw clearly what the 2 bandits were roasting. In an instant, even though he was accustomed to all kinds of slaughter in the forest and watched fierce beasts feed every day, Chen Dong's brows furrowed tightly. What the 2 men had skewered over the campfire was actually a person. Moreover, judging by the shape, it seemed to be a woman. However, her exterior was already roasted to a golden brown, and grease was sizzling on her skin. Scalding fat dripped into the campfire, causing a cloud of smoke to rise. It was unclear whether the oil was brushed on or if it was the fat rendered from the body itself. The 2 bandits were fixated on the roasting human figure, their eyes gleaming with anticipation and excitement. Meanwhile, the 2 patrolling bandits occasionally circled around, staring intently at them, saliva nearly dripping to the ground. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Chen Dong's eyes. He had always heard about how sinister the evil soul masters were. He thought it was just that their means of killing were a bit more brutal. However, these mere quasi-evil soul masters had already committed such inhumane acts. There was not a shred of humanity. If they truly became evil soul masters, who knows how many more atrocities they would commit. Damn it. Chen Dong's killing intent grew stronger. He had no intention of letting any of these people go, even without this so-called test. At this moment, he was less than 100 meters away from the huge tent, hidden in the grass. Slowly, a strangely shaped weapon silently appeared in Chen Dong's hand. It was his martial soul, the 98K sniper rifle. Lying in the grass, he used the X-ray vision feature of the holographic sight to stealthily aim at the direction of the tent. The people inside the tent naturally couldn't see the outside situation, making it difficult for those outside to understand what was happening inside. Rushing in recklessly would lead to getting surrounded. However, for Chen Dong, the X-ray vision feature of the holographic sight came in handy at this moment. Although the X-ray ability wasn't very strong, only a few centimeters of distance, it could see through thin materials like fabric. Fortunately, the curtains inside the tent were just within the viewable range. Thus, even from the distant grass, Chen Dong could see the situation inside the tent clearly. At this moment, inside the tent, there was a tall, burly man with a long scar on his bald head sitting in the main seat. He was holding a slender, naked woman in his arms, her clothes long thrown away. Strangely, the woman had her eyes tightly closed, showing no signs of breathing, and there was a huge wound on her neck where a piece of flesh had completely disappeared. In a man's hands was an arm, blood gushing from it. The man was gnawing on the arm as if it were a lotus root, making crunching sounds with every bite. Blood dripped from the corners of his mouth with each bite. Below him sat more than a dozen evil thieves, eagerly watching the burly man in the center. Just then, the bald man in the main seat turned back suspiciously to look towards the back of the tent. Behind him were piles of armor and weapons, but nothing else. The bald man shouted loudly through the tent, "Wang Wu, Fei Lu, go check the mountain behind the tent. Don't just wander around in front. You'll miss out on the lamb." Chapter 30. Soul Zune? D. For some reason, this level 39 Soul Zune felt something uncomfortable behind him. It was as if there was something pressing against the back of his head. At that moment, bang! A loud explosion rang out. It came from the direction of the back mountain. As a level 39 Soul Zune, the bald man instinctively felt his soul power surge at the sound. However, with the noise, a spray of blood suddenly burst from his forehead. Half of his skull was blown off. He remained seated, but in an instant his brain was splattered everywhere. The remaining evil thieves in the tent were instantly dumbfounded, clearly caught off guard. However, one of the great soul masters sitting below suddenly stood up. 2 red rings, 1 white and 1 yellow, lit up on his body, and a wolf-shaped phantom appeared behind him. But being quick to react didn't help. The next second, a mysterious attack from an unknown source precisely hit his head. The wolf-head phantom above him provided no defense. Instantly, a spray of blood burst forth on the tent's curtains. The great soul master fell to the ground before he could make a move. In an instant, the other lower-level soul masters in the tent looked horrified. "Quick, get out of here!" Soon, 3 soul masters with 1 ring lit up scrambled out of the tent in a panic. Meanwhile, in another tent nearby, a great soul master with 2 flashing soul rings, 1 white and 1 yellow, had already appeared. Seeing the chaotic scene, especially the evil thieves outside who were running around like headless flies, the great soul master shouted loudly, "Don't panic. The enemy is on the back mountain. There's only 1 person. Charge in and kill him." In the grass, Chen Dong sighed lightly. Their reaction was quite quick. He put away the god-slaying gun. Just 2 shots had accurately taken out the level 39 Soul Zune and a great soul master, which made him quite satisfied. However, facing the oncoming enemies in a high-speed movement state, the 98K's effectiveness was greatly reduced. Continuing to aim would put him at risk of being surrounded. Swish! The next second, a strange yellow bottle was thrown from Chen Dong's position towards the 3 tents. The great soul master who had summoned his martial soul squinted his eyes. Although he didn't know what this strange thing in the air was, it didn't affect his decision. He swung his long knife, martial soul, and in an instant, the Molotov cocktail exploded in the air, flames bursting out. However, at a critical moment, the great soul master rolled on the ground to evade the scattering flames. But the other ordinary evil thieves were not so lucky. Countless small flames erupted from the exploding cocktail, igniting the grass and tents. Soon, the 3 tents were engulfed in roaring flames. and countless evil thieves screamed in agony. This fire was exceptionally strange. Once it touched a person, it would burn instantly. Many evil thieves jumped into the water, but at this moment, the Great Soul Master also determined Chen Dong's location based on the trajectory of the Molotov cocktail. With soul power surging, the Great Soul Master's long knife pointed forward as he shouted, "Don't panic. There's only one enemy. He only attacks from a distance. Engage him up close." He then charged towards Chen Dong's direction. In the grass, a figure flashed. It was Chen Dong, who had stood up, without a trace of fear. A smile even appeared at the corner of Chen Dong's mouth. The previously tense Great Soul Master, upon seeing that the figure in the grass was merely a 5- or 6-year-old child, revealed a sinister smile. Although he didn't know how the little guy had just killed the leader, how strong could a 5- or 6-year-old child be? Especially since they were facing him directly now. With his position exposed, Chen Dong could no longer make a sneak attack. First soul skill, Bloodthirst. Swish. A strange red light suddenly flashed across the Great Soul Master's long knife, which doubled in length, covered in blood, looking extremely sinister and terrifying. 1 inch longer. 1 inch stronger. Chen Dong stood still, raising his right hand. An invisible blue blade suddenly fell from the air, and the Great Soul Master, who was running at full speed, froze in place. It was as if he had sunk into a quagmire, or his legs had turned to jelly. His running speed suddenly slowed down, and he awkwardly moved forward a few steps. At the same time, he felt as if he had instantly sustained internal injuries. What kind of strange skill is this? Originally, it had struck with incredible speed, but now, as its speed suddenly slowed, it stopped 5 or 6 steps in front of Chen Dong. Just then, a uniquely designed hunting rifle appeared in Chen Dong's hand. Enjoy the power of the shotgun. Bang! A loud explosion echoed, and the Great Soul Master shuddered. A sharp pain shot through his chest, and several small holes appeared all over his body. At this moment, the strange slowing effect on the Great Soul Master finally vanished, and he couldn't escape or retreat. Instead, his soul power surged, and the Great Soul Master leaped high into the air, swinging his long knife down towards Chen Dong. However, before his attack could reach its target, Chen Dong raised his arm. Boom! Another loud explosion, and flames erupted from the strange weapon in his hand. In an instant, the Great Soul Master felt as if he had been hit hard. His entire body uncontrollably fell backward, rolling helplessly down the slope a few times, and then lay still. At such close range, being hit by an S-1897 shotgun, especially with a specialized choke, this blow was akin to a mini cannon. The Great Soul Master took the full brunt of the damage. It would be a miracle if he survived. As the Great Soul Master fell, the other evil bandits were momentarily stunned. The leader was dead, and even the second and third leaders had been killed. This seemingly 5- or 6-year-old child was like the Grim Reaper, directly killing a level 28 Great Soul Master with his strange weapon. At this point, many of the evil bandits were preparing to flee. Don't panic, this kid is alone. At this moment, 3 first-ring Soul Masters stepped forward. What are you afraid of? Pathetic. That kid can only act because of the strange weapon in his hand. He has no soul power and is alone with just one weapon. Exactly, brothers. Kill him and seize that weapon. Then we will never fear those damned Soul Masters again. In an instant, everyone's breathing intensified. That's right. They could see clearly that Chen Dong hadn't even summoned a soul ring. A 5- or 6-year-old child wielding such a powerful artifact could kill a rank 39 soul venerable. As long as they could obtain that artifact, they could do it too. In an instant, these ordinary evil bandits, who themselves had no martial souls, had their eyes turn red. It was as if they saw a broad road that would change their lives. In no time, all the bandits rushed toward Chen Dong with bloodshot eyes, crazed with excitement. Chapter 31. The Judgment of Ghost. Chen Dong looked at the S-1897 shotgun in his hand, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Want to try? Can you handle a shot? Bang! With a loud noise. The nearest evil thief who had just charged forward was instantly sent flying backward. Half of his body was turned to a sieve, and he fell limply to the ground. Lifeless. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, but this time, the 2 evil thieves did not die. They shared the damage of the shot, blood flowing continuously from their bodies as they collapsed to the ground, wailing in pain. However, the other evil thieves showed no sign of fear. They were desperate men, accustomed to life and death. Bang! With the final gunshot, another of the nearest evil thieves fell. However, at this point, Chen Dong's S-1897 shotgun was out of bullets, and there was no time to reload. He put away the shotgun and took out his revolver. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Aside from one shot that missed, 5 more evil thieves fell to the ground, but now the bullets in the revolver were also exhausted. He put away the handgun. Chen Dong's right hand trembled, and a silver short blade suddenly appeared in his hand. It was his martial soul, the hunting wide blade. Seeing their companions continuously dying had already made a few soul masters hesitant, but now their eyes suddenly lit up. One soul master shouted loudly, "That kid's strange weapon can't be used anymore. Let's take this opportunity to kill him." At the beginning of the battle, these 3 first-ring soul masters had positioned themselves slightly behind, allowing those ordinary evil thieves to charge forward. However, seeing Chen Dong put away his strange weapon, the 3 exchanged glances and rushed towards Chen Dong eagerly. Their goal was to snatch that divine artifact first. Among the 3, there were 2 beast soul masters and 1 battle soul master. Excitement and greed appeared in their eyes, and at that moment, a purple soul ring lit up around Chen Dong. In an instant, the silver short blade in Chen Dong's hand suddenly transformed into a purple color, with a ring of purple light glowing around the blade. It looked more like a purple circular short axe. This was indeed the upgraded form of the hunting broadblade, the patrol axe. Moreover, within a 2-meter radius around Chen Dong, a purple halo appeared. The halo flickered with strange light, exuding an aura of mystery and evil. At the sight of this purple light, the 3 soul masters froze in place. They never expected that this child, who was barely 5 or 6 years old, was also a first-ring soul master like them. However, his soul ring was purple. Purple 1,000 years. No, it's impossible. For a moment, the 3 soul masters felt a chill run down their spines and wanted to retreat. They couldn't retreat. One soul master shouted hoarsely. He must be a descendant of a top-tier force, possibly from the Spirit Hall, which would explain the 1,000-year soul ring. We must kill him, otherwise we will undoubtedly die. Indeed, although the child's clothes were filthy, the materials were of the highest quality. Moreover, his attire looked particularly similar to the standard uniform of the Spirit Hall, specifically the kind worn by core personnel. Such a genius boy must be protected by strong individuals. He must have accidentally walked here. If we can't kill him and erase his body, once he is found by the powerful beings protecting him, none of us will survive. He must die. In an instant, a bloodthirsty and brutal light appeared on the faces of the 3 soul masters as they charged fiercely at Chen Dong. The 2 beast soul masters flanked him, one conjuring sharp claws that resembled a ferocious beast. The other summoned a massive creature akin to a bull, charging towards Chen Dong. However, at that moment, Chen Dong did not retreat but advanced instead. The purple light in his hand flashed, and a life-devouring skill was activated. In an instant, the strange purple light enveloping his body expanded, covering a 3-meter radius around Chen Dong. The next second, the 3 first-ring soul masters felt an intense pain throughout their bodies, as if their life force were draining away uncontrollably. Before they could react, Chen Dong's figure instantly disappeared from his spot, moving at a strange angle and speed, slipping between one soul master's legs. Whoosh! The purple axe in his hand suddenly turned, swiftly cleaving a circular purple light through the air. All 3 soul masters were hit by the purple light, blood gushing forth continuously. At the same time, Chen Dong had already slid into the midst of the remaining ordinary evil thieves. As Chen Dong continued to maneuver, the purple halo enveloped everyone. Within 3 meters of Chen Dong, all enemies uncontrollably suffered injuries and bled, their lives continuously fading away. Whoosh! During this process, Chen Dong bizarrely dodged various incoming attacks with strange postures. His speed was incredibly unusual. Meanwhile, the specters in the distance were somewhat puzzled, completely unable to understand what the little guy was doing. Although the 3 soul masters were extremely weak at this moment, and their injuries had greatly slowed their movements, the little guy had hardly killed a few evil thieves in half a day. In fact, one evil thief managed to strike him from behind, landing a direct blow on him. He stumbled suddenly, receiving several more cuts. Strangely, however, there was no blood flowing from his body. He simply moved through the crowd with an eerie grace. What was this little guy's tactic? Was he trying to drag his opponents down with a life-draining soul skill? That seemed unrealistic. Douluo shook his head slightly, already concluding that Chen Dong had made a strategic error. Although the life-draining skill was powerful, it could forcibly reduce the enemy's percentage of health continuously. It had a fatal flaw. It lacked lethal damage. Even if the opponent was weak and their life force was merely a thin layer, Chen Dong's life-draining skill could only slowly wear them down. There was no way to deal fatal damage to them. It seemed that allowing the little guy to absorb the 1,000-year-old human-faced demon spider was a wrong choice. The soul ring of a human-faced demon spider was simply not suitable for him, although it had a continuous percentage reduction effect on health, and was particularly effective against soul beasts. It lacked a decisive finishing blow. And for a weapon spirit, lacking damage was undoubtedly a waste of spirit. It seemed the only option was for the little guy to obtain a new soul ring, one with a more powerful beast spirit to compensate for the weapon spirit's lack of lethality. Meanwhile, Chen Dong's agile figure continued to weave through the attacks of the three soul masters, gradually surrounded by more and more evil thieves. Chen Dong was continuously under attack, but thanks to the good quality of his level 1 bulletproof vest, he had not suffered any serious injuries for the time being. The gray helmet on his head also helped him block 2 attacks. Meanwhile, the evil bandits surrounding him were also continuously bleeding due to forced blood loss. As the bleeding effect intensified, the attacks from these bandits began to slow down, which relieved some of Chen Dong's pressure. However, the sheer number of opponents quickly surrounded him with layers upon layers, rendering him unable to move. He could see the cruel, bloodthirsty glint in the eyes of the three soul masters as they all launched their attacks on him. This is not good. The little guy is in trouble. Just then, Oathto narrowed his eyes, transforming his emotions into a cloud of black smoke, preparing to strike. Suddenly, Chen Dong's lips revealed a hint of a smile. The end. Chapter 31. The end skill. Chen Dong's jungle knife comes with a skill called Smite. This is something Bai Dong knows, as do Guan and Gue Mei. However, what they don't know is that after Chen Dong becomes a rank 1 soul master, his jungle knife not only evolves into a second form, Smite upgrades to Spirit Smite, and most importantly, Chen Dong gains an additional summoner skill, Execute. Upon seeing this skill, Chen Dong's expression was somewhat dazed. He seemed to have realized what his next skill should be. Smite, Execute, Frenzy, Haste, Heal, Disrupt, Stun, Weaken, Purify, Flash. There are a total of 10 summoner skills. Aside from the starting Smite skill, every time his soul master level increases, he will gain 1 skill. Execute. 90 seconds cooldown. Immediately deals true damage equal to 14 of the target's missing health to all nearby enemies. Cannot be resisted. Douluo's judgment was correct. Chen Dong's life-devouring skill indeed has a flaw, which is that its damage is too prolonged. Percentage-based damage lacks a finishing blow. However, if the life-devouring skill is used in conjunction with Execute, as long as the enemy's health drops below 14 of their missing health, Chen Dong can directly execute them. Moreover, this execution is completely unstoppable. The reason Chen Dong weaved through the crowd is to maximize the coverage of his life-devouring skill over more evil thieves, waiting for their health to reach the execution threshold. Now it's time. In an instant, a terrifying red light flashed. A ring of red light shot out around Chen Dong, and within 3 meters of him, all enemies were enveloped by a red glow. The fierce and domineering aura emanating from the red light sent chills down Douluo's spine from afar. It felt like an attack from the Grim Reaper, devoid of any rationale. In an instant, all the vitality of the surrounding evil thieves vanished. The entire valley fell into a terrifying silence. All the evil thieves surrounding Chen Dong went rigid, standing still and motionless. The next second, Chen Dong gently reached out a small hand and pushed against an evil thief holding a long knife. The body of this evil thief uncontrollably fell backward weakly, and as he lay down, he collided with the bodies of the other evil thieves. In an instant, it was like a domino effect. Crash! All the evil thieves fell to the ground in unison. What? The Oathto who had just rushed in front of Chen Dong froze in place for a moment. Dead. Dead? All dead. How is this possible? What was that domineering skill? It was so terrifying. In an instant, it harvested the lives of all enemies around. It felt like an attack that could only come from a fearsome Grim Reaper. A forced life harvest. Oathto saw clearly that the moment Chen Dong unleashed that terrifying attack, even if it were directed at him, it could deal force damage. What kind of terrifying soul skill is this? The little guy is only a rank 1, right? Isn't his soul skill life-devouring? For a moment, the 95th level title of Mei was stunned, staring blankly at the little guy standing amidst a sea of corpses, surrounded by countless bodies, still showing a harmless and friendly smile towards him. The little guy's smile was as cute as ever, especially in contrast with the densely fallen bodies at his feet. In an instant, even Douluo felt a chill in his heart. So, how about it, Grandpa Gue, have I passed your test now? Huh? In an instant, Douluo showed a hint of distraction. Little guy, what kind of monster are you? Grandpa Gue, how long did I take in total? Less than 3 minutes from the moment you made your move. Chen Dong's face revealed a hint of regret. Unfortunately, my combat skills are still too weak. It actually took me 3 minutes to resolve the battle. Sigh. Ghostly. At this moment, Ghostly asked another question in disbelief. Little guy, did you just use all your strength? All? Chen Dong thought for a moment. It seemed that the external soul bone behind him had not made a move. And the grenade had not been used either. After some consideration, Chen Dong conservatively said, I guess I've probably been pushed to about 80 of my strength, right? You. The expression on Ghost Douluo's face was incredibly vivid, but unfortunately, he was wearing a mask, so Chen Dong couldn't see the scene. All right, this little guy's strength is indeed abnormal. At the same time, Gue may finally understood why Pope Bibi Dong chose to let this little guy take his test first. With the methods that the little guy just displayed, it was likely that in a real life-and-death struggle, any one of the three from the Golden Generation would die at the little guy's hands. Thinking back to when he had questioned the Pope's decision in his heart, even considering letting Chen Dong embarrass himself and retreat in defeat to teach the young man a lesson. At this point, Ghost Douluo's old face turned red. Nana and Xie, you probably still weren't convinced about this little guy becoming the Holy Son, right? Especially Hulaina, who always thought this little guy was just an ordinary kid and even bullied him from time to time. It seems that the little guy's temperament is truly good. It hasn't been easy for Nana to survive until now. He hadn't forgotten that Chen Dong had just hidden in the grass, and with his left hand, that mysterious martial soul had directly killed a level 39 soul master with just one strike. The opponent couldn't even summon their soul ring. God-slaying spear. He had once mocked the little guy's martial soul in his heart, but now it seems that once the little guy grows to a certain level, this weapon might really be able to slay gods. Taking a deep breath, Ghost Douluo sighed and said, Let's go, little guy. Back to Soul City to start your special training. By the way, go back and tell you it won. I believe his expression will be quite wonderful. Wait a minute, Grandpa Ghost. I have a question to ask you. A determined look flashed across Chen Dong's small face as he gazed intently at Ghost Douluo. Little guy, what do you want to ask? Ghost Douluo inquired. You just said they're all quasi-evil soul masters, and that this is my test. This means that the Spirit Hall has always known about the existence of these evil thieves, yet they have allowed them to kill, commit arson, and even eat human flesh, without ever eliminating them. Is that right? Ghost Douluo looked at the persistence in the little guy's eyes and instantly understood something, smiling with appreciation. He reached out to pat Chen Dong's head, but Chen Dong stubbornly turned his head, trying to avoid it. However, he still found himself helplessly caught in Ghost Douluo's grasp. Chen Dong was speechless, truly not understanding why these people all like to pat their heads. Little guy, I didn't expect you to start questioning the justice of the Spirit Hall. Yes, I do know of the existence of these evil bandits. But it's not as you think. I'm not intentionally sparing their lives. This group of evil bandits has been trapped in this valley for several days, and they have run out of supplies for a while, so they just happen to serve as your test. For the Spirit Hall, any evil soul master encountered is to be killed on sight. You must understand that there's an irreconcilable enmity between soul masters and evil soul masters. As for the test you mentioned, such tests are not common and can only be arranged when encountering evil bandits or evil soul masters of similar strength. In other cases, soul beasts of equal strength will be used instead. Only the Golden Generation, and you are treated this way because eradicating evil soul masters is the mission of the Spirit Hall. And killing these evil bandits is also to allow you to gain merit, understanding the tasks and missions of the Spirit Hall for you in the future. Listening to Ghost Douluo's explanation, the seriousness on Chen Dong's face finally dissipated. Chapter 32. The real test if the Spirit Hall really turns a blind eye to these evil bandits committing murder and arson, or even intentionally uses these bandits to train disciples, then Chen Dong absolutely cannot tolerate such behavior. If the teacher knew, Chen Dong would definitely have a long talk with Bibi Dong. If not, then, as the Holy Son, he absolutely would not allow such a situation to happen again. After all, within the Spirit Hall, there are already good and bad elements. In many places, the reputation is not good, especially among the bishops and higher-ups in some major cities. Their conduct indeed has problems, and in the end, they were labeled as a villainous force, leading to the annihilation of the entire Spirit Hall. Chen Dong did not want to repeat the same mistakes. In addition to strengthening military power and developing influence, the image of the Spirit Hall itself also needed to turn positive. Seeing the little guy's face finally break into a smile, he relaxed his guard in seriousness. A faint smile appeared beneath the ghostly mask, and he shook his head slightly, almost imperceptibly. The Holy Son, personally chosen by His Holiness the Pope, was indeed extraordinary. Besides talent and strength, character was also a crucial aspect. As the future leader of the Spirit Hall, Chen Dong's decisions would affect the rise and fall of the Spirit Hall and determine the direction of the continent situation. This time, the so-called requirement of killing a certain number of evil thieves to qualify was merely superficial and not important at all. As long as Chen Dong could casually kill 5 evil thieves, he would pass. After all, in the initial conception of Douluo, he hadn't considered that Chen Dong could kill any soul master, let alone a powerful soul sovereign. In his view, at the age of 5 or 6, killing 5 ordinary evil thieves was already enough to prove his genius. The real test was to evaluate Chen Dong's character. After all, the future leader of the Spirit Hall could not be a powerful soul master who only knew how to kill. This was also the advice of Pope Bibi Dong. However, what Ghost didn't expect was that Chen Dong performed too perfectly. In the strength test, he completely shattered Ghost's perception. Even now, Ghost Douluo was still in shock and questioning his life. Come on, little guy. Let's return to the Spirit City and let Ju Hua pass on the next phase of the trial for you. You have already passed my test perfectly. Upon hearing this, Chen Dong frowned. Grandpa Ghost, I feel that there is still a lot of room for improvement in my strength. My combat skills are too weak, and I need to train more. Ghost was taken aback. What are you talking about? You, a first-ring soul master, killed a level 39 soul sovereign and 3 first-ring soul masters, and slaughtered so many evil thieves while being surrounded. Your combat skills are too weak? Your strength still needs improvement? Chen Dong analyzed seriously. During the recent battle, when I was surrounded, I was hit a total of 6 times, 4 of which were fatal attacks. I was hit twice in the head, and I couldn't dodge at all, and I was hit twice in the heart, which was also my mistake. If it weren't for wearing armor, I could have died on the spot. This is also because those ordinary evil thieves were too weak. But if it were a soul master with a martial soul, such a serious mistake would have led to a disastrous outcome for me. Therefore, I absolutely cannot be satisfied with just annihilating the evil thieves. I know you are proficient in assassination and stealth. Please teach me, Grandpa Ghost. Ghost Douluo really wanted to say that you are already excellent enough and don't need my guidance. However, looking at the intense and persistent gaze in Chen Dong's eyes, for a moment, Ghost Douluo hesitated. Chen Dong looked at him with piercing eyes and then said, Grandpa Ghost, the teacher has personally granted me the title of Holy Son. In the future, I will have to bear the heavy responsibility of the Spirit Hall, so my requirement for myself cannot just be excellent. I must achieve perfection. I want to challenge my limits and exhaust all my potential until there is not a trace of room for improvement. Ghost Douluo took a deep breath and then said, Little guy, although I don't know why His Holiness the Pope didn't let you choose to cultivate soul power first, you must know that for all soul masters, strength fundamentally comes from soul power and rank. No matter how exquisite one's personal combat skills and physical application are, the rank of a soul master that crosses several levels is absolutely suppressive. At this point, Ghost Douluo thought of how the little guy had just killed a 39th level soul sovereign with the cultivation of a one-ring soul master, and he suddenly felt a bit awkward. Clearing his throat, Ghost Douluo solemnly said, Although your martial skills are extraordinary and you can kill a 39th level soul sovereign now, once a soul master awakens their innate martial soul, their overall defense will greatly increase. At that time, it will be impossible for you to sneak attack like you did just now. Before reaching level 70, combat skills and soul techniques may allow you to kill soul masters of higher ranks. But once you reach the level of a title Douluo, the difference between each rank is an insurmountable chasm. Therefore, raising your level sooner is the right path. Chen Dong understood that what Ghost Douluo said was indeed a golden piece of advice. As for why Bibi Dong did not let him improve his soul power first, one reason was that she hoped Chen Dong would build a solid foundation and gain a deeper understanding of some fundamental knowledge. The second reason was to temper Chen Dong's character. After all, the little guy's martial soul was very special, allowing him to kill a large number of soul beasts to quickly gain soul power, so there was no rush to increase his soul power. It wasn't until Chen Dong understood the evil spirit masters and the evil thieves that he truly realized Bibi Dong's good intentions. Chen Dong's first soul skill, Devour, not only allows him to kill soul beasts and absorb their soul power, but also to absorb the life force of the soul beasts, continuously enhancing himself. However, this is just the first form of the Guardian Axe. Chen Dong couldn't guarantee that as his soul master level increased in the future, The wild blade wouldn't evolve into something that could directly kill other soul masters to absorb their soul power and life force. This possibility is quite high, coupled with the existence of those evil soul masters. They are despised by people all over the continent because their means of increasing strength involve maliciously absorbing the life force of other soul masters. This method is intolerable to all forces. If Chen Dong cannot temper his temperament and does not restrain himself in the madness of life-devouring skills, becoming addicted to this power enhancement, he is likely to fall into depravity. Now, through test, Bibi Dong helped him understand the evil nature of evil thieves and evil soul masters. The evil lies within human nature. Those evil thieves can become evil soul masters even without the ability to absorb other soul power and life force, and they will bring disaster to living beings. At the same time, it also made Chen Dong understand the true meaning of the existence of the Spirit Hall. That is to maintain the order of the continent. After all, tasks like hunting down evil soul masters not only waste manpower and resources, but also carry great risks. There is a possibility of facing death and sacrifice at any moment. Aside from death, even the injured personnel will involve costs for compensation and treatment. Moreover, killing evil soul masters in itself brings no benefits. These evil soul masters are like rats crossing the street, living a life of escape, lacking a fixed force and possessing little wealth and resources. Yet someone has to bear this responsibility to maintain peace across the continent. Otherwise, allowing evil soul masters to run rampant would undoubtedly be a disaster for those lower-tier soul masters without the protection of powerful forces. Chapter 33, Douluo Hall. And the teacher values him so much, putting in such thoughtful effort for him. Chen Dong could imagine the immense pressure Bibi Dong was under at that moment, being conferred as the Holy Son a whole 10 years in advance. He only regretted that his strength was not enough. He wished he could grow up right now to truly protect Bibi Dong. Therefore, for this goal, he was willing to pay any price. Ghost Grandpa, train me with the strictest standards. All right, little guy, since that's the case from now on, you're not allowed to use the martial soul in your left hand. Nor are you allowed to use that strange weapon and external soul bone. Can you do that? No problem. I can do it. You can rest assured. Very good. Little guy, I hope you won't disappoint me. Just as the words fell, Ghost gently struck out with a palm. Chen Dong just wanted to resist, but then he thought of something. Gritting his teeth, he stood still and did not move. In an instant, Chen Dong felt his limbs become incredibly heavy, his body extremely fatigued, as if he had suffered severe internal injuries. Oathto said coldly, without any emotional tone, from now on, you will be in a severely injured state every day, and then undergo training and combat. You must understand that in a person's subconscious, when they have a trump card or feel safe, they cannot truly unleash their full strength. The strongest power often erupts only on the edge of life and death. Hearing this, a flash of brilliance appeared in Chen Dong's eyes. That's right. The reason he was able to survive in the forest facing so many fierce beasts was that he was constantly confronting death. Next, I will initiate hellish training for you, and I hope you can endure. Chen Dong smiled and nodded. Come on. All right, let's go. The next moment, Oathto gently patted Chen Dong's shoulder, and the two instantly disappeared from their original spot. Then they appeared in a forest. I'll give you 5 minutes to hide. After 5 minutes, 300-year-old beasts will hunt you down. Chen Dong's face revealed a smile. Heavy injuries, desperate situations, evading hunts. What a familiar formula. The only difference is that the beasts have been replaced by soul beasts. Come on. At the same time that Chen Dong was undergoing the brutal, hellish training of the ghost Guanyin was shaking the arm of the chrysanthemum Guan incessantly. Where did Grandpa Ghost take the little guy? It's been 2 days, and he still hasn't returned? And you said Grandpa Ghost took the little one directly to the highest level test. Could the little guy already be dead? Would Grandpa Ghost be afraid of the teacher's revenge and have run away already? Guan shook his head helplessly and said, don't worry. The little guy can be named Holy Son by your teacher. He won't die so easily. We'll know when they come back. Then Guan seemed to think of something and mysteriously smiled. Nana, you should also hurry up and cultivate. Don't let the little guy surpass you in the future. Don't worry. I definitely won't fall behind in my cultivation. As for surpassing me, maybe the little guy has high talent, but I'm also constantly improving. Stinky little brother. At the same time, in the hall of the Pope, the tightly shut door slowly opened, and a noble figure in a deep purple hue walked out of the hall of the Pope. In an instant, a barely detectable purple evil intent erupted, quickly vanishing. The figure walked step by step toward the Douluo Hall, which stands at the highest point of the Spirit Hall and is revered as a holy place by all soul masters of the Douluo continent. Inside the Douluo Hall, there were no extravagant decorations. The entire structure was made of ancient rocks, but if one looked closely, they would discover a faint golden light shimmering on these ancient stones. Touching them would reveal a strange energy flowing in one's palm. Apart from the entrance, the three high walls were adorned with numerous square golden plaques. Each plaque is about half a meter high and 1 foot wide, displaying only 3 or 4 large characters. Looking around, the total number of golden plaques on the 3 walls added up to no less than several hundred. Each plaque symbolizes a titled Douluo who obtained a title after the establishment of the Douluo Hall. The Douluo Hall is hexagonal, supported by 6 massive golden pillars. Both the floor and the ceiling, as well as the 6 giant golden pillars, are engraved with countless strange patterns. These patterns are all based on feather shapes. In the center of the hall stands a 10-meter-high golden angel statue. The statue's expression is solemn, with an eye that reveals divinity and compassion, as if it were a deity that saves all beings. 3 pairs of wings spread out behind it, holding a gigantic golden sword that points to the heavens. Most peculiarly, around the golden sword, there seems to be a layer of faint golden flames swirling. In the Elder Hall of the Spirit Hall, there's a similar statue. However, compared to this one, if there is a difference between the two, it is the soul. Yes, although the statue in the Elder Hall is also massive, it lacks a soul. The enormous statue before them gives one a sense of the strongest presence. The hundreds of golden plaques of titled Douluos around it are quietly sleeping under its oppressive aura. This is the supreme hall of soul masters. Every soul master takes pride in being able to enter the Douluo Hall because it represents that they have reached the level of titled Douluo. Only when they obtain a title can they have the possibility of entering here. The Douluo Hall was not built by the Spirit Hall. According to legend, the Douluo Hall existed long before the Spirit Hall appeared. The earliest Spirit Hall was established in the name of honoring the Douluo Hall, gathering a group of powerful soul masters who revered the Douluo Hall. The Douluo Hall has a hall master, who must be the person who respects the Douluo Hall the most. The golden plaques here also preside over the conferring ceremonies for all newly titled Douluos. Boom! When the purple figure approached the Douluo Hall, the hall doors opened automatically without warning. However, the figure seemed unfazed and walked straight in, after which the doors closed automatically. Everything returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Bibi Dong, you have arrived. Inside the Douluo Hall, 6 elderly men, each exuding a profound aura, sat in dignified postures. Many of them had faces etched with the weariness of time, representing ages that had long surpassed 100 years. They are the true rulers of the Spirit Hall. The 6 offerings. The one who spoke earlier was sitting in the center, the most mysterious and the one with the strongest fluctuation of soul power. He is the master of the Elder Hall of the Spirit Hall and the master of the Douluo Hall, who once served as a judgment elder of the Spirit Hall. The 6-winged angel of the Spirit Hall, a level 99 ultimate attack type, titled Angel, nicknamed the Invincible Angel of the Sky. The Grand Offering, Chen Dong. Chen Dong appeared to be only in his 30s or 40s, handsome, with a slight smile on his face. That calm, serene aura gave people a very comfortable feeling. He was tall, but not muscular, dressed in a simple gray robe, with black hair neatly arranged behind his head. Despite his simple attire, just standing there gave one a feeling of reverence. Just those 6 light words seemed to resonate deeply within the hearts of all in the Douluo Hall. As Chen Dong spoke, the other offerings fixed their gaze on Bibi Dong, who had entered the Douluo Hall. A tremendous pressure instantly enveloped the entire hall. Faced with the combined pressure of 6 offerings, each at least a level 96 titled Douluo, Bibi Dong merely smiled calmly. Perhaps in the past, she would not have been able to withstand such pressure. But now, having accepted that power, she had already qualified to contend with the Douluo Hall. Taking a day off. Today my wife successfully gave birth to a daughter, taking a day off, and the updates owed will be made up later. Chapter 34. The Judgment of Chen Dong. Bibi Dong completely ignored the pressure released by the offerings. She walked forward step by step, as if all the pressure before her was just a gentle breeze. Bibi Dong is so relaxed, which surprised the 6 offerings. Could it be that Bibi Dong has broken through again? Realizing that their intimidation was in vain, the offerings simply withdrew their pressure and turned their attention to Chen Dong. After all, if the sky fell, there would be someone tall to bear it. This was a matter between the Pope and the Grand Offering, and the ordinary offerings could just sit back and enjoy the show. Reached level 98? It seems that soon you'll be an ultimate Douluo. No wonder you are Bibi Dong. Although others boast that Tang Hao is the most talented titled Douluo in Douluo continent's history. In fact, you, Bibi Dong, are the one. Chen Dong sighed. But he was also implicitly telling Bibi Dong, even if you have broken through, you are still only a level 98 titled Douluo. You are not an ultimate Douluo. As long as you haven't reached that realm, you don't have the qualification to compete with me. So, think carefully about what you're going to say next. It's just a gamble. The smile on Bibi Dong's stunning face remained unchanged. Being as intelligent as she was, she could naturally hear the message Chen Dong was conveying. But so what? Since she has come, it means she has already made up her mind and will not rest until she achieves her goal. No one visits the Three Treasures Hall for nothing. Speak. What brings you to the Douluo Hall? Bibi Dong lightly parted her cherry lips, stating, I have appointed my disciple Chen Dong as the Saint Son of the Spirit Hall, who will succeed me as the Pope of the Spirit Hall in the future. This resolution has been approved by the Pope's Hall and the Elder Hall, and I am here to inform the Douluo Hall. Impudent! What courage! The two elders beside Chen Dong shouted in unison, their voices booming like thunder, causing the other worshippers to look at Bibi Dong in astonishment. Bibi Dong, are you crazy? Only Chen Dong remained calm, his gaze still as tranquil as water, revealing no signs of joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. It was as if nothing in this world could provoke an emotional response from him. The Spirit Hall, led by the Pope, has 8 titled Douluo elders, along with 2 soul saints, totaling 10 elders. The 7 worshippers presiding over the Supreme Douluo Hall, making a total of 16 titled Douluo, are undoubtedly the number 1 power in the entire Douluo continent. In Chen Daoliu's eyes, the Spirit Hall will eventually be inherited by his granddaughter Qian Renxue. After all, Qian Renxue is the heir to the angel martial soul and a genius with innate soul power of level 20. Not only in Chen Daoliu's heart, but also in the minds of several worshippers. The future heir of the Spirit Hall could only be Qian Renxue. The reason Chen Dong has overlooked Bibi Dong's various monopolizations of power all along is that Bibi Dong is the biological mother of Qian Renxue. For Chen Dong, Bibi Dong's strategies for developing the Spirit Hall and some of her actions as Pope do not conflict with his core interests. Chen Dong's goal is also to enhance the influence of the Spirit Hall, to develop it into the number 1 power on the continent, and then unify the entire continent. Anyway, as long as Qian Renxue's angel martial soul grows, and she passes the angel god's examination, the Spirit Hall will ultimately return to the hands of the angel clan. As for Qian Renxue's relocation to the Heaven-Do Empire, the worshippers present are all aware. After all, to ensure Qian Renxue's safety and the smooth execution of the plan, 2 titled Douluo have already followed her to be at her service. This is not only to protect Qian Renxue, the heir of the angel family, but more importantly, the plans of the Heaven-Do Empire are a crucial step towards the Spirit Hall's unification of the continent. It is absolutely not to be taken lightly. Therefore, in terms of talent and contributions to the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue is undoubtedly the rightful future heir. This has also received tacit approval from several worshippers. But who is Chen Dong? They have never even heard of him. How can such an unknown figure be worthy of being the Saint Son of the Spirit Hall? Even figures from the Golden Generation, like Hulaina or Xie, you could be understood. After all, although the young disciples of this Golden Generation are still weak in strength at this time, their talents are top-notch, making the future promising. However, who is this so-called Saint's son, Chen Dong, emerging from some corner? He is just a one-ring soul master. The elders of the Douluo Hall, although they usually do not interfere in the specific affairs of the Pope's Hall, and just stay in the Douluo Hall, it does not mean they are blind or deaf. They are well aware of what happens in the Pope's Hall. It's just that Bibi Dong has used her powerful abilities and cunning to pressure the Elder Hall, resulting in her resolution seemingly passing with the agreement of the Elder Hall and the Pope's Hall. This way, the Pope's resolution gains legitimacy. However, this does not mean that these worshippers will allow Bibi Dong to act recklessly. They have long gathered together, waiting for Bibi Dong's explanation or to teach the increasingly powerful Pope a lesson, making her understand who truly holds the power in the Spirit Hall. Therefore, the worshippers did not hide their anger. Since both sides are already aware of each other's thoughts, Bibi Dong simply withdrew her smile and coldly said, "Several worshippers, please do not be anxious. The Pope's resolution has already been conveyed to all the spirit branches below. By tomorrow at the latest, everyone on the Douluo continent will know that the Saint Son of the Spirit Hall is my disciple, as the current number 1 power on the Douluo continent. Through the joint resolution of the Pope and Elder Hall, this message will be officially communicated everywhere. It represents the face and authority of the Spirit Hall. And even if the worshippers of the Douluo Hall are dissatisfied, there is nothing they can do to change it. If today the Spirit Hall announces the selection of the Saint's son, and tomorrow it suddenly changes the decision, declaring it void again, then the only thing lost will be the influence and authority of the Spirit Hall. It will convey explosive news of discord within the Spirit Hall, showing that the Pope cannot control the Spirit Hall. This would undoubtedly be a fatal blow to the Spirit Hall's overall plan for unifying the continent. Therefore, even if the worshippers are dissatisfied, they can only tacitly accept Bibi Dong's decision. Bibi Dong used such means to create a time difference, cooking raw rice into cooked rice. She had never tried this before, so it could be confirmed that the worshippers of the Douluo Hall would not allow the Pope to set such a precedent. Otherwise, the Douluo Hall would lose control over the Spirit Hall. Thus, the other worshippers turned their eyes to Chen Dong, seated in the center, wanting to know how the Grand Worshipper views this matter and how he will deal with Bibi Dong. Unfortunately, Chen Dong let out a heavy sigh. He then stood up from the worshipper's throne, and a golden holy sword shining with myriad glories suddenly appeared in his hand. Pope Bibi Dong, you have betrayed my trust in you and violated the rules of the Douluo Hall. Accept your judgment. Chapter 35. Confrontation on the surface. Chen Dong appears to be a good-natured person, quietly sitting in the Douluo Hall, completely uninterested in worldly affairs. He allowed Bibi Dong to gradually consolidate her authority, seeming quite easy to bully. Even back in the day, when he was also a 99th level titled Douluo, Tang San with the Guanyin hammer was far more famous than Chen Dong. He even directly gained the affection of Poseidon from Sea God Island, while Chen Dong immediately offered his blessings and turned to leave. He seemed like a down-and-out loser. Even because of his agreement with Tang San, he ignored one of the top 3 sects, the Guanyin sect, and did not eradicate them completely. In the case where the Guanyin sect has lost all its masters, it has not been destroyed. It seems somewhat stubborn. However, it is precisely such a person who has caused the entire Guanyin sect to voluntarily seal its mountain and not go out. Faced with the talented disciple Tang Hao, they can only announce the severance of their relationship and expel him from the sect. What they fear is not Bibi Dong, but the one who has been looking up at the human world from the Douluo Palace, Chen Dong. For Chen Dong, his greatest purpose is to serve the angel god and ensure the inheritance of the angel clan. He knew beforehand that Bibi Dong was the murderer of Qian Xuanji, yet he had never sought revenge for his son. The reason is only one. Bibi Dong is the mother of Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue lost her father at a young age, and Chen Dong did not want to see her lose her mother again. Even if the relationship between the mother and daughter is poor, allowing Bibi Dong to live will still leave some thoughts for Qian Renxue. Moreover, no matter what, Qian Renxue is Bibi Dong's biological daughter. Chen Dong originally thought that Bibi Dong would hand over the Wuhuan Palace to Qian Renxue smoothly due to their shared bloodline. Unexpectedly, halfway, a new player emerged, judging by Bibi Dong's intentions. Appointing Chen Dong as a saint seems to be a way to make him the future pope. Chen Dong believes that Bibi Dong's actions have only one purpose. That is to take revenge on Qian Xuanji. To take revenge on him, Chen Dong. To take revenge on the entire angel clan. As for whether Bibi Dong's appointment of Chen Dong as a saint is due to his extraordinary talent, or even stronger than Qian Renxue, ensuring that he can lead the Wuhuan Palace to better development in the future, this point not only Chen Dong, but anyone other than Bibi Dong would not think so. After all, a 20th level innate angel Wuhuan with full soul power is unique in the history of the entire Douluo continent. Among the younger generation, no one has a higher Wuhuan talent than Qian Renxue. In fact, it is far superior to Chen Dong. He has entrusted all his lifelong aspirations of becoming a god to Qian Renxue. The dream of the angel clan to become gods over the years relies on Qian Renxue. Chen Dong has placed too much hope on Qian Renxue. He has always hoped that the hidden maternal love in Bibi Dong's heart could awaken. But unexpectedly, Bibi Dong made such a decision, completely ignoring Qian Renxue. Furthermore, Chen Dong speculated that perhaps Bibi Dong's reason for doing this is that in her heart, Chen Dong's importance has surpassed that of Qian Renxue. Could it be that this child has replaced Qian Renxue? And in Bibi Dong's mind, she has already entrusted her hidden maternal love to Chen Dong? Thinking of this, a glimmer of light flashed in Chen Dong's eyes. Upon discovering that the grand offering was actually taking action personally, the 6 great offerings naturally would not sit back and watch. Their fierce aura resembling that of bloodthirsty and ferocious beasts, and a vast oppressive force spread freely. In such a desperate situation, Bibi Dong, however, showed no signs of panic. and even had the mood to tease. What's wrong? Do you want to kill me and then support your good grandson to ascend to power? Chen Dong snorted coldly. Killing you is not necessary. After all, you are Schwerer's mother. I just want you to understand that in the face of absolute strength, any scheme is meaningless. Ha! A trace of disdain appeared on Bibi Dong's stunning face. Chen Dong, you really are getting old and confused. You think I came alone to the Douluo palace to watch you, this old man, show off? At this moment, she was too lazy to pretend and directly spoke the words she had always wanted to say. Old but not dead is a thief. Since Bibi Dong came to power, the 7 offerings have added her countless troubles. At the beginning of her reign, the 8 elders that should have belonged to the Pope only included the Jew Guanyin and the gay Guanyin who obeyed Bibi Dong's orders, while the other 6 were all following the Douluo palace. Even now, Bibi Dong's strength and influence have grown stronger over time, relying on her exceptional abilities and various means. She has subdued the elders one by one. Yet there are still 2 elders who choose to obey the Douluo palace and follow Qian Rinxue to the Tiando Empire to carry out tasks. They're the Snake Spear Douluo and the Spiked Porcupine Douluo. Guanyin is not in Wuhuan City. Yueguan is teaching Xiaoyu and others. And the other little ones probably dare not come with you to the Douluo palace. So, who gave you the backing and confidence? Upon hearing this, a trace of barely noticeable anger flashed across Bibi Dong's calm face. It seems that there are indeed spies arranged by the Douluo palace within the Pope's palace and Elders' Hall. Chen Dong knows the movements of several titled Douluo elders under her command very clearly. Moreover, the reason Chen Dong said this is that he is not afraid of Bibi Dong knowing, and it undoubtedly serves as a demonstration to Bibi Dong, or rather, a warning. That is to tell Bibi Dong not to think that just because I'm not coming out of the Douluo palace, you can do whatever you want. Your every move cannot escape my control. However, Bibi Dong's face showed no signs of abnormality. With a sneer, Bibi Dong provocatively asked, "What do you think?" Chen Dong frowned slightly, and he once again reviewed in his mind the power that Bibi Dong held. He still did not find any flaws and could not understand why Bibi Dong seemed so confident today. Even if those titled Douluo under your command came. What of it? 6 titled Douluo, with at most 95 level soul power, think they can fight against us offerings? The elder who initially scolded Bibi Dong, the second offering. Guanyin Douluo mocked. Don't say that, second brother. Maybe Ju and Gui's 2 extreme static fields have made breakthroughs. The 6th offering, Qian Jun Douluo, crossed his arms. Standing beside him with a long stick carved with mysterious dragon patterns, looking eager to try. Or those 2 89 level soul Douluo becoming titled Douluo is also possible. Beside Qian Jun Douluo, an old man who looked exactly like him stood with the same long stick and said, "The 7th offering, Jiang Mo Douluo, is a biological brother of Qian Jun Douluo, both having 96 level soul power and Wuhuan Panlong stick." From their words, it is clear that the forces controlled by Bibi Dong are firmly in their grasp, even to the point of being well understood. Their tone shows that they have Bibi Dong firmly under control. Even Mu Yao, a character who is about to become a titled Douluo, is aware of this. First, eliminate you, then kill that mysterious little beast. At that time, the Wuhuan Palace will just issue a notice of death. Nothing lost. Jean Douluo grinned, and golden diamond-shaped scales slowly grew from his skin, a strong golden tail appearing behind him, making his already tall figure even more imposing. Wuhuan possessed Golden Crocodile King. The 2nd yellow soul ring, positioned second among the 9 soul rings of 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red, lit up, and Guanyin Douluo, wrapped in a layer of golden energy shield, violently attacked Bibi Dong. 2nd soul skill, Frenzied Crocodile Charge. Chapter 36, Secrets and Accomplices hearing Guanyin Douluo's words. Bibi Dong seemed to be touched on a reverse scale. A dark and evil purple-black light instantly covered her originally noble and cold purple eyes. A huge demonic scythe filled with an eerie feeling suddenly appeared in Bibi Dong's hand. Coupled with her sacred face, it looked so eerie. The magic scythe is entirely purple-black, with the blade glinting coldly, adorned with strange patterns. Each pattern seems to contain a terrifying and malevolent power. The magic scythe descends. A rich and intense evil purple aura emerges. Within the purple aura, there's a faint, chilling aura that sends shivers down the spine. Bibi Dong takes a step forward. Her graceful figure like a gentle breeze brushing against willows, elegantly meeting the fierce approach of the golden crocodile Douluo, with the magic scythe in her hand. Her speed and strength suddenly increase several times. The scythe is raised and falls. Boom! A terrifying purple-black light erupts. In an instant, this seemingly ordinary strike causes the golden crocodile Douluo, who has reached level 98, to feel a violent shock in his heart. Impossible. He is also a level 98 titled Douluo. Within the same rank, no one could unleash such a powerful attack. Facing Bibi Dong, who wields the magic scythe, the golden crocodile Douluo is simply no match. The two are not even on the same level. With one strike, the golden crocodile Douluo is sent flying, firmly embedded in the wall, unable to move. Even more terrifying is that a purple-black evil energy is constantly coursing through his body. The golden crocodile Douluo can feel this evil energy eroding his life force every second, and he is powerless to stop it. It seems Bibi Dong has no intention of letting him go. She swings the magic scythe, unleashing a massive purple-black forked light blade that rushes toward the weakened golden crocodile Douluo with a sharp whistle. Boom! At the critical moment, a golden divine giant sword blocks the scythe's light blade, saving the golden crocodile Douluo's life. Escaping from the brink of death, the golden crocodile Douluo gasps for air. His heart feels like it's lodged in his throat, and his chest rapidly contracts from the overwhelming tension, the process of exhaling and gasping resembling a broken bellows being pulled. He looks at Bibi Dong in disbelief, his mind filled with one thought. Impossible. Is she crazy? What have I done to offend her? She really wants to kill me. Second brother. The other 5 priests instantly react. They are collectively furious. No one has ever dared to attack the priests in the hall of Douluo. Bibi Dong is the first. How can they tolerate her audacity? The authority of the hall of Douluo cannot be challenged by anyone, even if that person is the Pope of the Spear Hall. Come back. A calm voice rings out. What? Big brother. At this moment, the only one who can stop them is Chen Dong. He calmly states, "You are not her match." Then, a complex expression flashes in Chen Dong's calm eyes. He looks in astonishment at the evil magic scythe in Bibi Dong's hand and says slowly, "Rakshasa, divine artifact." Heh, as expected of the representative of the angel god. You indeed know it. Bibi Dong chuckles lightly, showing no surprise that Chen Dong recognizes it. Moreover, since she has come to the hall of Douluo, she has no intention of hiding, nor is she in the mood to do so. The purple-black Rakshasa magic scythe in Bibi Dong's hand slows its assault. Missing the immobilized golden crocodile, Douluo, she pours all her immense energy into the wall beside her. In an instant, the entire hall of Douluo shows a barely perceptible tremor. Dust falls from the walls. The golden crocodile Douluo uses his soul power to forcibly pull himself out of the wall. His eyes still show a mix of shock and anger, along with a sense of relief from surviving. From now on, he probably won't dare to be reckless in front of Bibi Dong, relying on his strength. Bibi Dong has already broken through to level 98 soul power, and now she wields such a terrifying Rakshasa magic scythe. The golden crocodile Douluo also knows that Bibi Dong is currently the only twin martial soul in the Douluo continent. Her combat power far exceeds that of an ordinary titled Douluo of the same rank. If the two really engage in a life and death struggle, the final outcome will definitely be his death. He is just the second priest of the Hall of Douluo, and there's no need to stick his neck out like this. Anyway, if the sky falls, someone taller will bear it, with Chen Dong above. Let us see what he says. No matter what, even if Bibi Dong is strong, she cannot surpass Chen Dong. However, Chen Dong merely glances at Bibi Dong with a complex expression and then calmly sits down, his tone showing no fluctuation as he says, "Bibi Dong, the Rakshasa god governs the most evil, dark, and filthy rules in the world. While inheriting his power, you will also be eroded by the Rakshas's evil thoughts. As time passes, your temperament will change dramatically, becoming filthy and ugly, becoming unscrupulous, neither human nor ghost, all for your disciple to become the Holy Son. Is he worth it? You seem to be a bit irrational." Chen Dong speaks the truth as the representative of the angel god. His understanding of the Rakshasa god far exceeds Bibi Dong's imagination. Whether it is worth it, I know myself. Chen Dong, you don't need to point fingers there. Bibi Dong's lips curl into a sinister smile, and as she wields the Rakshasa magic scythe, she seems to have indeed changed somewhat. A terrifying evil thought surges wildly within her heart. Just relying on her own strong strength, Bibi Dong can still suppress the evil thoughts within her. Back then, what did that bastard do to me? Don't you know it all? You stood by and watched everything happen. Aren't you an accomplice too? Do you think I don't know? Your only goal is to hope for the birth of an exceptionally gifted descendant. So there is hope to inherit the angel god's legacy and complete the 9 trials of God. On the Douluo continent, the strength of a martial soul is directly related to the parents. Generally speaking, children will inherit their parents' martial soul talents. Therefore, many powerful martial souls on the continent exist in family forms. For example, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Guanyin sect, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, etc. Such inheritance has its pros and cons. The advantage is that it can ensure the continuous inheritance of martial souls, maintaining the emergence of powerful martial souls among descendants. But the disadvantages are also obvious. It is easy to become stagnant or difficult to surpass the achievements of predecessors. And the Angel clan, from Chen Dong to Chen Xuanji, has no hope of completing the 9 trials of angels. Their talents are already at the top level, unless they hope for a mutated martial soul to appear among their descendants. However, mutated martial souls are completely unpredictable and cannot be controlled at all. Besides that, there is another method. That is to find a powerful martial soul with exceptionally high talent, female. Use her to give birth to descendants of the Angel clan. The child born must be exceptionally talented and will definitely have a chance to complete the 9 trials of angels. Chapter 37. The 6-year agreement over the years. As Bibi Dong's control over the Spirit Hall has grown stronger, coupled with her continuous cultivation of her confidence and power, she has also been secretly investigating the old matters of that year, causing many previously overlooked details to surface one by one. As the Grand Priest of the Hall of Douluo, Chen Dong can hardly escape his control over every move within the Spirit Hall. Especially at that time, Chen Dong's control over the Spirit Hall was still very strong. Unlike now, where the entire Pope Hall and Elder Hall are almost filled with Bibi Dong's people. This means that Chen Dong absolutely knew what happened back then. Moreover, with Chen Dong's strength, he absolutely has the ability to stop these things. However, he did nothing. Therefore, in Bibi Dong's heart, Chen Dong's complicity is as detestable as that of direct criminals. There was a hint of anger and resentment in Bibi Dong's tone. Don't think I don't know. You tacitly accepted me as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, while openly and secretly suppressing my strength. Your goal is to trap me firmly within the Spirit Hall, waiting for your descendant to grow up. Everything I have now is just a wedding dress for her. So over the years, you have not opposed all my actions to develop the Spirit Hall, and have even been willing to cooperate with my plans. Because you know that even if the Spirit Hall unifies the continent, the one standing at the top in the end will definitely not be me. You have calculated well. But now the Spirit Hall is mine. If she wants it, let her take it by her own strength. But don't naively think that the angel spirit is invincible, and having innate soul power of level 20 is some kind of astonishing talent. As soon as Bibi Dong said this, the few worshippers present turned their heads in unison. First, because the secrets mentioned in Bibi Dong's words were truly shocking, and second, because of what she said at the end, which seemed to be implying something. Could it be that Bibi Dong's conferral of that so-called Chen Dong as the Holy Son was not just because she wanted to challenge Chen Dong's authority? Or was it that Bibi Dong was not acting out of selfishness? Does that young man named Chen Dong really possess some astonishing talent? Could it be that Bibi Dong thinks he will be stronger than Qian Renxue in the future? But no matter what kind of talent it is, how could it possibly be stronger than the angel spirit with innate soul power of level 20? This must be just Bibi Dong's wishful thinking, right? Bibi Dong, speak up. What do you want? Chen Dong asked calmly. His strength was the strongest, and the power of the Rakshasa would not fare well against his angel sacred sword. He just understood that this was merely a test from Bibi Dong, and she had not used the full power of the Rakshsa's scythe. He also did not know how much inheritance Bibi Dong had accepted from the Rakshasa god. How far had her divine trial progressed? But in any case, the power of the Rakshasa god was definitely not just what was in front of him. Right now, he was unwilling to truly fight Bibi Dong to the death, because it would bring him no benefit, accepting Chen Dong as the holy son of the Spirit Hall. Fine, big brother, the 6 worshippers exclaimed, looking at the calm Chen Dong with confusion. Very good. A satisfied expression appeared on Bibi Dong's face. But I have conditions too. Chen Dong's tone remained calm. But Bibi Dong's gaze froze for an instant. Seemingly sensing Bibi Dong's anger, Chen Dong calmly said, my condition is purely from the perspective of the Spirit Hall. After all, if the Holy Son does not possess strong enough talent and strength, pushing him to that position would be of little significance. My conditions are, he must obtain a 10,000-year soul ring before the age of 12. He is currently 6 years old. And if he can defeat anyone from the Golden Generation before he turns 12, then he will have the qualifications to lead the Golden Generation. Thirdly, as the Holy Son, He must rely on his own abilities to obtain a soul bone. This must also be done before the age of 12. If he cannot achieve this, then his position as Holy Son will naturally be replaced by someone who can, and this is not only my opinion, but also the opinion of all the worshippers. If you do not agree, I do not mind the Pope Palace and the Douluo Palace truly severing ties. Bibi Dong's gaze was strange, as if she was pondering something. The other worshippers, upon hearing Chen Dong say this, also fell silent. Clearly, they tacitly approved of this decision. In their view, these three conditions were increasingly difficult. Chen Dong obviously cannot do it. This Chen Dong is currently just a soul master, and in 6 years, it is absolutely impossible. The first condition, obtaining a 10,000-year spirit ring, means that Chen Dong must reach the rank of Soul Zone before the age of 12. After all, absorbing the spirit ring, even Bibi Dong cannot help him. As for the second condition, defeating the golden generation before the age of 12, this is clearly also an impossible task. Chen Dong is currently growing, but the golden generation will also grow. In 6 years, by the time he reaches the strength of the current golden generation, people like Xiaoyu and Hulaina will have long surpassed him. Chen Dong is clearly making things difficult for Bibi Dong. If this person named Chen Dong can really achieve that, it will be enough to prove his talent. A genius like this, as the holy son of the Spirit Hall, would naturally not draw any complaints from the other offerings. With a cold laugh, Bibi Dong said, I agree, so starting today, you all go into seclusion. For the next 6 years, the Spirit Hall will no longer need the Douluo Hall, because I do not wish for the Holy Son to suffer from other schemes. After a moment of thought, Chen Dong nodded in agreement. No problem, but you must promise me not to interfere with Shuer's plans, nor harm her with other means. Bibi Dong coldly laughed, and then said, There is no need for me to take action. In 6 years, he will surely surpass Qian Renshu. Seeing that their goal had been achieved, Bibi Dong had no interest in staying in the Douluo Hall for even a second longer. She put away the Rakshasa scythe, the purple-black light in her eyes quickly fading, and pushed open the door to leave. See you in 6 years. Just as Bibi Dong stepped out of the Douluo Hall, Qian Oliu's deep voice suddenly rang out. Bibi Dong, your future will surely fall into the abyss. So what? Bibi Dong still had her back to the 7 offerings, her indifferent voice showing no signs of turmoil. What now? Boom! The door of the Douluo Hall slammed shut heavily, and no one knew when it would open again. Big brother, are we really going to let her control the Spirit Hall so easily and keep us in seclusion for 6 years? Qianjun Douluo asked unwillingly, unable to accept that something they had controlled for a lifetime would fall into the hands of someone they had never taken seriously. Yes, big brother. With the strength of our brothers, we can definitely fight her to the death. The 3 offerings' eyes flashed with a ruthless light, their tone chillingly stern. Looking at his bloodthirsty brothers, Chen Dong suddenly sighed. Once the Douluo Hall and the Papal Hall go to war, the Spirit Hall will surely fall apart. For now, we can still maintain unity. Once Shuer successfully seizes the country of Tiando, we will have the strength of a nation as support. And then it won't be too late to confront Bibi Dong. Big brother makes a good point. After thinking it over carefully, the 6 offerings agreed. As for the so-called 6-year agreement, no one took it to heart, as everyone knew that Chen Dong couldn't possibly achieve it. Chapter 38. Who is the chess player? And who is the chess piece? Bibi Dong stepped out of the Douluo Hall, a strange smile appearing on her lips. She looked disdainfully at the Douluo Hall behind her, her eyes revealing a sense of exhilaration and cunning. Chen Dong, you have always thought you stand at the highest point of the continent, arrogantly calculating everyone within your grasp. High and mighty, yet you have no idea how strong the little guy's talent is, and you know nothing about true strength. Bibi Dong understood Chen Dong's intentions all too well. Firstly, he was wary of the Rakshasa scythe and the inheritance of the Rakshasa god in her hands, so he was unwilling to truly turn against her. After all, that would harm the strength of the Spirit Hall. In Chen Dong's eyes, the Spirit Hall was the private property of their angel clan. Secondly, Bibi Dong's plan to unify the continent was crucial, as was her granddaughter Qian Renshu. And the key reason was that Chen Dong confidently believed that as long as he waited for Qian Renshu to grow up, with the power of the angel martial soul and the successful execution of Qian Renshu's plan to seize the country, supported by the resources of the Tiando Empire, both strength, talent, reputation, and contributions, Qian Renshu would reach an unprecedented peak. At that time, the holy son Chen Dong, who was of mediocre talent, would naturally be compared to her, and public sentiment would be obvious. Chen Dong played a good hand, but unfortunately, Bibi Dong knew what his trump card was. while he had no idea what Bibidong's reliance truly was. Bibidong's hand was almost a winning hand, and that card was Chen Dong. This is Bibidong's immense confidence in Chen Dong. Besides Bibidong, no one else would have such confidence in him. Obtaining a 10,000-year soul ring means that one must reach the soul power level of Soul Master, and Chen Dong is currently only 6 years old. To reach Soul Master level in 6 years, he would almost have to advance 1 rank per year. This means an average increase of 10 levels in strength each year, which is nearly impossible. Even if Bibidong gathers various resources for him to reach Soul Master level, and even personally helps Chen Dong hunt for a 10,000-year soul ring, by that time, the members of the Golden Generation will also have grown, and they will be at their peak. Chen Dong absolutely cannot defeat the Golden Generation unless Bibidong uses various means, such as weakening the Golden Generation's strength or employing other underhanded tactics. But whichever method is used, it will cause a rift between the Golden Generation and Bibidong, even if Chen Dong manages to pass this hurdle. The final condition of obtaining a soul bone will definitely be a stumbling block. The requirements of Douluo are indeed limited. Not just any soul beast that randomly drops a soul bone counts. Moreover, Douluo is referring to the soul bones from 100,000-year soul beasts, which Chen Dong absolutely cannot handle with his current strength. Furthermore, there are so few 100,000-year soul beasts on the continent that even if Bibidong wanted to help Chen Dong, she wouldn't be able to. This leaves Bibidong with only 2 options. Either venture out to find opportunities to kill a 100,000-year soul beast to help Chen Dong obtain a soul bone, or directly give one of her own soul bones to Chen Dong. Either way, Bibidong would have to pay a significant price, which would severely limit and weaken her own strength. It can be said that Douluo's strategy seems light and breezy, but it is actually full of hidden intricacies. Not only is it aimed at Chen Dong, but more crucially, it is also targeting Bibidong. However, all of this is within Bibidong's calculations. In the Douluo Hall, Bibidong did not mention Chen Dong's talent, nor did she argue logically to persuade others. Instead, she presented a strong and domineering demeanor, even resembling a protective mother lion when mentioning Chen Dong, completely ignoring reason. This created a misconception among several offerings that Bibidong had completely lost her rationality, wanting to forcibly elevate Chen Dong to the position of Holy Son, given the wisdom of the several offerings. It was easy for them to realize that Bibidong's weakness and flaw is Chen Dong. Compared to dealing with Bibidong, the Pope, handling a small character like Chen Dong would be a piece of cake, right? So when Douluo proposed the 3 conditions targeting Chen Dong and set a 6-year agreement, the others had no objections and unanimously approved. Little did they know, all of this was Bibidong's fishing law enforcement, aiming to make them use Chen Dong as a breakthrough point, and it indeed seems effective. However, in Bibidong's view, the first of the 3 conditions, the so-called limit of the 10,000-year soul ring, is before the age of 12. This means that with Hulaina's current age and strength, obtaining a 10,000-year soul ring is extremely difficult. However, the little guy's first soul ring is a 1,000-year soul ring, and it won't be long before he obtains the next soul ring, which will be a 10,000-year soul ring. He won't even need to be 12 years old. He could achieve it by the age of 6. As for defeating any member of the Golden Generation, relying on the little guy's strength, even if Bibidong interferes with the fairness of the competition, she can only protect the opponent from being eliminated by the little guy. As for whether Chen Dong can defeat any member of the Golden Generation before the age of 12, Bibidong has never doubted it. If the little guy doesn't use his strange, god-slaying gun martial soul in his left hand, it might be somewhat difficult. However, if the little guy directly uses the strange, god-slaying gun martial soul, or those divine artifacts he refers to as guns, it can be assured that even if the members of the Golden Generation from the Spirit Hall join forces, they would definitely not be Chen Dong's match. As for the soul bone, Chen Dong already has 1 external soul bone. However, Bibidong understands what Douluo means. He is referring to soul bones produced by 100,000-year soul beasts. But Bibidong is not worried at all. If it comes to it, she can always give the soul bone she has to the little guy. And 6 years is enough time for her to unify the entire Pope Hall and the Do Elder Hall. The offerings in the Douluo Hall will be restrained from interfering, and Bibidong's unification of the continent's process will progress more quickly and smoothly. Many of her plans and strategies will be realized, and with the little guy's martial soul, it's just a matter of time. By then, surpassing Chen Dong to become the #1 among the younger generation will be within reach. At that time, No one will be able to dispute the little guy, and his position as Holy Son will be even more justified. With this in mind, Bibi Dong couldn't help but wonder what the little guy is doing at this moment. Since returning to the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong has been busy handling various affairs and hasn't had time to care for the little guy properly. Thinking of the adorable and understanding Chen Dong and his innocent eyes, a hint of tenderness appeared in Bibi Dong's eyes, wishing she could see the little guy right now and hold him in her arms to cherish him. Chapter 39. Experience now. The already reserved embrace of Pope Bibi Dong is hidden beneath a leaf. This is a relatively open forest, with many leaves scattered on the ground and towering trees of uneven heights. The grass on the ground is constantly swaying as a magic wolf slowly approaches the grassy area. Chen Dong remains motionless, with only one eye visible. His heartbeat and breathing are almost imperceptible. Just as the magic wolf passes by him, it gently extends its nose to sniff, but finds nothing. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Chen Dong's eyes, and his pitch-black body was smeared with some unknown herbs. The magic wolf's sense of smell was extremely sensitive, yet at this moment, it failed to detect Chen Dong right under its nose. It seemed that Uncle Yu's teachings on herbs were truly remarkable, far more convenient than my previous trial and error with medicine. Just as the magic wolf's body passed over the ground, where Chen Dong was, swoosh, a shadow suddenly flashed on the ground, and the magic wolf was instantly cut open, its entrails and blood spilling everywhere. As Chen Dong's figure rushed out, he vanished again in an instant, leaving behind the wounded magic wolf, which struggled weakly a few times before becoming motionless. Meanwhile, another magic wolf, hearing the commotion, arrived here at an incredibly fast speed. It sniffed at its fallen companion's body and was about to turn to leave. Suddenly, a shadow flashed through the abdomen of the already dead magic wolf. And with a swift and decisive knife, this magic wolf had its throat sliced open, collapsing to the ground and twitching a few times before lying still. At this moment, another magic wolf appeared. Chen Dong was exposed in its line of sight. The deaths of its two companions did not cause the magic wolf to retreat. On the contrary, a green light flashed across this magic wolf, which charged at Chen Dong with terrifying speed. At this moment, Chen Dong's face was pale, his steps unsteady, and his breathing momentarily chaotic. His previous attack had been made in a state of severe injury and extreme hunger. To conserve energy, Chen Dong had hardly moved, remaining in the same spot. Now, this magic wolf seemed to sense Chen Dong's weakness, leaping high into the air and pouncing fiercely towards him. Chen Dong stood still, unable to move, and even stumbled slightly, causing his whole body to involuntarily fall down. Was Chen Dong really going to be defeated like this? Just at the moment when the demonic wolf pounced on him, Chen Dong's fall due to his weak legs happened to create an extra centimeter of distance between his body and the wolf's claws. It was this extra centimeter that allowed a gust of green wind, attached to the claws, to gently sweep past. Chen Dong's clothes were torn, and at the same time, a dagger that he didn't know when it appeared in his hand was raised high in the air. The impact from the enormous speed of the demon wolf caused its abdomen to instantly slide across the dagger in Chen Dong's hand. After the demon wolf landed, it charged forward another 2 or 3 steps. Its claws dug into the ground to stop its body, and this action made a line of blood slowly emerge from its abdomen. Then, blood began to spurt out continuously from this line. The demon wolf let out a painful howl and intended to charge at Chen Dong again, but stumbled in its steps. 1 step, 2 steps. 1 step, 2 steps. The demon wolf's front legs weakly knelled on the ground, collapsing right in front of Chen Dong. The huge wolf head fell to the ground, and Chen Dong sighed, gently sitting on the demon wolf's head. Alas! Chen Dong wearily gathered the torn clothes from his body. Just then, a shadow flashed before him, and a ghostly figure quietly hovered behind him. Old ghost, you've added 3 more magic wolves for me again without telling me in advance. The ghost sighed. I can't help it. Who knew you were such a freak? Since the 3 soul beasts on the first day, in just 3 short days, I've increased it to 20 soul beasts for you, yet they still can't do anything to you. Although these soul beasts were in their 10 and 20-year states, you were seriously injured when you killed them. What's most crucial is that I've only prevented you from using the bizarre god-slaying gun technique on your left hand. But you haven't even used your martial soul on your right hand once, relying solely on your physical skills. You should know that using soul power and not using soul power makes an enormous difference in a soul master's strength. Relying too much on absolute physical combat skills doesn't have much effect. Soul power and soul skills are fundamental. So you really don't need to suppress the abilities on your right hand. Chen Dong grinned and said, my soul eating skill is too domineering. Using the martial soul is somewhat unfair to them. Besides, don't you think it's more exciting this way? The ghost fighting dragon shook his head and then said, all right, little one, it's time to go back. Go back. Chen Dong was taken aback, but I still want to learn more killing techniques. The ghost spirit said helplessly, you have already learned all the stealth and assassination techniques. Even without using soul power, relying solely on your physical strength and combat skills, you can annihilate all 20 soul beasts surrounding you. What more do you want to learn in this situation? Chen Dong shook his head subtly. Only he knew that deliberately not using soul power allowed him to fight using his physical skills. Everything was to prepare for entering that place. After all, the existence there was extremely special. Everyone who entered could not use soul power and could only rely on their own strength and skills to fight. What Chen Dong needed now was to continuously use the training from Ghost Douluo to enhance his killing skills and combat awareness. As for strength, Chen Dong was not worried about that. The jungle knife could be purified into the sentinel axe, which could kill soul beasts and gain health points. If he was not mistaken, once his jungle knife was purified into its red form, he would be able to harness the red power and attack speed. Watching Chen Dong still looked like he wanted to play for a few more days. Ghost Douluo shook his head and said, this is the command of His Holiness the Pope. Teacher? Chen Dong was somewhat surprised. The ghost Douluo nodded slightly and then said, His Holiness the Pope has issued a decree. It's time to take you back. Looking at his own dirty appearance, covered in a black herb, with deliberately applied magic wolf dung and blood, as well as various dirt and grass clippings, he felt quite embarrassed. All right, we'll head back in a bit, but you have to wait for me first. Little guy, where are you going? I need to take a shower first. Chen Dongman and Nico are both clever. They think that they must clean themselves thoroughly before going back to see Bibi Dong. Otherwise, when they meet, a little hand will reach out and leave 5 black fingerprints on the big steamed bun. Chapter 40. You will definitely be speechless then in the Martial Soul City. In the training ground of the Martial Soul Academy, a tall figure named Yin was drenched in sweat, his fiery red hair looking somewhat disheveled, with visible wounds on his body. His eyes were bloodshot, and he awkwardly rolled over, letting out a long sigh of turbid air. Beside him lay another boy, Xiaoyu, who also had several wounds, his clothes in disarray, gasping for breath. Both of them were powerless, sprawled on the ground, their bodies covered in sweat after a passionate release. However, Xiaoyu's hair and face were not messy at all, while Yan's face was marked with 2 dark circles and bruises all over. Yan, do you still remember how we became the golden generation of Martial Soul City? Cough, cough. Yan coughed hard, gritting his teeth, and gasped for breath. He moved his arms a bit. Of course I remember. We were all in various martial soul temples and branches, and when our martial souls awakened, we were chosen because of our outstanding talents. Talented children from all over came together in the Martial Soul Hall, where the Pope trained us. We enjoyed the best resources, experienced the most brutal battles, and finally stood out from so many children, growing into the golden generation. Yeah, Xiaoyu looked up, hands behind his head, gazing at the sky. So you feel very unwilling. Clearly, you have put in so much effort and endured so much hardship to get to where you are today. Yet you were instantly surpassed by a little guy of unknown origin, right? Yin did not deny it, but turned to Xiaoyu and said, don't you think so? Actually, it's fine that you and I cannot become saints, but why does he become part of the golden generation with just a word? What has he done? Hee hee. Xiaoyu chuckled, not answering the question, but asking, Yin, do you think you had the strongest talent among that batch of children back then? Yin hesitated and shook his head. Not really. There were several whose talents were not inferior to mine. Then that's it. But in the end, you became part of the golden generation, while those equally talented children disappeared. What we rely on to get to today is not being more talented than others, nor being noticed by someone, but relying on our own strength, earned through our blood and sweat. Your talent and strength are recognized by everyone. Let me ask you, if the one who became the saint was not that little guy Chen Dong, but me or Nana, would you still be unhappy like you are now? That's different. Yin sat up abruptly, his face filled with shame and anger. How is it different? Nana grew up with us since childhood, and also, Xiaoyu smiled and shook his head, saying, Chen Dong is only 6 years old now, and he will live in Martial Soul City in the future. He will grow up with us too. All right. Yin scratched his hair, but Nana's talent is indeed better than mine, and her strength is improving rapidly. Although she is not as strong as I am now, it's foreseeable that in a few years, Nana will definitely surpass me. I have nothing to say about that. But what about that little guy? How old is he? Xiaoyu looked at Yin and then said, were you as strong as him when you were 6 years old? At 6, a child has just awakened their martial soul, while Chen Dong is already a one-ring soul master. He has innate full soul power, and as soon as he awakens his martial soul, he can directly obtain a soul ring. Upon hearing this, Yin was stunned and unwillingly said, "That doesn't represent anything. So what if he has good talent?" Xiaoyu patted his shoulder and then sat up, saying, "That's exactly it. He is currently just a saint, not a pope. If in the future this little guy shows strength that matches his talent, and when he grows up to be on par with us, then there is no need for the pope to canonize him. He will still be part of the golden generation. Moreover, do you think His Holiness the Pope is someone who disregards the big picture and favors personal connections?" This. Yin looked uneasily in the direction of the Pope's hall, and then quietly said, "Of course not. How could His Holiness the Pope be that kind of person? She is selfless and dedicated, and I admire her the most." Hee hee. Xiaoyu chuckled lightly, shaking his head casually. "It's fine. His Holiness the Pope has already entered seclusion. Is that so?" Yin then let out a long sigh of relief and said, putting everything else aside, "His Holiness the Pope has led the martial soul hall to prosperity over the years, and her various plans have shown her wisdom. Moreover, her determination to reform has allowed us to emerge, and we owe much to her nurturing." Exactly. So, when His Holiness the Pope canonized Chen Dong as the saint, it must be because he has some extraordinary qualities. Extraordinary qualities? Yin scratched his head in confusion and then said, "I know this because he has the innate twin martial souls. So he was accepted as a disciple by His Holiness the Pope. But there's a huge gap between a disciple and a saint. Why is His Holiness the Pope so eager to canonize him? Why not allow for fair competition?" Xiaoyu's gaze deepened, lost in thought. He then shook his head and said, "I believe it's definitely not just because of the twin martial souls. I dare bet that the little guy's talent is definitely astonishing, and he must have other secrets as well. Otherwise, His Holiness the Pope wouldn't be so serious about it. Just wait and see. On the day the secret is revealed, I believe the little guy will definitely leave you speechless." Yin disdainfully curled his lips and said, "How strong could he be? Is there anything stronger than that martial soul?" "Shoo." Xiaoyu subtly shook his head. "We better not talk about her. It's not something we should know." "All right." Yin stood up with a leap, then looked at Xiaoyu and said, "Come on, let us continue." Xiaoyu dusted off his hands and said, "You can play by yourself. I can't move anymore." After saying that, he lifted his leg and walked away. "Wait. Where are you going?" "I'm going to find a teacher. Nana hasn't come to the academy for the past few days. She must be with the teacher." "Nana?" "Wait, I'm going to." Yin patted his butt, quickening his steps to follow Xiaoyu, and the two tall boys walked away laughing. In front of them was the magnificent Pope's Hall. "Grandpa, what exactly are you drawing? What are these strange things?" Yuguan was seriously writing something in a large black notebook. He waved his hand at Hulaina beside him in annoyance and said, "Go away. Don't mess up my book. This is for the little guy. It records my insights on various medicinal herbs and the rare herbs I've seen during my travels over the years." Chapter 41. The bet Hulaina looked puzzled. "Why are you teaching these things to the little guy when he is the teacher's disciple? Are you planning to take him as your disciple too?" Yuguan nodded naturally and said, "The little guy has such great talent. If I could take him as my disciple, I would wake up smiling from my dreams. But unfortunately, he is the Pope's disciple. However, the little guy likes to study herbs, so I made this note to give him. That brat is so quirky. Just how good is his talent?" I asked the teacher, but he didn't say anything. "Grandpa, can you tell me?" Yuguan chuckled mischievously and covered his mouth with his hand. "Since His Holiness the Pope didn't say anything, I won't either. But you'll find out sooner or later. It must be very interesting." "What's interesting?" "That little guy is so strange, not normal at all, and doesn't look like a man at all." Hulaina propped her chin on her hand, biting her lip hard as if recalling something. Yuguan, who was writing, was taken aback and then looked up in surprise. "Nana, the little guy is only 6 years old. Of course he is not a man. He is just a boy." "Oh, I see. I meant to say he is not." Sigh. "Forget it." Hulaina waved her hand in frustration. "Even if he is a boy, he shouldn't be treated like this. What is that little guy thinking?" "Nana." Yuguan looked at Hulaina with a strange gaze. "The little guy has been gone for a few days, and instead of practicing every day, you keep talking about him and asking about his news. Honestly, you and T have started to like that little guy, would you?" "Absolutely not." Hulaina's face instantly turned red, and she stood up, looking at Yuguan reproachfully. "Oh." Yuguan nodded knowingly and then said, "So you don't like the little guy. But I do like him. He has a good temper, a good personality, and great talent. Ah, it would be wonderful if I could take him as a disciple." With that, Yuguan let out a meaningful sigh. "Grandpa, you are so annoying. I'm not talking to you anymore." Hulaina turned to leave and coincidentally bumped into Xiaoyu and Yin, who were coming together. "Nana, you are really here." Yin said with a simple smile, greeting Hulayina. Who beat you up so badly? Yin looked at the scars on his face with dissatisfaction, glancing at Xiaoyu and thinking, who else in the Spirit City would dare to lay such a heavy hand on him? Aren't you just pretending not to know? What are you two doing here? We came to see you. You haven't returned to the academy for several days. I heard you've been with the teacher, so I came to check on you. Oh, I'm here to learn about herbs from Grandpa Yu and to inquire about the little guy's whereabouts. But Grandpa Yu hasn't told me after several days. Really? Xiaoyu looked at Yu Guan and respectfully saluted. Teacher, if I remember correctly, Chen Dong seems to have been taken away by the Elder Ghost for 5 days now, right? Yes, that's right. Yu Guan still didn't raise his head. So they're out training and not in the Spirit City? To be precise, it's not training, but a test. However, they haven't returned for so long. Either they didn't pass the test, or they did pass it, and the Elder Ghost and the little guy are currently undergoing training. Test? Xiaoyu was suddenly stunned. Then he remembered something incredible and looked up at Yu Guan. Teacher, did Elder Ghost really take the little guy too? At this moment, Yu Guan put down the pen in his hand, closed the horizontal black notebook, and stood up to say, that's right, Elder Ghost indeed took the little guy for a test. What test? Hulayina asked curiously from his side. It's the same test you all took back in the Golden Generation, the ultimate test. The little guy's target this time is an evil thief group, with a leader who is a level 39 Soul Master and 3 One-Ring Soul Masters. In an instant, the 3 of them were stunned. How is that possible? Chen Dong is only 6 years old. Xiaoyu shook his head with a deep gaze. Such a test has no actual significance. The power gap is too great. Even if the little guy can use methods to kill 5 ordinary evil thieves, barely passing wouldn't reflect his actual strength, as he is destined not to be able to fight against Soul Masters. Once he engages, he will be putting himself in danger. I can't understand the purpose of such a test. Hee. Yu Guan's face twitched into a strange smile. This is arranged by His Holiness the Pope. What? It was arranged by the teacher? Hulayina looked surprised. How could the teacher arrange for the little guy to take such a test? The danger level is too high. Just as my brother said, this test is completely meaningless. I don't know about that, but I saw that His Holiness the Pope seemed very confident. So the little guy should be able to achieve good results. Xiaoyu pondered for a moment and then nodded. I can roughly understand the significance of the Pope arranging this test. First, he hopes that the little guy can pass the test that the Golden Generation went through, which would silence the critics, especially those who doubt the little guy's qualification to be part of the Golden Generation. Secondly, he has high hopes of the little guy, wishing for him to pass the test perfectly and understand the truth behind the test. And one more thing is to hope the little guy can gain Elder Ghost recognition. After all, the little guy was discovered in the forest by the teacher and His Holiness the Pope together. His relationship with both of you is very special. However, as the Holy Son, he cannot do without the joint support of you and Elder Ghost. But Elder Ghost has a unique character. I'm afraid that just relying on the Pope's order won't make him acknowledge the little guy. Instead, it might distance him further from the little guy. Xiaoyu's analysis made Yin and Hulayina nod repeatedly. That's not something I can care about. Yu Guan casually shook his head and looked into the distance. But I believe the little guy will definitely surprise you. I bet he can kill at least 1 Soul Master. It seems the teacher has a lot of confidence in Chen Dong. Hearing Xiaoyu's question, Yu Guan thought of Chen Dong's strange martial spirit, especially that peculiar god-slaying spear on his left hand, which even made Yu Guan feel a chill. Absolutely not simple. Moreover, although the little guy is only a One-Ring Soul Master, his first soul ring is a 1,000-year soul ring, coupled with the existence of an external spirit bone. He might be able to kill those One-Ring Soul Masters. As for the level 39 Soul Master, even Yu Guan didn't dare to think about it. Seeing the 3 of them looking somewhat disbelieving, Yu Guan grinned mischievously and then said, how about this? Let's make a bet. I bet the little guy can pass perfectly. He can at least kill 1 Soul Master. Considering the presence of a level 39 Soul Master, I do not agree with the teacher's opinion. If he chooses to attack a Soul Master, it would be a life or death situation. He wouldn't make such a foolish choice. Very well. A smile appeared on Yu Guan's face. Then, let's set. Oh, the old ghost is back too quickly. Chapter 42. Senior Sister, you lost as Yu Guan's voice fell. A black shadow fell at the door like a wisp of smoke. Swish. Chen Dong looked a bit pale, gasping heavily while touching his chest. Grandpa Ghost, can you please install a safety seat on your back next time? I can't handle your sudden braking like this. You little brat, you're just teasing me. You've been lying on my back the whole way. How could you not handle it? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's gaze suddenly sharpened. He wasn't surprised that Gui Mei and Chen Dong returned safely. He knew that no matter what, Guanyin would definitely protect Chen Dong's safety at the last moment. However, from the tone of the two, it seemed their relationship was quite special. How could that be? Guanyin had always been cold and rarely joked like this. Just a trip out, and Chen Dong quickly gained Guanyin's approval. It seemed this new saint's son had strong social skills. Just as Xie Yu was still pondering this, Chen Dong, who had just regained his composure, saw a graceful figure rushing towards him. Startled, Chen Dong's muscles tensed, and he was about to react instinctively. But the moment he recognized the face of the approaching person, he froze in place. Because of this, he instantly fell into the clutches of the little witch. Little guy, you finally came back. Guanyin ran in front of Chen Dong, squatted down, and grabbed his little face, lifting him into the air. Damn it, I am now the saint's son of the Spirit Hall, the heir to Pope Bibi Dong, and the future leader of the Spirit Hall. How dare you treat me like this? This is too much. Chen Dong struggled restlessly while constantly searching for a way to break free from Guanyin's clutches. External spirit bones? No, the damage was too strong. Especially the toxins on it were too domineering. It wouldn't be good to really hurt Guanyin. The God-slaying spear? Although Guanyin would definitely let go after one shot, and he could also benefit from it, there was no guarantee it wouldn't be his last meal. Give up. Hunting gun? Revolver? Grenade? Chen Dong took a deep breath and said, Senior sister, let go of me. Seeing Chen Dong getting a bit anxious, Guanyin inexplicably felt a mischievous urge. The little guy just wouldn't let go. What could you do to me? At the same time, she couldn't help but mutter in her heart, What saint? Aren't you just being held tightly by me? Just then, Chen Dong sneered, Senior sister, be careful. Whoosh. Chen Dong kicked forward with great force. In an instant, a cold light flashed in Guanyin's eyes. This little brat is addicted, isn't he? As she watched the foot coming toward her chest. Guanyin recalled the moment when Chen Dong had kicked her in the chest and sent her flying during their first meeting. Bang! Guanyin's calf kicked out swiftly towards Chen Dong with a side kick, clearly intending to teach the little guy a lesson without hurting him too badly. Senior sister, you fell for it, Chen Dong said as he moved both hands forward, grabbing Guanyin's arms and rolling his entire body upwards. Guanyin's kick naturally missed, causing her body to stumble forward involuntarily. Meanwhile, Chen Dong's feet easily wrapped around Guanyin's neck, using the recoil to pull her arms and leap behind her. Bang! Guanyin, landing on one leg, instantly fell forward uncontrollably, and at that moment, a sharp pain shot through her back. Guanyin was immediately thrown to the ground. Chen Dong took the opportunity to ride on Guanyin's back. Senior sister, it seems you haven't trained properly these past few days. Boom! In an instant, Guanyin's soul power surged. 3 soul rings suddenly appeared. With a crack, Chen Dong was knocked back by this immense force. Just then, Chen Dong's soul power surged, and the endurance of his 1,000-year soul ring allowed him to dissipate most of the force. His body flipped backward and landed steadily on the ground. Senior sister, you've used your soul skills again. Be careful that the teacher finds out. Oof. Guanyin snorted coldly, shaking her slightly sore arms. You little brat. It was clearly you who provoked me first. So what if the teacher knows? Senior sister is just teaching you battle skills. Oh really? Chen Dong's eyes brightened at the mention of battle skills. Just in time, I also want to learn some battle techniques from senior sister. Exactly. Guanyin, as a member of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, had strong combat talent. Later, she even emerged from the city of slaughter. In that case, Guanyin must have very strong battle techniques. Chen Dong instantly felt a thrill of excitement, while Guanyin's lips curled into a sly smile. Little guy, you said it yourself, sparring between peers doesn't count as me bullying you. Of course it doesn't count. Senior sister, go ahead and use your full strength. Very good. Guanyin felt a surge of joy in her heart, finally catching a legitimate opportunity to use her soul skills on the little guy without fear of being reprimanded by their teacher. Stinky little brother, I need to teach you a good lesson. With a light laugh, Guanyin activated her second soul skill, Fox Charm. In an instant, as her soul power surged, she became radiantly charming. A seductive aura emanated from her. Yin nearby drooled, staring blankly at Guanyin. Meanwhile, Xie Yu, due to his martial soul, was not affected by Guanyin's Fox Charm skill. As for Yu Guan and Guanyin, they directly ignored Guanyin's skill and watched the show with great interest. Guanyin had been experimenting and training her soul skills for the past few days and thought to give it another try. However, Chen Dong's eyes were clear and showed no signs of being affected at all. A wave of soul power surged from him, and suddenly, a purple 1,000-year soul ring appeared. First soul skill, Life Devour. In an instant, Chen Dong's figure mysteriously vanished from his spot, holding a short blade, emitting a purple glow at an odd angle as he quickly approached Hulayina. Oomph. Seeing that the fox charm skill had no effect on Chen Dong, Hulayina was not surprised. After all, it was just a small test. Just as she was preparing to use her first soul skill again, Chen Dong gently called out 2 words. Punishment. In an instant, Hulayina felt a surge of pain erupting within her body, as if she had sunk into a quagmire. However, before she could react, the purple glow of the life devour skill enveloped her. In a flash, Hulayina felt dizzy, her body entering a state of continuous injury. But before she could process it, a red light flickered on Chen Dong's body. And, instantly, Hulayina felt as if she had been struck hard, collapsing to the ground, a wave of weakness and pain flooding through her. Then, Chen Dong's voice rang in her ear. Senior sister, the first rule of combat. Never lose focus. You lost. As his words fell, Hulayina stood dazed in place, Chen Dong's short blade at her throat, while his other hand wrapped around her neck, locking it in place. In an instant, everyone in the arena froze. Chapter 43. The heartbroken little fox aside from Guanyin Mei, who had some prior knowledge of the little guy's strength. Even Yuguan was left dumbfounded, staring at Chen Dong. They were shocked that Chen Dong had defeated Hulayina so quickly, considering there was over 20 levels of difference between them. At the same time, they were astonished by the purple soul ring emerging from Chen Dong, especially Yin and Xiaoyu, who were both taken aback. Xiaoyu's pupils rapidly constricted before returning to normal. Deep inside, he screamed in disbelief. So that's it. So that's it. No wonder he became the saint son of the Martial Red Hall. This is too abnormal. Such talent was simply unbelievable. Yen, on the other hand, looked dazed and foolish, just having escaped the effects of the fox charm skill, still drooling slightly. He stared blankly at Chen Dong, his voice trembling as he muttered in disbelief, purple, purple, purple. In an instant, Yin felt a sense of life, questioning, even doubting whether he was still under the control of Hulayina's fox charm skill and experiencing an illusion. Looking closely at Chen Dong, he was indeed a soul master of the first ring, but why did he have a purple 1,000-year soul ring? How could this be possible? This is not scientific. Yan's fingers trembled slightly. Senior sister, it's time to admit defeat. Don't try to be unreasonable. Chen Dong looked at Hulayina, who was standing there in a daze and not speaking, so he kindly reminded her. In an instant, Hulayina couldn't help but burst into tears, her tears flowing down like a river, sobbing uncontrollably in grievance. Chen Dong was stunned for a moment. No way, right? After all, I am from the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Chen Dong is also familiar with the selection process in the Golden Region. Hulayina has experienced various brutal battles since childhood, and how could she, as a disciple of Pope Bibi Dong, be so weak? Isn't it just a failure once? This mentality doesn't seem to match the personality of the little witch. Sigh. Senior sister, are you okay? Chen Dong hesitated for a moment, retracted his martial soul, and looked down at Hulayina. He tried to help her up. Go away. I won't pay attention to you anymore. Hulayina pushed Chen Dong away in dissatisfaction, angrily wiping her tears and running outside. Senior sister, please don't be angry. Looking at the disappearing Hulayina, Chen Dong sighed helplessly, then turned to look at Yuguan. Uncle Yu, I didn't use much strength just now, did I? What about my senior sister? Yuguan couldn't help but shake his head. Little guy, you had your dagger against Nana's throat, almost killed her. Nana is already in a severely injured state, and you still say you didn't go hard? Is this how you spar? Chen Dong looked helplessly at the ghostly figure and said, Grandpa Ghost, you once said that in any battle, one should use all their strength like a lion catching a rabbit. It's best to bring the target to the brink of death or completely incapacitate them. I held back, just now. Sister still has fighting power, and this is all you're teaching, right? Although the ghostly figure wore a mask that obscured his expression, Chen Dong could see a hint of malice in his eyes, as if he were looking at a fool. The ghost let out a cold snort, turned around with his hands behind his back, and walked away. Sigh, Uncle, you look. Watching the ghost and Yuguan both sigh and leave, Chen Dong turned his head in silence. Brother Xiaoyu, don't say anything. I want to be quiet. After saying this, Xiaoyu left in a somewhat awkward manner. Huh? Is Xiaoyu's girlfriend named Jingjing? Hey, Yin, why don't you say something? Purple, purple, purple. Yin stood still, his eyes distorted, with drool lingering at the corners of his mouth, looking completely out of it. His mouth couldn't even close. Chen Dong sighed, gritted his teeth, and decided to chase after Hulayina, who was leaving. The reason he chose to take action today, even revealing his first soul ring, was that ever since Bibi Dong conferred him as the Holy Son, Chen Dong could clearly feel that Xiaoyu and the others were somewhat reluctant in their hearts. After all, whether as the Holy Son or as part of the golden generation of Wuhuan City, he needed to gain their support and maintain a good cooperative relationship with them. Naturally, he couldn't let their dissatisfaction with him continue. Thus, Chen Dong planned to showcase part of his strength, letting Xiaoyu and Yin know that he was qualified to be the Holy Son of the Wuhuan Palace. The reason his teacher Bibi Dong chose him was also due to his talent and strength. Moreover, he previously lacked the confidence to directly defeat Hu Laina, especially without using firearms. However, ever since the trial ended, Chen Dong's combat experience and awareness had greatly increased. Now, he finally had the confidence. Chen Dong was also quite annoyed after being bullied by the little witch too many times. He thought about showcasing his strength in front of Hu Laina. As long as he defeated the little witch, he believed she would back off and no longer harass him. However, he didn't expect that although Hu Laina seemed optimistic and cheerful, her ability to cope with setbacks was so poor that she ended up crying after being beaten. He really didn't know how she had managed to get through all this time. What Chen Dong didn't know was that Hu Laina, as Bibi Dong's disciple, had never truly been bullied in the Spirit City. The two from the Golden Generation, Xiaoyu and Yin, cared for her too much. And as for the others in the Spirit Academy, they might not be able to defeat the Little Witch either. It was only because Chen Dong was completely unaffected by her charm skills that he managed to win. Therefore, the Little Witch hadn't tasted failure and humiliation in a long time. The key point was that in Hu Laina's eyes, he had always been just a little annoying brother. In the future, he would also be her snack bag and punching bag. But unexpectedly, reality slapped Hu Laina hard. She was actually easily defeated by Chen Dong. Although there was an element of carelessness, losing in front of so many people meant defeat, especially when that purple soul ring appeared on Chen Dong. Hu Laina was momentarily stunned beyond belief. His talent was actually so strong. Twin martial souls, innate full soul power. The first soul ring was 1,000 years. He was only 6 years old, and I already couldn't defeat a 6-year-old. What should I do? If he grows stronger, won't I have even less chance? This meant that Hu Laina's chances of defeating Chen Dong in the future were becoming increasingly slim. I used to bully this little guy a lot. When he becomes powerful, will he retaliate? How scary. If I can't defeat him, I won't be able to bully him anymore, and my charm skills will be completely ineffective. This means I will no longer have a chance to enjoy that delicious sour and sweet energy drink he has. The rest was fine, but just thinking of this made Hu Laina's heart twist in pain, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. Hu Laina angrily walked to a big tree, leaned against it, squatted down, and buried her head in her arms, crying silently. Just then, she heard a hesitant sound of footsteps beside her. Without turning around, Hu Laina turned sharply and buried her head even lower. At that moment, a strange thing appeared before her eyes. It was a package that looked somewhat odd, green on the surface and square-shaped. Go away. Are you here to laugh at me? Chen Dong was momentarily speechless. Sister, at least look at me. Which eye of yours saw that I was mocking you? Chapter 44. Take a good look. There's no way around it. The little witch who cried must rely on her own skills to make things right. Senior sister, I came to apologize. It was my fault for lacking martial ethics, for deceiving and ambushing you. You were careless and didn't T-dodge. What you're saying is that I lack combat awareness. Cough, cough. Chen Dong was almost choked to death. Women really have two mouths. They can always justify themselves. Chen Dong squatted down, leaned closer to Hu Laina, and sincerely said, Of course not. It's mainly because senior sister is afraid of hurting me, so she held back. I'm the one who doesn't appreciate her kindness. If it weren't for her holding back, I would have died long ago. Oomph. The little demoness snorted coldly, finding this explanation quite acceptable. Indeed, flattering girls is a skillful endeavor, requiring one to speak sweet words with a guilty conscience. I, with the heart of a wolf and lungs of a dog, failed to appreciate senior sister's good intentions, and that's why I unintentionally hurt her. You know what? In a couple of days, there's an important competition at the academy. With such serious injuries now, I won't be healed in just a few days. Hee, senior sister, don't worry. I have a solution. Saying this, Chen Dong handed the 2 bandages in his hand to Hu Laina and continued, This is a gift for you, senior sister. After using it, you can recover 10 life points in 4 seconds. Of course, it can only restore up to 75. And the rest you will have to heal slowly by yourself. In an instant, Hu Laina was a bit stunned. How come this little guy has so many good things? Which big family does he belong to? He even has such a miraculous healing medicine? Recovering 10 life points in 4 seconds can be a lifesaver in a critical battle. The little fox's small hand flashed, and the bandage was already put away. How to use it? Just open it and press the bandage on your body. Most items in the airdrop box have undergone slight changes after crossing into another world. For example, energy drinks, which were originally used to restore energy, now also have the effect of restoring soul power. And using the bandage to recover life has become very simple. You just need to open the bandage and press it on your body. Oh, Hulayina skeptically tore open the green pouch in front of her and gently pressed it against her chest. Instantly, a cool sensation came over her, and Hulayina felt her injured state slowly disappearing, with the fatigue and pain within her swept away. Huh, it really works. Although she hasn't fully recovered, just a little restoration is enough. She doesn't plan to use the other hemostatic bandage. Just resting for another day will make it no big deal. Such a good thing is definitely kept as a treasure for emergencies, especially in a real life and death battle. It can definitely have miraculous effects. In an instant, the little fox's eyes regained their cunning. With a sparkly glow in her eyes, Hulayina stared into Chen Dong's eyes. Stinky little brother, honestly, do you have any more? Give senior sister another one. I really don't have any more. Chen Dong shook his head like a rattledrum. Senior sister, this is a treasure kept for emergencies. This time when I went out with Old Ghost for trials, it was so dangerous that I almost died several times without using it. I saved it just for you. Is that so? Of course. Of course. If you don't believe me, senior sister, look. Saying this, Chen Dong took off his soul guide device. Ocean Heart, to show Hulayina. Sure enough, besides a few worn-out clothes and some dry rations, there was nothing else inside. Senior sister, I'm telling you secretly, even the teacher doesn't have. Hulayina looked at Chen Dong in surprise, and Chen Dong nodded vigorously. Immediately, a satisfied expression appeared on Hulayina's face. A woman's sense of achievement comes from overshadowing other women, regardless of who the other person is or in what aspect. The little fox's eyes sparkled with pride, but she still maintained a serious expression and deliberately snorted. Then why didn't you take it out before? Sigh, I didn't want to give it to you before, but how could I say that in my heart at this moment? It's like this, senior sister, I was planning to give you a surprise. Moreover, I heard the teacher say that if boys casually give girls gifts, it will make girls misunderstand that he is pursuing her, so I was afraid senior sister would misunderstand. The little fox glared at Chen Dong with a fierce look and said, What do you mean? You don't want to give me a gift? You don't want to pursue me? Am I not beautiful? Beautiful. Beautiful. Chen Dong nodded desperately. So beautiful. Stunning. Who believes your nonsense? The little fox wrinkled her nose disdainfully. Then why does my fox charm skill have no effect on you at all? You still say I'm beautiful. Isn't that a lie? Well, about that. In Chen Dong's mind, a brainstorming session was suddenly triggered. He kept searching for ways to get through this. Sister, my martial soul is quite peculiar. It seems to naturally restrain beast-type souls, so it might have some effect on your beast martial soul. Is that the case? The little fox clearly didn't believe it. Where could there be such a strange martial soul? This is just my guess. Chen Dong certainly wouldn't reveal the truth. If the little fox knew that his holographic aiming device could be used as freely as a soul bone, it would be a big deal. Sooner or later, Bibi Dong would find out, right? Bibi Dong knows that Chen Dong's holographic aiming device has the ability to see through things. But she doesn't know it can be used internally as well. Therefore, he absolutely cannot mention this. He can only attribute it to his martial soul. After all, there has never been a wild knife martial soul in the Douluo continent before, so who can prove it? The little fox stood up and rubbed her somewhat aching chest, looking down at Chen Dong from a height. Chen Dong felt a bit flustered. Sister, what do you want to do? I want to conduct an experiment myself. This time, you're not allowed to resist, and you must not use your martial soul or soul power. You have to actively cooperate with me. Chen Dong was a bit dumbfounded. Senior sister, how should I cooperate with you? I've never heard such a strange request in my life. How do I cooperate? The little fox was also a bit stunned. She had never needed anyone's cooperation when using soul skills before. How about this? Just think of senior sister as very beautiful, a great beauty, and then you want to. With senior sister, what with senior sister? Seeing the little fox looking hesitant, Chen Dong asked curiously. Hulayina gritted her teeth and finally said, just think about wanting to sleep together with senior sister. Chen Dong was a bit stunned. Is the little fox this brave? That's not good. Senior sister, my bed is very small, and I still have to read at night. The little fox gritted her teeth in anger and said, all right, stand still. I'm going to use my soul skill now, and you must not resist. Okay, senior sister. Go ahead. Chen Dong stood there nonchalantly, as it was definitely of no use. Hulaina took a deep breath, and her soul power surged. Second soul skill, Fox Charm. In an instant, a strange and seductive aura radiated from Hulaina, her entire body exuding charm, her eyes flowing like water. Behind her, a fluffy fox tail swayed. Her slender calves slightly lifted, her waist bending down, one hand resting on her chest, while the other gently lifted her thigh. Junior brother, am I beautiful? Chen Dong honestly said, it's beautiful. The spirit hall is the most beautiful. However, when Hulaina saw Chen Dong calmly saying such words, she immediately became furious. It seems he hasn't been affected by the fox charm effect yet. Don't move, just look. Then the little fox struck an extremely enchanting pose again, wearing tight little pants that slightly accentuated her curves, outlining a wonderful scenery. In an instant, Chen Dong's face turned red and his breathing quickened. There was no choice. To counteract the effect of the fox charm skill, Chen Dong had to activate the holographic scope. But once that was activated, that thin layer of pants on Hulaina was simply no obstruction. In an instant, all the details were fully revealed to Chen Dong. Chapter 45. The scene of social death. Chen Dong stared blankly at Hulaina across from him, internally shouting, "No, don't do this, I'm still young." However, his eyes were wide open. "Stinky little brother, do I look beautiful?" Hulaina's voice came out with an alluring tone from her nasal cavity. Then she gently turned around, facing Chen Dong from another direction. The holographic aiming function automatically removed the mosaic from Chen Dong's field of vision. Chen Dong tightly clenched his molars. No, if this continues, who knows what might happen? With a flushed face, Chen Dong struggled to take a deep breath and managed to squeeze out a few words through his teeth. "Senior sister, is it done? Can we end this?" If it goes on like this, Chen Dong couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't unleash his primal power. Stinky little brother, don't move." Seeing Chen Dong's flushed face, tense expression, and his eyes starting to dart away, Hulaina felt a sense of triumph in her heart. It seemed that in the past, her use of the fox charm skill had been too simple. Dealing with Chen Dong couldn't be done in an ordinary way. See, this is the effect. Previously, when she used the fox charm skill to enchant Chen Dong, he was completely unaffected after just a glance, completely nonchalant. But today was different. The little guy's hidden tension was clear as day to Hulaina, especially when the little fox noticed that Chen Dong's body was slightly trembling, his fists clenched tightly, seemingly struggling to resist the influence of the fox charm skill. In an instant, Hulaina was excited. A voice deep inside her told her to hold on, just a little more effort, and Chen Dong would definitely break down. He would absolutely be successfully enchanted by her. Then even if Chen Dong's strength surpassed hers in the future, that stinky little brother would still be completely under her control. Seeing Chen Dong's gaze slightly drift away, Hulaina let out a soft huff and seductively said, "Brother, look at me." "No, I really don't want to look." "Senior sister, please don't do this." Chen Dong's heart was screaming wildly. Wait a minute. This pose? I have to say, senior sister's flexibility is really impressive. Wow, oh my gosh. In an instant, Chen Dong's pupils dilated. "I didn't expect this. Senior sister, you're going too far. I'm not that kind of person." "Wait, don't do that. This is not acceptable. So hot." In a moment, Chen Dong gently touched the tip of his nose, feeling a rush of heat about to uncontrollably flow down. Chen Dong tilted his head slightly, only to find a cool little hand resting on top of his head. Hulaina dissatisfiedly pushed his head down. "No hiding. Look at me. Pay attention." In Hulaina's eyes, Chen Dong's actions were clearly a form of evasion. He was indeed afraid of her fox charm skills, and the little fox felt quite pleased with herself. "Brother, look, hurry and look at your sister." As she spoke, Hulaina struck a more provocative and alluring pose, and Chen Dong finally broke down. Breathing heavily, he exhaled warm air onto Hulaina's delicate face, and a glimmer of excitement and daze flashed in the little fox's eyes. However, he gritted his teeth and persevered. He absolutely could not lose at this moment, as he was on the verge of being enchanted by himself. Chen Dong gritted his teeth and used the last bit of his rationality to resist Hulaina's allure. What he was fighting against was not Hulaina's fox charm skill, but the very charm of the little fox herself. Although from the outside, it seemed that Hulaina was perfectly dressed, merely posing seductively to release her soul power. In Chen Dong's view, the thin fabric on her body was completely ignored. Especially the various details made his small body tense up. "Senior sister, you are playing with fire?" At the same time, Chen Dong secretly vowed that the holographic scope could still use its X-ray vision ability within his body, and he must keep it a secret. No one can know. If Ulaina found out, the little fox would probably suffer a social death on the spot and would definitely hunt him down afterwards. If the teacher found out, then he would probably be dead in a physical sense. Senior sister, I'm sorry I've lost goodbye. Those enticing and bold poses, combined with the holographic scope's automatic X-ray function, were essentially high-definition fruit images. No, I must hold on. Chen Dong had only one thought in mind, to quickly return to his room and close the door tightly. The little fox usually used her fox charm skill without such exaggerated movements. The main function of the fox charm skill was actually the release of soul power, but she happened to encounter a strange guy like Chen Dong, who was completely unaffected. Therefore, Ulaina had to use all her tricks and methods, shamelessly relying on her own little body to entice him. Although the little fox felt a bit shy, she watched Chen Dong flee in panic, his short legs frantically running away. It was as if behind her was not a little fox, but a nine-tailed celestial fox with its enormous mouth wide open. Ulaina, standing in place, let out a triumphant giggle, her eyes curving into slits, resembling a cunning fox. Hee, stupid little brother. I've caught your weakness. I believe that with a few more temptations like this, using the fox charm skill will definitely yield results. I'll definitely be able to tame this little guy. However, it seems the little guy doesn't have a deep understanding of the differences between boys and girls, especially regarding the female body. It looks like it's necessary to secretly sneak into his room tonight and give my little brother a good education. The impulse to flee in panic led him straight back to his room. All the guards he encountered on the way knelt down and saluted. Now, the order from Bibi Dong appointing him as the Saint's son had spread everywhere, and everyone in the Spirit City knew that Chen Dong, the Pope's disciple, was the newly appointed Saint's son, a first-ring soul master. These guards obviously had to know their charge well, so they all recognized Chen Dong. Upon returning to his room, Chen Dong picked up a glass of cold water from the table, gulped it down, and rubbed his slightly reddened and hot face. Chen Dong decided to check himself. He lowered his head and took a glance. Fortunately, he was safe and sound. Just then, the door suddenly swung open with a loud bang. In an instant, Chen Dong was stunned. His back trembled in panic. He turned to see that the person who entered was none other than Bibi Dong. Lady. Teacher. Chapter 46. Bibi Dong's injury at this moment. The Spirit Hall and Bibi Dong had reached a temporary balance. Bibi Dong wanted to use the next 6 years to accelerate her progress, enhance her strength, and integrate the Pope's Hall and the Elder Hall, gaining the capital to confront the Douluo Hall. At the same time, it was also to give Chen Dong enough time to grow. After all, with the little guy's talent, in another 6 years, Chen Dong would surely grow into a being capable of standing on his own. The reason the Douluo Hall was willing to reach a temporary truce with Bibi Dong during these 6 years was twofold. First, because they also hoped to achieve Bibi Dong's strategy of unifying the continent. Second, the Douluo Hall was waiting for Qian Renshue's growth. For Qian Douluo, nothing else mattered. As long as Qian Renshue could grow up, perfectly unlock the divine examination, and inherit the angel god position, everything would be worth it. Therefore, the trump cards for both sides were the competition between Chen Dong and Qian Renshue. Chen Dong gritted his teeth and said seriously to Bibi Dong, Teacher, I want to obtain my second soul ring as soon as possible. What's wrong? Don't you want to go to the Spirit Hall Academy to cultivate? Bibi Dong asked. For me, the faster way to grow is certainly by hunting soul beasts. I already understand why you initially didn't let me hunt soul beasts directly to increase my strength, but want to take me back to the Spirit Hall. Chen Dong continued. You always do this because you hope I can learn how to control my inner self and not fall in an endless slaughter. Don't worry, teacher. I have understood your good intentions. Good child. Bibi Dong tightly hugged Chen Dong, her expression a mix of relief and sighing. When she first learned that the little guy's spirit could hunt soul beasts to absorb soul power and enhance himself, Bibi Dong was still worried. After all, the little guy was only 6 years old, and if left unchecked to hunt soul beasts in the forest, he might grow into a top expert, even becoming the sharpest knife in Bibi Dong's hand. However, that would just make him a soulless, emotionless killing machine. That was not what Bibi Dong wanted, but she didn't expect the little guy's maturity and wisdom to exceed her expectations, and a stable personality, good nature, kindness, and pure heart. This was evident from how he always smiled and remained unbothered when Nana bullied him multiple times. All right, Bibi Dong said with relief, once I settle some matters, we'll set off in 2 days. I will personally take you to the Stardo Great Forest to hunt soul beasts. Since Chen Dong's second soul ring could directly absorb a 10,000-year soul ring, it would undoubtedly be very difficult for him to deal with a 10,000-year soul beast with his current strength. Therefore, Bibi Dong had to take action herself to help Chen Dong hunt the 10,000-year soul beast. Excited, Bibi Dong sat up, but suddenly frowned and lay back down. Chen Dong was taken aback. The teacher was injured? Feeling somewhat nervous, he quickly used the holographic sight to observe. However, in the next second, Chen Dong was stunned. Bibi Dong was indeed injured and had lost quite a bit of blood. However, this kind of injury was something Chen Dong couldn't handle at the moment. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. So what if she was a titled Douluo? Every month, there were always a few days. While Chen Dong lay quietly in Bibi Dong's arms, Yin and Shiyue returned to their residence in a daze. Yin said, "Shiyue, what should we do? I feel like my confidence has been severely shaken right now. You need to say a few comforting words to cheer me up." Shiyue replied, "Don't talk. I want to be quiet. That's not really your style, is it?" Looking at Yan's puzzled expression, Shiyue sighed and said, "Do you know the top 10 core competencies of martial souls?" "I know. What's wrong? This was taught to us during the enlightenment stage. Is there a problem?" Shiyue said with a heavy tone. According to the repeated experiments of the predecessors in the Spirit Hall, the maximum age limit for the first soul ring absorption is around 540 years. However, Chen Dong's first soul ring is directly a purple 1,000-year soul ring. I really can't understand how this is possible. Yin scratched his head nonchalantly and said, "What's so difficult to understand? You have to know that there are people in this world whose existence is meant to be admired by others, and these people are geniuses. I thought I was a once-in-a-lifetime genius, but it turns out our new holy son is even a tad more of a genius than me." "Oh, you actually admit that Chen Dong is that little guy's holy son?" Yin replied, "I won't allow you to slander the holy son. You won't even call him your highness." Then Yin sighed and said, "There's no way around it. I was really unwilling, thinking, why that little guy? But when I saw that his first soul ring was already 1,000 years old, I knew that this kind of monstrous genius is not something I can catch up to. I can only try not to fall too far behind." A trace of maturity and melancholy appeared on Yan's face, which didn't match his age. "Did you see? He's only 6 years old, but can directly defeat Nana. Although Nana was careless, a defeat is still a defeat." Shiyue sighed and nodded, saying, "It's rare for you to think this way. You seem to have grown a lot recently." Just then, the little fox Holy-Anna bounced back with her hands behind her back, cheerful and excited. The 3 residences were adjacent, so as soon as the 2 looked up, they saw Holy-Anna. "Oh, why is Nana so happy? Weren't you just... I won't tell you. It's a secret." The little fox wouldn't tell them that she had finally discovered Chen Dong's weakness and had the opportunity to extort more good things from him. Although she couldn't extract more precious soul-guiding devices and medicines from Chen Dong, Holy-Anna didn't believe that the little guy only had these possessions. Even though Chen Dong personally showed her the Ocean Heart soul-guiding device, Holy-Anna wasn't foolish. After all, Chen Dong had given her a bag with 150 independent spaces as a meeting gift on their first meeting. Such a storage soul-guiding device, given as a gift, only proved one thing. Chen Dong definitely had higher quality items. Although she hadn't seen them, they might be hidden somewhere by him. As a golden generation of the Spirit Hall, Holy-Anna wasn't so easily fooled. So she also knew that as long as she could successfully capture Chen Dong and break through his resistance to her fox charm skill, dealing with the little guy would be a piece of cake in the future. Soul-guiding devices and various divine medicines wouldn't be hard to obtain, would they? Delightfully, Holy-Anna ignored the 2, turned around, and happily walked into her room. Yin looked at Holy-Anna in confusion and then turned to Shiyue with a dazed expression. "This is unbelievable. Is a holy son really that amazing?" The little demon girl was crying, yet he managed to cheer her up so quickly. "It's simply incredible." Shiyue nodded in agreement, fully aware of how difficult it was to comfort a sad Holy-Anna. Chapter 47. The day's duo. It seems our holy son is truly extraordinary. By the way, we still don't know what the evaluation of the holy son's test was. I initially thought he would barely pass, but now it seems he has the strength to defeat Nana. Although there was a sneak attack involved, similarly, those evil thieves wouldn't be on guard against a 6-year-old child. So he is very likely to achieve even better results, and who knows, maybe even kill a soul master. Yan's tone was filled with astonishment, and there was no longer any dissatisfaction with Chen Dong. After all, given Chen Dong's talent, it was clear that he would surpass the few of them in the future. Impossible, a level 39 soul master, surrounded by many. Even if he wanted a sneak attack, it wouldn't be so easy to succeed. However, Killing a few one-ring soul masters should still be possible. I judge he can pass perfectly. Shi Yue's tone remained calm. Yin stood up and smiled. What is the point of us guessing here? Let's go ask Elder Gui. Then we'll know. All right, let's go ask Elder Gui. I must get to the bottom of this today. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep soundly. When the two arrived at the Elder Hall, at the entrance of Yueguan and Guimei's residence, as soon as they reached the door, they heard Yueguan's shocked voice coming from inside. What? Say that again? I said during the test. The little guy directly killed a level 39 soul master. The opponent couldn't even summon a soul ring. Then in less than 3 minutes, he engaged in a frontal battle, killing all the evil thieves, including 3 one-ring soul masters without a scratch, and he wasn't even out of breath. Douluo's cold voice was filled with pride and satisfaction. He had been holding back from saying it just to see Yueguan's astonished expression. Yueguan's face showed an expression of disbelief. Do you know what you're saying? How is this possible? Do I need to lie to you? Humph. Guimei's voice carried a hint of disdainful pride. The little guy is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime genius I've seen. The most crucial point is that the little guy admires my assassination skills immensely. So he followed me to learn stealth and assassination, making him half my disciple. Bah, don't be shameless. Long before following you to trial, the little guy had already learned a lot of herbal knowledge from me, identifying various celestial herbs and plants, treating me like a teacher. Oof. What good is learning those things? Can it enhance strength? Look at how long the little guy has been learning from me. He can directly defeat Nana. Nonsense. The little guy can defeat Nana because of his own strength. What does it have to do with you? Old Gui, stop praising yourself. Juwaguan, you're just blatantly jealous. Standing outside the door, Yin and Shi Yue's pupils dilated, their eyes vacant, and they stood there in a daze. Impossible. Shi Yue was completely shocked. The words spoken by Douluo were so astonishing that Shi Yue's first reaction was that it was fake, absolutely impossible. But why would Douluo lie? Moreover, whether Chen Dong has such strength will inevitably be verified in the future. Furthermore, considering that Chen Dong's first soul ring is 1,000 years, and he possesses the bizarre ability of a twin martial soul, all of this is very likely to happen. After all, when Chen Dong fought against Ulaina, he only used his first martial soul. What exactly is Chen Dong's second martial soul? What abilities does it have? No one knows. Xiaoyu sighed, patted Yan's shoulder, and then said, Let's go. No need to ask. It's time to go back. Yan, I think you're right. We should seize the time to cultivate and not waste a single moment. Yin, don't talk. I want to be quiet. When Xiaoyu and Yin returned to their residence, Xiaoyu looked at the dark house next to them and asked in confusion, Why hasn't Nana come back so late? Who knows? Maybe she's off playing somewhere again. Don't worry. Who would dare to bully the little demon girl in Spirit City? That's true. Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, then looked at Yin with bright eyes. Yin, tonight. Yin nodded seriously and said with a heavy tone, Let's go. Tonight we'll have a fierce battle for 300 rounds, without sleep or rest. Okay. Clap. Clap. Under the moonlight, the sound of metal clashing echoed. Xiaoyu and Yin were drenched in sweat, enjoying the joy of this crazy training. At this moment, in Chen Dong's room, a simple-looking Lodia in black attire was standing opposite Chen Dong, who was leisurely sitting at the table, holding a book. Your Highness, the Saint's son, I have never heard of this Oathto city. It may just be an inconspicuous existence in the Barak Kingdom. Where did you hear such a name? Also, what's so special about this Shrek? Chen Dong gently set down the book in his hands and calmly gazed at the imposing Lord Diala standing before him, who was over a meter taller than Chen Dong. Yet, even as Chen Dong looked up at him, even without saying a word, his expression remained calm. However, Lord Diala felt a wave of unease wash over him, feeling awkward all over. He possessed the strength of a Contra, but for some reason, he sensed a dangerous aura emanating from Chen Dong. Under Chen Dong's steady gaze, he subtly bent his waist a little to avoid appearing too imposing. Chen Dong spoke calmly, without a hint of fluctuation in his tone. Lodiala, do you know why I was entrusted with your annihilation team? Please clarify, Your Highness the Sun, because among the 5 annihilation teams, the teacher values you the most. Following me is an opportunity for you, a chance to stand out in the future. You will also have the chance to enter the Elder Hall. After all, there are precedents for someone like Sol Duo becoming an elder. This, in an instant, Lodiala was stunned. He had never considered these things. At this moment, Chen Dong's seemingly casual words floated back to him. However, the teacher won't always be by my side, so your usual performance won't be seen by her. But that doesn't mean I can't tell her. A smile appeared on Lodiala's face, and he bent lower, gently picking up the water jug Chen Dong had placed nearby, to pour him a cup of hot tea. He then said, "Your Highness the Sun, you are right. Rest assured, I will investigate everything about Shrek Academy in the shortest time possible. And the few people you asked me to focus on will be the same." Chen Dong nodded gently and continued reading. At this moment, Lodiala hesitated, standing still, unsure whether to leave or to say a few words to express his loyalty to the sun. Just then, Chen Dong, without looking up from his book, said, "The founder of Shrek Academy is named Flanders. Back then, he was known as part of the Golden Iron Triangle along with Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong. Among them, Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong are the teacher's great enemies. However, they have been low-key in recent years, and with the teacher busy with her duties, it falls to me, as her disciple, to share her burdens. But this involves the teacher's privacy. Now that you know the Pope's biggest secret, I believe His Holiness will appreciate you as a trusted confidant. Congratulations." Chapter 48. Bibi donned pajamas in an instant. Lodiala was stunned, beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. Damn, he had merely intended to test the sun, but unexpectedly, after being lightly reprimanded by the sun, he had dug a big pit for himself. Inquiring into His Holiness the Pope's privacy? Just thinking about it made Lodiala tremble. The 5 Annihilation teams were all personally trained by Bibi Dawn, and he knew her character all too well. In a flash, Lodiala was filled with fear and fell to his knees. Your Highness the Sun, I did not intend to pry into His Holiness the Pope's secrets. Please, you must believe me." Chen Dong stood up, smiling as he helped Lodiala up, and then said, "It's not that serious. Don't worry. I will help you keep this secret. However, I don't want anyone else to know about this. So, do you understand?" "I understand. I will definitely keep it a secret and no one will know." "Very good." Chen Dong nodded with satisfaction, a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. After Lodiala left, he picked up the tea on the table and took a light sip. As a mere 6-year-old child, he knew that Lodiala, with her Contra-level strength, would naturally look down on him. However, since the Extinction Squad would be the sharpest weapon in his hand in the future, he had to give Lodiala a bit of a lesson. Of course, once his own strength grew stronger, he could intimidate the members of the Extinction Squad and then provide them with some benefits. After all, as the sun, having such a powerful force in his hands was something that should be utilized. Chen Dong couldn't possibly handle everything himself, especially since the members of the Extinction Squad were very covert and well-suited for carrying out some clandestine arrangements. After finishing his tea, Chen Dong lay on his bed, ready to read for a while before going to sleep. He had been undergoing trials and killings under the guidance of the Ghost Contra for several days without a single break. It was just right for him to take a good rest tonight. However, just as Chen Dong lay down under the covers, suddenly there was a loud clap. The window opened, and a figure fell into Chen Dong's room. "Senior, sister, what are you doing here?" Chen Dong felt a bit of a headache. Why can't the little witch give up? She's looking at some random books again, not even bothering to read proper ones. Chen Dong was holding the history of the Tian-Do Empire, but unexpectedly, in Hu Laina's eyes, these books were completely useless. The little fox walked to the bedside unhappily, looking at the illustrated book that was almost pushed to the ground. She picked it up and asked irritably, "Why aren't you reading the book that senior sister gave you?" Chen Dong looked at Hu Laina speechlessly, unable to hold back his complaints in his heart. "Senior sister, don't you have any self-awareness? Why am I reading this kind of book in the middle of the night? Should I still go to sleep?" However, he sincerely said, "Senior sister, I have finished reading it, so..." Finished reading it? Hu Laina raised an eyebrow and then asked, "Did you understand it?" "Well," Chen Dong hesitated for a moment and then said, "Got it. How should I put it? The physiological knowledge and human anatomy involved in this book are really too simplistic." With Chen Dong's years of experience in reviewing films, although he hasn't undergone practical training, based solely on what he has seen and the theory, he believes he is unique even in Douluo continent, right? Upon hearing Chen Dong say that he has read and understood it all, Hu Laina looked at him suspiciously and then said, "Since that's the case, senior sister will test it out." Test? Test it? How can this kind of thing be tested? Chen Dong was somewhat speechless, but Hu Laina was mumbling to herself. If the little guy really understood these, it would definitely react to her fox charm skill. Swish! The soul power surged around Hu Laina, and seeing this scene, Chen Dong's mouth twitched. Here we go again. The little fox is still not giving up. Second soul skill, fox charm. Chen Dong had no choice but to activate his holographic sight. Sure enough, using the X-ray function, he could directly see through the fox charm skill. At the same time, another part of the scenery was also revealed. Chen Dong's heartbeat slowed for a moment, and he forced himself to look away. He said in a somewhat hurried tone, "Senior sister, the fox charm skill has no effect on me. You should give up on that idea and go back soon." I don't believe it. As long as you finish that book, the fox charm skill will definitely work on you. Sai, who told you that? Chen Dong is really speechless. Where did Hulaina learn all these strange knowledge? There's no way. If it really comes to a fight, I'm afraid the little fox will end up being beaten into a whimpering creature. Chen Dong could only force a smile and say, Senior sister, actually I still don't understand this book, so... Huh? Hulaina was taken aback. She withdrew her soul power. Since Chen Dong completely didn't understand, it was the same as before, so what was the point of using the fox charm? Wasn't that just wasting her own time? Hulaina quickly picked up the book, sat down on Chen Dong's bed, and said without any courtesy, scoot over a bit. Huh? Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Dong was gently nudged by Hulaina's perky bottom, and then the little fox jumped onto the bed. Brother, can senior sister teach you how to read? No. Right? Senior sister, this isn't very appropriate. What's inappropriate about it? Even the teacher said, I should teach you how to read more. Are you sure the teacher meant this kind of book? All right, senior sister. But you only need to teach me how to read. There's really no need for any demonstrations. Shut up. Hulaina took on a commanding tone, directly opened a page, and pointed at it. Upon seeing it, the little fox's face turned a bit hot. However, she still forced herself to point at the illustration and then asked, Do you know what this is? I know. This thing should be abalone. Senior sister, do you really have to be so explosive? But how could Chen Dong say that? Just then with a bang, the door was opened, and a figure stood there, imposing and dignified. Teacher, Chen Dong felt a bit flustered. What the heck? He had been caught by Bibi Dong several times already, all in bed. Sigh, that little fox is really causing trouble. At this rate, it seems the days of honoring the teacher will be far away. At that moment, Bibi Dong wasn't wearing her luxurious robe, but a thin, light-colored nightgown, with her damp hair cascading naturally over her shoulders. She looked a bit more relaxed and gentle, and the high-slit skirt accentuated her figure, giving her a surprisingly feminine charm. The little fox jumped off the bed in a bit of a panic, ready to obediently accept punishment. Then he saw Bibi Dong in her pajamas, holding a pillow in her arms. Confused, he asked, Teacher, are you here to deliver a pillow? Was it necessary for you to come in person? Bibi Dong, tossing and turning in her room, couldn't fall asleep, especially since she was feeling a bit unwell and irritable today. So she thought of Chen Dong. Every time she was with him, she felt inexplicably at ease and could sleep well. That's why she took a pillow and planned to come to Chen Dong's place to sleep. Chapter 49. Chen Dong startled the little fox. However, Bibi Dong didn't expect that as soon as she arrived, she would find Hulaina bullying the little guy again. That's right, in Bibi Dong's eyes, it was entirely Hulaina unilaterally bullying Chen Dong. Just outside the door, Bibi Dong had already heard their conversation clearly. Hulaina was clearly making things difficult for Chen Dong, but the little guy had resisted several times. In the end, with no other choice, he could only endure it. Thinking of this, a cold glint flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes. Chen Dong is still young and must not be corrupted by Nana. Upon seeing Bibi Dong's expression, Chen Dong was immediately startled. He instantly understood that Bibi Dong was angry, and it seemed like she was about to punish Hulaina again. Please no. Chen Dong felt caught between the two people, one big and one small, and it was really hard to handle. However, he absolutely could not allow Bibi Dong to truly punish the little fox. First of all, he had witnessed the little fox's fragile heart today. She was practically a crybaby. Secondly, both Bibi Dong and Hulaina were on his side, and he definitely couldn't let things become unpleasant. Chen Dong quickly jumped out of bed and swiftly took the pillow from Bibi Dong's hands. He then neatly placed it on his own bed, carefully shaping it into a curve before smoothing out the blanket. Only then did he respectfully say, Teacher, please don't be angry. Senior sister is just trying to teach me how to read. At this point, Chen Dong's face showed a hint of embarrassment. Senior sister has such a broad mind. During the sparring earlier today, I accidentally hurt her. Now she is still injured. Yet she came here to guide me in my studies despite her pain. All because the teacher said senior sister should teach me more. So, she actually listens to you the most. It's mainly my fault for being naughty and not studying hard enough, which led to this. Bibi Dong looked at Chen Dong, who was sincerely and eagerly pleading for Hulaina, and thought that although Laina was mischievous, she was essentially helping the little guy with his studies. Thus, her expression softened significantly. Turning around, she sternly looked at Hulaina and said, From now on, I will personally take charge of teaching the little guy. You need to focus on your training. You haven't been to the academy for a long time, have you? Hulaina pouted in dissatisfaction. I've already learned everything those old men teach. There's nothing left to learn. You're also part of the golden generation. Supposedly, your talent is higher than that of Xie Yu and Yin, Yet they have already become spirit masters while your strength is still at the spirit elder level. Moreover, you can't even defeat a 6-year-old like Chen Dong, and you're here slacking off? Hulayina felt a bit wronged. After all, Xiaoyu and Yin were a few years older and had trained longer. It wasn't that she wasn't trying hard enough. As for Chen Dong, she only lost to him because she was careless. If they were to fight again, even without relying on her fox charm skills, she could still win against Chen Dong based solely on her soul power and combat skills. However, at that moment, she didn't dare to retort against Bibi Dong. All right, tomorrow you will obediently go back to the Martial Soul Academy for classes. Oh, Hulayina pouted in grievance and was about to sneak away. But then she saw Bibi Dong casually walking in front of Chen Dong's bed, where the pillow Chen Dong had prepared for her was placed. In an instant, Hulayina froze. Wasn't the teacher here to deliver the pillow to the little guy? How could she want to sleep here herself? In that moment, a wave of bitterness surged in Hulayina's heart. I want to teach the little guy how to read. Why can't I do it? Why does it have to be you? Now you've even kicked me off the bed, and yet you want to get on it yourself? In an instant, the little fox felt extremely wronged. Especially being bullied by the teacher made her unable to argue back. It felt like having a toy bear snatched away by an adult. The little fox looked back with a pitiful glance and indignantly turned to leave. On her way home, she sobbed and returned to her residence. As she approached the door, a shadow suddenly rushed at her. Startled, the little fox kicked out, sending the shadow flying. Instantly, Yan's figure tumbled awkwardly on the ground, gritting his teeth as he got up, holding his waist. Xiaoyu, we agreed on a fair fight. Why did you call for help? That hurts so much. Huh, Laina? Oh, it's nothing. It doesn't hurt. Yin instantly forgot about his pain and put on a smile. Laina, your footing was really good. The timing of your attack was perfect. I just thought of 10 ways to dodge and couldn't escape. You're amazing. Oof. In a bad mood, Hulayina ignored Yan's flattery and said unhappily, what are you two doing up at this hour? Hee, we're training, sparring. Training? Hulayina was puzzled. But you don't need to stay up all night for that, do you? Is there some assessment at the academy? No choice. Yin shook his head dejectedly and said forlornly, it's all because of the Holy Sun. Hulayina was somewhat surprised. You mean the little guy? Why are you suddenly being so polite to him? I remember someone just said a couple of days ago that a 6-year-old brat shouldn't right on my head. Why is he now the Holy Sun? I didn't know before. Who knew the Holy Sun was such a little freak? Laina, you really lost without a doubt. What? Hearing this, Hulayina became furious. What do you mean I lost without a doubt? Even you, Yin, dare to look down on me? I just got scolded harshly by Bibi Dong. Instantly dissatisfied, she said, Humph, that little guy merely took me by surprise. I was careless and didn't dodge. Otherwise, how could he be my opponent? At that moment, Xiaoyu walked over, looking at Hulayina with some pity. It seems you still don't know, huh? Sigh. Yin, realizing something, also looked at Laina with a hint of sympathy. Sigh. Xiaoyu, I think it's better not to tell Laina about this, otherwise the blow to her would be too great. You make a good point. Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. What is going on? What are you two talking about? Hulayina asked, confused. However, Yin and Xiaoyu only exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Forget it. Such a cruel outcome is something even we can't bear, let alone the proud little fox. So, they decided not to tell her. Ignoring Xiaoyu, Hulayina turned to Yin, her gaze fixed on him, and then said, Speak up, 3, 2, I'll tell you. Before Hulayina could finish counting to 3, Yin obediently opened his mouth. I just found out from the Elder Ghost that Chen Dong passed his test perfectly and that he killed a level 39 Spirit Elder. And it was a one-hit kill. The opponent didn't even have time to summon their martial soul. In just 3 minutes, he killed all the evil thieves surrounded by everyone, including 3 first-ring Spirit Masters. And he was completely unharmed. I'm done. Laina, are you okay? Yin, having said all that in one breath, looked at Hulayina with concern. At this moment, Xiaoyu also said with worry, Laina, are you okay? Hulayina stood frozen in place, her mind echoing the words. Killed a level 39 Spirit Elder. The opponent didn't even have time to summon their martial soul. How is this possible? In an instant, Hulayina felt a bit dazed, and she kept recalling what she knew about Chen Dong. The harmless little guy, the cute little short leg, shy, timid, a punching bag. The foolish child of a landlord, few people and little money. Simple-minded, annoying little brother. But among all those images, none matched what Yin had just described. Then Hulayina thought about today, how she was defeated by Chen Dong's strange skills, how he had appeared mysteriously behind her and softly said, Senior sister, you lost. The warmth of the breath he exhaled still made Hulayina's ears burn. So the little guy is actually so strong? He has been letting me win all along. He clearly is so powerful, yet every time I bully him, he never resists. He completely ignores my charm skills and possesses the strength to kill a level 39 Soul Sovereign. This means that if he wanted to, he could defeat me anytime, even easily kill me. Yet, the little guy is submissive, willingly becoming a punching bag, and often apologizing to himself of various things. Thinking of this, Hulayina's heart is filled with mixed feelings, both shocked and unwilling, along with some confusion and curiosity. However, deeper in her heart, there is a sweetness that arises. Why is this little brother so good to her? He can't possibly be. No, he's only 6 years old. Moreover, the little guy doesn't understand anything. Could it be that he is simply being nice to her? Also, although the little guy is shy, he doesn't resist skinship with her. For a moment, various thoughts flashed through Hulayina's mind, leaving her somewhat dazed. Without saying a word or paying attention to Xiaoyu and Yin beside her, Hulayina returned to her room, heavy-hearted. She slammed the door shut without turning on the light. Nana, you... Yin opened his mouth and then looked at Xiaoyu for help. Do you think Nana will be okay? Xiaoyu shook his head worriedly and said, It's hard to say. When I first found out, I couldn't accept it either. Let alone proud Nana. Sigh, I hope she can figure out. Yeah, the pressure from the son's talent is just too great. Seeing Hulayina in such a desolate state, Yin and Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a sense of sentimentality. Chen Dong has brought them too much pressure. Thinking of this, the two turned around and exchanged glances. Their eyes sparkled with eager light. Come on, they spoke in unison. Ha! That recent battle was indeed thrilling, but it was just a physical clash, not interesting. How about we duel? Oh no, let's spar. With our martial souls? Good. It seems you are quite brave. The sound of clapping resounded again under the moonlight. Meanwhile, inside the room, Hulayina sat dazedly in front of the window, one hand propping her fragrant cheek, gazing blankly at the moon outside, lost in thought. In her hand was a small green cloth and a strangely shaped backpack, one hand gently rubbing the backpack. The girl with the troubled heart couldn't sleep all night. Similarly, Chen Dong, with a dry mouth, found it hard to fall asleep. Under the moonlight, Bibi Dong's body felt slightly cold. The silk nightgown was exceptionally smooth and soft. Just a light touch could feel the incredible elasticity of her body. What's wrong? Little guy, what are you afraid of? Feeling Chen Dong's tense body in her arms, Bibi Dong was somewhat surprised. One hand gently stroked Chen Dong's shoulder, and in an instant, Bibi Dong felt the tension of his muscles contracting under her fingers. Oh, teacher, it's nothing. Listening to Chen Dong's somewhat nervous words, Bibi Dong pondered for a moment and then hugged him tightly. With a tender voice, she said, Little guy, you've never been held asleep, have you? Held asleep? Does a blow-up doll count? And, no. In the past in the forest, sometimes to keep warm, I would hug a dead bear to sleep. Teacher, you don't know how warm a dead bear's body could be all night long. Later, I even found the bear's den. Hiding inside, I didn't have to worry about other wild beasts attacking, and I slept peacefully for several nights. Hearing the little guy casually recounting his past experiences, Bibi Dong felt a sharp pain in her heart. Holding Chen Dong's somewhat cold little body, she said with concern, Why did you leave your body outside the blanket? You're still young, without soul power for protection. Cover yourself. Saying this, Bibi Dong pulled the blanket over Chen Dong, and immediately their bodies pressed closely together, both enveloped under the blanket. Chen Dong's head happened to rest in a very comfortable position, and the pillow he arranged for Bibi Dong made her sleep very comfortably. The same went for him. Don't worry, little guy, from now on, teacher will never let you suffer like this again. Bibi Dong's tone was exceptionally firm and gentle, sounding more like a whisper to herself. Chen Dong gently lifted his small face and rubbed against Bibi Dong, then tightly wrapped his arms around her waist. He sighed with satisfaction. Teacher, you are so good to me. I will definitely take good care of you in the future. That's great. Such a childlike thing to say. For Bibi Dong, in terms of strength, status, and power, she had no further desires. She didn't know why fate brought her to meet Chen Dong. Perhaps it was the little guy's tragic experiences and adorable appearance that awakened a part of her long-buried instincts. Thus, she had an intense desire to protect the little one, especially after discovering his extraordinary talent in martial souls. Bibi Dong felt more surprise, but her immediate thought was how to ensure the little guy's healthy growth, rather than simply using Chen Dong's talent to help herself unify the continent. The little one had twin martial souls, which meant he was destined to be her disciple. Deep down, Bibi Dong felt that this was all arranged by fate. Holding Chen Dong tightly in her arms, Bibi Dong asked with concern, Little guy, I just heard you say that you didn't understand the book Nana gave you, right? Huh? Chen Dong was taken aback. It turned out that Bibi Dong had heard his conversation with Hulaina. How should he respond? In Bibi Dong's impression, Chen Dong naturally didn't understand, so he felt he had to speak the truth. If he lied, wouldn't that make him a bad child? How could he then show respect to his teacher? Chen Dong could only brace himself and say, "Teacher, I really don't understand, but don't worry, I will figure it out soon." Bibi Dong reproached lightly. "You can't understand it by yourself? Of course the teacher has to teach you." "Huh? No, that's not necessary. Teacher." "Why? Do you want Nana to teach you?" Bibi Dong's words were light and airy. The moonlight was exceptionally gentle tonight, yet Chen Dong's body tensed up. He felt the temperature in the quilt drop a few degrees. How could this be? It's just that I saw the teacher was already tired, so what's the big deal? The teacher isn't really trying to sleep. She just wants to spend more time with you. All right, now the teacher will teach you. Listen carefully. Well, okay, Fina, I can't refuse such kindness. I really didn't mean to take advantage of you, teacher, but don't worry. I will take good care of you in the future. I swear. Chen Dong secretly vowed under the covers. Chapter 51. I teach you about my sister seeing the little guy obediently submit. Bibi Dong finally revealed a satisfied smile. You are my anointed holy son, and with your looks and talent, you will surely be the center of attention in the future. I don't know how many girls will like you. Although the teacher knows you are pure-hearted, innocent, and kind, you still have to guard against those seductive and cheap women who might covet your body. So the teacher must teach you this knowledge. Boys must learn to protect themselves when they go out, understand? Huh? Chen Dong was a bit stunned, looking at Bibi Dong with wide eyes, and quickly nodded obediently. Oh, I see, teacher. However, while saying this, teacher, you're holding my body tightly. Who's the one being greedy? But Chen Dong only dared to grumble in his heart. Little guy, first you need to understand that there are differences between men and women, and the biggest differences mainly lie in 2 points, for example here. Hiss, what's wrong? It's nothing, teacher, you continue. Chen Dong couldn't help but complain. Teacher, come on, don't do that. With my current body, your actions are a bit unethical. If it's 10 years later. No. Stop. Huh? What's wrong? Don't stop, teacher. Keep going. A night without words. No, there were many unspeakable words. The next day, sunlight gently spilled through the window onto Chen Dong's small face, and a glimmer of liquid hung at the corner of his mouth. A pair of hands instinctively rubbed gently, slowly opening his eyes and rubbing them. He felt that the warmth in the bedding had already decreased. When did the teacher leave? Chen Dong was a bit confused. Also, how could he have slept so soundly last night? Chen Dong lifted the blanket to take a look. Both the sheets and the blanket were very clean. It seems that the teacher's character is trustworthy. Saying that he would just take a nap really meant just a nap. With some regret, he neatly folded the blanket and glanced at the pillow placed there. Chen Dong smiled. Although he didn't know when Bibi Dong had left, it didn't matter. The pillow was still there. He also didn't know why, but last night, he had felt a mix of anticipation and curiosity, along with a hint of fear. By the end, he just felt exhausted. However, in the very end, Chen Dong experienced an unprecedented comfort. His body completely relaxed, and he had a good sleep. Refreshed, Chen Dong walked out of his room. What should he do today? He was about to go with Bibi's Hong to obtain his second soul ring. And today might be his last day here, so he should say hello to Xiaoyu and the others. It was also important to understand the customs and culture of Soul Master City, as establishing a good relationship with Xiaoyu and the others would be necessary for future battles as comrades in the same camp. When Chen Dong arrived at Xiaoyu's residence, he was surprised to find Xiaoyu and Yin sneaking by the window, whispering to each other, unsure what to say. That room? If you remember correctly, it should be Hulaina's room. No way. He could understand Yin, but Xiaoyu was Nana's older brother. Hey, what are you doing? Startled, Xiaoyu and Yin quickly turned around, and upon seeing Chen Dong, they relaxed. Then they looked at Chen Dong with a strange expression, their eyes filled with amusement. Chen Dong felt a bit guilty under their gaze, especially with the look in Xiaoyu's eyes, which was filled with things that could only be understood but not expressed. This kind of gaze was very familiar to Chen Dong. Back in class, whenever a female classmate spread rumors about him, others would look at him with the same expression. Could it be that what happened last night has been exposed? In an instant, Chen Dong felt a bit anxious. No way, even if Xiaoyu and Yin were bold, they wouldn't dare to eavesdrop on him and Bibi Dong, right? Or perhaps they simply lacked the ability. With Bibi Dong's powerful soul force, she would definitely be able to sense them. What is going on? What happened? Chen Dong curiously asked. Come here. Xiaoyu gently waved to Chen Dong, who walked over with curiosity. Standing on tiptoe, he could see a girl sitting by the window, staring blankly outside. The bright sunlight shone on her face, and today, Hulaina looked exceptionally charming. She wore a pink dress, and for some inexplicable reason, Chen Dong felt an unprecedented feeling from her. What was it? That's right, it was tenderness. Hulayina had suddenly become so gentle and lovely overnight, with a sad appearance as if she was missing someone. Looking at Xie and Yin, Chen Dong whispered, "What happened?" "Sure." Yin pulled Chen Dong away from there and then carefully said, "You don't know, Nana cried back from your place last night. And then she didn't sleep all night, maintaining this posture. If someone didn't know better, they would think you did something bad with the little witch last night." Chen Dong, who was already feeling guilty, couldn't help but blush upon hearing this. "You are the one doing bad things." I went to bed early last night. What does it have to do with me?" "I reckon it has a lot to do with you." Xie looked at Chen Dong with annoyance. "Since yesterday, after hearing that you passed the test, her emotions have been off." She sat there dumbly, holding a strange little cloth bag, mumbling to herself by the window. "Little guy, you better honestly explain what this has to do with you." Looking at the future big brother-in-law, oh no, the future leader of the golden generation, Chen Dong couldn't help but touch his nose with a sigh. "Of course, it has nothing to do with me. Maybe it's because your family has a girl coming of age?" Xie looked at Chen Dong seriously, her face devoid of a smile. "Your Highness, I know that with your talent and the Pope's attention, it won't be long before your strength surpasses ours. As part of the golden generation, we will definitely remain loyal to the Spirit Hall in the future and will obey your orders, Your Highness. But Nana is my sister, and I don't want her to be harmed in any way. Do you understand? Is this a request from your brother-in-law?" Chen Dong wore a harmless smile on his face, looking at Xie with clear and innocent eyes. Then, he showed just the right amount of confusion. "Brother Xie, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all." "Don't worry, I felt very ashamed for accidentally hurting sister yesterday. I will definitely not hurt her again in the future." Hearing Chen Dong's off-topic response, Xie realized that Chen Dong was just a 6-year-old kid. Perhaps he didn't even have such thoughts in his mind. He might be overthinking it. However, looking at how Nana acted, it seemed she liked this little guy. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so anxious about him. But Chen Dong had great talent, strong abilities, and was the holy son of the Wuhuan Hall, which matched Nana's status. If they could be together, that would be the best. It's just that Chen Dong was still too young right now. He probably didn't even have this awareness. It seemed he needed to find a way to teach this kid how to chase girls. Chapter 52. Chen Dong's crisis. Xie looked at the pure and flawless smile on Chen Dong's face and didn't know how to talk about such matters with a 6-year-old. He could only sigh helplessly. He patted Chen Dong on the shoulder and said, "In any case, Nana is in a bad mood, and it's somewhat your fault. So go in and cheer her up. By the way, how do you cheer her up? You don't need me to teach you, right?" "Of course I do." Chen Dong really wanted to say just this one sentence, but Xie walked away without looking back. "Sai, what are you doing? Why are you pulling me?" Xie also dragged along Yin, who was reluctant to leave. "Xie, have you noticed that Nana is especially gentle and beautiful today? She is even more beautiful than when she uses her fox charm skill." "Yin, you're not allowed to think about Nana." "Why not?" "Xie, you're such a siscon. No reason, just because I can knock you down. You're bragging, right? Last time we were evenly matched. I clearly remember that I was on top, and you were below, still being stubborn. Do you want to go another round?" As the voices of the two gradually faded away, Chen Dong hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath, and quietly entered Hulayina's room. There's no helping it. A real man must dare to face a sad girl. Hearing the sound of the door opening behind her, Hulayina didn't get up. Although she was in a bad mood, she could sense the commotion outside the window. She knew that the one coming in was the little guy. Chen Dong glanced at Hulayina's bed, which was still unmade. He couldn't tell if she hadn't slept at all or had just woken up. Chen Dong walked carefully behind her. "Senior sister." Hulayina wanted to frown and be angry at his voice, but for some reason, she suddenly couldn't bring herself to do it. She said listlessly, "What are you here for?" "It's like this. I saw you hadn't eaten, so I bought your favorite snacks to give to you." As he spoke, Chen Dong took out several beautifully packaged pastries from his third-level bag. These were originally prepared as his own provisions for the upcoming adventure in the forest to eat when hungry and tired. It was just right to use them here. Hulayina looked at the snacks in front of her, and a hint of unintentional surprise flashed in her eyes. It seemed he really cared about me. But she said, "How do I know you bought them for me? Maybe you bought them for yourself, or perhaps for the teacher." When she said the last sentence, her cheeks puffed up a bit in annoyance. Chen Dong smiled awkwardly. Of course it was a gift for a senior sister. The teacher is such a big person and doesn't crave snacks. "Oomph. Are you saying I'm small?" Hulayina immediately felt wronged, looking down at her body that was just starting to develop. It is smaller than the teacher, but she is still young now, and there is still a chance to grow. In the future, She might even surpass the teacher. An angry woman really cannot be reasoned with. So Chen Dong could only sincerely say, "It's just a gift for my senior sister. If you don't like it, I can take it back." Who said I don't like it? Hulayina huffed in dissatisfaction, but quickly took the pastries away, fearing that Chen Dong would really take them back. She picked up a piece and gently put it in her mouth. Although it was a common pastry, for some reason, Hulayina found it particularly sweet and fragrant. Perhaps it was because she had been hungry for a long time. After eating 2 pieces, Hulayina suddenly realized something was off and turned her gaze sharply to Chen Dong. The little fox curled her lips into a cold smile. Is that all he bought? Is there no other food? Well, yes. There's also. As Chen Dong was about to take out some dried food again, Hulayina suddenly said, "Don't move. I'll get myself." Huh? Senior sister. Hulayina stood up and reached out to grab Chen Dong's heart of the ocean, wrapping her arms around his neck to reach for the necklace. Chen Dong's head happened to be in just the right place. Early in the morning, feeling the cleansing of the facial wash, Chen Dong's breath caught. In an instant, what came to his mind was that it was somewhat bigger without the teacher, but the elasticity was really good. Oomph. Hulayina triumphantly held Chen Dong's ocean heart and then said, "Smelly little brother, you just said you have it. Where is it? Take it out." Oh no, tricked. I was so focused on the warm and fragrant sensation in my nose that I let my guard down and got tricked. The little fox truly lives up to its name. Even while enjoying her favorite snacks, she didn't forget her true intentions. She was always thinking about the resources on Chen Dong's body. Chen Dong revealed an awkward smile on his face and said, "Is there none? Let me take a look." "Oh, maybe I remembered wrong, senior sister. Oomph, I didn't ask for anything from you. Why did you explain?" Hulayina turned around dissatisfied, suddenly feeling that the pastries in front of her were no longer appealing. Sure enough, the little guy was hiding other soul-guiding devices on him without telling her. And there must be some sweet and sour drinks as well. Realizing that a secret was exposed, Chen Dong quickly tried to make amends. "Senior sister, After hesitating for a moment, Chen Dong didn't know what to say. Lying was obviously not an option, and confessing was even less so. Just then, with a thud, Chen Dong was taken aback and looked at Hulayina. He saw Hulayina sitting at the table with a pitiful expression, a tear rolling down her cheek. The thought of Chen Dong deceiving her made her heart ache. Although reason told her that she had no right to ask Chen Dong to give her things, and that it was normal for him not to, she still felt uncomfortable inside. "I'm sorry, senior sister. I didn't mean to deceive you. It's just that there are many people in the spirit city, and I'm still young, carrying some special soul-guiding devices. If someone with ulterior motives finds out, it would be very unsafe." Chen Dong's brain was racing, constantly thinking about how to resolve this crisis and how to perfectly turn things around. "I'm not anyone to you. So why do you need to explain? I'm not angry. You can leave." With a sigh, Chen Dong knew he couldn't take what the woman said seriously at this moment. If he foolishly believed she was really not angry and then actually left, it would be over. She would turn around and send a message saying that in the end, it was one person who bore it all, and there was a high chance he would be blocked. So Chen Dong quickly said, "You are my senior sister. I am originally an orphan, picked up by the teacher in the forest. The teacher is my family, and the spirit city is my home. I have no one else in this world that I know. Senior sister, you are also my family. In my heart, you are the same as the teacher, the person I trust the most. First, play the emotional card, preferably a tragic one, to gain sympathy." What? In an instant, Hulayina was stunned. After the teacher brought the little guy back, he only said that Chen Dong was her disciple. He never mentioned that he was picked up in the forest. Although Yueguan knew the details, he wouldn't take the initiative to say anything. Therefore, it was the first time Hulayina learned about Chen Dong's past. She said in disbelief, You yearn for some big family? Effective. Attention successfully diverted. Moving on to the next stage. Chapter 53. The moment of absolute kill. Looking at the shock and confusion on the little fox's face, Chen Dong took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. He stood up, tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, and turned his side profile away from Hulayina. Looking out the window with a deep tone, he said, No, I don't know. Maybe I am. Ever since I can remember, I have lived alone in the forest, surrounded by wild beasts. Every day, I have to carefully guard against their attacks, escaping death several times. Sometimes I eat the corpses of the dead, and sometimes I have to fight for my life against wolves. At times, I even gnaw on tree bark and eat wild grasses. When I met my teacher, she saved me from the hands of a starving wolf. I once thought I was really going to die. It was my teacher who helped me heal my wounds, clean my injuries, personally change my clothes, and brought me back to the human world. At this point, Chen Dong turned around, looking at Hulaina with a sorrowful gaze. He shook his head in pain. Sister, I didn't mean to deceive you. Before awakening my martial soul, I knew nothing and understood nothing. It was only after my teacher helped me awaken my martial soul that I realized I had a soul guide within me, containing some things. I don't know where it came from, but now that I think about it, it must have been left to me by my biological parents. But I don't understand why they left me alone in the forest to fend for myself. These things might be the only proof of my identity, perhaps the only clue to finding them. Only when I see them do I occasionally remember my parents, who are far away and unknown to me. This might be the only connection between us. As he spoke, Chen Dong recalled the friends and family he might never see again in this lifetime. In an instant, an uncontrollable sadness surged in his heart. His nose tinged with sorrow, and a tear rolled down his cheek. Listening to Chen Dong recount his tragic past, and seeing the sadness in his eyes along with that single tear, Hulaina felt a piercing pain in her heart. At that moment, that tear fell into Hulaina's heart. She felt a pang of anguish. As for the truth of what Chen Dong said, she had no doubts. There was no way. After all, Chen Dong's story was half true and half false, perhaps 90 true and 10 false. Hulaina never expected that a 6-year-old child could have such a past. Looking at Chen Dong's small frame, always wearing a cute and lively smile, she had never known that he harbored so much sadness and pain inside. Have you been living like this all these years? Hulaina asked. Her voice choked with emotion. Chen Dong sighed and turned his back to Hulaina. Senior sister, the last time you asked me to take off my clothes, I absolutely refused. It's not that I don't listen to you, but because I have too many scars on my body. I'm afraid of you laughing at me. As he spoke, Chen Dong undid his clothing with one hand, and as it slipped to the ground, the numerous scars on his body were revealed. Although many wounds had healed after treatment, some old injuries were still very obvious. In an instant, Hulaina covered her mouth. Looking at the little boy in front of her, he had endured so much pain in such a small body. Hulaina stood up with a pained expression, walked to Chen Dong's side, and said anxiously, How could I laugh at you? She couldn't help but reach out to touch Chen Dong's wounds, and then choked up as she said, Good little brother, it's my fault. I was too unreasonable. I didn't know you had such a heartbreaking past. It's nothing. Senior sister, all of this is in the past. Now I have a teacher and a senior sister, and you both treat me very well. I feel like the happiest person in the world. After saying this, Chen Dong put on a traditional, harmless, and cute smile. Absolute kill. Woo-woo. As soon as these words came out, Hulaina instantly broke down. She tightly embraced Chen Dong, repeatedly saying, I'm sorry, little guy. Huh. Chen Dong finally let out a long sigh of relief. Perfect, too perfect. Especially that smile at the last moment of the decisive blow, applauding his own performance. Watching as he finally moved the little witch and perfectly covered up his hidden supplies, Chen Dong couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up for his cleverness. A perfect combination of skills, along with seamless acting, successfully turned the sad little fox into one that was sobbing uncontrollably. The choked Hulaina thought about how she often bullied this little guy, whose background was so tragic. Yet, he never complained about the unfairness of fate. Even when fate played tricks on him, he remained so kind, embracing fate with his cute and sunny smile. Hulaina was suddenly enveloped by an uncontrollable tenderness. Holding Chen Dong's little face in a daze, Hulaina, with red eyes, said, Good little brother, it was sister's fault. I won't bully you anymore. Can you forgive me? Chen Dong showed a cute smile on his face and sincerely said, I've never been angry with you. I know that senior sister likes me. That's why she wants to play with me. Who likes you? In an instant, the little fox's face turned red, and her expression became a bit hot and tense. She didn't expect that the little guy would see through her and even say it out loud. How annoying. Suddenly, Hulaina felt a bit shy. Huh? So, senior sister, you don't like me? Chen Dong looked shocked and confused as he stared at Hulaina, his eyes clear and innocent. But Uncle Yu likes me, and although Grandpa Ghost didn't like me at first, he likes me now. I thought senior sister liked me a lot. Hulaina was taken aback. So this was what he meant by like? After a long sigh of relief, there was a hint of disappointment in her heart. It seemed this little guy didn't really understand what liking someone truly meant. Looking at the adorable Chen Dong, especially his pair of clear eyes, Hulaina still had traces of tears on her face as she bravely gazed at him. Staring into his eyes, Hulaina trembled and said, Stinky little brother, like you, I also like senior sister, very much. Chen Dong replied cheerfully, his smile exceptionally bright. Hearing such words from Chen Dong made Hulaina's heart tremble. Even though she knew the little guy's understanding of like might be different from what she wanted, it was enough for her. Hearing those words directly from him brought her immense satisfaction. By the way, little guy, Hulayina suddenly remembered something, hesitating as she looked at the small bag in her hand. Then she said, since this is possibly the only thing that can connect you to your family, then you can take it back. Now you are my family. And to me, you are the most important. Perfect. Absolutely crazy. In an instant, Hulayina was once again overwhelmed with emotion. Firmly clutching the small bag in front of her, her face and heart were filled with happiness and sweetness at that moment. Chapter 54. So tempting when Hulayina saw Chen Dong's radiant smile, holding his little hand, bouncing every 3 steps while laughing as they walked towards the spirit city. In the courtyard, the bruised and battered Xiaoyu and Yin stopped and exchanged glances. Especially Yin, whose mouth was wide open in shock, looking dazed, with a mix of drool and snot dripping from the corner of his mouth. Sniffing back the snot, Yin blankly watched Hulayina and Chen Dong leave, then said, I can't be mistaken, right? Xiaoyu, how long did we just fight? Xiaoyu looked up to recall, and then said painfully, Yin, your body has not been as good as before. Just now, you couldn't hold on for even 3 minutes. 3 minutes? Including the earlier preliminary talk. That means it only took a total of 5 minutes for him to deal with the little witch, and a sad little witch at that. Yeah. Xiaoyu sighed deeply, watching Chen Dong's departing figure, thinking that just a moment ago, he was still considering whether to teach Chen Dong some techniques for wooing girls. In an instant, Xiaoyu felt his face burn. Thankfully, he hadn't said it out loud. Meanwhile, Yan's gaze sparkled with a fiery, admiring light as he watched Chen Dong's retreating back. A voice in his heart was shouting wildly, I want to take him as my master. The Holy Sun is amazing. I want to learn this skill. Little guy, come on, senior sister will take you to explore Spirit City today. Hulayina felt a bit sorry for Chen Dong, who had lived in the forest all this time without much exposure to human society, so she eagerly pulled him out the door. She wanted to accompany him to explore Spirit City, making up for the regrets he had over the years. Since Chen Dong was leaving Spirit City in a couple of days, he needed to get some supplies. Therefore, they were headed to the shops in Spirit City to buy some items. His level 3 bag had plenty of space, and it was wise to carry more items when going out. Today, Hulayina seemed particularly cheerful, wearing a pink dress that fluttered like the wind as she walked, the hem of her dress occasionally lifting. There were many shops in Spirit City with a wide variety of goods available, and the two entered a grocery store. The products here were dazzling, and many items were new to Chen Dong. Looking at these things filled with otherworldly styles, Chen Dong's face showed surprise and curiosity. Hulayina noticed all of this. Chen Dong quickly picked out the items he wanted: blankets, quilts, pillows, pots, pans, oil, seasonings, ropes, candles. All sorts of things piled up high. Hulayina looked at Chen Dong in surprise. Little guy, what do you need all this for? It looks like you're moving. It's nothing. I'm going on a trip with my teacher in a couple of days. Going on a trip? Hulayina was stunned. When? How far? Just for a day or two, to the Douluo forest. The teacher is taking me to get a soul ring. Huh? Hulayina was a bit dumbfounded. The teacher had never taken her to get a soul ring. Besides, Chen Dong was only a 1-ring soul master now. Even if he were to get a second soul ring, there was no need for Bibi Dong to personally take action, right? Hulayina had hunted her first 2 soul rings by herself, and at most, she had brought the elder Jugue along. Moreover, they were going to such a far place as the Douluo forest. There was a soul-hunting forest nearby, Martial Soul City. Why would the teacher need to personally take the little guy so far away? It would take almost half a month for a round trip. Thinking back to yesterday, when Bibi Dong had kicked her off Chen Dong's bed, and then she herself. Instantly, Hulayina's heart filled with alertness. The teacher wouldn't be interested in the little guy, would she? It must be said that women in love are exceptionally sensitive. Chen Dong noticed Hulayina's doubts, but there were too many people around, and he couldn't explain that his second soul ring could absorb 10,000-year-old ones. He could only say, the teacher is a bit worried about me, so she's accompanying me on this outing to train. Oh, Hulayina's mood wasn't very high. She hadn't expected Chen Dong to leave so soon. She thought they could spend a few days together. And if the teacher really had feelings for the little guy, compared to her teacher, she definitely had no competitive edge, which made the little fox feel somewhat dejected. Just then, Chen Dong discovered an awkward problem. He had no money. Yes, Chen Dong realized he didn't have a single gold coin on him. He had been living in the Pope's palace these days and had never thought about needing money anywhere. Chen Dong looked a bit awkwardly at Hulayina. What's wrong? Hulayina asked with concern. Senior sister, do you have any money on you? Money? The little fox was taken aback, then thought of something and asked with a smile. Hasn't the teacher ever given you money? No. Chen Dong and Bibi Dong had never considered this point. Hulayina immediately showed a smug smile on her face and happily said, "It's nothing, it's Sister Hua's." As she spoke, Hulayina generously patted Chen Dong's shoulder, seemingly particularly excited about the fact that Bibi Dong didn't give Chen Dong money and that Chen Dong was spending his own money. Oh, the jealousy of women. Chen Dong thought for a moment, and it seemed he could only spend Hulayina's money. Does this count as living off a woman? This is seriously inconsistent with his iron-willed character. Wait, stinky little brother, come and call me good sister. Huh, is it really necessary to be so shameful? Chen Dong's heart resisted this. A man should stand tall. 6 feet. 3 feet? In any case, such behavior is too humiliating. I, Chen Dong, would rather starve to death, die in poverty, or jump off the back mountain of the Pope's palace than call out, "Good sister." Chen Dong's body was extremely honest. The little fox smiled so much that her eyes squinted, took out a pink purse, handed it to Chen Dong, and then said, "Spend it as you like." Chen Dong was momentarily stunned when he opened it. It turned out to be a soul guide device, although it only had an independent space. However, it was filled with shiny gold coins. Oh my gosh, this is really amazing. I have to say, the little fox is truly wealthy. By the way, senior sister, where did you get so much money? The Spirit Hall regularly issues various tasks, many of which come with rewards. And there are also opportunities to help some teachers in the Spirit Academy, who will give gold coins as payment. Of course, there's another way to earn a lot of gold coins, participating in the betting fights at the Great Soul Arena. With my strength, I can easily defeat opponents of the same rank, and all I need to do is bet on myself to win each time. This is indeed a profitable avenue. It seems that once my strength increases a bit more, I can sweep through various Great Soul arenas and make money quickly. After paying, Chen Dong then walked into a jade shop and bought many jade boxes. Hulayina curiously asked, "What are you buying so many boxes for?" "Uncle, you said that many rare herbs need to be stored in jade boxes to preserve them. So I'm buying some just in case I come across a few top-grade immortal herbs." Chapter 55, Ink Jade Hand Master Ink. Hulayina was aware that Chen Dong had previously sought out Yueguan to learn about various herbal knowledge, but she thought it was merely a momentary whim of the little guy's innate curiosity. As for what Chen Dong said about looking for immortal herbs, Hulayina didn't take it to heart. Just then, a voice came. "Hee, little guy, do you know what an immortal herb is?" Chen Dong was taken aback and looked up to see the boss with a goatee on the counter smiling at him. The boss appeared to be in his 50s, and one of his hands seemed to have an ailment. Chen Dong thought for a moment and replied honestly, "Uncle, fairy grass is a kind of rare treasure, and its conditions for growth are quite difficult. However, it has unique effects for soul masters, and consuming fairy grass has no side effects. Each piece of fairy grass is a rare opportunity and can almost create an unparalleled expert." The shopkeeper initially thought that Chen Dong, being so young, wouldn't understand fairy grass at all, believing that buying things like jade boxes was merely a wasteful act due to having too much money. But to his surprise, Chen Dong actually understood it, and judging by his demeanor, he seemed to have a deep knowledge of these herbs. The shopkeeper stroked his beard, nodded in satisfaction, and then said, "How about this, kid? If you can casually name 3 types of fairy grass along with their effects, I'll give you a product for free." The shopkeeper had a strong scholarly aura and seemed to have a good impression of a studious young person like Chen Dong. Naming 3 types of fairy grass along with their effects was certainly not something someone without knowledge of top-tier fairy grass could do. However, this was no challenge for Chen Dong, who casually said, "Qi Rong Tong Tianju, a neutral-grade fairy herb, when consumed, enhances luck and invigorates the blood, allowing one to cultivate an indestructible body. Then there's Xiangqi Luo, the best antidote fairy grass. Within its range, any poison is ineffective, and its fragrance neutralizes all poisons, making it a true nemesis of toxins." The old man nodded in appreciation and said, "There are really too few young people who are as eager to learn as you." Saying this, he pulled open a drawer from behind the counter and took out a wrapped object, placing it on the counter. He then carefully unwrapped the black cloth covering it, revealing a black, palm-shaped object. Looking at this item, the shopkeeper's expression was complex. "This is a piece of jade passed down from my ancestors called the Ink Jade Hand. It can be worn on the hand to pick fairy grass. When harvesting herbs, it not only preserves the properties of the herbs, but also helps avoid some injuries." Chen Dong looked at the black jade hand in front of him with some hesitation. "How much do you want for this black jade hand, old man?" "I'll buy it." No. The shopkeeper waved his hand, saying it wasn't a valuable treasure. The black jade hand looked ugly and was just gathering dust here. It's just right to give it to a young friend. It might be useful for you. Chen Dong instinctively felt suspicious about such a free gift. However, the black jade hand was indeed useful to him. After a moment of thought, Chen Dong smiled and accepted the black jade hand. Then he said seriously, "Thank you, old man." After the two walked out of the shop, the old man stroked his beard with a smile and sighed. The Saint Son of the Spirit Hall is truly extraordinary, having such insight at such a young age. The news of Bibi Dong designating Chen Dong as the Saint's son had already spread, especially in the Spirit City, where it was basically common knowledge. Moreover, Hulayina, this little witch, was also quite a celebrity in the Spirit City, so the shopkeeper recognized her as soon as they entered the store. When he heard them call each other brother and sister, along with Chen Dong's age, the shopkeeper almost guessed Chen Dong's identity. The black jade hand given away didn't hold much significance for the shopkeeper. It couldn't be sold in the store anyway. After all, there were very few people who truly knew its worth, and most who came to the jade shop were only interested in pretty items. For the shopkeeper, it was clearly worthwhile to use such items to build a good relationship with Chen Dong. After all, making a living in the Spirit City and establishing good relations with the Saint's Son would naturally bring many benefits. After leaving the shop, Chen Dong stored the black jade hand in his level 3 backpack. Pretending not to care, he asked, "Senior sister, do you often visit this shop? The boss is really nice. I've been here a few times. There's nothing interesting. I've walked this street all over, and there's nothing rare." Hulayina said, while looking around to see if there was anything new and exciting that caught her eye. Chen Dong nodded in realization. Thinking about it, the boss must have recognized Hulayina's identity, and then inferred his own identity through her. It seems that there really isn't any other conspiracy or scheme involved. Chen Dong felt relieved and put away the black jade hand. At most, he would just take care of this boss's business in the future. Chen Dong is truly worried that if he gets schemed against by some people, it would be disastrous. It's quite a coincidence that, just as he casually mentioned wanting to pick some celestial herbs, someone presented him with a special hand specifically for harvesting celestial items. Although he is in the Soul Martial City, Chen Dong still did not let his guard down. After all, the Soul Martial City is not a solid fortress. While Bai may be strong, there should still be many who are secretly dissatisfied with her. With the strength of his teacher, naturally no one would target her. But right now, Chen Dong is the only flaw and weakness of Bai. Therefore, he remains cautious at all times. Just then, Hulayina beside him suddenly brightened her eyes and excitedly grabbed Chen Dong's hand. "Let us go over there." Chen Dong looked up and saw that Hulayina was pointing to a 2-story shop selling accessories, which looked quite upscale. Inside, there were various exquisitely crafted accessories. No wonder Hulayina was interested. Hulayina excitedly said, "I haven't been here for several days, and I didn't expect this store to have new products again. Hurry up. There's a master craftsman here whose skills are exceptional. The accessories he makes are incredibly delicate, and it's rare to see anyone replicate them, so they are especially popular. If we go too slowly, I'm afraid they will be snatched up quickly." Looking at Hulayina's eager expression, Chen Dong smiled and shook his head, then quickly followed her. As they entered the store, Chen Dong's eyes lit up. Even in the 21st century, accustomed to various industrial goods, he couldn't help but feel a wave of admiration. All the accessories and items here were crafted with extreme precision, and both the colors and styles looked extraordinarily magnificent. At that moment, Hulayina was fixated on a pink hairpin, which was carved with a butterfly. The butterfly's wings were as thin as a cicada's, and they could flutter in the wind with a gentle flap. It seemed as if the butterfly could take flight at any moment. Such craftsmanship was indeed remarkable. The owner's forging skills were impressive, and the handmade products could reach the level of mechanical production. Wait a minute. Chen Dong felt as if he had grasped something. Handmade? Mechanical? In an instant, Chen Dong's eyes brightened. "Senior sister, is this item from the hands of the forging master you mentioned?" "Yes, at first glance. This is definitely the master's latest work. This butterfly hairpin is truly beautiful." Chen Dong nodded and then said, "Yes, sister, besides making jewelry, can this master make other items as well?" "What other items?" "For example, very intricate parts, some iron castings and iron pipes, etc." Chapter 56, The Dark Hand. It should be possible, right? After all, Master MO has a great reputation and has created many interesting products. By the way, brother, do you think I look good wearing this? Not good looking. Chen Dong shook his head. A look of shock and dissatisfaction suddenly appeared on Hulayina's face. For women, their external image is an absolutely untouchable taboo. However, Chen Dong remained calm and collected, gazing at Hulayina with confidence, and said affectionately, senior sister. Your beauty no longer needs jewelry to complement it. Your beauty is natural and flawless. On the contrary, this piece of jewelry is merely a mundane object. Wearing on your head would ruin your ethereal aura. In an instant, Hulayina's eyes curved into a smile, looking at Chen Dong with satisfaction. Junior brother, this is your flaw. You always like to speak the truth. You're too straightforward. Chen Dong nodded modestly. Yes, I am that honest. However, Hulayina glanced at the jewelry in front of her and said, but it still looks like you really like it. What should we do? Sister, I'll buy it for you next time. Right now, I have to go back to the Pope's palace. There's an urgent matter. Huh? Hulayina was a bit surprised, and then reluctantly glanced at the jewelry in front of her, saying helplessly, all right then, it's not that great anyway. On the way back, Chen Dong hurriedly rushed back, while Hulayina felt a bit puzzled about what the urgent matter could be. However, she didn't ask further, only pondering anxiously about what kind of feelings Chen Dong had for her. Once back at his residence, Chen Dong had Lord Yala summoned. Greetings, Your Highness the Son of God. I have already instructed the matter you asked me to investigate last time. Chen Dong was straightforward and said, there is a jade shop in Wuhuan City located on the 2nd Street. The owner is a 50-year-old man with a goatee. Do you have any impression of this shop? Lord Yala was taken aback and then hesitantly asked, did this shop offend His Highness the Sun? Chen Dong glanced at him lightly and then said, my question is, do you know who the owner of this shop is? Where are they from? What background do they have? How many years have they been in the Soul Master City? Are they a Soul Master? If so, what is their strength, and what are their social connections? Instead of hoping to hear you ask me what I want to do, the subordinate realized his mistake. Lord Douluo was terrified and nervously bowed to Chen Dong, feeling anxious inside. Chen Dong shook his head regretfully and had to say that on the Douluo continent, because most Soul Masters adhere to the principle of absolute strength, very few pay attention to power struggles or schemes. This has also led to the powerful Jimmy team being unaware of even the basic elements of intelligence, making the conspiracies and power struggles displayed across the Douluo continent seem exceptionally low level. For instance, Wuhuan City spent many years, over a decade, allowing Qian Rinxue to set up a plan to seize the country through deception, but in the end, the execution was a complete mess, full of loopholes. However, this is normal, as the Douluo continent values strength above all. Any conspiracy or trickery is merely a facade in the face of absolute power. A titled Douluo-level expert can single-handedly destroy a city, and for such individuals, schemes are of little significance. The entire Douluo continent is like this, and Chen Dong could not be anxious. He could only change things slowly himself. Looking at Lord Yala in front of him, Chen Dong said, Wuhuan City is right under the nose of the Pope. As His Majesty, the Pope's trusted aide, it is your duty to ensure the safety of Wuhuan City. So I need you to build a powerful intelligence network in the shortest time possible. An intelligence network? Your Highness the Saint Son, do you mean to use the personnel of the Jimmy team to carry out reconnaissance, collect, and analyze intelligence? Not only about Wuhuan City, but also to collect intelligence on various forces across the continent, infiltrate, recruit, corrupt, tempt, and, if necessary, arrange for our people to infiltrate the other sects. Your Highness the Saint Son, aside from the top 3 sects, the other forces are all insignificant existences. Is it really necessary to be so complicated in dealing with them? Sigh. Chen Dong sighed, saying that all they know is fighting and killing. What the Spirit Hall needs is to unify the continent, not to wipe out all the small factions. You don't need to know why, just do as I command. Yes, my subordinate understands. At least there is one good thing, which is that he is very obedient. Chen Dong nodded in satisfaction. Now I need you to find out the background of the owner of that jade shop in the shortest time possible, and see if there are any other forces or shadows of other people behind him. Chen Dong never believed in any unexpected gains. He didn't want any uncertain factors to interfere with his judgment. Also, there's a jewelry store in Soul Master City, where there's a Master Mo. Do you know anything about him? Yes, Master Mo is a very famous craftsman with extraordinary crafting skills, having created many unique items. However, his crafting skills have never been regarded highly, so he can only make a living by creating jewelry in Soul Master City. What does it mean that his crafting skills are not highly regarded? Hearing Chen Dong's confusion, Lord Douluo said, Saint, there are many forging masters and craftspeople in the Spirit Hall. For example, the design of Soul Master City and various magnificent sculptures within it were all created by their hands. Compared to these masters, Master Mo can only design some small trinkets. Chen Dong nodded and then said, are these forging masters of the Spirit Hall part of the Pope's Hall? Or the Douluo Hall? This Lord Douluo was somewhat puzzled and did not understand why the Holy Sun said this. Chen Dong looked at the bewildered Lord Douluo and had to patiently say, for example, if I want to use these craftsmen to do something and don't want anyone other than the teacher know, do you think these people can be trusted? I'm afraid not. Lord Douluo shook his head. Many of them are old-timers from the Spirit Hall and don't belong to any faction. If we have to say, to a large extent, they might be influenced by the offerings of the Douluo Hall, especially the offerings. Got it. It seems that the craftsmen in the Spirit Hall are indeed unreliable. I can only find a way to build a secret team of craftsmen that belongs solely to me. In a short time, I need to uncover the past of this Master Mo. I want all his information, including his background, life history, personality, and hobbies. Each detail must be thoroughly investigated. Don't be afraid of wasting manpower and resources. Go to his birthplace and investigate every place he has been to, who he usually interacts with, and what he does. Also, I need a secret and quiet place, spacious enough, and preferably with iron or nearby. There is no need to keep this matter from the teacher. When Chen Dong first spoke, Lord Douluo could barely remember, but later had to take out a notebook to jot down Chen Dong's arrangements. Chapter 57. Huliana's intent after leaving Chen Dong's room. Lord Douluo wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead. For some reason, despite being only 6 years old, he felt immense pressure in front of the Holy Sun. Especially tonight, he could clearly sense a disappointment in Chen Dong's eyes. Many of the things the Holy Sun had just said were completely unfamiliar to him. However, in an instant, Lord Douluo felt a sense of enlightenment, as if he had received a sudden revelation. Particularly at the end, the Holy Sun not only taught him many methods for gathering intelligence and espionage, but also compiled a booklet on how to develop informants, secret codes, and signals for him. Lord Douluo sincerely admired this 6-year-old Holy Sun. In his eyes, the Holy Sun's wisdom and tactics far exceeded his age. Perhaps this was the secret training by His Holiness the Pope. It seemed he had to work diligently to accomplish this task and must not disappoint the Holy Sun. After Lord Douluo left, Chen Dong let out a long sigh. He had always thought that Lord Douluo's intelligence was concerning when watching anime, and it turned out to be true. However, there was no choice. There were too few capable people around him, and Chen Dong had no option but to slowly cultivate them himself. Sighing, Chen Dong sat wearily on the bed, looking at the pillow beside him, suddenly puzzled. It was already very late. Why hadn't the teacher come over today? Could it be that the teacher wasn't going to sleep with him today? Alas, I was too clever. If I had known yesterday to take my time learning, finishing a book in one night would leave the teacher with nothing to teach today. Chen Dong immediately regretted it, and could only place Bibidong's pillow carefully, trying to squeeze himself into the innermost position. The space left was naturally convenient for the teacher to come in later. It was simply filial. At this moment, in the Pope's hall, Bibi Dong stood quietly in the empty hall, the moonlight spilling over her, making her look so ethereal, yet so lonely. Teacher, did you call me for something? Huliana, wearing a pink dress, hesitated for a moment behind Bibi Dong, but still spoke up. Bibi Dong seemed to be in a bad mood today, standing there without saying a word for a long time. Nana, how long has it been since we had a good chat together? Hearing Bibi Dong's sudden question, Huliana was momentarily stunned. It seemed the teacher hadn't spoken to her like this in a long time. Most of the time, she acted more like a strict mentor or a formidable pope. I don't know. Huliana hesitantly shook her head and then said, Teacher, what made you think to ask this? Bibi Dong sighed, turned around to look at Huliana in front of her. Although the little fox was only 12 years old, she had grown into a graceful young lady, full of vitality and charm in her every move. Nana, do you like him? Bibi Dong suddenly spoke, staring directly at Huliana. I don't. In an instant, Huliana's face turned tense and flushed, stammering. He's only 6 years old, how could I? Sigh. Bibi Dong sighed again. She walked in front of Huliana, looked at her blushing face, shook her head and said, Nana, as soon as the little guy is mentioned, you get flustered. I didn't say who you liked just now, so aren't you just admitting it? Huliana realized, and for a moment, her little face turned pale. What to do? What the teacher finds out? Would she stop me from being with the little guy? Would she ruin us? The teacher, Nana, although you haven't been by my side like the little guy since childhood, I know you well. It's just that I've been busy with church affairs these years and haven't had a good chat with you for a long time. Before I knew it, you're already 12 years old. If you were a girl from an ordinary family, you might already be married or even have children at this age. Sigh. At your age, it's just the time when love begins to blossom. As a teacher, how could I not know? Mentioning her own past, Bibi Dong's mood sank a bit. Liana nervously crossed her little hands behind her back and hesitantly said, "Teacher, I don't even know if I like him. At first, I just thought the little guy was cute, and sometimes I couldn't help but want to tease him. Later, after being punished by you and then being defeated by the little guy, I felt a bit unwilling and thought I must teach him a lesson in the future. But when I learned about the little guy's background, I felt ashamed, and at the same time, I found myself wanting to protect him for some reason. I don't know if this is liking." Bibi Dong shook her head, walked over, and gently wrapped her arm around Hua, Liana's delicate shoulder. "Let me ask you, do you feel inexplicably happy whenever you see him? And once you leave him, do you find yourself thinking about it from time to time? Do you care deeply about every word he says, and do you feel his joys and sorrows as your own? Don't you just want to stay by his side and watch him?" "Yes," Hua, Liana said shyly, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Bibi Dong looked up at the distance in a daze. This is what liking is. But the little guy is only 6 years old. His mind is pure and doesn't understand these things. I'm afraid you'll have to bury this feeling in your heart until he grows up. And only then will the seeds you planted in your heart truly blossom. And during this time, you'll have to endure the loneliness and pain of unrequited love. Teacher, you don't oppose me?" Liana looked at Bibi Dong in surprise. Bibi Dong smiled at Liana. "You are my disciple, and in my heart, you are the future saintess of the spirit hall. The little guy is also my disciple. If you two are together, I would only be happier. How could I oppose it? In terms of talent and strength, you are such a good match. But Nana, the little guy is still young. You mustn't be anxious, especially in those aspects. Don't rush things." "Teacher, what are you talking about?" In an instant, Liana's face turned red. How could I have such thoughts? He's just a little kid who would be interested in his growth." At this point, the little fox couldn't help but mutter to herself, "I'm afraid some people just want to guard their own treasures. Nana, there's one more important thing. How does the little guy feel about you? Do you think he has you in his heart?" Hearing Bibidong's question, Liana froze in place. Does Chen Dong truly have himself in his heart? The first meeting ended with him being unceremoniously kicked off the carriage. The cloth bag he gave me, the delicious energy drink. Sneaking a reed under the covers in the middle of the night. The whisper in my ear, "Sister, you lost," and the warm breath that brushed against my earlobe. The gentle voice that comforted me while I cried under the big tree. And that little boy with a tragic background who shed tears. A body full of scars. In an instant, Liana felt her heart flutter. Tears filled her eyes. Seeing Liana like this, Bibi Dong could no longer be oblivious to the fact that her disciple had already fallen deeply in love. She sighed helplessly. The current Nana is so similar to how she was back then, except that she did not attain the happiness she desired. No matter what, the tragedy cannot be repeated in Nana's life. Chapter 58. Trust Bibi Dong looked seriously at Liana and said, "Nana, that little guy's talent is extraordinary. He is now a one-ring soul master and can already defeat you. Although there is an element of carelessness involved. Soon I will take him to obtain his second soul ring. Once he gets that second soul ring, you might no longer be his opponent." Bibi Dong said this because Chen Dong's second soul ring would likely be 20,000 years old. At that time, although Chen Dong would only be a great soul master, he would still have one less soul ring than Liana. However, the gap between a 10,000-year soul ring and a 1,000-year soul ring is enough to make up for the difference in soul power levels. Moreover, with Chen Dong's twin martial souls, if Liana does not improve, she might never have the chance to defeat him again. Liana hesitated at Bibi Dong's words. She acknowledged that Chen Dong's talent was exceptional and his strength was robust. But did it really need to be that exaggerated? Noticing Liana's disbelief, Bibi Dong said solemnly, "You only know that the little guy has twin martial souls, but have you considered that his first soul ring is 1,000 years? So, how many years will his second soul ring be?" "What?" Liana was taken aback. Did the teacher mean? "No, impossible. Teacher, are you saying the little guy's second soul ring will surpass 1,000 years? "Yes." Bibi Dong nodded. The little guy's second soul ring can absorb up to 20,000 years. In an instant, Liana was stunned, finally understanding what Bibi Dong meant. Once Chen Dong obtains his second soul ring, she might never be able to defeat him again. "Nana, I know your talent is excellent, but in recent times, you have indeed neglected your training. Your personality is somewhat carefree. With your talent and the resources of the Martial Soul Hall, even if you do not train hard, you could still potentially reach the level of a soul Douluo or even a title Douluo in the future. But with the little guy's talent, he is destined to stand at the pinnacle of the continent. If you want to stand by his side hand in hand and not be left behind, then do not waste your talent. Otherwise, you will only forever follow in his shadow, watching his back. Do you understand the teacher's good intentions? Seeing Bibi Dong's serious expression, Hulaina felt a sudden heavy pressure. Teacher, I understand. Hulaina nodded earnestly. She knew Bibi Dong was right. With Chen Dong's talent, it wouldn't be long before he surpassed her. Thinking of this, Hulaina took a deep breath. Teacher, I understand. I will definitely train hard and strive to keep up with the little guy's pace. By the way, when do you plan to take the little guy to obtain his soul ring? It should be tomorrow, Bibi Dong replied calmly. Huh? Hulaina nodded, somewhat disappointed. She had noticed Chen Dong buying supplies today, but she didn't expect the farewell to come so quickly. All right, Nana, it's getting late. You should go back and rest early. The little fox left the Pope's hall in a daze, walking down the road with a heavy heart. The bright moonlight spilled onto the ground, and Hulaina stepped on her shadow, her pink dress fluttering in the evening breeze as she walked step by step down the stairs. From a distance, she saw Chen Dong's house and was about to go over to say goodbye to him. Just then, Hulaina pressed her small hand against her mouth. Standing frozen in place, she saw Bibi Dong, wearing a nightgown, skillfully opening Chen Dong's door and entering his room as if she were going home. In an instant, Hulaina's footsteps halted. Teacher, she... No way. The little fox hurriedly reassured herself. Maybe it was because they were leaving tomorrow that the teacher came to find the little guy. But why was the teacher wearing a nightgown? With her mind heavy, Hulaina returned to her residence, continuously counting her fingers, carefully recalling every little moment spent with Chen Dong. Her mind was a chaotic mess, unsure of what she was thinking. He must have me in his heart, right? Right? No, he probably doesn't have me in his heart. He didn't even buy me that beautiful hairpin today. Thus, the little fox, in a daze, with traces of tears on her face, gradually fell asleep. The next morning, Hulaina woke up to the bright sunshine and was startled. Wait, the little guy Wu and Ti have already left? Would he? Hulaina hurriedly ran to Chen Dong's room. However, when she reached near Chen Dong's residence, she only saw Xieyu, Yin, and Zhuge standing there, gazing into the distance. Nana, you're here. Why are you so late? The little guy is leaving, and you're not going to see him off? See him off? Hulaina froze. The little guy has already left? Yes, just left. Look, you can still see him now. Standing halfway up the Pope's hall, Hulaina stared blankly at a carriage slowly departing from the martial Soul City. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of loss surged in her heart. She couldn't describe her feelings. All she could think about was that the little guy was gone, and he hadn't even said goodbye to her. He doesn't have me in his heart at all. A wave of bitterness surged in Hulaina's heart, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. Nana, what's wrong? Yen, noticing Hulaina's abnormality, hurriedly asked with concern. It's nothing, the wind is strong outside. I'm going back. After finishing speaking, Hulaina quickly ran back to her room without looking back, sitting at her desk, looking at the small cloth bag in front of her. A sudden wave of heartache hit her. Displeased, Hulaina picked up the small cloth bag on the desk, and just as she was about to throw it down, she suddenly thought of something, hesitated for a moment, and then reluctantly put the small cloth bag back. At that moment, Hulaina let out a soft eh, her small face showing a trace of surprise. In disbelief, she slowly opened the cloth bag, and in an instant, Hulaina was stunned. Inside the bag lay a delicate butterfly hairpin, with a butterfly flapping its wings, as if ready to fly. There were also 3 neatly arranged energy drinks and a piece of letter paper. Sister, you sleep too soundly, so I won't wake you up. Also, don't casually place the gift I gave you on the table like this. I'm going to Stardew Forest, and we'll be back soon. Sister, save the drinks for yourself. Every time you drink one, you'll think of me. Also, sister, I saw you secretly crying in your sleep and calling my name. By the way, sister, what did you mean by the little one you mentioned in your dream? Tell me when I get back. And about that question you asked in your dream, whether I like you or not, I can tell you now. I like you. I really like you. In the lower right corner of the letter paper was a drawing of a crying little fox. Soon, the little fox in the letter had its eyebrows raised, and a smile appeared at the corners of its mouth. Carefully holding the letter paper close to her chest, Hulaina solemnly took the small cloth bag in her hand and hugged it tightly. She looked in the direction Chen Dong had left, murmuring, "Little one, take care of yourself, and remember, sister likes you too. I need to focus on my training. Stinky little brother, I won't let you be too proud for long. You won't escape my grasp." Saying this, Hulaina solemnly put the small backpack on her back and seriously pinned the hairpin in front of the mirror. Chapter 59. Returning to the Stardew Forest, Hulaina looked at herself in the mirror, a satisfied smile appearing as she adjusted the butterfly hairpin. Then, she happily walked out the door. At that moment, Standing outside the door was Xiaoyu. Nana, are you okay? You. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm doing great now. By the way, I'm going to the academy. Going. To the academy? Did I hear that right? Xiaoyu looked at the little witch in surprise. Of course. I need to train hard and aim to become a soul ancestor before the little one returns. Also, I want to take first place in the final exam. First place? A strained smile appeared on Xiaoyu's face. Nana, even if you become a soul ancestor, you're only at level 40. Aren't you looking down on Big Brother a bit? Really? Okay, then let's have a competition. The little fox was full of fighting spirit, her bright face radiating a captivating charm. Xiaoyu smiled and said, all right, it's a deal. As soon as the words were spoken, Hulaina's figure ran far away, turning back and shouting, I'm heading to the academy first. First place in the exam will definitely be mine. Xiaoyu, who was left standing there, had a smile of comfort at the corners of his mouth, and he couldn't help but look in the direction Chen Dong had left. That brat has put Nana in this state. It seems I also need to focus on my training. Otherwise, if I can't defeat this little guy in the future, I won't be able to look after Nana. After several days of a tiring journey, Chen Dong and Bibi Dong finally arrived at the Douluo forest. In fact, with Bibi Dong's strength, she could easily fly, but considering the little one, they decided to proceed by horse-drawn carriage. Looking at the familiar forest before him, a smile appeared at the corner of Chen Dong's mouth, his eyes showing an unusually complex expression. Douluo forest, I who? Oh no, I Chen Dong am back. After crossing over, he hadn't had any contact with the outside world, so Chen Dong had no idea that the forest he was in was the Douluo forest. Moreover, since he was at the edge of the Douluo forest, it was relatively secluded, which is why he barely survived. If it had been in the core area of the forest, even a little disturbance from a soul beast could have shattered Chen Dong's little body. It's important to know that the Douluo forest has many powerful soul beasts, including several that are over 100,000 years old. It would be enough for his second martial soul. Thinking of this, Chen Dong's mouth revealed a hint of excitement. At this moment, Bibi Dong looked at Chen Dong's expression and asked in confusion, What's wrong, little one? Nothing. Chen Dong shook his head, only thinking about how he had been bullied by those nasty wild beasts in the forest before, and now he could finally take revenge, seeing his somewhat childish impulse. Bibi Dong couldn't help but laugh. Those ordinary beasts are no match for you now. Your target should naturally be the soul beasts. By the way, little one, have you thought about which type of soul beast you want to hunt for your second soul ring? Teacher, I want to hunt a speed-type soul beast, preferably one with strong speed and attack power. This idea had existed in Chen Dong's mind for a long time. His soul skill, Life Devour, has the function of a hunting axe with a powerful percentage of health reduction attribute. Coupled with the finishing skill, it was already sufficient in terms of lethality. After all, no matter how strong the defense or vitality of a soul beast, it couldn't withstand a percentage health loss. In terms of other attack power, he also had the 98k martial soul, revolvers, grenades, and other weapons to make up for the damage. So what Chen Dong currently lacked was a life-saving skill, or rather, attack speed and movement speed. This was something he had felt when he fought against the evil thief. Although his Life Devour skill could deal a lot of damage to the evil thief, it was an instant kill and required a certain amount of time. During that time, Chen Dong could easily be harmed when surrounded by the evil thief. Therefore, Chen Dong was eagerly hoping for a soul beast that could meet his needs for both movement speed and life-saving skills. Bibi Dong also showed an approving expression. Speed-type soul beasts are indeed the most suitable for your martial soul at the moment. The attack direction of weapon martial souls is nothing but strength, speed, and their own resilience. Then, teacher, which type of soul beast do you think is more suitable for me? Especially one that can provide both attack speed and movement speed? Speed-type soul beasts like the Nether Panther, Shadow Cat, Gale Wolf, and Lightning Rabbit excel in speed. However, most of these soul beasts are only a few thousand years old, and very few reach 10,000 years. The rest are flying-type soul beasts, but those with flying abilities are difficult to catch, especially the 10,000-year ones. Bibi Dong looked at the excitement and anticipation on Chen Dong's face, smiling gently. Then she said, Little one, don't be anxious. There are countless soul beasts in the Douluo forest, and there are definitely many suitable for you. With my strength, capturing a mere 10,000-year soul beast is a piece of cake. We're only at the outskirts here. There won't be any strong soul beasts, so you don't need to rush. Originally, it was difficult for a soul beast to absorb a soul ring if it wasn't killed by the person themselves. And there was even a possibility of being backfired by the soul beast's strong resentment before its death. However, Chen Dong's martial arts were very special. So Bibi Dong could help Chen Dong seriously injure the soul beast, As long as he could deliver the final blow, it would be fine. I have to say, living off others is quite nice. The two slowly walked towards the central area of the Stardew forest, and as they walked, Bibi continuously taught Chen Dong some basic survival knowledge. For example, most of the soul beasts in the Stardew forest are wild soul beasts, unlike the domesticated soul beasts in various hunting forests. Moreover, many soul beasts are social creatures, and once you enter the territory of social creatures, you will definitely be attacked by them en masse. In addition, there are also some powerful Lord-level soul beasts that have their own territories, and those soul beasts will not be polite to any intruders. They will definitely invite you to their home for dinner. Rustling. At that moment, a faint sound came from the forest. In an instant, Chen Dong lowered his body, and his soul power fluctuated slightly. Bibi smiled in satisfaction and said, "Not bad. It seems your sensitivity is quite high, little guy. Can you determine what kind of soul beast this might be?" Chen Dong vigilantly watched his surroundings and said softly, "There hasn't been much movement in the trees and leaves as we moved. Instead, only the grass on the ground is making sounds. This suggests that the spirit beast must be one that moves quickly on the ground. Therefore, we can first rule out large spirit beasts like bears and apes. Although Bai Dong is right beside me. We agreed beforehand that unless we encounter a 10,000-year spirit beast or some deadly crisis, she won't intervene or interfere with my judgment in combat." Chen Dong continued to analyze quickly. At the same time, he ruled out agile soul beasts like tigers, leopards, and wolves, because they wouldn't make such a huge noise when moving. Additionally, there was a strange fishy smell in the air, so it should be a snake soul beast. Chapter 60. Killing the 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Bibi smiled and nodded, clearly very satisfied with Chen Dong's analysis, saying, "That's right, this is a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, which is also quite rare in the Stardew forest. Teacher, what is the length of this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake? What color are its wings?" Bibi laughed and said, "Light pink, with a length of about 68 meters. So, can you tell how many years old it is?" Chen Dong smiled slightly, and then said, "According to the method taught by my teacher, this is a 1,000-year-old phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. The pale red color indicates that it has evolved to 1,000 years. And based on its length, 68 meters suggests it has a cultivation age between 1,300 to 1,700 years. Although it's a bit weaker, it's just right for me to practice." An auxiliary soul master commented that a 1,000-year soul beast was a bit weak, and the two people present almost took it for granted. Bibi also nodded in agreement, saying, "The phoenix-tail coxcomb snake itself is non-venomous and uses its body to entangle enemies as an attack method. Its attacks are single-minded, so is indeed a bit too weak for you. Its only feature is its extreme speed. The various nutrients stored in its coxcomb can instantaneously increase its speed in critical moments. But unfortunately, this phoenix-tail coxcomb snake is too low in age. Otherwise, absorbing its spirit ring would be just right for enhancing your speed. Indeed, it would have been nice if this were a 20,000-year-old phoenix-tail coxcomb snake." At this moment, Bibidong's figure suddenly vanished from the spot, and her voice came from midair. "Little guy, this is your first real encounter with a 1,000-year soul beast. Experience the attack of a 1,000-year soul beast." Although he was about to face a 1,000-year soul beast, Chen Dong was not worried at all. With his jungle knife in hand and having a punishment skill, the hunting axe appeared in his hand, and Chen Dong's 1,000-year purple spirit ring lit up. Meanwhile, the sounds of movement not far away grew more intense, accompanied by a strong, fishy odor. Soon, Chen Dong saw a flying snake burst out from the woods ahead, rushing towards him at high speed. The snake was flying at a low height, only about 3 meters off the ground, with a huge fleshy crest on its head, looking even larger than its head. Its color was blood red, and its tail was uniquely fanned out. Whoosh! As the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake charged towards him, Chen Dong's body moved too, leaping high towards the direction of the snake. The phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, flying at high speed, showed no signs of panic upon seeing a humanoid figure suddenly appear in front of it. It reacted quickly, opening its large mouth to pounce on Chen Dong's body. From a distance, it looked as if Chen Dong was leaping into the mouth of the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake for dinner. Furthermore, with the snake's massive and stout body, if it wrapped around Chen Dong, it could easily crush his small frame. At this moment, a cold smile appeared in the corner of Chen Dong's eye. Punishment! A blue light flashed in the air, and an invisible short blade struck directly into the head of the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. In an instant, its body froze in place, unable to move, and fell into a dazed state. With a thud, the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake's body dropped to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. At this time, Chen Dong's body naturally descended and landed on the phoenix tail coxcomb snake. Whoosh! Chen Dong's purple guardian axe accurately hit the 7-inch mark of the wind-tail coxcomb snake, activating the life-draining skill. A large amount of blood from the wind-tail coxcomb snake was absorbed by a purple light ring. The massive flesh tumor resembling a coxcomb on its head rapidly shriveled at a visible speed. At that moment, the stunning effect of the punishment finally ended, and the wind-tail coxcomb snake regained its ability to move. It tilted its head and opened its mouth, violently spraying a colorful mist towards Chen Dong behind it. However, Chen Dong was well aware of the wind-tail coxcomb snake's habits. He did not dodge or evade. Instead, he swung the guardian axe down fiercely towards the snake's gaping mouth. Instantly, a huge bloody gash was carved inside the wind-tail coxcomb snake's mouth, and the blood flowed rapidly, being absorbed by the guardian axe. Just then, the wind-tail coxcomb snake's body suddenly became incredibly slippery, and with a whoosh, it slipped out of Chen Dong's guardian axe's path. Then, the wind-tail coxcomb snake twisted its body and desperately darted forward. Although it wasn't flying, its speed along the ground was still astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already over 10 meters away, trying to escape. Was it really that easy? Chen Dong's voice rang out. The phoenix tail chicken crown snake originally thought it had definitely shaken off Chen Dong, but unexpectedly, Chen Dong was still firmly standing on top of the phoenix tail chicken crown snake. Two huge, sharp spider legs extended from behind Chen Dong, deeply piercing into the body of the phoenix tail coxcomb snake. The snake writhed wildly in pain, continuously curling its body in an attempt to shake off Chen Dong. However, the spider legs of the faceless demon spider were exceptionally sharp, firmly securing Chen Dong in place. The toxins on the spider legs had a strong lethality against soul beasts, and combined with Chen Dong's life-draining skill, it continuously drained the snake's health by a percentage. Soon, the phoenix tail coxcomb snake collapsed helplessly, its body turning a purplish black, motionless. At that moment, Chen Dong noticed that he didn't know when Bibi Dong had appeared beside him, looking at him reproachfully. Bibi Dong said with concern, "Why didn't you dodge the colorful mist that the phoenix tail coxcomb snake spat out just now?" Chen Dong smiled and said, "Teacher, the wind-tail chicken crown snake is non-venomous. The colorful mist it sprays is just for scaring people." Bibi Dong shook her head and then said, "Teacher knows you have read a lot of books, but what is recorded in books is not necessarily the whole truth. Many soul beasts can undergo mutations, so in the future, unless you have personally verified it, do not rigidly believe everything written in books, understood?" Chen Dong nodded. He knew that Bibi Dong was mainly worried about his safety and afraid that he would develop such a habit. If he encountered an unexpected situation one day, he might not react in time. Chen Dong said seriously, "Teacher, I understand. Don't worry. I will take good care of myself." At this moment, his clothes were once again torn apart, leaving his upper body bare. Bibi Dong shot him a reproachful glance. "All right, the teacher understands. Quickly put your clothes on." Chen Dong quickly took out a piece of clothing from his 3-level backpack and put it on. At this moment, Bibi Dong let out a soft huh, looking curiously at the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake in front of her. "Little guy, I don't seem to see any soul rings dropped from this soul beast." Chen Dong smiled and gestured with his right hand, then said, "After my martial soul upgraded, it can kill soul beasts and absorb their soul power and life force. The soul ring of the phoenix tail chicken-crowned snake was directly absorbed by my martial soul, so the entire power of the soul beast won't be lost. And the absorption is even more thorough. As for Chen Dong's peculiar martial soul, Bibi Dong had long been accustomed to it. It was a unique opportunity that belonged solely to Chen Dong. Therefore, she wouldn't ask too much, as long as the little guy was fine." Chen Dong looked at the withered body of the phoenix tail crowned snake in front of him and retracted the martial soul on his right hand. He exclaimed excitedly, "Teacher, I'm already level 19. Chapter 61, Scarlet Feather Flame Eagle Hunting. Extra damage of 60 against soul beasts. Gaining 30 current soul power and bounty after killing a soul beast, and permanently increasing the vitality of the soul beast by 20. This is the new feature of Chen Dong's hunting broadblade after upgrading to the patrolling axe. After killing a Millennium Phoenix tail crowned snake, Chen Dong can absorb 30% of its soul power, but he does not know the exact age of this soul beast. Fortunately, there's a way to calculate it precisely. Now Chen Dong has 520 bounties, of which 70 bounties were obtained from 300-year soul beasts he killed earlier. This means the Phoenix tail crowned snake provided 450 bounties, which translates to an exact age of 1,500 years. Therefore, this kill is roughly equivalent to fully absorbing the soul power of a 450-year-old soul beast. In terms of the normal level of soul masters absorbing a 100-year soul ring, it only amounts to a 2-level increase, which is indeed a bit too low. Chen Dong is not satisfied with such a speed of improvement. Bibi Dong, on the other hand, showed a shocked expression, although she knew that the little guy's peculiar martial soul had the effect of absorbing soul beast soul power. Hearing that Chen Dong only killed a Millennium Soul Beast and directly increased 2 levels was truly astonishing. How difficult is it for other soul masters to level up by 1 level, and how much sweat do they need to shed? It seems that if you kill another Millennium Soul Beast, your soul power will reach level 20, and then you'll be able to obtain your second soul ring. Let's go. We are still at the edge of the forest, where 10,000-year soul beasts usually do not appear. We need to continue deeper. Chen Dong cut off the meat crest and the tail of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake and stored them in his level 3 backpack. Then, under Bibi Dong's guidance, they continued to advance towards the core area of the Douluo forest. Along the way, the two encountered many other low-level soul beasts, especially a group of rodent mice, which numbered around 100. However, most of them were around 10-year-old soul beasts, which held no interest for Chen Dong. Perhaps it would take hundreds of these to match the effect of a 1,000-year soul beast, and that efficiency was simply too low for Chen Dong to consider. Hunting 1,000-year soul beasts was much faster. However, they hadn't walked far when suddenly, a rustling sound came from the bushes ahead. Chen Dong was taken aback. Could it be that he encountered a wind-tail chicken crest snake again? Chen Dong stopped and twitched his nose. The air carried a hint of a fishy smell, but it was not strong. Instead, it had a faint sweetness and the aroma of tea. Teacher, it seems this time it's not the phoenix-tail chicken crown snake, but it should be a kind of highly venomous snake. The brighter the color of the mushroom, the stronger its toxicity, and the same goes for venomous snakes. If the smell is more intense, it indicates that the toxicity is even more terrifying. Chen Dong asked with some confusion, Teacher, why are there so many snake-type soul beasts active in the Douluo forest? At that moment, Bibi Dong's voice came. Perhaps there are some creatures hunting these snakes. Hunting snakes? Even 1,000-year snake soul beasts can be hunted? Bibi Dong nodded, that's right. Do you remember the flying soul beasts I mentioned to you? Many powerful flying soul beasts feed on snakes, especially eagles. They love to eat snakes. As she spoke, Bibi Dong's figure disappeared from the spot, and soon her voice came from above. Little guy, this is a mandala. It should be over 2,000 years old, close to 3,000 years, but don't worry, it's injured. Chen Dong carefully recalled the characteristics of the mandala snake recorded in the book. The mandala snake has a strong venom that causes paralysis, and its venom has a powerful destructive effect on the body's nerves, making it one of the most terrifying existences among poisonous attribute soul beasts. Its body is tough, resistant to swords and blades, with only its mouth and eyes as weaknesses. However, the mandala snake protects these two vulnerable spots very well, making it generally difficult to hit. The mandala snake is extremely fast and has a volatile temperament, actively attacking when encountering humans. At that moment, a dark green venomous snake with a triangular head suddenly darted out from the distant woods. However, this snake had 4 large bloody holes on its back, from which blood was flowing steadily. Upon seeing Chen Dong, the mandala snake opened its mouth and lunged at him fiercely. Chen Dong's soul power surged as he swung his guardian axe fiercely towards the mandala snake, sneering coldly at the same time. Judgment. In an instant, a phantom accurately hit the mandala snake, causing its body to stiffen in place, unable to move, with only its mouth agape. At that moment, Chen Dong's guardian axe pierced precisely into the mandala snake's gaping maw. This was indeed the weakness of the mandala snake, and a life-devouring skill was activated directly, with the blood gushing from the mandala snake being continuously absorbed by the guardian axe. Meanwhile, the 8 spider legs behind Chen Dong suddenly extended, with 2 stabbing into the mandala snake's eyes, while the remaining 6 plunged fiercely into its body. The mandala snake's body remained rigid and motionless, and once the judgment skill lost its effect, the mandala snake was already too weak to struggle, merely twitching a few times before losing all signs of life. At this moment, Chen Dong felt he had reached level 20. Although he still had quite a bit of excess soul power, he could no longer absorb more. However, the immense vitality from the mandala snake was perfectly absorbed by Chen Dong, granting him 20 points, and in an instant, he felt his body become more solid. At the same time, the mandala snake contributed a bounty of 840 to Chen Dong, bringing his total bounty to 1360. This also allowed Chen Dong to deduce the age of this mandala snake, 2,800 years. Chen Dong satisfactorily pulled out 8 spider legs. At that moment, he noticed a faint green glow at the sharp end of the spider leg, and he was taken aback. What is this? Bibi Dong, who had somehow walked in front of Chen Dong, glanced at it and said, "It should be the external soul bone absorbing the venom of the mandala snake, which has formed this. Now your spider legs should also possess some of the mandala snake's toxicity." Teacher, are you saying that my spider legs will also have the paralyzing effect of the mandala snake after hitting a target? Chen Dong's eyes lit up. This way. The toxicity of the spider legs had significantly increased. Then Chen Dong looked at the 4 bloody holes on the back of the mandala snake's corpse and wondered, I don't know what fierce beast injured this mandala snake, causing it to lose so much blood. Bibi Dong glanced at it and said, judging by the shape of the wounds, it should be from the claws of some kind of bird, and there's also a considerable amount of fire attribute energy left behind. Coupled with the fact that the mandala snake and the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake were frantically fleeing. The creature that caused such wounds must be the mandala snake's natural enemy, the eagle. Combined with the previous fire attribute characteristics, it should be the ruler of the skies. The Crimson Feather Flame Eagle. Crimson Feather Flame Eagle? That's right. Bibi Dong nodded. This is a flying soul beast with a pair of fiery red wings that look like flames. When it flies, it resembles a fireball streaking across the sky. Its speed is extremely fast, with strong flying abilities and its sharp claws, combined with the burning effect of flames, make the Crimson Feather Flame Eagle rarely have any opponents. In terms of flying ability, perhaps the Crimson Feather Flame Eagle's agility and flexibility are not necessarily the strongest, but its flying height, endurance, and speed are definitely the fastest. The wings of the Crimson Feather Flame Eagle emit 2 burning flames while flying, which provide explosive acceleration, making it extremely difficult to hunt and capture. Its vision is excellent, and generally, when it encounters danger, it will flee immediately. If this Crimson Feather Flame Eagle is of an appropriate age, it can just become your second spirit ring. Chapter 62. The second spirit ring. At this moment, a sharp screech echoed from the sky, and suddenly, rustling sounds came from the nearby trees and bushes. Lines of snake soul beasts were fleeing in a frenzy, and a huge yellow python crashed through a large tree with a bang, continuing to flee without stopping. Many snake soul beasts completely ignored Chen Dong beside them, desperately running away. At this moment, an excited expression appeared on Bibi Dong's face, and she said, "Little guy, you are quite lucky. It really is the Crimson Feather Flame Eagle, and it should be over 20,000 years old. I'll catch it for you right now." As soon as she finished speaking, Bibi Dong's figure disappeared from the spot. At that moment, Chen Dong finally looked up and saw the Crimson Feather Flame Eagle in the sky. Its enormous wings spread out to over 10 meters long, resembling a fire-red meteor streaking across the sky. Utilizing the 1.5x magnification of the holographic sight, Chen Dong clearly saw the details on the Crimson Feather Flame Eagle. The broad wings were covered in fiery red feathers, radiating dazzling light. The Crimson Feather Flame Eagle's sturdy red claws had sharp barbs, and Chen Dong could imagine how tragic it would be to be hit by such giant claws. Suddenly, soaring in the sky like an invincible king, the Crimson Feather Flame Eagle suddenly stiffened, as if it had sensed something. Whoosh! With a flap of its massive wings, the Crimson Feather Flame Eagle turned and fled. At that moment, a cool voice came. "Can you escape?" Third spirit skill, Death Spider Web Bind. Whoosh! A deep purple spider web shot out into the air, enveloped in a purple poisonous gas, heading towards the Crimson Feather Flame Eagle. As the spider web flew towards the Crimson Feather Flame Eagle, it expanded rapidly, becoming a square of about 10 feet in an instant. The red light on the Crimson Feather Flame Eagle erupted, and it suddenly accelerated. At that moment, in a completely opposite direction, a thick black silk thread sliced through the sky, instantly wrapping around the body of the Crimson Feather Flame Eagle. The Crimson Feather Flame Eagle let out a mournful cry, tightly entangled by the spider web behind it. Sixth spirit skill, Eternal Creation. 2 jade-like giant sickles appeared in the air, simultaneously raised, slashing out a huge green ripple. It accurately struck the immobilized Crimson Feather Flame Eagle. After a sharp scream, the Crimson Feather Flame Eagle's body fell downwards. With a huge bang, the Crimson Feather Flame Eagle hit the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Bibi Dong's figure appeared calmly in front of Chen Dong, retracting the binding of the black spiderweb. At this time, the Crimson Feather Flame Eagle in front of them struggled weakly. Having been hit by my eternal creation, the wounds would spread endlessly, and it could only rely on soul power to resist, until its soul power was completely exhausted, and it would perish. It is about to die. Little guy, hurry up and absorb the spirit ring. Chen Dong looked at the scarlet feather flame eagle in front of him, recalling how graceful and domineering it had been just moments ago, but now it appeared disheveled and defeated. Bibi Dong calmly said, "This scarlet feather flame eagle should be around 23,000 years old, just perfect for you." To counter Bibi Dong's web of restraints, the scarlet feather flame eagle folded its wings. At this moment, its body was only a bit over 2 meters long, with its thick claws covered in fiery red patterns, and its crimson eyes exuded an extraordinary dominance. However, those eyes were now filled with pain. The soul power within the scarlet feather flame eagle surged wildly. And with each surge, 2 crossed green threads emerged from its chest. The scarlet feather flame eagle let out a mournful cry, and its soul power dissipated in an instant. Chen Dong looked at Bai Dong in awe. This was a soul beast that had existed for 20,000 years, yet in Bai Dong's hands. It was as if she was effortlessly beating a child, easily inflicting serious injuries. I'm holding onto the teacher's thigh. Looking at the crimson feather flame eagle in front of him, Chen Dong's hunting axe suddenly appeared in his hand. In an instant, the crimson feather flame eagle seemed to sense a fatal crisis. Its body trembled uneasily, and its fiery red wings suddenly spread out. However, at that moment, a blue blade shadow fell from the sky. Punishment. The crimson feather flame eagle's body instantly became motionless. A sense of calm and relief appeared in its red eyes, and it peacefully closed its eyes. Then, faint black light spots began to condense into a soul ring above the crimson feather flame eagle's body. The soul ring slowly solidified, containing some immense energy. Chen Dong could even feel a fiery glow above him. 10,000-year soul ring. Chen Dong couldn't help but feel his heart racing. This is the black 10,000-year soul ring. Little guy, this crimson feather flame eagle has an additional 3,000 years of age. Are you confident? Chen Dong looked at Bibi Dong and smiled. Don't worry, teacher, I will definitely succeed, including the soul beasts he killed during the trial, plus the 2,000-year soul beasts he has killed now. Chen Dong has absorbed 20 of their vitality. This means that Chen Dong now possesses the powerful vitality equivalent to that of a 1,000-year soul beast. Such a physical strength, with just an additional 3,000 years of soul power, can be completely endured. All right, then hurry up and absorb it. Teacher will protect you. Chen Dong sat cross-legged, raised his right hand, and gathered his soul power in the palm of his hand. Accompanied by a radiant glow, Chen Dong summoned his hunting wide blade. At this moment, the hunting wide blade did not display the second form of the patrolling axe. The silver-colored hunting wide blade slowly floated in midair, drawn by Chen Dong's soul power. The black 10,000-year soul ring on the body of the crimson feather flame eagle slowly flew toward Chen Dong's direction. In an instant, Chen Dong felt an overwhelming pressure as the black soul ring suddenly shrank, perfectly fitting onto Chen Dong's hunting wide blade martial soul. In an instant, Chen Dong felt as if magma was invading his right hand, with a hot and restless energy wildly pouring in. Chen Dong felt as if his right hand was being burned, but within this energy there were no negative emotions or obstructions. It was perfectly absorbed by Chen Dong's body. After the punishment, the 10,000-year soul ring's energy was not so violent. It was just the intense heat from the fire attribute energy leaking from the scarlet feather flame eagle that made Chen Dong feel somewhat uncomfortable. Chen Dong felt his blood vessels and pores constantly stretching, his bones growing wildly, a pressure transmitting through his bones, and a fierce heat. However, as the soul ring continued to absorb, Chen Dong's expression gradually became calm. At that moment, Chen Dong's brows furrowed tightly, his teeth clenched and making a cracking sound, and his body, sitting cross-legged, went into a violent spasm. Chen Dong's body uncontrollably collapsed to the ground, and suddenly his back straightened up, accompanied by the sound of tearing fabric. 2 small bulges appeared on either side of his spine, and at that moment, Chen Dong seemed to be enduring immense pain, letting out a desperate roar. With this roar, 2 flame-shaped entities erupted from the bulges, instantly forming 2 fiery red wings behind Chen Dong. The wings emitted a scorching light, looking exactly like the wings of the scarlet feather flame eagle. In an instant, Bibi Dong in the distance was stunned, even with her strength and experience. She couldn't help but feel a bit astonished. This little guy's luck is just too good, right? He absorbed the first soul ring and obtained an external soul bone. And now, he has obviously gained another external soul bone. Chapter 63, Second Soul Skill. As a 23,000-year-old scarlet feather flame eagle, it was reasonable for it to produce a soul bone. However, what Bibi Dong did not expect was that the scarlet feather flame eagle had actually released another external soul bone, and it was a pair of its wings. This meant that Chen Dong would have flying abilities at level 20, and it also meant that in the future, he would no longer be able to hold the little guy while flying. It seems the focus has shifted a bit. At this moment, Chen Dong's body was floating in midair, a pair of flame-like wings rising from his back, creating a wave of heat and sending grass clippings flying. All of the little guy's clothes were instantly burned away, but his body remained unharmed. At this time, Bibi Dong noticed that Chen Dong's body seemed to have grown a bit, and he now had some well-defined muscles, with a fiery red energy emanating from his fair skin. Accompanied by a soft grunt, Chen Dong slowly opened his eyes, feeling the overwhelming energy coursing through his body and the hot, restless power within him. Chen Dong felt as if he was floating in the air, completely weightless, his whole body light. At that moment, Bibi Dong's voice came. "Little guy, how do you feel?" "Teacher?" Chen Dong suddenly realized that it was not an illusion. He was indeed floating in the air, and out of the corner of his eye, he could see two flames burning on either side of his body. For a moment, Chen Dong felt a bit flustered, wondering what was happening. Just then, as his panic increased, a pair of wings suddenly folded up, and Chen Dong uncontrollably began to fall downwards. Whoosh! In an instant, Bibi Dong's figure disappeared from the spot. The next moment, Chen Dong found himself in a warm embrace, as Bibi Dong tightly held him in her arms, lightly landing on the ground. However, she didn't rush to put him down, but teasingly said, "Little guy, why are you so fidgety like a little monkey?" At that moment, Chen Dong's clothes had all been burned away by the intense flames, leaving him completely naked, yet he felt no coldness. The surging heat within his body made him somewhat uncomfortable, especially when he sensed that this restless heat was converging towards a certain area. Chen Dong's face showed some discomfort. To cover up his embarrassment, Chen Dong hurriedly said, "Teacher, I just saw something behind me." Bibi Dong set Chen Dong down and then said, "That is an external soul bone, which should have been transformed from the wings of the crimson feather flame eagle. Little guy, now you have the ability to fly, but you still can't control it well for now. You need to practice more. It's best for the teacher to hold you while flying. It's safer and more stable." Chen Dong nodded in agreement, saying, "That's right, I also believe that the teacher is holding on to something better." Then, Chen Dong happily summoned a pair of fiery red wings from within himself, which were different from the gigantic wings of the scarlet feather flame eagle that stretched over 10 meters long. The wings behind Chen Dong are only a few meters long, adorned with streaks of scorching red energy. Seeing this scene, a bitter smile appeared at the corners of Chen Dong's mouth. It seems that his strength can only be perfectly displayed within the Star Dough Forest. If Chen Dong were to represent the Spirit Hall in some competitions or contests, he might not be able to use his fiery red wings. Every time he uses them, he almost ends up ruining a piece of clothing. And Chen Dong is not like some peculiar uncles who enjoy tearing their clothes in front of everyone. It truly feels too embarrassing. By the way, little guy, what soul skill did you comprehend after absorbing your second soul ring? Upon hearing Bibi Dong's question, Chen Dong raised his eyebrows, a look of joy appearing on his face as he retracted his wings. He then lifted his right hand, revealing a peculiar short knife shimmering with red light. At the same time, as his soul power surged, two soul rings, one purple and one black, rose from beneath Chen Dong's feet, swirling around his body. He is indeed a two-ring Great Soul Master, but at this moment, this Great Soul Master has a purple and a black soul ring. If there were outsiders present, they would probably question their life upon witnessing this scene. "Teacher, I'm already level 24. Chen Dong's face was filled with joy. After absorbing this 20,000-year-old soul beast, Chen Dong's soul power upgraded to level 24. Not only that, the Crimson Feather Flame Eagle also provided Chen Dong with a total of 900 bounty points. In addition, Chen Dong gained 20 vitality from the Crimson Feather Flame Eagle. He now felt an abundance of strength coursing through his body, with an endless supply of energy. Chen Dong felt that in terms of vitality alone, he was already more powerful than a 1,000-year-old soul beast. Looking at the strange, martial soul in Chen Dong's hand, Bibi was somewhat astonished. If he remembered correctly, the little guy's martial soul seemed to be a silver short blade when awakened. Later, After absorbing the human-faced demon spider, the color of the short blade changed to purple. And now, it had surprisingly transformed into a strange short knife that was red, mixed with black. Bibi couldn't help but ask, little guy, what happened to your martial soul? How did it change like this? Chen Dong's mind moved, and in the next second, the red short blade in his hand transformed back into a silver hunting broadblade. Teacher, this is the new form of my martial soul. After absorbing the faceless demon spider, my martial soul has transformed into the purple guardian battle axe. Chen Dong spoke while channeling his soul power, and the martial soul in his hand gradually transformed into a purple circular small axe. This time, after absorbing the scarlet feather flame eagle, the martial soul turned into a brand new pursuit blade. As he spoke, Chen Dong's martial soul changed back into a red short knife. So my martial soul now has 3 modes. The purple guardian axe can enhance its own soul power after killing soul beasts. It can also absorb the life force of the soul beasts, while the red pursuit blade can absorb both soul power and the strength and speed of the soul beasts after killing them. Upon hearing this, a look of shock involuntarily appeared on Bibi Dong's face. Chen Dong's martial soul is simply terrifyingly strong, especially after each upgrade. Its abilities are like a nemesis to soul beasts. Not only does it kill soul beasts, but also targets their hearts. It also absorbs your life force, strength, and speed. Little guy, your martial soul could be called the Beast Slayer Blade. It seems to be born specifically to hunt soul beasts. Teacher, actually, I prefer to call it the Jungle Blade. Jungle? What does that mean? How to explain this? Chen Dong hesitated and could only say, it means hunting wild beasts. I like to hunt in the jungle. Hee, since you like it, then the teacher will join you in the jungle. Teacher, you don't know. Actually, I just love fighting. Chen Dong smiled and said, with the wild knife, if I encounter those soul beasts with strong vitality, I can use the purple guardian axe to absorb their life force. On the contrary, if it's a soul beast with strong speed and strength, I can use the red pursuit blade, which allows me to absorb their strength and speed. Unfortunately, these 2 modes cannot absorb simultaneously. I can only choose one. At this point, Chen Dong sighed. Chapter 64, 300,000-Year Soul Beast. Is this not satisfactory? Bibi Dong was somewhat speechless, looking at Chen Dong with dissatisfaction. Little guy, don't aim too high. By the way, what is your second soul skill? Chen Dong raised an eyebrow and said, the second soul skill, Crimson Flame Fury, can instantly unleash tremendous energy, granting the speed and attack power of the Crimson Feather Flame Eagle for a whole minute. It also has a flame damage penetration effect, but its duration is only 1 minute. However, with the speed of the Crimson Feather Flame Eagle and combined with my terrifying life-devouring skill, this 1 minute will definitely be a one-sided massacre. A smile appeared on Bibi Dong's face as she said, it seems that allowing you to absorb the Crimson Feather Flame Eagle was indeed the right decision, perfectly compensating for your lack of speed. However, Chen Dong did not tell Bibi Dong one thing, that after leveling up to level 24 this time, in addition to awakening the second soul skill, Chen Dong has gained 2 brand new skills, but these 2 skills are not derived from the second soul ring. The first skill, Berserk. Cooldown time is 60 seconds, increases attack speed by 60, increases physical attack by 10, lasting for 5 seconds. Although it only lasts for 5 seconds, it doesn't seem like a significant enhancement. However, the Berserk skill can be stacked with soul abilities when used. If Chen Dong activates Berserk while in a state of Crimson Flame Fury, he would gain the speed and attack power of the Crimson Feather Flame Eagle, and then activate Berserk again. In addition, Chen Dong has also acquired another skill, Dash. Cooldown time is 100 seconds, increases movement speed by 30, lasting for 10 seconds. Similarly, it seems like only a 30 increase, and the duration is very short. But if it's an additional 30 speed on top of the Crimson Feather Flame Eagle speed, what a terrifying effect that would be. Moreover, these 2 skills perfectly align with the abilities of the Crimson Feather Flame Eagle itself. So when Chen Dong uses these 2 skills, he doesn't have to worry about others noticing whether he has activated Dash and Berserk. As long as Chen Dong doesn't say anything, no one will know. This is truly his secret weapon. Bibi Dong looks at the spirited and confident little fellow in front of her, and recalls the first time she met Chen Dong in the forest, that ragged and scarred little boy. A strange thought arises in her heart. She never expected that a moment of impulse to save Chen Dong would lead to such an exceptionally talented disciple. With the little guy's talent and the terrifying skills to hunt soul beasts and enhance his strength, it won't be long before his power catches up to hers. All right, little guy, stop showing off and put on your clothes. Since you've reached level 24, it won't be long before you reach level 30. By then, I'll help you hunt a 10,000-year soul beast, and once you become a soul master, I can arrange other training for you. Chen Dong scratched his head awkwardly and then said, Teacher, I'm afraid it's going to be difficult for me to become a soul master. What does that mean? Bibi Dong was a bit surprised. Chen Dong sighed while getting dressed and said, Teacher, when I reach level 30, the years of soul rings I can absorb will change again. Bibi Dong was stunned. You mean it has changed again? Could it be? A guess formed in Bibi Dong's mind, but she didn't dare to be certain. Chen Dong nodded and said, That's right, at level 10, it's 100 times. At level 20, it's 1,000 times. And by level 30, the years of soul rings I can absorb will be 10,000 times. The moment Chen Dong said this, Bibi Dong's pupils contracted, and she was instantly stunned, unable to react for a long time. It wasn't that she was unwilling to believe it, but what Chen Dong said was simply too unbelievable. 10,000 times 30 is 300,000 years. To elevate to Soul Sage and absorb a 300,000-year soul ring? How many years of soul rings would that little guy need to absorb to reach title Douluo? What a terrifying talent. But a 300,000-year soul beast isn't as common as cabbages. Where could she find a 300,000-year soul beast for the little guy? However, Bibi Dong seemed to think of something, and a determined look flashed in her eyes. No need to worry, little guy. There just happened to be 200,000-year soul beasts in the Star Do Great Forest. I originally planned to hunt them for myself, but it looks like they're just right for you. Looking at Bibi Dong's fierce demeanor, she seemed eager to rush into the center of the Star Do Great Forest right now. Chen Dong hurriedly advised, Teacher, you don't need to worry. I can find a 100,000-year soul ring on my own when the time comes. Bibi Dong smiled and shook her head, little guy. You have no idea how terrifying a 100,000-year soul beast can be. Once it reaches 100,000 years, it can take on a human form, and its strength will be vastly different. Moreover, it will possess a domain, making ordinary sneak attacks ineffective. Teacher, I understand, but there's no need to rush for now. Once I reach level 30, I can continue hunting soul beasts to enhance my strength. By the time my vitality and attack power are fully upgraded, maybe I'll be able to kill a 300,000-year soul beast with just my own strength. Bibi Dong looked at Chen Dong, knowing he was concerned for her, fearing she might impulsively seek out a 100,000-year soul beast. She shook her head and smiled, little guy. Don't worry, I won't be anxious. Not only are 100,000-year soul beasts hard to find, but their strength is formidable, especially in life and death crises. They can unleash tremendous combat power, and may even choose to sacrifice themselves. A soul beast that willingly sacrifices itself can be extremely terrifying. At this point, Bibi Dong seemed to recall something, and her expression became pained, mixed with anger and uncontrollable hatred. Taking a deep breath, she calmly continued, Therefore, hunting soul beasts above the 100,000-year level must be thoroughly considered, setting up a comprehensive plan. It's best to involve a few title Douluo to ensure absolute safety. Chen Dong shook his head and said, Teacher, I know that the Spirit City is not a united front right now. If I were to hunt a 100,000-year soul beast for my sake, many people would likely be dissatisfied. Moreover, with the 6-year agreement we have with the Douluo Palace, if you help me hunt the soul beast, they might resort to tricks again. Don't worry, I'm only 6 years old. Give me a few more years, and I believe I can handle it. Looking at Chen Dong, who was sincere and earnest, Bibi Dong was taken aback. The little guy has grown up. Not only does he care about himself, but he also understands how to consider issues from the perspective of the Spirit Hall's overall interests. Looking at Chen Dong's somewhat resolute face and slightly taller figure, Bibi Dong felt a surge of emotions. With a gentle smile, she looked at Chen Dong and said, All right, since that's the case, then I'll accompany you to hunt soul beasts and enhance your strength. Hee hee. Chen Dong was in a great mood when he saw Bibi Dong finally give up and go look for a 100,000-year soul beast. He jokingly said, That won't do, teacher. Before that, I still have to do something. Bibi Dong was a bit surprised. What is it? I need to go pick up an airdrop. Chapter 65. Sniping the title Douluo. When Bibi Dong heard Chen Dong mention another airdrop, a look of excitement instantly appeared on her face. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she eagerly asked, Where is the airdrop? Chen Dong was a bit stunned. What was going on? Why did it feel like the teacher was even more excited about the airdrop than he was? However, Bibi Dong was thinking about the last so-called airdrop, which had mysteriously appeared above him, and he hadn't noticed it at all from start to finish. It was only when it landed on the ground that he sensed the airdrop's presence. It seemed that only the little guy could see the airdrop. In Bai Dong's mind, no one on the Douluo continent at this level of power could achieve that. There was only one possibility, and that was a power belonging to a higher level, to the gods. Thinking of this made Bai Dong even more excited. Perhaps understanding this so-called mysterious airdrop could not only uncover the little guy's true identity, but might also deepen his understanding of divine-level powers. After Chen Dong pointed the direction for Bai Dong, he eagerly hugged the little guy and flew towards the direction indicated by Chen Dong. Although Chen Dong wanted to say, "Teacher, I already have wings, why not let me try flying by myself?" He decided to go along with it, feeling the comfortable cushion of waves beneath his head and temporarily endure a bit of discomfort. The location of the airdrop was not far from the two of them. After Chen Dong and Bai Dong landed on the ground, they found that there were no soul beasts appearing in the vicinity for the time being. It made sense, considering that a fierce battle had just erupted in the sky, and a 20-year-old aerial overlord had fallen here. So low-level soul beasts wouldn't dare to approach for a short time. "Little guy, why haven't you seen it yet?" Bai Dong looked around, but he couldn't see the so-called airdrop. "Teacher, it's right above you, about 100 meters up." As soon as Chen Dong's voice fell, Bibi Dong's figure instantly vanished from the spot and suddenly appeared in midair. She tentatively released her soul power to explore the air, but found nothing. Bibi Dong even attempted to use her soul skill, unleashing a black net of pearls that enveloped the area ahead. However, she still found nothing and could only helplessly land back on the ground. Bibi Dong kept pondering why the little guy could see it while she could not. Chen Dong was also pondering this question. Could it be that the process of the airdrop landing is actually akin to a virtual animation demonstration, merely appearing in my line of sight, while in reality, there's nothing up there? And does the airdrop land directly in this space at the moment it touches down? Just as Bibi Dong was lost in thought, a huge box suddenly appeared in front of Chen Dong. This time, Chen Dong skillfully took out his 98K and aimed at the box in front of him. Bang! A shot was fired, and the box instantly turned to dust, disappearing into the air. In an instant, a pile of supplies appeared before Chen Dong. A level 2 backpack, a level 2 bulletproof vest, and a jungle camouflage level 2 helmet. In addition, there was an Uzi submachine gun, a quick-release magazine specifically for submachine guns, and 300 rounds of ammunition. An AKM assault rifle, 500 rounds of ammunition, and a muzzle compensator for the rifle. 10 grenades, 10 flashbangs, 10 smoke bombs, and 10 Molotov cocktails. 10 energy drinks, 10 bandages, 10 painkillers, and 10 first aid kits, along with a medical box. Besides that, there were 4 special items. A level 3 helmet, exclusive equipment. When Chen Dong held this level 3 helmet in his hands, he instantly understood that this helmet, like the level 2 backpack, was exclusive to him, could not be given to others, and that wearing it would allow him to become completely invisible within his body. Chen Dong eagerly put on the level 3 helmet, and in an instant, he felt much more at ease. Perhaps this was what a sense of security felt like. After putting on the level 3 helmet, Chen Dong was surprised to find that his mind became extraordinarily clear, and his mental focus was highly concentrated. In the forest, he could distinctly hear the rustling sound of insects crawling on the grass, the slight movement of the blades of grass, and even the sounds of ants moving beneath the soil. It turned out that the level 3 helmet not only provided protection against fatal injuries, but, most importantly, significantly enhanced Chen Dong's mental strength. Moreover, the level 3 helmet had another function. It could protect Chen Dong's brain from mental attack damage. Indeed, after crossing the dimensional barrier, the artifact from his original world had undergone some changes upon arriving in the Douluo continent, making it more suitable for the rules of that world. With this helmet, he no longer feared encountering mental attacks, especially since there were many special spirit abilities on the Douluo continent that involved mental attacks. After equipping the silencer and 4x scope onto his 98K spirit weapon, Chen Dong discovered that when he summoned his spirit, he did not take out the holographic sight. The holographic sight was still intact in his left eye, but when he retracted his spirit, a 4x magnification appeared in his right eye. Furthermore, the 2 scopes could be freely activated or deactivated within his body. The 4x magnification aiming effect, combined with Chen Dong's pair of feathered wings, allowed him to soar freely in the sky like the crimson feather flame eagle, observing enemies with sharp vision. This made both reconnaissance and escape incredibly convenient. In addition, the sniper rifle silencer not only masked the sound of the 98K firing, but also had the added skill of preventing others from detecting where the attack originated. This meant that no one would know where Chen Dong was launching his attacks from. Consequently, This created favorable conditions for Chen Dong to ambush those high-level soul masters. Of course, while the weapon was hidden, Chen Dong himself could not conceal his presence. However, when Chen Dong glanced at the last special item on the ground, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The camouflage suit, an exclusive piece of equipment, had the effect of concealing one's figure, making it imperceptible to soul power and mental power. Looking at the green camouflage suit before him, Chen Dong picked it up as if it were a treasure and then put it on. Teacher, please close your eyes. Huh? Why should I close my eyes? Although curious, Bibi Dong closed her eyes nonetheless. This is Chen Dong's voice. All right. Somewhat disappointed, Bibi Dong opened her eyes to look at Chen Dong, but to her astonishment, she saw nothing. At that moment, Bibi Dong noticed something moving in the grass before her, appearing almost intangible. Swish! In an instant, Bibi Dong's figure vanished, and the next second, Chen Dong fell into her embrace. Huh, little guy, how did you just disappear right in front of me? Chen Dong said with a frustrated expression. It seems that the concealment effect of the camouflage suit is not that perfect. It's still very easy to be discovered while moving. Bibi Dong suddenly realized. Is it that strange green outfit you just obtained? Chen Dong nodded and said, that's right. This piece of clothing will put me in a temporary concealed state, while also blocking the perception of spiritual and soul power. However, there is a flaw. It cannot completely hide my figure, and someone with sharp eyesight will still be able to notice me when I move. But this is because Bibi Dong is too close to me and heard my voice in advance. If there were a distance of a few hundred meters, I believe even a tidal Douluo wouldn't be able to detect me if I used my 98K martial soul to shoot without making a sound. In an instant, a bold idea sprang to Chen Dong's mind. A genius plan to snipe a tidal Douluo. Chapter 66. The Power of 98K. Looking at the shocked Bibi Dong, Chen Dong smiled and took out a grenade, saying, Teacher, do you remember the self-defense weapon I wanted to give you last time? What effect could this little thing have? Seeing Bibi Dong's puzzled expression, Chen Dong continued, Teacher, you shouldn't underestimate it. I only got 2 last time and didn't dare to take them out for experiments. You can personally try its power. Bibi Dong nodded and said, okay, how do I use this little thing? After pulling this ring, the grenade will explode after 3 seconds, and 6,000 tiny steel balls will spray out from inside. Each steel ball has great lethality. Teacher, I suggest you summon your martial soul's true form. Bibi Dong shook her head with a smile and said, all right, I got it. You little guy, step back a bit. As she spoke, Bibi Dong had already pulled the ring and was holding the grenade in her hand. Teacher, please don't let go. If you do, it will explode immediately. I know. Little guy, don't worry. Just protect yourself. Okay. Chen Dong took 2 steps back and couldn't help but remind, Teacher, you'd better activate your martial soul's true body defense. The next moment, with a loud bang, a cloud of black smoke erupted, grass clippings flew everywhere, and dirt splattered. In an instant, a surge of soul power flowed from Bibi Dong's body, and in the next second, her figure suddenly disappeared. By the time Chen Dong reacted, Bibi Dong was descending from the air, still feeling a lingering fear. Chen Dong couldn't help but laugh when he took a glance. Bibi Dong, dressed in a purple long robe, had many small transparent holes of various sizes all over her body. Even a few spots on her chest were pierced. Fortunately, her body was unharmed. However, her long robe had turned into a revealing outfit. Her hair was somewhat messy, and many parts of her body were faintly visible. Chen Dong, who was already used to such sights, didn't pay much attention to this unexpected benefit and quickly took out a piece of clothing from his level 3 bag. He carefully draped the clothing over Bibi Dong and asked, Teacher, are you okay? Shaking her head, Bibi Dong took a deep breath and said, little guy, this kind of weapon is truly terrifying. I wonder whose hand it came from. Chen Dong shook his head and said, I don't know either. I only know how to use it, as if I was born to do so. Teacher, now you believe in its power, right? Bibi Dong nodded and said, that's right. If this kind of weapon is used properly, it can even injure a tidal Douluo. Under Chen Dong's repeated reminders, she had developed some defenses in her heart and used her soul power to defend, which was how she managed to block the grenade's attack. Just imagine, if it were an enemy who didn't know about this object, facing a grenade for the first time without any precautions, what kind of scene would that be? Just thinking about it made Bibi Dong feel excited. Chen Dong generously handed over 5 grenades to Bibi Dong and then said, Teacher, keep these for self-defense. Oh, and there's this. Saying that, Chen Dong took out 5 smoke bombs and continued. Once released, the smoke bombs will create a dense fog at the spot, blocking vision and preventing the detection of spiritual and soul power. They are definitely a useful tool for escape. Of course, with your strength, you won't need them at all. But just in case, Bibi Dong took 2 grenades and then 2 smoke bombs before saying, "All right, little guy, the rest are for you to keep for self-defense." Such things can only achieve surprising effects when used unexpectedly. My opponents are all title Douluo level experts, and with precautions in place. There won't be a second chance for them to succeed, so having more is useless. Chen Dong thought for a moment, nodded, and took out 2 first aid kits, 2 energy drinks, and 2 bottles of painkillers. "Teacher, the energy drinks can restore soul power, and this bottle of painkillers can restore vitality as well as mental strength. Also, these 2 first aid kits can restore health to over 70 within 8 seconds after use. They can also serve as protection for you." Bibi Dong nodded appreciatively. She was not shy about these items, as the gifts from the little guy were exceptionally precious to her, especially the energy drinks and painkillers. Just then, Bibi Dong's expression sharpened, and she said, "It seems that the noise from the recent explosion has attracted some foolish little creatures. A few thousand-year soul beasts are coming over, which is just right for you to enhance your soul power." Chen Dong's lips curled into a smile. "Don't worry, leave it to me." After being promoted to a rank 2 soul master, Chen Dong was eager to test his new soul skills and combat strength. "There is a soul beast that has been around for nearly 10,000 years. Should I help you distract it, so you can take it down one by one?" Chen Dong laughed and said, "No need. So what if it's been 10,000 years? In the next moment, a pair of fiery red wings extended from his back, and his figure instantly floated in midair. "Let's first test the lethality of a 98K against soul beasts." Under the effect of the 4X scope, Chen Dong, looking down from a height, quickly saw that in the distant forest there were many soul beasts in all directions, with 3 of them being the closest to him, coming from 3 different places. One of them was a gigantic diamond tiger, measuring over 10 meters in length, with a white coat interspersed with black and white patterns. Its massive head was almost the size of Chen Dong's entire body. As it charged over from afar, a gust of wind swept up, like a dragon in the clouds and a tiger in the wind, with the diamond tiger's momentum like a rainbow. Chen Dong's lips curled into a faint smile, and in the next moment, the 98K appeared, the 4X scope activated. Aiming at the distant King Kong tiger, Chen Dong gently squeezed the trigger. In the next second, a barely noticeable wave of soul power vanished from the muzzle of the silencer. The King Kong tiger, moving at high speed, suddenly suffered a heavy blow, its entire body crashing to the ground and pouncing forward with great force. Along the way, many sturdy trees were knocked down, and the King Kong tiger's body lay awkwardly on the ground, shaking its head as it struggled to get up, a huge blood hole in its forehead. However, the King Kong tiger's physique was exceptionally sturdy. It only swayed its head slightly, feeling a bit dizzy. Just then, another bullet accurately hit the tiger's forehead, and the severely injured King Kong tiger's front paws went limp, kneeling down on the ground. Chen Dong nodded in satisfaction, extremely pleased with the damage of the 98K. It should be noted that the iron tiger in front of him had a head that was almost the hardest part of its body. It still couldn't withstand 2 shots from the 98K. After putting away the 98K spirit, Chen Dong's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, with 2 pairs of fiery red wings sweeping behind him, descending like a giant eagle from the sky. A red chasing blade suddenly appeared in his hand, attacking the iron tiger below. Chen Dong was afraid that if he was a moment slower, the iron tiger would die just like that, and he wouldn't be able to absorb its soul power. At that moment, the iron tiger, barely hanging on, suddenly shook its head, revealing 3 horizontal stripes that resembled the character Wong. There was still a trump card? Punishment. A shadow flashed through the air, and the iron tiger was instantly stunned, unable to move. The red chasing blade hit accurately, and in an instant, the iron tiger struggled weakly a few times before falling still. Its blood was slowly absorbed by the chasing blade. Chapter 67. Terrifying speed of enhancement after the chasing blade had absorbed all the blood from the iron tiger. Chen Dong finally stood up in satisfaction. He felt a powerful force filling his body, with both strength and speed having improved. Not only that, but this iron tiger also provided Chen Dong with a total bounty of 3,200, allowing him to deduce its exact beast age of 9,600 years. It was already very close to a 10,000-year soul beast, and at the same time, Chen Dong's level had also increased again. After absorbing the soul power of a 9,600-year soul beast at 30, Chen Dong's level rose by 2 levels, reaching level 26. Just then, 2 soul beasts from the other 2 directions suddenly appeared, a purple phantom leopard and a blue gale wolf. Both soul beasts were agility type, incredibly fast. Moreover, they didn't seem to be too low in age, at least surpassing 3,000 years. The corpse of the Iron Tiger on the ground did not instill any fear in the two ferocious soul beasts. Whoosh whoosh, two shadows rushed towards Chen Dong's direction. And at that moment, Chen Dong's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Only a gust of wind remained on the ground. Under the backdrop of the Red Wings, Chen Dong's figure had already leaped into the air, and, at the same time, he held an Uzi submachine gun in his hand. Aiming at the Phantom Leopard and Gale Wolf on the ground, he began firing rapidly. Bang, 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 bang. The body of the high-speed moving Phantom Leopard suddenly appeared on the ground, rolling awkwardly and stumbling slightly. No matter how fast it moved, it was difficult to escape the bullets, especially since Chen Dong's Uzi submachine gun had the characteristic of a high firing rate and dense bullets. It was perfect for dealing with speed-type soul beasts. Meanwhile, the Gale Wolf had a wound on its hind leg, with blood continuously flowing down. At the same time, Chen Dong put away the Uzi submachine gun, and with a flap of his red wings, he dove straight towards the ground. Like a giant eagle capturing a fierce beast, the fury of crimson flames was activated in an instant. Chen Dong's speed is explosive. The frenzy begins. Chen Dong's arms and eyes were filled with a fervent red. The sprint began. In an instant, Chen Dong's figure was even faster than the speedster Shadow Leopard and Gale Wolf. The pursuit blade in his hand slashed down fiercely at the two soul beasts, hitting them with lightning-like speed. Swish, swish, swish. In a moment, Chen Dong had struck 4 or 5 times, leaving several gruesome wounds on the surface of the two soul beasts. Just then, the soul power in Chen Dong's hand surged, and a purple halo flashed. The life-devouring skill activated, causing both soul beasts to suddenly weaken, their blood flow accelerating while their movement speed visibly slowed. Meanwhile, Chen Dong's speed remained unchanged, and the purple guardian axe in his hand struck down heavily at the two soul beasts. Before long, the Shadow Leopard and Gale Wolf staggered, unable to dodge, and with a thud, Chen Dong's red pursuit blade easily pierced into the body of the Shadow Leopard, which fell powerless to the ground. Seeing the situation, the Gale Wolf turned and fled. Punishment! A shadow flashed by, and the Gale Wolf's body fell helplessly to the ground, easily killing the 2,000-year soul beasts. Chen Dong's level increased once again. These two soul beasts were 3 for 100 years and 4, 200 years old, and together they not only leveled up Chen Dong, but also contributed a considerable amount of bounty, bringing his total bounty to 13,740. However, the benefits of the bounty had yet to manifest. Chen Dong could only patiently wait, believing that since his hunting knife could earn a bounty, it would not be used as a mere souvenir. The bounty could definitely be spent. Moreover, that day would inevitably not be too far away. At this moment, Bibi voice came. Little guy, it seems that as long as you don't encounter a 100,000-year soul beast, you no longer need to worry about your safety in the Douluo forest. Now, Chen Dong already possesses the ability to fight against 10,000-year soul beasts head-on. And with the abnormal speed provided by the Crimson Flame wings, even if he can't win, he can escape. Besides, Chen Dong also has grenades, smoke bombs, a shotgun, a submachine gun, and plenty of bandages, first aid kits, and painkillers. Whether it's for escape or recovery, Chen Dong has strong confidence, as long as he doesn't run into a 100,000-year soul beast with a domain. The ordinary soul beasts in the Douluo forest can't do anything to Chen Dong. They are destined to become his prey. Accompanied by Bibi, Chen Dong continuously hunted soul beasts in the Douluo forest. 4,000-year soul beasts, if they are around 3,000 years. He often needs to hunt 2 or 3 to level up. However, 4 high-level ones like 9,000-year soul beasts, killing just 1 is enough for Chen Dong to level up. Soon, Chen Dong's level reached 30. At this point, as long as he wished, he could add a soul ring to himself and elevate his strength to Soul Master. However, Chen Dong was unwilling to casually look for a 10,000-year soul beast. Since his martial soul could absorb 30,000-year ones, he naturally wanted to search according to the highest standard. There's no need to set a lower standard for himself. As for where to find 30,000-year soul beasts, Chen Dong was not worried about that. There are too many powerful soul beasts on the Douluo continent, and Chen Dong feared he might have trouble choosing. Since he couldn't obtain a soul ring for the time being, Chen Dong decided to continue hunting soul beasts to enhance his strength. Although he couldn't level up through soul rings, Chen Dong could constantly absorb the vitality, attack speed, and strength of the soul beast to improve his combat power. Of course, such enhancement requires accumulation, achieving a qualitative change through quantitative change. Currently, Chen Dong, purely in terms of vitality, already possesses a physique no less robust than that of a 10,000-year soul beast. If he continues to improve, he believes that one day even without using soul skills. He could directly fight and kill a 100,000-year soul beast. When Bibi Dong saw that Chen Dong could easily crush 10,000-year soul beast by himself, she finally felt relieved. Little guy, since there is no way to add a soul ring in the short term, I will go back to the Wuhuan Palace to search for the whereabouts of a 30,000-year soul beast for you. Bibi Dong had been accompanying Chen Dong for a while in hunting, and there were still many matters in the Wuhuan Palace. She couldn't stay outside indefinitely. Chen Dong nodded and said, since that's the case, teacher, you should go back first. Don't worry, as long as I don't go to the center of the forest. I'll be fine. After this period of exploration, Chen Dong had already summarized the rules of the Stardow Forest. The outermost area is inhabited by some low-level soul beasts and even wild beasts, which is where Chen Dong was born. Further inside, there are century-old and millennium soul beasts coexisting. In the area where Chen Dong is currently located, the vast majority are millennium soul beasts, with a small number of 10,000-year soul beasts. As you go deeper, the number of 10,000-year soul beasts becomes even scarcer, and low-level soul beasts are even fewer. Many 10,000-year soul beasts have their own territories, so some low-level soul beasts will not actively approach this area. Generally speaking, 10,000-year soul beasts rarely engage in large-scale activities within each other's territories, as that would mean an absolute provocation and attack. So as long as Chen Dong doesn't do something foolish and run to the center of the forest, he won't encounter any 10,000-year soul beasts. Chapter 68. Opening the mall since Bibi Dong has already decided to go back, Chen Dong took out a letter from his level 3 backpack and handed it to Bibi Dong, saying, teacher, this is a letter I wrote last night. Please help me deliver it to my junior sister. A strange smile appeared at the corner of Bibi Dong's mouth. What's wrong? You miss Nana after just a few days out? Chen Dong felt a bit awkward, shook his head, and then said, I left in a hurry that day and didn't say goodbye to my senior sister. I'm afraid she might be angry. So please help me deliver this letter to her after you return. Bibi Dong's earlier words were just a joke. She knew that although Huli Lai had already developed feelings for Chen Dong, the little guy was too young to understand such matters. Naturally, Bibi Dong was very pleased that her two proud disciples could have mutual feelings for each other. Seriously putting away Chen Dong's letter, Bibi Dong had no intention of reading it. She wasn't interested in children's words. By the way, teacher, after you return, please call Lord Daera over for me. I have some things to tell him, and I also need your help. Bibi Dong curiously asked, what is it? Teacher, I've already asked Lord Daera to look for that Master Mo in Martial Soul City. It is said that Master Mo's forging skills are top-notch, and he is good at making some clever mechanisms. So I want to secretly establish an underground factory there to replicate firearms and grenades. Grenades and firearms? Little guy, are you saying that such weapons can be replicated? Chen Dong nodded and said, of course, teacher, this type of weapon does not require the use of soul power. After all, its materials are just some iron and copper. The only troublesome part is that it is relatively difficult to manufacture, completely requiring handcrafting, which is less efficient. However, starting from now, if we secretly produce it, a few years will be enough for us to arm a special army. This power will be fully in the hands of the teacher. So we cannot use the skilled craftsmen currently in the Spirit Hall. We must find new people to create it. Little guy, how did your brain develop? At such a young age, your thoughts are so comprehensive? Bibi Dong was somewhat surprised, not expecting Chen Dong to not only consider things so thoroughly, but also to have already begun planning and arranging such steps in Wuhuan City without anyone noticing. Chen Dong smiled shyly and said, teacher, I was just thinking about how I could help relieve your burdens. Firearms are easy to use and have no consumption. At crucial moments, they can make up for the lack of damage from soul skills. Whether for offense or defense, they are powerful tools. Having such a troop would be very beneficial for the Papal Hall, especially since this troop could serve as a secret trump card in your hands. I believe it will definitely surprise the devotees when the time comes. Bibi Dong, who had personally witnessed the power of such magical weapons, naturally had no doubts about what Chen Dong said. By the way, teacher, to maintain confidentiality, it's best to produce this type of weapon using an assembly line production method. Assembly line? Production? Bibi Dong was a bit stunned. What does that mean? Why didn't she understand? It means combined processing. The general structure of firearms can be divided into different parts. The gun body, barrel, grip, action, magazine, etc. We can divide the factory into several areas, with each area only processing one specific part. This way, the craftsmen only need to focus on creating a simple piece, which will greatly improve efficiency. Once all the parts are completed, the silent team can do the final assembly. This not only increases efficiency, but also ensures the confidentiality of the design blueprints. After all, if we can manufacture them. Other forces could also create them if they get hold of the blueprints, so we must be cautious. Bibi Dong looked at Chen Dong in astonishment, not expecting the little guy to consider everything so thoroughly. Not only is he powerful, but he also has a sharp mind and long-term thinking. He is indeed the best candidate for the son of the Spirit Hall. In this regard, he is far superior to Bina. Little guy, undertaking such a project must require a considerable expense, right? Yes. So in your plan, where will the money come from? Chen Dong's face turned red, and he naturally felt embarrassed to say it was from Hulaina, as that would only confirm the fact that he was living off her. He could only say, "Teacher, I have some ideas for making money. I originally planned to go to various major soul fighting arenas for gambling battles. With my strength, I can definitely sweep through all the major soul fighting arenas." Bibi Dong naturally believed this, as the little guy, with the cultivation of a great soul master, could directly confront 10,000-year soul beasts in a head-on battle. Such strength participating in the major soul fighting arenas would simply be bullying. Bibi Dong shook her head and said, "No, you can't waste your time on these matters. I will give Lord Diarla a portion of gold coins to handle this. Also, although many craftsmen and masters in the Spirit City do not belong to any faction, I also have a group of capable people under my command, and they will all be handed over to you for coordination." Bibi Dong was also very concerned about Chen Dong's idea of replicating firearms. If it really succeeded, such simple-to-operate and powerful weapons would become an important trump card for her. The two discussed some details, and soon Bibi Dong couldn't wait to rush back to the Spirit City. Chen Dong stood still, watching the figure of Bibi Dong fade away. For a moment, he felt a sense of melancholy, wondering when he would see his teacher again. Shaking his head, Chen Dong took a deep breath and turned to face the Stardow Forest. From now on, he was determined to crazily improve his strength at all costs. In preparation for obtaining a 300,000-year soul ring, Chen Dong knew a lot about 300,000-year soul beasts and even had several backup plans. But knowing was useless. Even if he found a 300,000-year soul beast, what good would it do if he couldn't defeat it? No matter what, it would all be in vain. Although Chen Dong had the 98K martial soul in his hands, which is a powerful weapon for ambush, the life force of a 300,000-year soul beast was incredibly strong. Chen Dong had to continue honing his power and speed. However, before that, Chen Dong excitedly looked at a virtual panel in front of him, which displayed a string of numbers, 29,315. This was the amount of bounty he held, and at the same time, a brand new interface suddenly appeared before him. Chen Dong recognized at a glance that this was the shop interface from the game, specifically the hero purchase interface. However, every hero displayed on it was in gray, with their prices marked behind them. Here, the base price for all heroes was 13,888, and there were no heroes priced lower than that. No wonder the bounty he earned at the beginning was of little use. It turned out he hadn't met the minimum requirements. Chapter 69. Purchasing heroes. Looking at the hero shop in front of him, filled with a dazzling array of different heroes, Chen Dong couldn't help but tremble with excitement. I knew it. With the jungle knife, the awakened summoner skill, and the ability to earn bounties, how could it be just for show? As he looked at the various heroes displayed, each one appeared vivid and lifelike. Chen Dong couldn't help but fantasize about which heroes he could purchase. From the prices, it seemed he could afford all the heroes, but he wondered if he could truly summon a hero from Honor of Kings to help him in battle after buying one. He also questioned the strength of these summoned heroes. Would summoning a Sun Wukong really bring the Monkey King to his aid? If that were the case, wouldn't he be invincible? Or would purchasing a hero only grant him access to their skills? The hero Chen Dong most wanted to buy was definitely Li Bai. Not for any particular reason, just because he looked cool and stylish. As a jungler, combined with a jungle knife, it was simply perfect. However, when Chen Dong clicked on Li Bai's image in the shop and chose to pay the bounty, a piece of information suddenly appeared in his mind. This information seemed neither to be words nor language, yet it directly conveyed its meaning to Chen Dong. It was as if a more complex language system was gesturing to him in sign language, transforming into a language comprehensible to humans, conveying the general idea that there was no detected soul compatibility, making it impossible to purchase that hero. What did that mean? Chen Dong was a bit dumbfounded. Do I really have to consider the level of soul compatibility just to buy a hero? This isn't a blind date. What's going on? Chen Dong clicked to purchase again. But this time, a mysterious message appeared. This time, Chen Dong tried to convey his thoughts. After purchasing a hero, how to use it? Will the hero actually be summoned? Does it have consciousness? Can it No, can communicate? Soon another message appeared. After purchasing a hero, one can obtain the corresponding weapon and skills. The weapon and skills will transform into soul weapons and soul techniques, which can change into the hero's appearance, possessing the hero's physical traits and personality traits. It can subtly alter the user's own attributes and body. Skins and heroes can be purchased, but all skins and heroes must meet the soul compatibility level before they can be bought or gifted. Chen Dong expressed that he understood, but not really. The information was simply too vague. Why can other systems have free conversations with their hosts, whether it's a kawaii loli or a girl in a JK uniform? At the very least, it should be a silly little pet, but why does it feel like there's a huge communication barrier here? It's as if they're trying to communicate using sign language, barely managing to understand each other, with various body movements mixed in. There was no choice. Chen Dong could only use the most straightforward method, trying one by one. Looking at the list of various heroes, since Li Bai couldn't be purchased, Chen Dong decided to choose another hero. He clicked on Marco Polo to select and buy. There was no way around it. Marco Polo, holding dual guns, was incredibly cool, and most importantly, it matched his own temperament perfectly, to align with the so-called soul compatibility. Chen Dong even held an Uzi submachine gun in one hand and a revolver in the other. He struck a pose, just like Marco Polo, thinking to himself that this should work. His image and temperament were practically a reincarnation of Marco Polo. However, Chen Dong once again felt that message. The soul compatibility was insufficient to make a purchase. What the hell? This is too much. Can't even buy Marco Polo? Alright. Chen Dong was not discouraged and tried again. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he looked at Bali Shoyu. This one should fit, right? Chen Dong summoned the 98K spirit, holding the gun with both hands and striking a shooting pose similar to that of Bali Shoyu. Everyone is playing with guns, and my spirit is also a sniper rifle. This time it must succeed, right? Soul compatibility level does not match. Unable to purchase. Damn. System, you're going too far. Forget it. I'll just pick one randomly. Diao-chan, gender does not match. Please choose carefully. After purchasing a female hero, it can be transformed into that hero, possessing all the physical characteristics of that hero. This transformation has side effects and will subtly endow the user with some abilities and traits of that hero after completion. The transformation is random. Oh my god, oh my god. Forget it, forget it, forget it. Please don't. Chen Dong expressed that he has no interest in natural transformation. If Dongfang Bibi encountered this feature, he would probably laugh out loud. It's better to choose among male heroes. Is the soul compatibility not enough? What kind of soul am I? A brave and strong man? That's right, it must be like that. Chen Dong tried to choose Zhao Yun for the purchase. Both being gun enthusiasts, and he drinks just like Zhao Yun. Both are the kind of extraordinary men who charge in with guns drawn. This time it has to work. The degree of soul compatibility does not meet the requirements. Unable to purchase. Damn, Chen Dong was on the verge of breaking down. This is just too much. Unwilling to give up, Chen Dong tried choosing one by one again. How about Yun Zhongjuan? I have wings. He has wings too. It seems quite fitting. The key point is that Yun Zhongjuan has a bit of my charm and handsomeness. However, the facts prove that Chen Dong was overthinking. Could it be that the system was jealous of my beauty, so it wouldn't allow me to choose someone too handsome? Then let's pick someone with a more ordinary appearance. Cheng Yaojin? No way. Dianwei? No way. System, don't push it too far. Do you want me to choose Nyo Mo? But when I think about how the system's chosen hero would inherit some traits from the hero, please don't let it be Nyo Mo. What if I end up with horns on my head? How am I supposed to explain that? I might even get mistaken for a soul beast and be hunted down. Just then, Chen Dong tried selecting heroes one by one, and after choosing Dianwei, he randomly clicked to purchase another hero next to it. Suddenly, the mall interface in front of him changed dramatically, instantly arriving at the payment screen. Do you want to pay $13,888 to purchase the hero Chow Chow? Wait, this isn't right. Chen Dong was a bit dumbfounded. What did it mean? Why Chow Chow? How on earth was he soulfully connected with Chow Chow? However, the shop in front of him was like an emotionless cashier, with only a payment interface there, completely ignoring any of Chen Dong's questions. For a moment, Chen Dong was caught in a dilemma about whether or not to buy Chow Chow. Chow Chow's appearance looked very ordinary. The key point was that Chow Chow, as a warrior-type hero, was not charming at all, completely not meeting Chen Dong's requirements, and he looked like a middle-aged uncle, while he himself was still a cute little boy. If he turned into an uncle, how could he charm his teacher? Oh no, how could he improve his relationship with his teacher? But just now, he had tried all the heroes, and the others were not available for purchase. If he didn't buy Chow Chow, then the bounty might really become useless. Damn it, what kind of ridiculous mechanism is this? Where do I resemble the Prime Minister? By the way, what soul traits does Prime Minister Chao have? Military talent and political strategy? This seems to have a little bit of relevance. I have some understanding of both literature and military strategy. Is it because of this? However, literary talent should be unreliable. Chen Dong had no talent in that area at all. As for Cao Cao's other characteristic of being suspicious, that didn't seem to apply to him. Cao Cao also had a hobby, which was to love people. Wait a minute. Chen Dong suddenly froze, feeling like he had grasped something important. No way. It couldn't be true, could it? System, you're slandering me. This is defamation. I don't accept it. In an instant, Chen Dong's little face turned red. This matter between students and teachers. Could it be considered something? Chen Dong was somewhat angry. This is an insult to me. I firmly refuse to accept such an evaluation. I don't want this Cao anyway. Chen Dong was incredibly angry. Then he began to seriously examine Cao's skills. Spending 13,888 was truly painful. He had bought a hero he completely disliked. After the purchase was completed, a figure suddenly appeared in the shop interface. A man dressed in red, holding a strange reddish-brown sword, with wild long hair and a beard, seemingly coming to life. In an instant, he transformed into a blood-colored phantom and shot into Chen Dong's body. Suddenly, Chen Dong inexplicably felt as if something extra had been added to his body. Warm and hot. It felt as if he had grown an extra pair of limbs, which was a bit strange. The next second, with a thought, Chen Dong's body underwent a bizarre change. A blood-colored energy surged throughout him, and then he looked at his palms in amazement. He now had a pair of purple-black gloves on his hands, and when he touched his chin, he felt a delicate beard. He was draped in a strange long robe, with flowing long hair. Have I become Chancellor Cao? Why do I feel so perfectly in sync with this body, without a hint of unfamiliarity? I can't believe it. Why? It turns out that the villain Cao is actually me. Chen Dong's complexion was very poor, showing no joy at all from buying the hero. He sighed, realizing he could only accept this fact. Chen Dong circulated the pure red energy within his body, and a strange blood-colored great sword appeared in his right hand. From this sword, Chen Dong felt an extreme thirst for blood. A strong desire for slaughter was growing, and a bizarre red energy was constantly flowing within Chen Dong's body, subtly altering his physique. Is this the martial soul of my body? But why is there no soul skill? Cao has 3 skills, plus a passive. That makes it at least 4 skills. Why do I feel like I don't have any soul skills yet? Do I need to attach a soul ring? After the changes in the jungle knife rules and the mutations of items in the airdrop, especially the fact that energy drinks can restore soul power, Chen Dong realized that after crossing the spatial barrier of Douluo continent, certain things from the world seemed to have fused with the rules of Douluo continent itself, acquiring some characteristics of Douluo continent. Therefore, the heroes he purchased in the shop could not directly unleash their skills and had to adhere to the rules of Douluo continent. Weapons and skills transformed into martial souls and soul skills. And since there were martial souls and soul skills, soul rings were naturally indispensable. He wondered how many years the soul ring in front of him could add, with the strength of his current body. Even if it wasn't a special rule martial soul like the jungle knife, he would still be able to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. In that case, if he added 4 more 10,000-year red rings, wouldn't he be invincible? Wait a minute. Chen Dong hesitated for a moment, but ultimately gave up on this tempting idea. His true trump card and hidden strength were, of course, his own Wild Blade martial soul and 98k martial soul. The Prime Minister Cao in front of him was merely a disguise. Its greater purpose was to allow Chen Dong to carry out certain tasks while in disguise and subtly change his body, even enabling him to inherit and evolve some of Cao's abilities, such as the blood-sucking skill and passive skills. The enhancement of the soul rings themselves was not very important. Therefore, the soul ring configuration could be obtained according to the optimal configuration commonly used in Douluo continent. After all, the attributes enhanced by this disguise would not be very strong. With only 4 skills, it meant that he could only reach a maximum of level 40. He couldn't wear the disguise for a lifetime. Eventually, he would have to revert, and even the best soul rings would be meaningless. On the contrary, obtaining soul rings with the best configuration would allow Chen Dong to be less conspicuous. If he revealed his Wild Blade martial soul, it would likely expose his strength in an instant. After all, the first soul ring of 1,000 years and the second soul ring of 10,000 years would draw attention wherever he went. And if Chen Dong's true self made a move, it would be impossible to hide. With this in mind, Chen Dong made a decision. Since that was the case, he would choose to obtain soul rings according to the yellow-yellow-purple-purple configuration of Douluo continent. Even so, Chen Dong could choose the highest year rings for configuration. For example, two 900-year soul rings and two 9,000-year soul rings to maximize the effect, as his current body strength could easily absorb these soul rings. However, looking at the beard on his chin, Chen Dong felt extremely awkward. Having been used to being a little boy, he felt somewhat uncomfortable facing such an image now. It seemed very necessary for Chen Dong to buy himself a skin. At the very least, he could not keep the beard anymore. Among the 5 existing skins of Cao Cao, it seemed that only the Sky Wolf Conqueror, Candle Dragon, and Death God Come skins did not have a beard. However, the style of the Sky Wolf Conqueror was too bizarre. If Chen Dong purchased this skin and appeared with such a futuristic image in Douluo continent, it would surely cause a sensation wherever he went. The remaining Death God Come skin was too strange, especially with such a sinister and grotesque image of death, which practically wrote the word villain on his face, making it likely that he would be universally reviled. It would be difficult to integrate into other righteous forces, and he might be treated as an evil soul master and killed on sight. It seemed that the only skin Chen Dong could choose was the Candle Dragon skin. After all, wearing a bizarre mask would conceal his true appearance. Moreover, skins, like heroes, could allow Chen Dong to subtly inherit some attributes once equipped. The strongest among them was naturally the ancient beast Candle Dragon that once existed in the classic of mountains and seas. With this in mind, Chen Dong directly selected the Candle Dragon skin in the mall and clicked to purchase. Just as he clicked to buy, a message echoed from the strange shop in front of him. In Chen Dong's mind, there seemed to be a presence telling him that in order to obtain the Zhurong skin, he must gain the recognition of the Zhurong will. Chapter 71, Zhurong. Receiving such a prompt, Chen Dong couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Does buying a skin really require such complexity? And what exactly is this so-called Zhurong will? Chen Dong tried to focus his attention on the Candle Dragon skin in front of him, when suddenly, an incomparably immense and terrifying dark energy surged into his body in an instant. He felt as if a vast was gazing at him. Chen Dong's consciousness seemed to appear in a void, in a chaotic realm, on a grand earth reminiscent of the ancient primordial chaos. Suddenly, a pair of giant eyes opened, and the entire world became bright. A giant dragon, 1,000 miles long and entirely crimson, floated quietly among the mountains. When the dragon closed its eyes to sleep, countless darkness flowed out from within it, each transforming into terrifying and hideous monsters, rampaging across the land. Soon after, blood-colored energy appeared on the body of the 1,000-mile-long red dragon, these energies transforming into blood-colored armor that moved through the darkness, capturing the evil energy, ravaging the earth, and sealing this evil and darkness back within the armor. After absorbing this information, Chen Dong quickly understood the so-called will of the Candle Dragon, which was a will of protection. Upon feeling this will, a set of incredibly fierce-looking armor appeared before Chen Dong. The patterns on the armor resembled both snake scales and dragon scales, and atop the helmet was a red mask, featuring a golden vertical pupil that looked like the eye of a giant dragon. In his hand was a red greatsword, intertwined with a red blood energy and a strong dark aura, with a golden vertical pupil also present at the hilt. Looking at this mysterious and powerful armor, Chen Dong realized that as long as he donned this armor and weapon, he would possess a portion of the Candle Dragon's energy. However, there was a condition. He needed to have the will to protect, to guard the light of his city, exchanging his own immersion in darkness for his eternal light. Only by meeting this condition could he acquire this skin. Wow, is it really that prestigious? I instantly feel like the stakes have been raised. Chen Dong silently looked at the Candle Dragon skin in front of him, feeling the immense energy and constantly asking himself in his heart, do I have a city that needs protecting? In this unfamiliar world, Douluo continent felt more like a game to him. He was merely a fleeting passerby in this world. However, here he encountered his teacher Bibi Dong, the little fox who Laina, the ghostly Yueguan, Xiuan. Among them were friends and family. If there were a city that needed his protection, it would undoubtedly be Wuhuan City. This is Chen Dong's home, his second hometown, where his loved ones and friends that he needs to protect reside. Thinking about the tragic and sorrowful fate that awaits Wuhuan City in the future, he decided, then let me protect this city in this life. No matter who wants to destroy it, they must step over my dead body first. Just as this conviction erupted in Chen Dong's heart, the red armor in front of him suddenly moved in a strange manner, transforming into a vast energy of red and black that instantly entered Chen Dong's body. The red-black giant sword entwined with Chen Dong's great sword martial soul, and suddenly, Chen Dong felt a pure red-black energy added to his body. This energy was like soul power, but not quite. It seemed to have always existed within him, in his blood, quietly operating in a fixed manner within Chen Dong's body. Chen Dong found that this mode of operation was quite similar to the way Bibi Dong taught him to operate his soul power, but it was undoubtedly at a much higher level. It carried a natural and simplistic charm of the Tao. When Chen Dong tried to run his soul power in this way, the two energies combined, and in an instant, he was adorned with a strange set of armor. The armor radiated a violent and unsettling, terrifying energy, as if it were a blood-red essence from an ancient abyss, shrouded in a horrific darkness. A peculiar energy continuously washed over Chen Dong's body, subtly altering his physique. At the same time, Chen Dong felt an unknown aura surrounding him. After admiring his new armor and appearance, he turned to check the shop interface and was instantly stunned. What the heck? All his bounty balance is 0. No wonder the shop was so generous with the skins. He thought aWild had moved the shop, but it turned out it directly deducted all his balance. He had spent money, after all. No wonder. He had just acquired a hero and a skin, and now he was broke. Fortunately, the so-called bounty just required killing more soul beasts. Chen Dong only worried that there might be too few soul beasts in the Star Do Great Forest. What if he exterminated them? After absorbing the skin, Chen Dong noticed that the 4 skills belonging to Cao hadn't changed. But he felt a new energy from the Zhu Long within him, and his appearance had also undergone some changes. This ancient Zhu Long energy would continuously transform Chen Dong's body, causing a kind of evolution in his flesh and blood. With this in mind, Chen Dong was not in a hurry to retract the skin and aimed to absorb more Zhu Long energy and Cao's bloodline energy. It seemed he would need to live with the skin for now. Just then, Chen Dong's mind stirred, and a pair of fiery red wings suddenly extended from his back, causing his figure to vanish in an instant. Although the skin changed his appearance, the external soul bones and martial soul already resided within him, allowing him to use them at any time. Through the 4 times magnification, Chen Dong saw a golden silhouette rapidly approaching from a distance. Upon closer inspection, it was a golden figure with a pair of golden wings, flying at an incredible speed. Within a few breaths, it had almost reached Chen Dong, and from afar. The golden figure also spotted Chen Dong, who was clad in a strange red-black armor with fiery red wings extending from his back. The figure abruptly halted about 100 meters in front of Chen Dong, eyeing him with a mix of surprise and uncertainty. It was Lord Daera. At that moment, he was not wearing his usual golden attire, but rather an ordinary black outfit, as he hurriedly made his way here. He had flown here quickly upon receiving Bibi Dong's order to find Chen Dong and await his commands. He dared not show any slackness towards this holy son. However, when he saw the strange figure in front of him, he couldn't help but stop, as the person was simply too bizarre. The figure had a pair of fiery red wings. Judging by their shape, they definitely did not appear to be a martial soul transformation. This person was certainly not a soul beast, and the intensity of their soul power did not seem too strong. If they were human, their soul master level would not be very high. But Lord Daera sensed a pressure and a sense of crisis emanating from the figure. This feeling was one he had only experienced when facing the Holy Sun. At that moment, the appearance of such a mysterious individual made Lord Daera raise his guard. Just then, Chen Dong's voice came through. Lord Daera, you arrived quickly. Is this the Holy Sun's voice? Lord Daera hesitated and said, Holy Sun? Chen Dong, hidden behind the mask, nodded. Let's go down to talk. It's too conspicuous here. Saying this, Chen Dong took the lead and dove downward like a fiery red meteor, instantly appearing on the ground. He retracted his fiery red wings and stood quietly in place. Meanwhile, Lord Daera, having retracted his golden wings, stood warily opposite Chen Dong, incredulously observing the mysterious person wrapped in strange armor. Still struggling to believe that this person was indeed the Holy Sun, Chen Dong did not hide his identity from Lord Yelia, because there was no need to. He still needed Lord Yelia to do many things for him, including making this identity a reality, so he could not keep it from him. Moreover, this was also an opportunity to better intimidate him and maintain an air of mystery in his mind. Sure enough, Lord Yelia fell into a state of shock and confusion. Chen Dong's thoughts stirred, retracting the form of the candle dragon. He reappeared in his original form, feeling the residual red energy within him, ready to transform back into the candle dragon form at any moment. When Lord Daera saw Chen Dong's figure appear, he finally let out a sigh of relief, while the shock in his eyes grew even more intense. The Holy Sun was indeed unfathomable, truly mysterious and terrifying. Could it be that the Holy Sun was actually a 100,000-year soul beast in disguise? Why did he just feel a sense of pressure from a high-level soul beast on him? You arrived just in time. I have a few things to instruct you. I will be staying in the Douluo forest for a while. I have already hunted several 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul beasts. Some of the things on these soul beasts are quite valuable and can be exchanged for some gold coins. I can't carry so much on me. So send a few members from the Oblivion Squad to follow me and collect these resources. What is the Holy Sun saying? 10,000-year soul beasts? If I remember correctly, before the Holy Sun left, he was only at level 17, right? It's only been a few days. Noticing Lord Daera's confusion, Chen Dong smiled and said, "You don't need to doubt. I'm already level 30 now. Hunting 10,000-year soul beasts is not difficult at all." 30 level? Lord Daera was somewhat astonished. To be able to hunt 10,000-year soul beasts at just level 30? How is that possible? Wait, the Holy Sun managed to level up to 30 in just a few days? How is that possible? Could this be the Holy Sun's true talent? If he could reach level 30 in just a few days, wouldn't that mean that in another 6 months, he could catch up to himself? In an instant, Lord Daera felt a bit dazed. So all of my years of hard training were for nothing? Chen Dong looked at Lord Yala, who was standing there somewhat dazed, and raised an eyebrow. Is there a problem? No. No problem. Subordinate obeys. Coming to his senses, Lord Yala quickly put away his shock and focused on listening to Chen Dong's instructions. What you see now is another appearance of mine, a disguise created using my martial soul. This disguise will not be perceived by others. You are now the second person, besides me, to know my disguised identity. Do you understand what that means? Yes, subordinate understands. This is your Highness the Holy Sun's trust in me, and I can only repay it with my life. Looking at the anxious Lord Yala, Chen Dong couldn't help but laugh. There's no need to go that far. I want you to create a perfect identity for my current disguised appearance. It needs to be seamless. Your Highness the Holy Sun, do you have any specific requirements? Very simple. First, this identity should preferably not have too many direct relatives. Both parents are deceased, no siblings. This way, it will be difficult to trace. Also, there should be a record of awakening the martial soul in the martial soul city. You can ask the teacher for help with this, and there should be no concealment. The record should state that the martial soul awakened at 6 years old, and now at 8 or 9 years old with innate full soul power. The martial soul is the dark blood sword, and there is an ancient dragon bloodline within. If His Holiness the Pope helps, it won't be a problem. However, it won't be easy to hide it from the elders of the Douluo Hall. Chen Dong shook his head and said, "No problem. As long as we can evade external forces scrutiny, it would be best if someone could verify his past identity, confirming that this person indeed existed. As for the name, calling him Chow Chow seems a bit too imposing. Having two Chows together feels a bit too ostentatious, which doesn't fit my character at all. Let's call him Prime Minister Chow." "Yes, Your Highness, rest assured. If there's no need to conceal from the internal side, and it's just about fabricating such an identity, we will have results within 2 or 3 days. One more thing. From now on, do not meet me directly. Use the special contact method I gave you last time and convey information using that code. You must get used to this way of communication. Understood, my subordinate. By the way, Your Highness, there is something I need to report to you." "What is it?" "Among the major forces that we have been closely monitoring, the little princess Ning Rongrong from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect has recently left the sect and seems to be heading towards the Douluo forest." Can you confirm that?" Lord Yalia hesitated for a moment and said, "Ning Fengji is still within the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, but both the Bone Douluo and the Sword Douluo have disappeared simultaneously. I believe that apart from Ning Rongrong, there wouldn't be anyone else with such a status to have both titled Douluo protect them. As you know, the strength of both the Bone Douluo and the Sword Douluo, so I didn't dare to get too close." "All right, I understand." Chen Dong did not take this matter to heart. He took out the AKM rifle and bullets from the 3rd level package, along with some blueprints, and handed them to Lord Diala. The blueprints should be given to that master MO to secretly craft, using the parts as models to create them in batches. As for the disassembly method of this weapon, I will give it to you shortly. If there is anything unclear on the blueprints, you can provide him with specific parts for reference. Just ensure that each part is replicated completely. The teacher also has several trustworthy craftsmen. You should return to Soul Master City and contact the teacher, strictly following the blueprints and the actual items for replication. There is no need to rush this matter, but it must be done discreetly and kept from others. Seeing Chen Dong's serious expression, Lord Diala quickly took the weapon and blueprints from Chen Dong respectfully. Yes, I understand. After thinking for a moment, Chen Dong once again took out 2 cans of energy drinks and a bottle of painkillers, handing them to Lord Diala. These 2 cans of drinks are for you. Just 1 sip will restore all your soul power within 8 seconds. And this bottle of painkillers can continuously heal your injuries within 8 seconds, and even has the effect of resisting toxins. You know that apart from the teacher and Nana, you're the only one in the entire Soul Master City who has this miraculous medicine. I will never treat you unfairly for doing this for me. Chapter 73. Candle Dragon Domain. Chen Dong deeply understands the principle of giving a sweet day for a slap, that the way to manage subordinates should be relaxed yet measured. Both kindness and severity are necessary for a long-lasting approach. Indeed, seeing the energy drink and painkillers Chen Dong handed to him, Lord Yelia couldn't help but kneel on the ground, feeling a bit excited. Thank you, Your Highness, for your generous gift. I truly feel unworthy. Recovering all soul power within 8 seconds, continuously healing wounds, and having anti-poison effects within 8 seconds. What does this concept mean? It means that even in a life and death crisis, as long as he can buy 8 seconds of time, he can instantly restore all peak combat power, especially for Lord Yelia. Obtaining such a divine medicine means he can exhaust all his soul power to fly, which could give him an extra life in critical moments when he needs to escape. However, as the saying goes, no merit means no reward. Ever since his small team of annihilation was assigned under Chen Dong's command, he hadn't achieved any results. He knew that his few performances had left Chen Dong somewhat dissatisfied. Originally, Lord Yelia felt a bit proud of his strength as a soul fighter. But after several setbacks in front of Chen Dong, he realized that it was only his current strength that hadn't grown. However, he truly admired Chen Dong's talent and strategy. Therefore, he had always dared not underestimate Chen Dong and felt a sense of awe in his heart. He didn't expect that Chen Dong would generously grant him such a divine medicine. And for a moment, Lord Yelia was a bit flattered, and his gratitude towards Chen Dong increased. If you want the horse to run, you must feed it grass. For Chen Dong, Lord Yelia was the only usable person at the moment. This move not only ensured his loyalty, but also aimed to enhance Lord Yelia's strength. He held too many secrets, and with his constant comings and goings, if he encountered any sudden crisis, it could easily cause significant losses to Chen Dong's plans. When Chen Dong saw Lord Yelia, who was full of ambition and gratitude, respectfully leave to complete the task he had assigned, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. It was just a small favor. In the future, if he finds any celestial herbs, he could give one to Lord Yelia to see if it could help him successfully advance to the title of Douluo. After all, as his subordinate, the stronger he was, the better. Next, Chen Dong planned to experiment with the abilities of the heroes and skins he had obtained. First was the passive skill of Prime Minister Chao among the 4 skills, Domination. Each time a skill is released, it increases attack speed by 10, with no stacking limit. Lasting for 5 seconds, Chen Dong's eyes lit up as he released his skill rather than his soul technique. This meant that in addition to the 3 active skills, even using skills like Life Devour, Crimson Flame Fury, Finale, Berserk, and Sprint would count as well. This way, Chen Dong could ensure a continuous effect for 5 seconds without interruption, while continuously stacking attack speed. In other words, once he entered combat, he would become more and more courageous, and by the end, his attack speed could potentially increase to an infinite level. However, while it sounds powerful, it is actually of little use. No matter how high the attack speed, it still requires an output environment. Therefore, fundamentally, he still needed to continuously improve his strength and health. Next was the first active skill, Dominating Blade. He could freely choose the direction to launch a slashing attack, dealing 184 attack damage to all enemies in the path, and could be triggered up to 3 times, with each slash not exceeding an 8-second interval. The third slash would knock the enemy back for 0. 5 seconds. 8 seconds? Not necessary at all. The shorter the interval, the better, as this would allow the attack speed to stack faster. The second active skill, World Conqueror. Armed with a dark blood sword, he pointed the sword at the world and swung out a powerful sword energy in a designated direction, dealing 190 attack damage to all enemies in the path and reducing their movement speed by 50 for 2 seconds. Each time an enemy is hit will reduce the cooldown of World Conqueror by 1 second. The third active skill, Bloodbath Hero. He reinforced the dark blood sword with a will of blood, removing all control effects on himself and instantly restoring 20 lost health points, while simultaneously dealing 200 attack damage to all surrounding enemies. The enhanced dark blood sword would increase physical attack power by 200 and tenacity by 20. and all attacks and skills hitting enemies would restore 37 health points from damage dealt. After reading this, Chen Dong couldn't help but exclaim, strong. This meant that his methods of attack and offensive strategies would become more diverse. Currently, Chen Dong's two soul techniques, Life Devour and Crimson Flame Fury, were essentially state-enhancing skills, somewhat similar to Cao Cao's passive skill. Chen Dong actually lacks means of proactive attack, and these three active skills come at just the right time. As long as it's a standstill fight, Chen Dong will definitely become more and more powerful, remaining undefeated. And this is just the skill of the Cao Cao hero. With additional enhancements as the Zhulong skin, Chen Dong switched to the Candle Dragon skin form, with armor covering his entire body. In an instant, Chen Dong felt the dark night and blood-red energy enveloping him, exuding a restrained aura. Candle Dragon Domain, possessing the power of the Blood Clan and the Shadows. He gained a frenzied and bloodthirsty energy, while also having damage bonuses and immunity to all evil thoughts attached to darkness. The will of the Candle Dragon has a suppressive effect on all dragon-type creatures, and within the Candle Dragon domain, he is immune to domain control effects, unless the domain energy exceeds the will of the Candle Dragon. That's great, Chen Dong thought happily. He was originally worried about how to counter the domain of a 300,000-year-old soul beast, as even with his strong vitality and power, it would be difficult to deal with the rule-like power of a domain. But now, with the Candle Dragon domain, Chen Dong can ignore the domain of the 300,000-year-old soul beast. On the contrary, his punishment skills do not care about the level of the soul beast. Moreover, within this domain, Chen Dong completely ignores the pressure from all dragons and releases the protective will of the Candle Dragon, which has a massive damage bonus effect against all evil beings and dark thoughts. Now, what Chen Dong needs to do is obtain soul rings as currently. Cao Cao's 4 skills are all in a gray state and cannot be used. Only by adding soul rings can he use his skills. With this in mind, Chen Dong began to move towards the outer area of the Douluo forest, as the area he was in mostly contained 10,000 year and 1,000 year soul beasts, and it was rare to encounter 100-year soul beasts here. As he walked, he directly ignored the low-level 100-year soul beasts he encountered on the way, as their levels were too low and completely unsuitable for him to use. Moreover, the soul power gained from killing them was relatively small, making it not worth his time, unless they happened to stumble into his path. Chen Dong used his pair of feathered wings and the range of a 4x magnifying lens to continuously observe suitable soul beasts while moving at high speed. After a long search, he finally spotted a powerful century-old soul beast. However, after Chen Dong killed it and received the bounty, the final tally revealed that it was just an 890-year-old blazing fire tiger. What a pity. Chen Dong actually wanted a soul beast that was over 900 years old and about to break the 1,000-year mark. After leaving this soul beast behind, he put away his pair of feathered wings. He was close to the outskirts of the Douluo forest and didn't want too many people to see him. At the same time, the pressure from the 10,000-year soul beast in his wings would cause some century-old soul beasts to scatter, which was not conducive to his search. Chapter 74. Ning Rong Rong. At this moment, 3 people were walking from a distance at the outskirts of the Douluo forest. Leading the group was a little girl no older than 6 or 7 years. Despite her young age, it was clear that she would grow up to be a beauty. She had long hair cascading down to her waist, a face as delicate as jade, fair and tender skin, and bright blue eyes that appeared lively and spirited. Adorned with various exquisite accessories in her hair, around her neck, on her wrists, and at her waist, she wore a royal blue dress complemented by lace edges, exuding a natural princess-like aura of being pampered. At this moment, the little girl was joyfully running like a little sprite. Following closely behind her was an old man, whose skin was shriveled, eyes sunken deep into their sockets, and only a few strands of white hair hung limply from his scalp, making him extremely ugly. If seen at night, he would likely be mistaken for a giant skeleton. The old man wore a worried expression, repeatedly muttering, "My little ancestor, slow down, slow down. What if you fall?" Beside him was another elder, with white hair and a face as tender as a baby's, his well-built body stretching his plain white clothes. His neatly arranged white hair fell over his shoulders, and his gaze was sharp like a sword, with eyebrows that resembled sword-like shapes, making him appear as a sharp blade unsheathed. He walked calmly behind, each step seemingly measured to be exactly the same distance. His demeanor was very composed, yet his speed was not slow at all. His cold gaze looked down upon the other elder, disdainfully saying, "Old bone, don't be so useless." Rong Rong will soon have the strength of a ringed soul master. How could she easily fall? Besides, with our strength, even if something unexpected happens, would we not be able to protect Rong Rong in time? What do you know? I'm just worried about her. The skeleton-like elder seemed dissatisfied with the white-haired elder's retort and turned to argue. At a glance, it's clear you don't care about Rong Rong. It's still Grandpa Bone who treats you the best. ISNT it, Rong Rong. Hearing this, the little girl pouted in dissatisfaction, saying, Grandpa Bone doesn't let Rong Rong play. That is not good at all. Upon hearing this, the elder immediately replied with a grievance. Rong Rong, Grandpa Bone is doing this for your safety. The Stardew Forest is not like other places. It's full of dangers. At this moment, the white-haired elder chimed in with a gloating tone. Rong Rong is curious about everything on her first outing. Since she wants to play, we should just accompany her. With our strength, even if we encounter a 10,000-year-old beast, we can protect Rong Rong safely. Rong Rong, your Grandpa Bone doesn't care about you at all. It's still Grandpa's sword who treats you the best, right? After saying this, the white-haired elder looked proudly at the little girl, raising his eyebrows provocatively at the bald elder. The latter was startled and looked anxiously at the little girl, fearing she might say something bad. The little girl stopped, put her hands on her hips, and shook her head, saying, Grandpa's sword is not good at all. Rong Rong asked you to catch a soul beast to dance for me, and you couldn't do it. Umph. The white-haired elder's face stiffened, awkwardly saying, Rong Rong, no matter how many years old soul beasts you want, Grandpa's sword can catch them for you. But making a soul beast dance is too difficult. How about this? Grandpa's sword will dance for you. What is the point of watching you dance? Our Rong Rong wouldn't want to see that, right? Rong Rong. The bald elder immediately interjected, his expression beaming with joy, clearly pleased that the white-haired elder couldn't coax any praise from the little girl. At this moment, the white-haired elder's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, Rong Rong, I found a target. This is a 400-year-old earth dragon armored beast, with incredibly strong defenses, perfectly matching your soul ring. Wait here. Grandpa's sword will catch it for you. Why should you protect Rong Rong? I'll go catch the armored beast. Just then, the earth dragon armored beast ahead seemed to sense some kind of lethal danger and swiftly fled into the depths of the forest. However, the two elders were not in a hurry to chase after it. Instead, they began to argue about who would catch the soul beast, as if capturing this soul beast for the little girl was the greatest achievement in the world. At this time, Chen Dong was quietly searching for his target in the silent forest. He had just killed a century-old soul beast that was 960 years old, absorbed the first soul ring, and unlocked Chow Chow's first soul skill. Now, he needed to find another century-old soul beast. Unfortunately, while century-old soul beasts were abundant, those over 900 years old were exceptionally rare. Chen Dong was now very close to the outskirts of the Stardew Forest. Just then, a shadow flashed in the grass ahead, and a soul beast came rushing towards him. Chen Dong was taken aback. What was going on? Delivering vegetables to his door? He looked up and instantly recognized that it was a ground dragon rhinoceros beast, which had decent defense, but it was only about 400 years old. Even if he killed it, it wouldn't significantly increase his soul power. For a soul beast like this, if it just passed by him, Chen Dong wouldn't even bother to chase it. However, seeing the way this soul beast was charging straight at him, it was clear it was coming directly for him. Chen Dong stood still, facing the direction of the earth dragon rhinoceros beast, and lightly threw a punch. With his current physique, he was comparable to a 10,000-year soul beast, and his strength was also on par with one. Just a gentle punch sent the earth dragon rhinoceros beast flying, its bones cracking loudly. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared where the earth dragon rhinoceros beast had fallen. The beast, suffering from shattered bones and intense pain, trembled uncontrollably, its 4 legs awkwardly trying to stand, before it weakly collapsed to the ground. The little girl named Rong Rong happened to witness this scene and clapped her hands excitedly. The soul beast is dancing. The soul beast is dancing, hooray. Chen Dong looked at the 3 people with some vigilance. 2 old men, whose strength he couldn't discern, held a 6 or 7-year-old little girl high above their heads. The little girl was excitedly clapping her hands on top of their heads. Oh, there's only 1 breath left. Rong Rong, hurry, it's just in time to absorb the soul ring. As they placed the little girl on the ground, the white-haired old man looked at Chen Dong in surprise. He could tell at a glance that this earth dragon rhinoceros beast had its bones shattered by tremendous force. It was known that the earth dragon rhinoceros beast possessed a trace of dragon bloodline, making its defense incredibly tough, especially the skull, which was the most defensive and resilient part. Yet now it had been caved in by a single punch. He couldn't help but look curiously at the strange, mysterious person opposite him, who was clad in red and black armor and exuded a mysterious aura. However, judging by his figure, he seemed to resemble a child. The white-haired old man took out a small pouch from his chest and said, "This friend should be able to see that this earth dragon rhinoceros beast ran here, because we were chasing it. Since you killed it, we can't take advantage of you. How about this? Here are 50 gold soul coins. Consider me buying this earth dragon rhinoceros beast." 50 gold soul coins for a century-old soul beast? What a generous offer. Since when did century-old soul beasts become so valuable? Truly a wealthy household. Chen Dong calmly glanced at a few people, especially the two oddly shaped old men. Seeing the little girl's exceptional demeanor and her luxurious accessories, and recalling the information mentioned by Lord Diala, it seemed that they must be the Sword Da, Bon Doa, and the little princess Ning Rongrong of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. What a coincidence. It's surprising to encounter them in the vast Star Do Forest. Chapter 75. You Can't Afford It. Chen Dong had a certain admiration for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and Ning Fengji himself. Of course, he was now the son of a spirit hall, which meant that the two sides would likely be rivals in the future. However, given his current strength, it was best to act as low-key as possible. Chen Dong glanced at the few people in front of him and said in a flat tone, "Since it's useful to you, then take it." After saying that, Chen Dong turned and left. Wait a minute. Sword Douluo couldn't help but speak up. Chen Dong stood still, with his back facing the three. Is there anything else? Douluo was taken aback. What a cold and proud young man. Faced with the temptation of the gold soul coins, he showed no hesitation and didn't even glance at them. Moreover, this young man's strength was indeed formidable. As for the fact that he was just a boy, apart from his not-so-tall stature beneath the armor, the voice just now was clearly that of a child, suggesting he couldn't be older than 12. A boy so young appearing in the Star Do Forest. Could he be a child from a big family? Thinking of this, Douluo said to Chen Dong, "Young friend, please don't misunderstand. I am Chen Xin from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Although the little friend doesn't care about this century-old soul beast, I never take advantage of others. Please, I must insist that you accept this money." Indeed, it was the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Chen Dong turned to examine Douluo, whose sword aura was repressed and concealed. He seemed like a treasured sword that had not yet been drawn, his divine light contained. To test a Douluo, since that's the case, let us go by market price. Just give me 1 gold coin. Just then, another person behind Douluo curiously stepped forward, looking at Chen Dong in surprise. Then, with shining eyes, he pointed at Chen Dong and said, "I want that armor. It looks so good. Hurry up and get it to me." Douluo's expression froze, and he awkwardly turned to look at Ning Rongrong. "Rongrong, that armor looks so fierce and large. It definitely won't fit you. So let's forget about it. Okay? No, I want it. Grandpa Jian doesn't treat me well at all, but Grandpa Gu is the best to me. Grandpa Gu, I want the armor." Chen Dong looked speechless at the little girl in front of him, only 6 or 7 years old, yet so willful. It was also true that in the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, no one would go against her wishes, saying that Hulaina was a little witch, compared to this one, was really too far off. Bon Doa and Sword Douluo exchanged glances. The other was just a young boy. While both of them had the strength of Title Douluo, naturally, they couldn't resort to strong arming. Bon Doa scratched his already sparse hair and mustered the courage to approach Chen Dong, cupping his hands and saying, "Little brother, I wonder if you would be willing to sell this armor of yours. Rest assured, as long as you can state your conditions, our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will definitely meet them. Buying the skin of the Candle Dragon? What a joke. Not to mention the effects of the Candle Dragon skin. Just its uniqueness in the entire Douluo continent is unparalleled. No matter how impressive your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is, can you produce such a skin?" Chen Dong shook his head and said, "Not for sale. You can't afford it." After saying that, he turned and walked away, ignoring the few people. Chen Dong usually kept his distance from such annoying bratty kids. As he turned away coldly, Bon Douluo and Sword Douluo hesitated, ultimately sighing helplessly. This was troublesome. How to appease this little ancestor? Rongrong, how about I catch you a 10,000-year spirit beast to make an armor? No, I don't want that. I want that armor. Stop right there, you little brat. Saying this, Ning Rongrong angrily chased after Chen Dong. Seeing such a cute little girl running towards him, Chen Dong felt a tickling sensation in his palm. A punch from such a cute girl would surely make her even cuter, right? Take off your armor. I want to wear it. Chen Dong sneered, "Why should I?" "Humph, if you dare not agree, I will have Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Sword beat you up." "Oh, really?" Chen Dong smiled as he looked at Douluo and Douluo. I heard people say that the sect Master Ning of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect is a modest gentleman, exhibiting the demeanor of an elder and the aura of a benevolent person. Only after seeing him today did I realize that what is said is often not as true as what is seen. Upon hearing this, both Douluo and Douluo felt deeply ashamed, as if they had slapped the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect in the face. What's more, the other party was just a young man, and they were in the wrong. They couldn't retaliate. Ahem. Young friend, Rong was just speaking as a child. Please do not take it to heart. This matter is indeed a fault of our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and I ask for your forgiveness. Chen Dong smiled and said, I hope so. I'm just a humble wandering child. If the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School really intends to kill and seize treasures, the Oathto Forest is indeed a suitable place. Of course, if you have no such intentions, then let's part ways here. After saying that, Chen Dong turned around and left. Ning Rong was relentless and shouted, Stop. You can't go. Rong, don't make a scene. Douluo stopped Ning Rong and then threw the money bag in his hand towards Chen Dong, shouting, Little friend, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will never use its power to oppress others. This is our sincerity. Please accept it. Whoosh. The money bag spun in the air and then flew back towards Douluo. Chen Dong was holding a golden soul coin and left without looking back. One golden soul coin exchanged for 100-year soul beast, and they owed each other nothing. After Chen Dong left, Douluo and Douluo exchanged grim looks, wondering how to appease the little ancestor in front of them. Rong. Just as Douluo began to speak, Ning Rong burst into tears. Ooh, Grandpa Jian is so bad. He actually bullied me. Rong doesn't want to be with you anymore. Douluo's sword-like brows furrowed tightly, and he sighed helplessly, saying, Rong, have you forgotten what your father told you before he left? If you listen to Grandpa Jian, there will be a gift waiting for you when you go back. But if you don't behave, the gift will be gone. Douluo quickly chimed in. Not only that, Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Jian have prepared gifts for you. As long as you behave, you can have them when you return to the sect. I want gifts from both Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Jian. Good too. No problem. Now be good and obedient and absorb the soul ring. I also want armor. Okay, after Rong absorbs the soul ring, you'll be a soul master, and then Grandpa Bone will give it to you, all right? You have to keep your word. Keep your word. Seeing Ning Rong starting to absorb the soul ring, both Douluo and Douluo breathed a sigh of relief, feeling it was even more exhausting than fighting a 10,000-year soul beast. That little guy just now had a terrifying aura, seemingly coming from some dragon lineage, and there was a kind of forbidden power within him, not knowing which family's descendant he was. Really? I sensed an astonishing sword energy within him. He either possesses an extraordinary sword or has a sword martial soul. Sword users are usually proud and unrestrained. This young man is a good seed for sword practice. Chapter 76. Actually, I'm a drifter after walking a distance. Chen Dong looked back a few times. Regardless of Douluo and Douluo's strength, their character was still trustworthy. Especially Douluo, like a transparent treasure sword, would never do such underhanded things. If he did, his sword heart would be tarnished, and it would probably be difficult for him to progress further in his cultivation. However, that little demon girl Ning Rong was truly a headache. Compared to her, Huliena from Wuhuan City could at most be considered a clingy little fox, completely incomparable to Ning Rong's destructive power. In Chen Dong's view, this was just a chance encounter, and he didn't pay too much attention to it. Right now, his main focus was on improving his strength, quietly developing, and setting up some hidden moves was enough. He didn't have the power to influence a larger situation yet. After wandering around the Oathto Forest for a while longer, Chen Dong still had not found the target he was looking for. A nearly 1,000-year soul beast was indeed hard to come by. Just then, Chen Dong's steps paused. Not far away in the dense forest, in a dark corner, it seemed that something was quietly approaching. However, Chen Dong did not hear any sound, only a kind of instinctive sensing. Why could he inexplicably sense the approach of some unknown presence? Wait, Chen Dong understood that it must be his own candle dragon domain. The power he felt was a force that came from the darkness. In the shadows of the dense forest, a pair of green eyes flickered, and a 2-meter-tall, ghostly wolf with black and gray fur, as sharp as needles, was lurking. Moreover, it was a ghostly wolf that was about to reach 1,000 years of cultivation. Chen Dong's eyes brightened. This was perfect, a delivery, right to his door. The nether wolf itself possesses dark attributes and excels in speed. Although it is merely a soul beast that has existed for 1,000 years, it still has a ghostly and silent presence in its movements. Just at the moment Chen Dong noticed the nether wolf, it had already pounced towards him at a terrifying speed. Chen Dong was even too lazy to use his punishment skills and decided to try out Cao Cao's skills instead. Whoosh! The dark blood sword suddenly appeared in Chen Dong's hand and fiercely stabbed towards the phantom wolf in front of him. The speed of this sword was very fast, accompanied by a sound of breaking air. After the dark blood sword struck the phantom wolf, it left a wound on its abdomen. Chen Dong didn't use much force, so this nether wolf is not dead yet. Swish! Chen Dong thrusts out his sword again, and as he does so, he realizes that his speed has suddenly increased. It seems that this is the attribute boost brought by Cao Cao's passive skill. Just stacking, it once has such a noticeable effect. After this dark blood sword strikes the nether wolf again, Chen Dong's attack speed increases once more. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Chen Dong is able to deliver 2 consecutive thrusts, hitting 2 different vital spots on the nether wolf. The nether wolf's body collapses weakly to the ground, soon falling silent. Chen Dong curled his lips in disdain. This was too easy to deal with. However, he had already tested the effect of the Conqueror's skill and was satisfied as he held the dark blood sword in his hand. Whoosh! The yellow soul ring on the phantom wolf suddenly lit up and tightly wrapped around the dark blood sword. Chen Dong didn't even sit cross-legged. Instead, he stood in place, feeling a surge of energy within him, which was quickly absorbed. Absorbing a 100-year soul beast's soul ring would hardly cause any fluctuation in Chen Dong's soul power. Just as he was absorbing the soul ring, 3 figures emerged from the dense forest nearby. It was the trio led by Sword Douluo. Ning Rongrong looked at Chen Dong in surprise, then angrily shouted, "It's you again? You actually killed my phantom wolf? Quickly compensate me." She then turned around to complain to Sword Douluo, "Grandpa Jian, I told you to hurry up." Sword Douluo's expression was somewhat grim. He had just noticed Chen Dong, but he couldn't go against the little ancestor in front and could only follow. He had also witnessed the scene where Chen Dong killed the phantom wolf and was surprised to find that the boy in front of him was merely a soul master. Of course, he was now a great soul master. The other party must be a disciple of some major power, daring to come alone to the Stardow Forest to obtain a soul ring as just a one-ring soul master. Moreover, this boy actually had a weapon spirit, and it was a sword. The dark blood-colored longsword contained a terrifying energy, shocking even Sword Douluo. The boy's swordsmanship was average and seemed not to have undergone systematic training. However, he showed great talent for killing, with strong combat experience and awareness. After absorbing the soul ring, Chen Dong turned around and saw the 3 people, feeling somewhat speechless. Why was this Ning Rongrong like a sticky candy, always popping up wherever he went, impossible to shake off, which was extremely annoying? Chen Dong glanced at the corpse of the nether wolf in front of him and casually said, "I just want to give it to you. You killed my century-old soul beast. You will pay me." "All right." Chen Dong lightly tossed a gold soul coin towards Ning Rongrong. 1 gold soul coin can buy a century-old soul beast, and then we owe each other nothing. You. Ning Rongrong's face instantly flushed bright red. Chen Dong's action was due to the fact that the Sword Douluo had just bought a century-old soul beast from Chen Dong with a gold soul coin. Chen Dong now returning a gold soul coin is only natural. However, Ning Rongrong looked at the gold soul coin thrown in front of her and was suddenly filled with deep resentment. No one has ever dared to speak to her like this or be so cold towards her in all her life. "Bastard, you are too much. I want to duel with you." "Duel?" Chen Dong looked at Ning Rongrong in front of him with surprise and said with a hint of amusement, "A cute girl like you would definitely cry terribly if I punched you, right? Aren't you 2 going to stop her?" Jian Douluo sighed helplessly, stepped forward from behind Ning Rongrong, and said, "This is Ning Rongrong, the daughter of our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's sect Master Ning. She is still young, so don't hold her to the same standards, my young friend. Don't you know which family this little friend belongs to?" As Jian Douluo spoke, he was also pondering whether her martial soul was a weapon or a sword. It's not a common martial soul on the continent, so which family could she belong to? Chen Dong shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, I'm not from a big family. I'm just a wanderer, born in a small village in the Soto countryside. Unfortunately, my parents passed away, and I have no siblings. I was raised by the village chief. When I was 6 years old, I awakened my martial soul. The people from the Martial Soul Hall said I had innate full soul power and great talent, and they wanted to take me away. I didn't like being constrained, so I secretly ran away. Later, I live a life of hiding from someone. So, now you know I'm not from a big family, just an ordinary wanderer. Even if you kill me, I believe it won't tarnish the reputation of your 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. right? The identity information mentioned by Chen Dong was completely agreed upon in advance with Lord Yalia. Now, Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo cannot verify it either. Once they return to verify, they will indeed discover that such a genius exists. Young friend has misunderstood, but I see that your talent is quite good. Cultivating alone ultimately has many inconveniences, and I'm afraid it will waste your great talent. Have you considered joining a sect? Chapter 77, Sword Douluo's Appreciation. Hearing Jian Douluo's words, Chen Dong's eyes lit up. What does this mean? Is he trying to persuade me to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? If he were an ordinary youth, he might really be tempted. However, Chen Dong is the holy son of the Spirit Hall, with countless resources and renowned masters at his disposal. Moreover, what matters most to Chen Dong right now is to improve his strength and find soul rings. Joining the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School could indeed provide him with an additional hidden identity to make some plans in secret. However, this is not the right time. If he joins the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School now, he would be under the shadow of Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo, and it would be difficult to make any small moves, especially since Ning Fengji is quite the clever person. With this in mind, Chen Dong calmly said, "What good is it to join a sect? Right now, I'm well fed and my family is not hungry. The sky is my blanket and the ground is my bed. I can live as carefree as I want." Jian Douluo did not expect Chen Dong to catch the meaning behind his words, but still chose to refuse. In his view, this young man is exceptionally talented and possesses a sword martial soul, making him a good candidate for his inheritance. Unfortunately, he seems to have lacked guidance since childhood and does not understand the benefits of joining a sect. Thinking of this, Jian Douluo said, after joining a sect, not only can you be taught by renowned masters, but more importantly, you will have the protection of the sect. You won't have to worry about your safety, and there are various resources within the sect to help you grow. Not good, not good. Chen Dong pretended to be completely naive, pointing at Ning Rongrong and saying, "Look at her, so willful and unreasonable, and she's the daughter of the sect leader. Even you two are her punching bags. If I join a sect like yours, won't I be bullied by her every day? Absolutely not." As he spoke, his head shook like a wave drum, and he looked at Ning Rongrong with obvious disdain. Sword Douluo found it both amusing and exasperating. The young man in front of him seemed to have a natural love for freedom and exuded an unruly demeanor. However, he quite liked this proud and aloof young man. With good talent and a sword martial soul, his straightforward and unpretentious personality was exactly to Sword Douluo's liking. However, he didn't yet know much about this young man as background. But for a major force like the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, finding out would not be difficult. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, hearing Chen Dong belittle her and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, looked at him with dissatisfaction and said, "You're just a wanderer, a little beggar. You think you can join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? No way." As she spoke, Ning Rongrong proudly pointed at herself. "Oof. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School only accepts talented disciples. Do you think anyone can just come in?" Chen Dong feigned surprise and said, "Oh, so the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School only accepts genius disciples? No, that's not right." As he spoke, Chen Dong exaggeratedly shook his head. "I think there are exceptions within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School." Ning Rongrong was taken aback and, feeling unconvinced, asked what exceptions. Chen Dong pointed at Ning Rongrong and said, "Isn't that you? You became a disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School because you have a sect master father. Without that identity, with your talent, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School probably wouldn't want you, right? You're underestimating people." Ning Rongrong retorted angrily. "I'm already a one-ring soul master. You, at such an old age, have only reached the great soul master level, and you dare to mock me? Really?" Chen Dong shook his head disdainfully. "I am now 8 years old, and have already been hunting soul beasts alone in the Stardow Forest. I wonder how strong you were when you were 8? As soon as Chen Dong said this, both Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo were stunned, looking at Chen Dong in surprise. Although they knew that the boy in front of them couldn't be too old, they didn't expect him to be only 8 years old. What kind of concept is it for an 8-year-old child to hunt soul beasts alone in the Stardow Forest? This is a genius, and moreover, a genius missed by the Spirit Hall. How great would it be if he could become a disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School?" Chen Dong smiled and said, "You look down on me, but that's just because you have a good father. I look down on you because your abilities are not as strong as mine. Little sister, let me give you a piece of advice. Come back to despise me when you have the skills to be proud of yourself. Goodbye to both of you." After saying that, Chen Dong turned and left, leaving Ning Rongrong stunned in place. She quickly reacted, realizing that Chen Dong actually looked down on her. She immediately burst into tears. "Stinky beggar, Stinky wanderer, just you wait, I won't let you go. Grandpa Bone, Grandpa Jian, he bullied me, and you won't do anything. Ooh, Sword Douluo sighed, crouched down, and looked at the crying Ning Rongrong. He reached out to pat her head. All right, Rongrong, don't cry. What he said isn't entirely unreasonable. Do you know why the leader didn't personally bring you out this time? ISNT Dad busy? That's one reason. But another is that he hopes you can get away from his influence, come out, take a walk, and see the outside world. You can truly grow up. Grandpa Jian believes you are a good child, and with your talent, you will definitely shine on the Douluo continent in the future. Woo, I don't care. I want to kill that stinky beggar. You don't care about me. Rongrong hates you all. Don't follow me, hate. Walking alone in the depths of the forest, Chen Dong couldn't help but sigh. He felt that he was a bit unlucky today, encountering the willful and headstrong Ning Rongrong twice in one day. Right now, Ning Rongrong was completely a little demoness, unruly, unreasonable, selfish, and domineering, causing headaches for everyone who encountered her. And to make matters worse, she was accompanied by two powerful bodyguards, Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo, making it impossible for anyone to provoke her. Chen Dong could only avoid her. However, he believed he wouldn't encounter Ning Rongrong again. Now, Chen Dong had already obtained 200-year spirit rings, and naturally, he planned to search for the remaining 1,000-year spirit rings according to the highest standards. At the very least, he needed ones that were over 9,000 years. After all, it only needed to appear purple on the surface. To outsiders, there was no difference between 9999 years and 1,001 years. And to find such spirit beasts that were close to 10,000 years, it was naturally impossible to stay on the periphery. Chen Dong must search in the core area of the Douluo forest. Once he gets there, he believes he can perfectly avoid Ning Rongrong. After all, no matter how strong Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo are, they wouldn't take Ning Rongrong into such dangerous places. They would never allow Ning Rongrong to face any danger. Chen Dong returned to the area where the Millennium Soul Beasts lived again. He didn't know if it was really bad luck, but after searching for a long time, he still couldn't find a suitable target, wasting half a day. Just then, Chen Dong was stunned as he looked at certain traces on the ground. He crouched down and carefully examined the movement marks on the ground, where there were two faint, winding traces. Chen Dong reached down to pick up a bit of soil and sniffed it under his nose, a familiar stench wafting through the air. A human-faced demon spider? As the first soul beast he acquired a soul ring from, Chen Dong was extremely familiar with the human-faced demon spider. He knew that the human-faced demon spider could provide continuous evolutionary energy for his external soul bone. So while in the Soul Master City, Chen Dong researched many records about the human-faced demon spider. He was well-versed in its various living habits. Just by looking at the movement traces on the ground and that special smell, it was undoubtedly a human-faced demon spider. This powerful soul beast was generally of the 1,000-year level. However, regardless of how many years it had lived, it was a target for Chen Dong to hunt. Even if this human-faced demon spider wasn't 9,000 years old, he could still kill it to enhance the attributes of his external soul bone. Thinking of this, Chen Dong excitedly followed the traces on the ground towards the direction of the human-faced demon spider. Chapter 78. Fainted from anger with one sentence. Meanwhile, Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo were anxiously traversing through the Douluo forest at high speed. Occasionally, they would leap into the air to look down, seemingly searching for something. Old Bone, this won't do. How about we split up the search? Bone Douluo anxiously grabbed at his hair, which was already sparse and becoming even more precarious. He sighed and said, Rongrong is too willful. The life-saving soul guide the sect master gave her was actually used to shake us off. Sword Douluo's calm eyes were filled with anxiety. I didn't expect Rongrong to do this either. Forget it. The most important thing now is to find her. Although Rongrong has a few red soul guides left by the sect master that can protect her in critical moments, there are too many powerful soul beasts in the Douluo forest, and a slight misstep could lead to. Sword Douluo didn't dare to continue as he thought of the terrifying consequences. Bone Douluo slapped his thigh heavily. All right, I'll search the outskirts. Your speed is faster than mine, so you search in the core area. I hope Rongrong hasn't run into the core area. Bone Douluo's tone was filled with worry. Okay. Without waiting for Sword Douluo to finish speaking, he dashed towards the core area. At this moment, in a dense forest of the Douluo forest, a little girl in a blue dress wore a proud smile on her face as she excitedly emerged from a thicket. She murmured to herself, "What danger? It's all a lie. Where's the danger? A little beggar can hunt soul beasts alone. Why can't I? You all look down on me. I want to prove to you that I can do it." The little girl was Ning Rongrong. and the jade pendant she wore on her chest was given to her by her father, Ning Fengshi. At a critical moment, it could instantly teleport her to a designated direction. Although it could only be used once, it was still a rare treasure. This was originally meant for Ning Rongrong to use for her safety, but she ended up using it to shake off Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. The reason was simply that Chen Dong's words made her a bit unconvinced, and she wanted to prove that she could hunt soul beasts alone. It must be said that this was also a butterfly effect triggered by Chen Dong's arrival. However, Ning Rongrong also had numerous soul guides to protect her. With a bracelet on her wrist, ornaments on her head, and a belt around her waist, all shimmering with faint soul power fluctuations. At that moment, a mandala snake suddenly darted out from the thicket, rushing towards her with a foul smell. In an instant, Ning Rongrong was so frightened that her face went pale, tightly gripping her soul guide towards a mandala snake in front of her. However, upon seeing this scene, the mandala snake was so terrified that it fled in a panic. Not looking back as it left Ning Rongrong's side, it was as if it had seen some incredibly terrifying monster. Only after the mandala snake had vanished without a trace did Ning Rongrong gaze in astonishment at the direction it disappeared, then look down at the soul guide in her hand. A proud expression immediately appeared on her face. What did Grandpa Bone say about how terrifying the soul beasts in the Stardew Forest are? Even when they see me, they run away obediently? It's a pity this snake is too ugly. Otherwise, I would bring it back and see what they have to say. Just then, Ning Rongrong suddenly felt a chill in the air around her, with sunlight streaming through the gaps in the thicket. She looked at her shadow on the ground and felt as if something was behind her. It was an incredibly terrifying and hideous shadow with 8 long, spear-like legs. It looked to be at least 3 meters tall, and Ning Rongrong could even sense a certain special fragrance in the air that made her feel dizzy and nauseous. The surroundings fell utterly silent. Even the insects in the thicket stopped moving, as if they had encountered something terrifying. Ning Rongrong nervously swallowed her saliva, her body stiffening as she slowly turned her head. In an instant, a strange and hideous human face appeared before her. Ning Rongrong was so frightened that she fell to the ground, finally able to see what was in front of her. It was a human-faced demon spider. Its purplish-red body, strikingly eye-catching, with white hair at the joints, indicating its 1,000-year-old form. Its 8 eyes were filled with coldness and terror, and its mouth, covered with dense mandibles, emitted hissing sounds. In an instant, Ning Rongrong was dumbfounded. Such a terrifying monster made her feel a fear of facing death directly. Don't come over. Woo-woo. Don't come over. Help. The human-faced demon spider moved its 8 huge spider legs, its terrifying mouthpiece lunging towards Ning Rongrong. A flash of light enveloped Ning Rongrong as the belt around her waist emitted a brilliant blue light, blocking the human-faced demon spider's attack. It seemed that the human-faced demon spider was enraged. Swish! The human-faced demon spider lifted its abdomen, and in an instant, a purple web enveloped Ning Rongrong's body. Although the belt could resist damage, it could not defend against the binding effect of the web. Soon, a tingling sensation came from the web, making Ning Rongrong's head feel heavy, and she couldn't muster any strength. The human-faced demon spider lifted 2 sharp legs and stabbed towards Ning Rongrong. The blue light around her waist flickered again. Crack! With the human-faced demon spider's attack, a blue gem on the belt in front of her began to develop cracks. And finally, with a pop, it shattered. In the next second, the massive mouthpiece of the human-faced demon spider was about to bite into Ning Rongrong's body. And she felt a numb pain in her neck. Despairing, Ning Rongrong closed her eyes, trembling all over, tears streaming down her cheeks. She regretted her impulsive actions immensely. Woo-woo. I'm so regretful, Dad. Grandpa Bone, I was wrong. Please come save me. Just as the mouthpiece of the human-faced demon spider was about to tear through Ning Rongrong's skin, a cold voice rang out. Punishment! Ning Rongrong could feel the cold breath of death from the face-devouring spider, which seemed to be motionless beside her. After a moment of daze, Ning Rongrong opened her eyes in surprise. In front of her was still the face-devouring spider, but at this moment, its body was slowly moving away from her, as if being crushed by some existence bit by bit. In the next second, the face-devouring spider collapsed on the ground, closing its eyes and lying still. Indeed, a 400-year-old face-devouring spider had really good luck. Overwhelmed by fear and somewhat dazed from the toxins of the face-devouring spider, Ning Rongrong saw a person in strange red and black armor appear in front of her. The eerie golden mask was staring at her, and the tone sounded somewhat gloating. Hey, Isn't this the talented disciple of the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School? How kind of you. Did the face-devouring spider come to deliver dinner to you because it was hungry? TSK, TSK, TSK. The Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School truly deserves to be one of the top 3 sects. So generous, I admire it. You. Just rescued and feeling the joy of life. Ning Rongrong was momentarily stimulated by these words and rolled her eyes. Thud. Ning Rongrong directly collapsed on the ground and fainted. Chen Dong was stunned, looking at Ning Rongrong, who had collapsed on the ground, somewhat speechless. What kind of person is this? Did they just die from a single sentence? This is a disaster. The son of the Spirit Hall killed the little princess of the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School with just one sentence. This is probably the most serious accident in the history of Douluo continent. Chapter 79. Heartbroken Ning Rongrong, hey, wake up. Are you okay? Chen Dong crouched down and patted Ning Rongrong's face a few times, but there was no response. He then reached out to touch her neck and let out a long sigh of relief. She was fine, just unconscious. Moreover, seeing her lips turning purple, it was likely that she had been poisoned by the face-devouring spider. If it were any other poison, it would be a problem, but the face-devouring spider's poison was nothing to Chen Dong. He could handle it with ease. Since she wasn't dead, Chen Dong felt at ease, although he didn't understand why Ning Rongrong was alone here. The bone Douluo and the sword Douluo were not around, which led her to fall into such a dire situation. If Chen Dong hadn't shown up, she might have ended up dead. However, Chen Dong knew that with the strength of the bone Douluo and sword Douluo, they would definitely find Ning Rongrong no matter how much they turned the Stark Do forest upside down. If they were to find her dead here, there would be no way for him to explain himself. If the two of them were enraged and took action, he feared for his own life. Tidal Douluo was indeed Tidal Douluo. Chen Dong did not believe he had the strength to contend with them. However, since Ning Rongrong was already unconscious, he wasn't worried about her seeing any secrets. Whoosh! Chen Dong turned around, and the dark blood sword Martial Soul suddenly appeared in his hand. He activated his soul power, and the purple 1,000-year soul ring from the man-faced demon spider he had just killed suddenly descended upon the dark blood sword. Soon, a massive energy filled Chen Dong's body, completing the absorption of the soul ring. Chen Dong extended 8 huge spider legs from behind, piercing the sharp ends of the legs into the body of the human-faced spider demon. Instantly, a powerful energy surged through the 8 spider legs into Chen Dong's body. This energy, filled with a violent aura, circulated within him for a while before his spine. Chen Dong's spine suddenly became incredibly hot, as if it were a bottomless abyss continuously absorbing this energy. The 8 spider legs of the external soul bone can absorb some toxins to increase their lethality, and they also possess the ability to continuously evolve. This evolution requires the absorption of energy from the body of the human-faced demon spider. At this moment, with the continuous absorption, the 8 spider legs that were originally over 1 meter long behind Chen Dong have gradually grown to about 3 meters, sprouting a row of orderly barbs. They present a pale, white, circular ring, with the white circle interwoven with the original purple, creating an exceptionally dazzling appearance. Swish! Chen Dong satisfactorily retracted the external attached soul bone. It seemed it was time to give his 8 spider legs a nice name. Tang San's name, 8 Spider Spears, was too low-level and completely unworthy of an evolving external attached soul bone. When his strength increased to the divine level, the external attached soul bone would undoubtedly become an existence that slays gods and demons. Since his martial soul was already called the God-slaying spear, then the external attached soul bone should be named the God-piercing stab. He hoped that one day the God-piercing stab could truly pierce the body of a deity and absorb its energy. He imagined it would be quite delicious, right? Chen Dong drew the dark blood sword and unleashed a skill, striking fiercely forward, quickly obliterating the man-faced demon spider. Chen Dong didn't want to be noticed by others. The soul rings on the face-devouring magic spider had already been absorbed, and the energy within its body had been completely devoured. He glanced helplessly at Ning Rongrong on the ground. It was truly troublesome. Picking up Ning Rongrong, Chen Dong spread his fiery red wings and quickly flew towards the outskirts of the forest. With a thud, he casually placed Ning Rongrong on the ground and helped her sit under a large tree. Chen Dong dit à bon faire, humming at une casually, and pulled out a dead soft-boned rabbit. He quickly skinned it, cleaned it, and started grilling it over the fire. At this point, the purple-black color on Ning Rongrong had completely disappeared. The slight toxin had already been absorbed by Chen Dong using the God-slaying spike. The wound on Ning Rongrong's chest left by the faceman spider had also been simply bandaged by Chen Dong, so she was no longer in danger. The little girl had fallen into a coma due to a mix of anxiety and fear, so she had not woken up for a while. Chen Dong casually took out a small oil bottle, a small brush, and a can of seasoning from the third-level bag. He evenly sprinkled the secret seasoning on the already golden-brown skin of the rabbit. While sprinkling the seasoning and brushing on the oil, he hummed a tune that didn't quite fit. Roasted little rabbit, my favorite to eat. Chen Dong stayed here for two reasons. First, he was indeed a bit hungry and needed to rest and replenish his energy. Second, he was afraid that Douluo and aWild wouldn't be able to find him. So he proactively moved closer to the outskirts and lit a bonfire here. He believed that if Douluo and aWild were flying in the sky, they would easily spot this place. After all, he happened to encounter Ning Rongrong and even saved her. Although he thought the little witch had a sharp tongue, he wouldn't go so far as to harm a child. Moreover, Douluo and aWild were right at the outskirts. If he really wanted to get rid of Ning Rongrong, he wouldn't be able to leave afterward. Additionally, Chen Dong knew that Douluo held him in high regard and intended to recruit him into the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Although Chen Dong didn't want to lose his freedom by joining the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School for now, he thought it would be good to build a good relationship, leaving a bit of connection for future plans. After a while, Ning Rongrong, lying on the ground, let out a muffled groan. Her fingers moved slightly, and her eyelids struggled to open. Although Chen Dong had helped her absorb the poison, Ning Rongrong's body was still incredibly weak. Chen Dong didn't want to waste precious painkillers here, as long as there was no danger to her life. He believed that with the strength of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, her remaining minor injuries wouldn't be a problem. When Ning Rongrong woke up, she felt a bit dizzy and groggily tried to support herself. She could barely see a vague shadow, red and black, resembling a ghost, with its back to her. Flames crackled nearby, and the weather had turned quite dark. In the silent Stardow forest, it looked incredibly oppressive and terrifying. You're awake? Don't move around. Lean against the tree and lie down for a bit. Your body is very weak right now. Where am I? Am I still alive? Oh, you're in the City of Death. The front is the Ghost Gate. You've already died completely. But don't worry. I'll take you to queue up to find a judge soon. Let him judge whether you did any bad things in your life, whether you were willful and bullied others or something like that. If you did bad things, it would probably be terrible. If you cursed, you'd have to go to the snake hell and get your tongue pulled out. Lying would be the same. Peeping would mean having your eyes dug out, and bullying others would result in having your hands chopped off. Once you get through this, you can go to the Bridge of Forgetfulness to drink Meng Piss soup, and then you'll be reincarnated. As for reincarnation, it all depends on luck. If you're lucky, you might be reborn into a big power and become a young lady living a worry-free life with bodyguards to protect you. And you can go out and bully others all day. If you're out of luck, you might be reborn as a small animal and end up being roasted and eaten. Chen Dong's voice sounded eerie, incredibly hoarse, and terrifying. Wow, woo-woo. In an instant, Ning Rongrong, who was already dazed and overly frightened, was scared to tears. She cried heartbreakingly. Chapter 80. The little kid is not worth watching. Chen Dong turned his head in surprise, looking at Ning Rongrong, who was crying and trembling under the tree, and was momentarily dumbfounded. No way. This little witch has such little courage. She cried just from being scared. What a childish little brat. They are both 6-year-olds. How can the difference be so huge? Hey, don't blame me for not reminding you. You're weak right now. And the bandage on your chest is just a regular one, wrapped haphazardly. If you keep crying, the bandage will tear, and if you can't hold on anymore. I don't want to be chased by Douluo and aWild. Huh? Grandpa Bone? Bandage? Ning Rongrong curiously looked down at the bandage on her chest and gently pressed it. Hiss. It hurts. It hurts? So that means I'm not dead? I'm not dead. What? Do you really want to die? Chen Dong said as he stood up. Is it you? Stinky beggar? Chen Dong took 2 steps forward in front of Ning Rongrong. What? What do you want to do? Ning Rongrong was so scared that she curled up and tightly hugged her knees. Chen Dong looked down at her, crouching down to get closer to Ning Rongrong. What do you want to do? Vuvuvu, I'm sorry. I won't call you a stinky beggar anymore. Smell. Chen Dong said coldly. Smell what? Smell if it stinks or not. And no, it doesn't stink. Then why did you call me a stinky beggar? You. Ning Rongrong was immediately a loss for words by Chen Dong's taunts and could only sit down angrily. You better sit quietly here and wait until those 2 old men come to take you back home. After saying that, Chen Dong ignored the little witch's ugly expression and turned back to his original spot. Ning Rongrong looked at her body in disbelief, especially when she saw the white cloth that Chen Dong had wrapped around her chest. In a panic, she shouted, "Why you took off my clothes?" "Yes." Chen Dong nodded naturally. "I need to bandage your wound. Of course, you have to take off your clothes. Then you would see my body?" "You," Chen Dong said in surprise. "You, a 6-year-old little kid. What kind of body do you have? What is there to see with that small frame?" You're the little kid. You're the small frame." Chen Dong ignored her and continued speaking. "I won't charge you for the materials to bandage your wounds. But given my bandaging skills, I'll take 20 gold soul coins from you. And for just now, when I helped you with the poison from the man-faced demon spider, I'll charge you another 100 gold soul coins. That's completely reasonable. After all, the poison from the man-faced demon spider is notoriously difficult to deal with. This is a fair price. Also, I carried you for such a long distance just now. Even as a runner, I could earn $5 or $6. So I'll take another 100 gold soul coins from you. That totals 220 gold soul coins, but let's round it down to 200. Do you prefer WeChat or Alipay?" "Huh?" Ning Rongrong was stunned, her eyes blank and unresponsive. "Just remember to pay me later. Do you understand?" Ning Rongrong glared at Chen Dong angrily and said, "How can you be so cold-blooded, only caring about money?" Chen Dong shook his head. "Little friend, if I were cold-blooded, you'd be dead by now, wouldn't you? Is this how you treat your savior?" Who asked you to save me? Even without you, I could still kill that filthy spider." Yes. You're amazing. Don't say just a 1,000-year-old man-faced demon spider. Even a 100,000-year-old beast doesn't scare you. Because you have a powerful dad and 2 titled Douluo grandfathers." Ning Rongrong covered her chest in anger, not sure if it was the pain from her wound or the anger caused by Chen Dong. Chen Dong gently tore off a piece of meat from the rabbit leg, blew on it, and put it in his mouth, savoring the crispy skin and chewy texture inside, nodding in satisfaction. Then he said, "Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you get yourself worked up to death, you can't blame me. You think it's all good. I definitely won't be worked up to death. That would be the best." Chen Dong looked at the sky in confusion while speaking, wondering why Bon Douluo and Sword Douluo had not come yet. What were these two doing? It's been so long, and they weren't in a hurry? At that moment, Ning Rongrong sat up and began searching her body. Soon, a green light flashed on her bracelet, and a small porcelain bottle appeared in her hand. She poured out a few black pills and swallowed them quickly. Soon, a bit of color returned to her pale face, indicating it was likely some kind of high-grade healing medicine. Indeed, she was quite affluent. She had many good things on her. Don't just look for medicine. Do you have anything on you to contact those 2 old men, like a signal flare or fireworks? Look for it. No. I was afraid they would find me, so I threw everything away. As she spoke, Ning Rongrong sadly lowered her head. Impressive. Chen Dong gave a thumbs up. Really impressive. I've seen people take risks, but I've never seen anyone take such risks. No need to ask, he must have used some means to shake off Bon Douluo and Sword Douluo, perhaps even blocking their tracking. Forget it for now. I can only wait here in peace. Tearing off a piece of rabbit leg, Chen Dong sat on the ground, leisurely gnawing at it. I have to say, one benefit of the Douluo continent is that the meat of various soul beasts is exceptionally delicious. You should know that there are not only bee soul beasts, but also plant-type soul beasts. Imagine, if you use 1,000-year-old garlic, 1,000-year-old ginger, and 1,000-year-old chili, combined with a 100,000-year-old softbone rabbit to make a pot of dry-fried rabbit meat. What would that taste like? Unfortunately, perhaps because every household uses garlic, ginger, and onion for cooking, I have never seen garlic, ginger, or onion grow into a 100-year soul beast. However, there are still many plant-type soul beasts with great taste, and I must try them if I get the chance in the future. The rabbit Chen Dong was roasting was just a 100-year-old softbone rabbit, and the meat was exceptionally tender, every bite bursting with chewy texture and rich juice. As the strong aroma of meat filled the air, and seeing Chen Dong wolfing down the rabbit meat, Ning Rongrong forced herself to stand up, hesitated for a moment, and walked in front of Chen Dong. Hey, are you selling a rabbit? I'm not called Hey. I have a name. Besides, this rabbit is over 400 years old, and I used all my special seasonings. I can sell it, but I'm afraid you can't afford it. Underrate me. As long as you sell it, I can afford it. By the way, what's your name? Chen Dong turned around with a smile and looked at Ning Rongrong, then said, What? Are you asking my name in order to thank me properly in the future, or are you planning to take revenge one day, capturing me, dismembering me, giving me a good whipping, and then cutting out my tongue and sewing my mouth shut, to get back at me for mocking you? In an instant. Ning Rongrong was stunned. No way. The thought I secretly had just crossed my mind, and he could see it. Suddenly feeling a bit flustered, she said, You're You're talking nonsense. Who is as bad as you think? You don't want to be called, so why not just say your name? Hee hee. Chen Dong chuckled and said, all right, it's no big deal to tell you. My surname is Chow, and my given name is Chow, but that's my full name, and I don't usually reveal it easily. You can call me by my nickname, Chow A-Man. Chapter 81. You're looking at me again. Although Prime Minister Chow has many titles, in order to keep a low profile, Chen Dong chose the simplest one, which fits his current identity better. Chow A-Man. Ning Rongrong looked at the computer in surprise, her expression quite strange. Who is such a weird name? It's really unpleasant to hear. Chen Dong looked at Ning Rongrong with some confusion, wondering what was unpleasant. At that moment, Ning Rongrong noticed that Chen Dong in front of her was not wearing a mask. He had taken off the mask to eat the rabbit. Before Ning Rongrong was a strange face with clear eyes and a simple gaze, but his complexion was somewhat pale. Although he appeared to be a young boy, there was always a feeling of a middle-aged man, as if the quality of his skin was not very good. What's wrong? Chen Dong asked, looking at the somewhat dazed Ning Rongrong, then reached out to touch his chin, noticing he had no beard. The skin of the candle dragon has the effect of altering one's bloodline, and this skin, like Chow Chow, completely lacked facial hair. Although he seemed a bit older, combined with Chen Dong's already young bone age and the effect of the bloodline alteration, he at most looked like a teenager in his early teens. Oomph. Ning Rongrong snorted coldly and said, you're lying. You say you're 8 years old, but I think you look at least 18. Are you not ashamed? Chen Dong sighed helplessly and said, I am indeed only 8 years old, but when I was young, I accidentally absorbed the blood of some kind of monster, which caused my appearance to undergo a bizarre change, making me look abnormally old. As a result, the people in the village regarded me as a monster, and I had no choice but to leave the village. Over the years of wandering, I have worn a mask and donned armor, afraid to reveal my true face. Because once I take off the mask, I will be discriminated against and ridiculed, and some will even beat me. Alas, why is it that in this world, people judge others by their appearance and cannot see a person's pure and kind heart? Saying this, Chen Dong sighed sadly. Ning Rongrong didn't expect such a secret. It turned out that Chen Dong's background was so pitiful. Although he had a sharp tongue, it must have been developed to protect himself. Seeing him hunting soul beasts alone in the forest, cooking for himself, and wandering for so many years was truly tragic. Even more so than the tragedies she had heard in stories. Was she being a little bit, too harsh on him? Although the little witch was willful and headstrong, she felt a bit guilty towards her savior. After hesitating, Ning Rongrong still whispered, I'm sorry, Gao Aman. I shouldn't have bullied you. What? Chen Dong was startled. He jumped up in surprise and looked at Ning Rongrong in front of him, then rushed over and touched her head. No fibit. Then he glanced at the wound on Ning Rongrong's chest. The wound wasn't infected, the poison was cleared, and she wouldn't have a fever. What was going on? You. Instantly, Ning Rongrong's face turned red as she covered her chest, feeling flustered and angry, biting her lip and looking at Chen Dong with dissatisfaction. He actually looked at me again. Although she knew that during the time she was unconscious, Chen Dong had helped bandage her wound and must have seen it. That had happened while she was unaware and didn't feel embarrassed. But now, right in front of her, Chen Dong's big hand was reaching over like that. It was too. However, thinking that he did this out of concern for her health and injuries, it was ultimately a kind gesture. But then she thought again, wasn't Chen Dong just bullying her, Ning Rongrong, for being willful and stubborn, only admitting her mistakes when she had a fever? It was really infuriating. Chen Dong looked at Ning Rongrong with confusion and said, what did I just hear? The genius disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School actually said sorry? How strange. So strange. I'm not going to pay attention to you. Ning Rongrong, who had just gathered the courage to apologize, immediately turned around in anger. Seeing Chen Dong's annoying face, the sympathy she had just felt vanished in an instant. You deserve to be beaten. You're really ugly. Chen Dong happily shouted. That's just great. I can enjoy some peace and quiet for a while. While saying this, he sprinkled his secret seasoning with delight and took big bites of the rabbit leg. Soon, Ning Rongrong was drawn in by the enticing aroma, unable to resist turning her head to look at Chen Dong again and again, especially when she saw the golden fat dripping down from the rabbit roasting over the bonfire. Ning Rongrong secretly swallowed her saliva. Chow Amon, are you selling a rabbit? Chen Dong ignored her and continued to gnaw on the rabbit meat. Ning Rongrong stomped her little foot in dissatisfaction and then said, you just said you were selling it. Chen Dong chuckled as he tore off a rabbit leg and said, look, isn't it delicious? The skin is crispy, The color is golden, and the meat is tender. MMM. Ning Rongrong quickly nodded, secretly licking her lips. Do you want to eat it? Yes. Ning Rongrong's response was very straightforward. Good. I'm not giving it to you. Saying this, Chen Dong brought the rabbit leg to his mouth and took a big bite, deliberately making loud, crunching sounds. Ning Rongrong pouted slightly, biting her teeth tightly. Rongrong, don't cry. Don't be sad. It's not delicious at all. Rongrong must not cry. She can't let this annoying guy feel smug. In the end, she couldn't hold back and burst into tears. Woo, woo woo. Chen Dong was instantly speechless. The thing he feared the most was a woman crying. He simply couldn't stand it. The last time he made Hulaina cry was truly a nightmare in his life. He didn't expect that Ning Rongrong in front of him was not much better than the little fox. The decibel level was practically high enough to be used as a soul skill. He really wasn't afraid of attracting powerful soul beasts in the Stardo forest. Chen Dong sighed helplessly. All right, I'm scared of you, don't cry. I'll give it to you, it's free, no charge. As he spoke, he handed the rabbit leg to Ning Rongrong. I don't want it. Boo-hoo. Ning Rongrong said while trying to hold back her sobs. Huh, why? Chen Dong looked at Ning Rongrong in confusion, then suddenly realized. Oh, I understand now. I didn't expect you to be so principled. Well, if you want to pay, I won't force you. Not at all. This has your saliva on it. It stinks. Ning Rongrong wiped away a tear and pouted in dissatisfaction. Chen Dong sniffed in confusion, then took a bite to taste and said, You're talking nonsense. Where's it smelly? I tell you, I brush my teeth every day. Don't slander me. I'll give you one last chance to think about it. If you don't eat it, then I'll eat it. 3, 2. Whoosh. In the next second, the rabbit leg in Chen Dong's hand instantly disappeared. Chen Dong's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Chapter 82. On 100 Ways to Eat Rabbit. Ning Rongrong glared at Chen Dong with resentment, proudly holding a rabbit leg, turned it around, and then bit down hard. The aroma that filled her mouth made Ning Rongrong forget about the heat, and she swallowed the rabbit meat in 2 or 3 bites, her eyes shining as she looked at Chen Dong. She asked in surprise, Chow, man, what kind of meat did you roast? It's so delicious. Chen Dong said, I just told you it's rabbit meat. But rabbit meat is very hard to eat. So dry and so tough, it's completely different. Chen Dong revealed a mysterious smile and said, It's different. What I'm using is the soft-boned rabbit, a century-old soul beast. The older the rabbit meat, the more fragrant it is. Let me tell you, even though we're currently making roasted rabbit, it's actually not the most fragrant. Do you know what the most fragrant is? Ning Rongrong swallowed hard. Such fragrant rabbit meat is not the most fragrant? How fragrant could it be? Ning Rongrong looked at Chen Dong with anticipation and couldn't help but ask, What's the best to eat? Of course, it's the spicy rabbit head. The taste is delicious and has an endless aftertaste. Eating a rabbit head requires fully engaging the functions of the mouth, lips, and tongue to appreciate the wonderful flavor of the rabbit head. When eating, first hold the rabbit head's teeth and break the upper and lower jaw into 2 halves. At this point, you can gnaw on the meat of the cheeks, eat the tongue, and basically finish the lower jaw. Then, break off the back of the upper jaw and eat the tender rabbit brain inside, which is as smooth as soft tofu. Chen Dong was speaking while observing Ning Rongrong's expression. He noticed that she was constantly swallowing her saliva secretly, and her eyes were sparkling with a bright light. Chen Dong smiled mischievously and said, Not just that, there are more. What else is there? There's dry-fried rabbit, braised rabbit, marinated rabbit, sauced rabbit, cured rabbit, pine flower rabbit, dried rabbit meat, assorted rabbit slices, smoked rabbit belly, steamed 8 treasure rabbit, glutinous rice stuffed rabbit, canned wild rabbit, mountain rabbit, vegetable rabbit, silver rabbit, steamed hash rabbit, braised rabbit shreds, braised rabbit kidneys, braised rabbit strips, cold mixed rabbit tongue, stewed white rabbit, stewed yellow rabbit, black bean rabbit, pot roasted rabbit, braised tender rabbit, stir-fried rabbit, crispy fried rabbit, sesame oil rabbit, ed fresh rabbit, stir-fried rabbit belly, stir-fried rabbit slices, vinegar stir-fried rabbit slices, braised white rabbit, braised rabbit eggs, quick-fried green rabbit, stir-fried noodle rabbit, fluffy rabbit dish, braised sea rabbit, stir-fried rabbit tendons, pot roasted sea rabbit, fried rabbit ears, stir-fried rabbit liver tips, osmanthus rabbit wings, fried flying rabbit, rabbit meatballs, red braised rabbit meat, yellow braised rabbit meat, sauced rabbit meat, sun-dried rabbit meat, stewed rabbit meat, sticky rabbit meat, pressed rabbit meat, fluffy rabbit meat, canned rabbit meat, roasted rabbit meat, big rabbit meat, grilled rabbit meat, braised scattered rabbit, braised sour rabbit, braised silver rabbit, braised rabbit offal, chestnut rabbit, board rabbit, tube rabbit, braised rabbit belly, dragon beard rabbit, quick-fried winter rabbit, magnolia rabbit, roasted rabbit head, sugar-glazed rabbit, caramelized rabbit, sugar-braised rabbit, stuffed rabbit, almond rabbit, stir-fried rabbit, assorted immortal rabbit, oil-splashed rabbit, sauce-splashed rabbit, stir-fried rabbit yolk, sauteed rabbit yolk, Budahan rabbit, rabbit soup, mixed skin rabbit, yellow fish rabbit, cabbage rabbit, assorted rabbit, glutinous rice ball rabbit, chrysanthemum rabbit, mixed stew rabbit, boiled dumpling rabbit, diced spicy rabbit, braised rabbit, stewed rabbit, blanched rabbit, stir-fried rabbit, plus marinated shredded rabbit. Chen Dong listed the names of the dishes in one breath, leaving Ning Rongrong stunned. She never expected that such a small rabbit could be made into so many delicious dishes. She realized that she had truly wasted these years. No, she had wasted her eating. Chen Dong continued to entice, saying, although these methods are delicious, the quality of the ingredients matters. There are many types of rabbits, but I found that other rabbit meats are either too dry or too tough. After many experiments, the tastiest one is the soft-bone rabbit. Soft-bone rabbit? Yes, think about it. Soft bones means even the bones are tender, so the meat must be fresh and tender. Indeed, Ning Rongrong nodded in realization, feeling that it made a lot of sense. Moreover, the older the soft-bone rabbit, the tastier it is. If one day you manage to catch a 100,000-year-old soul beast soft-bone rabbit, then you would be in for a treat. 100,000 years? How could that be possible to catch? Chen Dong pretended to be indifferent and said, it's very difficult for us people at the bottom of society, but it's quite simple for you, isn't it? Just think about it. With all your title Douluo from your family, a mere 100,000-year soul beast is nothing to you, right? At this point, Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up. Yes, could a 100,000-year soul beast withstand the attacks of Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu? Two title Douluo? If a mere century-old soft-bone rabbit tastes so good, what would it be like after 100,000 years? In an instant, a foodie's DNA was stirring. Ning Rongrong firmly kept this thought in her heart, thinking that she must realize this dream when she has the chance in the future. On the surface, Chen Dong remained calm, but inside he was overjoyed. He was really curious about what Ning Rongrong's reaction would be when she encountered a 100,000-year-old rabbit. Ning Rongrong quickly devoured a rabbit leg, not even leaving any meat on the bone. Then she looked at the rabbit again, and the meaning in her eyes was clear. Chen Dong smiled proudly. That was free earlier, but now it's going to cost you. Speak up, how much is it? I'll buy it. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with confidence. She had money. 100-year spirit beast, plus my secret spice, 100 gold soul coins. No problem. Ning Rongrong generously took out her purse, thinking it wouldn't be too expensive. One bite. What? Well, one bite. 100 gold soul coins for one bite. You're robbing me. Whoosh. The next moment, the dark blood sword in Chen Dong's hand was resting on Ning Rongrong's shoulder as he said, does this make you feel a little better? You're bullying me. You scoundrel, all you care about is money. Chen Dong sighed deeply and said, I have been a wanderer since childhood, living alone and helpless in the great forest, pursued by various wild beasts, covered in countless scars, struggling desperately to survive, far away from the human world. I never knew what soul coins were until one day I accidentally passed by a city and saw some delicious food. Later, I found out that it was food meant for humans, but I didn't have any soul coins. After eating a steam bun, I couldn't pay the bill and was beaten up by the owner. Eventually, I understood that this thing is called a soul coin, which can buy food, a bed, a house. But unfortunately, I have never had a single soul coin. Perhaps you think I love money, but it's actually because I can't obtain it, that I desire it even more. I really want to know what it feels like to hold a golden soul coin in my hand. In an instant, a small cloth bag appeared in front of Chen Dong. Chen Dong weighed it in his hand, feeling its heaviness. That's a lot. Ning Rongrong wiped her sympathetic tears and choked up as she said, I've given you everything. You're so pitiful. I'll have a word with Grandpa Jian later. From now on, you can come back to the 7-treasure glazed tile school with us. The disciples there are very united, and no one will bully you anymore. Chapter 83. Ning Rongrong crawled into Chen Dong's tent looking at the crying little witch in front of him. Chen Dong realized that Ning Rongrong wasn't fundamentally bad. She was just a bit spoiled. Moreover, having never faced setbacks or education since childhood, she was used to everyone catering to her. However, deep down, she still had a sense of sympathy for the weak. Among the Shrek 7 monsters, it was only Ning Rongrong that Chen Dong found somewhat likable. The other members, especially the few boys, had truly terrifying values. Chen Dong quietly tucked the money bag into his bosom, then said, Is this really for me? His expression was a mix of 3 parts surprise, 3 parts pride, and 1 part confusion. How pitiful to be so happy over such a small amount of money, sigh. Truly unfortunate. Ning Rongrong wiped her tears and nodded heavily, saying, "It's all for you. This little bit of money really isn't much. Don't worry. When we return to the 7-treasure glazed tile school and you want to spend money, just come find me. Truly a big spender." Chen Dong sighed. There's no way to compare. If I were to kidnap Ning Rongrong and then write a letter to Ning Fengji, would I become rich overnight? However, considering the pursuit of 2 title de law, it's better to forget it, even though I have the protection of teachers Bibi Dong and Zhu Guido. But right now, I don't want to start a war between the Spirit Hall and the 7-treasure glazed tile school. If a war breaks out now, it would not only consume a lot of resources, but also result in many unnecessary sacrifices. After receiving the money, Chen Dong, in a great mood, placed half a rabbit in front of Ning Rongrong. "Eat up. What about you? I'm full, you eat." Ning Rongrong looked at Chen Dong, surprised that he was so kind as to let her eat the whole rabbit. Truly a good person. If Chen Dong knew this, he would probably laugh to death. This silly girl completely forgot about the large bag of money she just threw away. After Ning Rongrong finished the whole rabbit, still wanting more, she wiped her mouth and found that Chen Dong had already extinguished the campfire, buried the ashes in the ground, sprinkled a layer of fine soil, and covered it with grass leaves. He then collected all the bone fragments and dug a deep pit to bury them. After that, he sprinkled some realgar powder and mosquito repellent, and then Chen Dong took out a simple foldable tent from his level 3 backpack. He casually broke off a few branches from a big tree, and soon, a simple tent was set up. Chen Dong leisurely took out a blanket and quilt, placing the tent in the afterglow of the campfire. The forest at night was still a bit cold, and Chen Dong was well prepared for it. This series of actions left Ning Rongrong in shock. She blinked in confusion and asked Chen Dong, What are you doing? Can't you tell? I'm going to sleep." Chen Dong replied confidently. Ning Rongrong could see that she just couldn't figure out why Chen Dong was carrying so many random things. She didn't think much about the fact that he had a soul guide. After all, soul guides weren't rare items. She had several on her as well, so she didn't question why a homeless person had such a wide-ranging soul guide. Watching Chen Dong skillfully set up camp and arrange the bedding, she began to believe what he said about having been wandering in the forest. It seemed completely true, as Chen Dong's movements were so practiced and natural, and he looked so satisfied sleeping in a simple tent. "Have you been sleeping like this all these years? It's pretty good, what's the problem? But isn't it dangerous at night in the forest?" "It is very dangerous, so what can we do? With our 2 strengths, we can't leave. And your 2 bodyguards still haven't come. I don't know what they are doing. I can't just stand in the forest all night." Watching Chen Dong lie down leisurely and stretch, Ning Rongrong glanced at the dark forest, listening to the various faint sounds from within and the occasional distant roars of beasts. Feeling a bit anxious, she tiptoed to the entrance of Chen Dong's simple tent. Chow Amon, can I buy your tent?" "No." Chen Dong shook his head. "Just this one. If I sell it to you, I won't have a place to sleep anymore. Besides, do you even have any money on you right now?" Ning Rongrong then took out a pink little bag, and when Chen Dong saw it, he realized it was even bigger than the one she had just thrown to him. Instantly, Chen Dong fell silent, filled with envy and jealousy towards the wealthy dog owner. Well, as the saying goes, a gentleman loves wealth, but he acquires it through proper means. How can I let myself suffer just to earn a few gold soul coins? Just then, a mournful howl of a wolf came from afar. Ning Rongrong panicked, instantly diving into Chen Dong's tent, curling up tightly and not daring to show her head. Chen Dong sat up speechlessly and looked at Ning Rongrong, who was burying her head like an ostrich. "I'm scared of you, so I'll give you half the space." He then shifted his body to the side. Only then did Ning Rongrong sit on the soft blanket, stretching her body comfortably. She hugged her knees and rested her head on them, saying somewhat dejectedly, "I don't know when Grandpa Jian will find this place. It's hard to say. It's nighttime now, and I don't dare to light a campfire in the forest, or will attract all kinds of powerful soul beasts. Maybe he will find us by tomorrow morning." Ning Rongrong felt a bit disappointed. "Does that mean I have to stay here for a night?" "Yes. Is there a problem?" The thought of spending a night in such a small tent with Chen Dong gave Ning Rongrong a strange feeling. Although she was only 6 years old, children in the Douluo continent matured earlier. Ning Rongrong didn't understand this kind of situation well, just having a vague idea. However, she felt that it seemed a bit inappropriate for a girl to spend the night with a man. Just as she was hesitating, she heard Chen Dong say, "The forest at night is exceptionally dangerous. Many powerful soul beasts come out to hunt at night, like some poisonous snakes, mice, ghost cats, swift wolves, shadow leopards. Chapter 84. Getting along well with other sisters Ning Rongrong listened to the names of the soul beasts that Chen Dong mentioned, feeling the temperature around her gradually drop. She nervously observed her surroundings and couldn't help but scoot closer to Chen Dong. Chen Dong pretended not to see and continued to speak calmly. Especially some venomous snakes and insects often sneak in your body when you're not paying attention. And when you wake up the next morning, guess what? How? Wow, congratulations. You will be surprised to find that you have been completely hollowed out with your heart, liver, and intestines all eaten clean by the bugs. Wow, boo-hoo. Bad person. Ning Rongrong was so frightened that she trembled and couldn't help but cry. She nervously stared at the tent, seemingly wanting to escape at any moment. Chen Dong waved his hand and said, "It's okay, don't worry. You just saw that I've sprinkled arsenic powder and mosquito repellent around. Those venomous snakes won't dare to come near. Besides, you are the talented disciple of Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Why are you so timid?" Hearing Chen Dong say this, Ning Rongrong reluctantly felt a bit more at ease and sat down anxiously. Looking at Chen Dong's quilt, she cautiously lifted one corner and slowly pulled it over herself. Feeling the warmth from the quilt and the residual heat from the campfire beneath her, her fear diminished slightly. However, her long eyelashes kept trembling, and her shiny black eyes kept darting around, leaving her in a state of unease. Chen Dong yawned and said, "Don't worry. After a good sleep, everything will be fine." After speaking, he gently closed his eyes, and his breathing gradually became steady. Only Ning Rongrong was left feeling somewhat flustered. She knew Chen Dong wasn't lying. The Stardow Forest at night must be extremely dangerous. How could he just fall asleep like this? Has he been living like this all these years? This guy is really bold. Or is he just lucky? What Ning Rongrong didn't know was that Chen Dong could sleep peacefully because not far away, Lord Daira was guarding them. Just a moment ago, while chopping branches on a big tree, he had already noticed the secret signals left by Lord Daira. Therefore, Chen Dong also carved some messy marks on a tree, which to outsiders looked like mere knife cuts. Understanding the secret code Chen Dong had written would reveal the message he was conveying. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so fearless. Soon, in the quiet tent, only the sound of Chen Dong's faint breathing and the occasional roars of beasts from the forest could be heard. Listening to the various sounds, Ning Rongrong's expression grew more anxious. After hesitating for a moment, she couldn't help but shake Chen Dong's arm. "Huh? What is it?" I am scared. I can't sleep. What should we do?" Chen Dong was also a bit speechless. "Should I knock you out? That way you can wake up naturally tomorrow morning?" Ning Rongrong looked at Chen Dong angrily, and then said unhappily, "Absolutely not." Chen Dong shrugged his shoulders. "There's nothing I can do. I'm powerless to help you." Ning Rongrong pouted and said, "When I was at home, if I was scared at night and couldn't sleep, my dad would tell me stories." "Telling stories?" Chen Dong looked at Ning Rongrong thoughtfully, a sly smile appearing on his lips. "I'm good at that. I love telling stories." "Really?" Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with surprise and anticipation. "I love listening to stories the most." You really can tell stories?" "Of course. Once, there was a wandering soul master named Ning Kaichen. Huh? He has the same surname as me? Don't interrupt, just listen. Once, he was adventuring alone in the wild, and at night, he had no place to sleep. Just then, he discovered a dilapidated temple called Lanrua Temple. As night fell, Ning Kaichen quietly stepped into Lanrua Temple. At that moment, accompanied by a gust of chilling wind, the door suddenly opened on its own, and a hoarse voice came from the dark. "Ning, Rong. With a scream, Ning Rongrong buried her head under the blanket, tightly hugging Chen Dong, her whole body trembling. "I don't want to listen. I don't want to hear it. You were the one who said you wanted to hear a story. What does this mean?" I don't want to hear this kind of story. You're a bad guy." Chen Dong sighed in frustration. "You didn't make it clear what story you want to tell. I'm the best at ghost stories. Anyway, I don't want to hear those scary stories." "All right, since that's the case, let me tell you a story about a powerful soul master named Shimen Daqiang and his battles with several female soul masters." "Scary? Is it scary?" Looking at the frightened Ning Rongrong, Chen Dong carefully recalled the different versions he had seen. "Is it scary? It shouldn't be too scary. Forget it. This story isn't suitable for you to hear right now. I'll tell you when you grow up. Instead, let me tell you a somewhat romantic love story." "Oh, just to be clear, it can't be scary." "No problem. There was once a girl named Guofu. Her father was a particularly powerful soul master, one of the strongest in the continent. So Guofu was pampered and spoiled since she was little, with everyone around her catering to her. Every time she went out, she wore the most extravagant clothes and had masters protecting her safety. One time, Guofu encountered a little beggar named Yanghua. You're talking nonsense. You're talking about yourself? Ning Rongrong poked her head out from under the covers, glaring at Chen Dong in dissatisfaction. What Guafu? You're just slandering yourself. Chen Dong gave her a dissatisfied pat on the head. Don't mess around. This is a story I heard from old Jean. It's definitely true. Don't look down on this Yanghua. He may seem like a homeless kid, but actually, he has exceptional talent and is extremely clever. It's just a pity that he didn't have a great teacher to guide him since childhood and was forced to wander. Later, Guafu's father brought Yanghua back and began teaching him how to become a powerful soul master. Ningrongrong listenet. Her eyes sparkling with a certain bright gleam, occasionally peeking out from under the blanket to glance at Chen Dong, then hurriedly pulling the blanket back up. What happened next? Didn't I tell you? Later, Yanghua and Guofu lived a shameless life together. What kind of shameless life is that? Well, how should I put it? Just like the two of us now, lying together in a blanket. Huh? In an instant, Ning Rongrong's little face turned red, and her eyes shyly glanced at Chen Dong. Ah, Chow, man. I'm here. Do you think Yanghua likes Guofu the most? You'd have to ask Yanghua. Oh, Ning Rongrong nodded with a bit of disappointment. Is there another story? Okay, let me tell you another story. This is a story about a wandering child named Wei Xiaobao and a spoiled and willful little princess named Princess Janning. Another story about a wandering child and a spoiled princess. You made that up? Not all. This is a story old Jean told me as well. But let me tell you, this Wei Xiaobao has 7 wives. 7? He must be very fickle. Not all. Wei Xiaobao is very devoted and loving. He is sincere to each of his wives. Let me explain it to you. So, the biggest problem with Princess Janning is that she is sharp-tongued and jealous, and can't get along well with the other wives. This is wrong. She must respect the other sisters, and everyone should serve their husband together. Chapter 85, My Sword? Ning Rongrong listened to Chen Dong's gentle persuasion and vaguely felt that something was off, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly what. Her worldview had always been built on various stories, and she struggled to differentiate between complex matters. I feel something is wrong. Ning Rongrong peeked her head out from the corner of the blanket and bravely expressed her dissatisfaction as a listener. Host Chen Dong firmly rejected the negative feedback. What's wrong? Come on, here's the microphone for you. You tell the story, and I will listen. I can't. Ning Rongrong immediately wilted. Then that's it? Don't mess around. Listen to me continue. Don't think that just because Wei Xiaobao has 7 wives, he is not devoted. You see, each of these wives is so outstanding. There are too many scumbags in this world, and if these lovely girls were given to others, they would surely be heartbroken. Plus, each of them loves Wei Xiaobao so much. That's why he spreads the love and takes good care of everyone. As the night deepened, the forest began to quiet down, and Chen Dong's voice was neither fast nor slow, carrying a hint of melancholy and calm. Ning Rongrong gradually revealed a smile at the corners of her mouth, relaxing her body as she nestled in the warm blanket. Her head rested in the crook of Chen Dong's arm, showing half of her face, her eyes gently closing, her thick, soft, long eyelashes calm like 2 butterflies. That night, Ning Rongrong slept incredibly soundly. However, during the night, she had a dream where she turned into Guofu one moment, and then into Princess Janning the next, while the annoying Chow man transformed from the little beggar Yanghua to the wandering child Wei Xiaobao. Finally, when the first ray of morning sunshine shone on Ning Rongrong, she slowly opened her eyes, only to find herself lying on the soft bedding. However, she didn't see Chen Dong beside her. In an instant, Ning Rongrong hurriedly got up, tumbling out of the tent, nervously looking around, but found no trace of Chen Dong. Chow man, where did you go? Woo, don't leave, I was wrong, I shouldn't have scolded you in my dream last night. Woo, don't leave me all alone. Just then, Ning Rongrong felt a pain in her head and turned to see Chen Dong towering over her, giving her a light knock on the head. You admitted it. You actually dared to secretly scold me last night? Chen Dong was holding a peeled, soft-boned rabbit in his hand, and Ning Rongrong looked at him with surprise. You didn't leave? Of course not. You still owe me for the rabbit. Don't worry, once you go back to the 7-treasure glazed tile school with me, I'll give you as many as you want. Chen Dong skillfully set up a bonfire on the ground and placed the soft-boned rabbit over it, then said in a desolate tone, After we finish breakfast, if your 2 bodyguards haven't found us, the 2 of us will try to head towards the outskirts of the forest. I'm listening to you, Chowie man. When did you sneak out of bed? Ning Rongrong silently watched Chen Dong expertly roasting the soft-boned rabbit, and soon a tempting aroma wafted through the air. Just then, a figure flashed in the sky. Surprise! The figure of Sword Doll suddenly appeared, his eyes sparkling with surprise, and his clothes somewhat disheveled. He rushed in front of Ning Rongrong and tightly embraced her. Rongrong, you have worried Grandpa Jian so much. Where'd you run off to? I didn't go anywhere, Grandpa Jian. Why'd you come so slowly? Chow Man and I waited here for you all night yesterday, and you didn't come. Grandpa Jian thought you went deep into the forest, so I went deep to look for you. As a result, I encountered a 100,000-year spirit beast and had a fight with it, which delayed me a bit. A 100,000-year spirit beast? Ning Rongrong's eyes brightened. Was it a soft-bone rabbit? How does it taste? Did Grandpa Jian catch one for me? No, it wasn't a soft-bone rabbit. It was a Titan giant ape. The meat probably doesn't taste good. Who told you that 100,000-year spirit beasts are delicious? Douluo was somewhat speechless. A 100,000-year spirit beast, is that something to eat? Chow Man said that his soft-bone rabbit is very delicious. Grandpa Jian, I'll buy a piece for you to try later. Buy a piece? Yes, it's definitely delicious and worth the price. At this moment, Douluo stood up, looking at Chen Dong in surprise. Chen Dong had already put on a mask. Young friend, did you save Rongrong? The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is extremely grateful to you. Chen Dong casually clasped his hands and said, it's all good, it's all good. Acting bravely and helping others is the mission and unshakable responsibility of us New Era Soul Masters. By the way, what do you want as a token of gratitude? Douluo was taken aback. It was the first time he had seen someone so calmly and straightforwardly say, what do you want to thank me with? He was momentarily stunned, but soon realized that Chen Dong, this young man, seemed to have a straightforward personality, not hiding his true thoughts at all. Such a person is truly clear-minded and a rare talent for swordsmanship. In an instant, the appreciation in Douluo's eyes for Chen Dong deepened. Little friend, feel free to say what kind of reward you want. Soul beasts, soul guides, rare treasures, or gold soul coins. Alas, forget it. Those external things are useless. As a soul master, the greatest power is of course one's own strength. Since you are a master with the sword, then teach me a sword technique. Upon hearing this, Douluo's expression showed not a hint of dissatisfaction, but rather a faint sense of pride and joy. See? This young man with a sword spirit truly admires my swordsmanship. Young man, you must understand that it's not that I'm stingy, but the art cannot be passed on lightly. Oh, then forget it. After saying that, Chen Dong calmly turned around and continued roasting the rabbit. Huh? Douluo, with a posture of looking down on the world, arrogantly extended a finger to pose. But he hadn't finished speaking yet. Douluo was left bewildered in the wind. So casual? Is my sword technique not impressive? Well, Chowamon, since you want to learn sword techniques, then I shall teach you. But before that, I have a question for you. Senior, please ask. What do you think is a sword? What do you see as the true way of the sword? What is your sword? Upon hearing Douluo's question, Chen Dong was somewhat puzzled. Tentatively, he said, my sword? Is it your sword? Huh? Seeing the astonished expression on Douluo's face, Chen Dong realized he had said something wrong. Hesitating, he said, everything is a sword, unity of heaven and man, unity of man and sword. No sword is better than having a sword, forgetting both the object and myself. Douluo. Not right. Concentration of the sword heart. The sword heart is immortal. The sword heart is selfless. No sword. No way. No self. No way. Still not right. A heavy sword without a sharp edge. Great skill without craftsmanship. The great way has no name. Grass and flowers can all harm people. Plucking stars and slicing the sun and moon with a sword. One sword opens the heavenly gate. Heaven did not give birth to me. Chowamon. The way of the sword is eternal like a long night. I have a sword that can move mountains, turn seas, subdue demons, suppress evil, command gods, sever rivers, destroy cities, and open the heavens. Is this also wrong? Chen Dong was stunned. It seemed he really didn't have a talent for the sword path. Chapter 86, Sword Heart Technique Senior. Senior, are you okay? He saw Douluo standing dumbly in place, his mouth slightly open, his expression somewhat dazed. Senior, are you all right? Huh, I'm Fine. Douluo came to his senses. Senior, did I shock you because I'm too dull? Yes, you really shocked me. Douluo wanted to curse a little. You, at such a young age with little life experience, casually spoke so much about sword principles. Some of the words he heard made his sword heart tremble, as if he had gained some enlightenment. In this case, he had prepared a lot of lines, intending to show off and intimidate Chen Dong, hoping to make him wide-eyed with admiration. Wanted to bow down and beg to learn the sword path from him. But now how can I show off? Sigh. You have quite a good talent for the sword path. How about it? Are you interested in joining a sect? No interest. My ambition is to travel the continent, taste all kinds of food, see beautiful scenery, and soak. In hot springs. So I don't want to join any sect. What a pity. What a pity. Well, since that's the case, I'll teach you a little technique. I call it the sword heart technique. Sword heart technique? Yes. As a soul master with a sword martial soul, the martial soul is an extension of your body. The greater advantage of practicing the sword lies in the sword in your hand being in sync with your mind. And the sword heart technique trains both your heart and your sword. Ultimately, it reaches the supreme realm of unity between man and sword. That sounds pretty good, Chen Dong said with delight, not expecting to learn such a powerful skill from Sword Douluo. It seems saving Ning Rongrong wasn't in vain. Just as Sword Douluo was teaching Chen Dong the sword heart technique, a figure fell to the ground with a bang in the distance. The ground shook, and Douluo looked at Ning Rongrong, who was quietly sitting and gnawing on a rabbit leg. In an instant, he was nearly moved to tears. Oh, my little ancestor, I finally found you. You scared Grandpa Bone to death. Huh, you're here? Why do you look so dirty? Oh, don't mention it. I didn't sleep all night looking for you. Rongrong, are you okay? Of course I'm fine. Ning Rongrong gnawed on the fragrant rabbit and then said, It was Chow A-Man who saved me. Chow A-Man. Douluo followed the direction Ning Rongrong pointed to and saw Chen Dong, who was learning the sword from Sword Douluo. Instantly, he was shocked. No way. I remember Sword Douluo said he wanted to further test this young man. How did he just start teaching him? Rongrong, is it that Chow A-Man was pestering your sword grandpa that he agreed to teach him? No, Ning Rongrong said while gnawing on the rabbit meat. At first he said forget it and didn't really want to learn, but later it was sword grandpa who insisted on teaching him. Huh? Douluo was stunned. As a lifelong comrade who fought alongside him, he never expected that one day Sword Douluo would actually chase after someone to teach the sword path. It was simply unbelievable. At this time, Sword Douluo also saw Douluo and nodded at Chen Dong, saying, Your comprehension is very good. You learn quickly. As the saying goes, the master leads you to the door, but the practice is up to you. The rest must be accumulated through your training over time. By the way, little guy, are you really not interested in joining a sect? Chen Dong knew that Sword Douluo had developed feelings for him. Of course, I will leave a light for you. But not now. Who knows? Maybe one day I will suddenly want to join the sect. But for now, I just want to travel the continent. What a pity. However, Sword Douluo did not force him. A sword practitioner cannot go against their heart. Otherwise, how can the sword heart progress if it is covered in dust? Rongrong, since you are safe now and have successfully obtained your soul ring, we should return to the 7-treasure glazed tile sect immediately. No, Rongrong hasn't had enough fun yet. Rongrong, this time your grandpa Jian fought against a 100,000-year soul beast, and there was quite a commotion. I'm afraid some powerful soul beasts in the core area of the Star Do Great Forest will come out. It's no longer safe to stay here. Yes, Rongrong, and you are already a one-ring soul master. After returning to the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, the sect master will definitely begin to formally teach you cultivation. Douluo was also there trying to persuade her. But I... Ning Rongrong lowered her head, unable to speak for a long time, and then looked up at Chen Dong in front of her. Chowamon, will you come back with me, please? By the time she said the last 3 words, Ning Rongrong's tone was almost pleading. Chen Dong sighed. What is the use of going back? You're only 6 years old, and every day is just playing house with kids. Moreover, being so restricted in the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, Chen Dong is not that foolish. I know your good intentions, but I hope to explore the mainland myself and create my own world in the future, becoming a powerful soul master. By then, I will go to the 7-treasure glazed tile sect to find you. If I go now, perhaps the sect master will let me stay because of you, but in that case, I would just be a small fry sheltered by the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, unable to achieve anything in my life. And how could I be worthy of your status? Huh? When it came to the last sentence, Ning Rongrong's face turned red immediately. You. Why would you be worthy of me? Of course, to be friends with you. Don't people from powerful factions all emphasize equal status to be friends? I don't have that. Chowamon, you are my friend now. As she spoke, Ning Rongrong took out a pink bag from her wrist and handed it to Chen Dong. Chowamon, don't you really like gold soul coins? This is a gift for you. Remember, if you eat steam buns in the future, make sure to pay for them, but don't use gold soul coins. Copper soul coins will do. Chen Dong looked at Ning Rongrong, who had a pure expression and was holding a small pink cloth bag, as he earnestly advised her. A fleeting softness passed through his heart. He took out a first aid kit and a hemostatic bandage from his pocket and handed them to Ning Rongrong. Then said, "When you get back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, you need to listen carefully. Remember, the outside world is very dangerous, and you must protect yourself. This hemostatic bandage has great healing effects. So later, replace the ordinary gauze on your body with this bandage, and your injury will heal quickly. Also, this first aid kit should only be used in times of crisis, understood?" I understand." Ning Rongrong happily accepted the gifts Chen Dong gave her and held them tightly in her arms. Chen Dong said with a smile, "As long as you listen obediently, I'll give you a gift the next time we meet. Okay, let's make a pinky promise." "All right." Chen Dong stretched out his finger and gently hooked his pinky with Ning Rongrong's. "You have to keep your word. You must." The sword Douluo watched as the mysterious young man strode confidently toward the edge of the forest, gradually disappearing from sight. He let out a faint sigh. At that moment, Ning Rongrong, who was truly standing still, suddenly burst into tears. Chapter 87. Massacre of the 10,000-Year-Old Beast. Seeing Ning Rongrong crying like a rain-soaked pear flower, utterly heartbroken, Bon Douluo and Sword Douluo immediately panicked. The two titled Douluo were at a loss, with Bon Do anxiously tugging at his hair. "Rongrong, what's wrong? Quickly tell Grandpa Bon if you're hurt or if something's wrong." "Woo, I don't know. I feel so bad. There won't be anyone to roast rabbits for me anymore, and no one to tell me stories." "Oh, so that's what it is." Sword Douluo and Bon Douluo exchanged glances and both breathed a sigh of relief. "It's a small problem. Rongrong, be good. Grandpa Bon will roast rabbits for you, all right?" Yes, that's right. Grandpa Sword will tell you stories. Don't worry, Rongrong. I don't want that." "Oh, Ning Rongrong sighed, wiping her tears and choking on her words. "Grandpa Sword, why didn't Chaomon come back with me? He would rather be a wanderer than go to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School." Woo. Sword Douluo sighed.